At the border between the land of fire and the land of lightning, within a concealed cavern, the Leaf Village ninjas gathered, bearing wounds that told tales of their struggles. Each face was ashen, reflecting the gravity of their predicament. Damn those cloud ninjas, attacking while we were embroiled in battle with the stone and sand ninjas, one lamented. Our current forces number only 29, while the enemy boasts at least 100, led by the renowned AB duo of the cloud, another added. That pair consists of the Lightning Shadows candidate and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. If we do not retreat now, once they encircle us, our demise will be inevitable. Panic spread among the Leaf Ninjas. The Third Great Ninja War commenced with the mysterious disappearance of the Third Wind Shadow, allowing the Stone Ninjas to breach the Kamikaze Bridge defenses and launch an assault on the Leaf. The Water Country's sudden aggression forced the Leaf to open 3 battlefronts solo. Just when they thought their rear was secure, the Cloud Ninjas, unable to remain idle, dispatched elite forces for a flanking maneuver. In an instant, the Leaf was compelled to hastily redeploy personnel, thus initiating a 4th battlefield. However, against the Cloud Ninjas, their assembled forces were clearly outmatched. They had already suffered significant losses in skirmishes with the vanguard. The deliberate dissemination of information regarding the AB duo was a tactic aimed at coercing surrender without further conflict. Have we received any response to our request for reinforcements? One asked. There has been a reply. Lord Minato Namikaze will be arriving personally, came the answer. Lord Minato? Isn't he engaged in a decisive battle at Kaiki Mountain? By the time he arrives, the Cloud Ninjas might already be upon us. The excitement on their faces dissipated instantly. Minato Namikaze had gained fame during the Third Great Ninja War, earning a formidable reputation. Alas, distant aid could not extinguish the flames of immediate peril. It would be exceedingly difficult for them to hold their ground with their current strength. Given the speed of the Cloud Ninjas, they will reach us in 3 days. In terms of individual combat prowess, we are no match for them. And when factoring in the AB duo, our defeat is all but assured, a Leaf Ninja stated, unable to contain his anxiety as the words fell. The eyes of the gathered ninjas fixed intently on the 2 men leading their group. This time, the coordination of the 4th battlefield was under the command of 2 jonin dispatched from Danzosrud, Oil Girl Toryun and Yamanaka Fo. Let us first assess the condition of the injured. If it is too severe, we will abandon the mission altogether. Yamanaka Fu spoke in a grave tone. If among our ranks we had a member of the Uchiha clan, specifically Shunshin Shursui, we might stand a fighting chance. Yet Uchiha Chinyu seems to have met with ill fate. He was severely injured upon entering the battlefield, caught in an explosive tag trap that is said his Sharingan is merely a single tomo. The clamor of discussion echoed at the entrance of the cavern. A boy, around 14 or 15 years of age, named Chinyu, opened his eyes in confusion. Gazing at the injured comrades nearby, he found himself bewildered. Is this real? Have I truly crossed over? And I've become an Uchiha destined for extinction, in the midst of the Third Great Ninja War no less. Chinyu was lost, his mind racing to reconcile the tumultuous memories flooding in, leaving him in a state of disarray. His journey began with a battle for survival, a path seemingly paved with death. Moreover, it appears that the recent conversation suggested a retreat, forsaking the injured. If that is the case, he may indeed become mere cannon fodder. Damn it, I cannot be the one to perish fastest among the invading forces. Sacrificing myself at the outset is simply not my style. Ding! 1-click max level cheat activated successfully. Would you like to use it immediately? A cheat. 1-click max level. Chinyu was utterly bewildered. This stroke of fortune arrived far too abruptly. No. It should be said that such a golden opportunity is a standard feature for those traversing armies, and its timing could not have been more perfect. Activate 1-click max level cheat. Chinyu hastily commanded. Ding. Congratulations, host. Activation successful. Building database now. Host. Uchiha Chinyu. Ninja rank. Chunin. Ninjutsu. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Fire release. Dragon fire technique. Shadow clone technique. Body flicker technique. Single Tomo Sharingan. Gazing upon this rudimentary attribute panel, Chinyu finally comprehended why those outside wore expressions of disdain. The Uchiha clan is renowned for its exceptional talents, and possessing such meager abilities here would only serve as a hindrance. Scan complete. Would the host like to utilize one-click max level immediately? Use it at once. Qin Yu quickly issued the command. This was a coveted boon, one not to be squandered. Ding! Sharingan maxed out. Successfully activated Mangeki Sharingan. Congratulations, host. You have acquired hidden abilities. Amaterasu, Tsukuyami, Susanoo. Ding! Great Fireball Technique maxed out. Ding! Dragon Fire Technique maxed out. Ding! Body Flicker Technique maxed out. Ding! Shadow Clone Technique maxed out. Activating Multi-Shadow Clone Technique. Ding! Multi-Shadow Clone Technique maxed out. That a series of system notifications flashed through his mind. Witnessing the spectacle, Qin Yu found himself momentarily dazed. This meant that any ninjutsu he encountered could be instantaneously maxed out. Whether it be Susanoo, Tsukuyami, or Amaterasu, these were formidable techniques capable of obliterating anything in their path. While others toil for decades, pouring their heart and soul into their pursuits, I'm granted the ability to achieve mastery with a mere click. This cheat is truly exhilarating. As he felt the immense ocular power surging within his eyes, Qin Yu could not help but laugh. Qin Yu, do not move recklessly. Your wounds have only just healed. If they reopen, it will be disastrous. A figure with flowing black hair, Shizen, entered Qin Yu's field of vision. She was the only medical ninja within the entire squad. In this battle, death might have been a form of liberation, while survival could be viewed as a transgression. At the very least, observing Shizen's drenched brow and pale countenance revealed her excessive chakra and physical exhaustion. Noticing the medical chakra glowing anew in her hands, Qin Yu reached out to stop her. Rest assured, my body has nearly recovered. You should take a break as well if you continue. I fear you may exhaust yourself to the point of fainting, Qin Yu advised gently. Shizen stubbornly shook her head, biting her crimson lip as she stated, Lady Tsunade has said that medical ninjas are the last guardians of life on the battlefield. If I give up, then they will be forsaken as well. That I cannot accept this fate. If only I could possess the strength of Lady Tsunade, summoning Lord Snail to aid in healing, then no one would need to be forsaken. Shizune's eyes brimmed with tears as she knelt upon the ground, her hands clutching her pant legs tightly. My parents have already perished in this war. I do not wish for those who await their parents' return to share in my despair. I refuse to accept that those who are still alive must be abandoned. I am a medical ninja, yet I find myself powerless in this moment. Scalding tears cascaded down, shattering against the back of her hand with each quiet sob. Her lips, pressed tightly together, reflected a profound sense of bitterness and grievance. Perhaps this embodies the unyielding spirit of a healer. Chapter 2. A glimpse of despair. Qin Yu. What should I do? Jingyin raised her head hesitantly, tears streaming down her cheeks. In this moment, she appeared far from the seasoned medical ninja she was known to be, embodying instead the helplessness of a child. You have done enough, Qin Yu said, rising to his feet and gently wiping away Jingyin's tears. Leave this matter to me. Feeling the warmth of his palm, Jingyin was momentarily taken aback. On regular days, Uchiha Qin Yu was a shy, even self-effacing boy, but now he exuded a sense of confidence that was utterly different. His eyes, resolute like those of a hawk, instilled in her an inexplicable sense of security. However, recalling the intimate and somewhat ambiguous nature of their interaction, her cheeks flushed, and she swiftly changed the subject. They are gravely injured. How should we proceed with their rescue? Unless we transport them back to Konoha or have more medical ninjas to assist, they are currently deliberating a retreat, abandoning these wounded. Rest assured, as long as I am here, they will not be forsaken. We will conclude this war together and return home, Qin Yu reassured her, adjusting his stance and rising to his feet. In her bewilderment, Jingyin was caught off guard as he playfully ruffled her hair and stepped outside. How annoying. She instinctively rubbed her forehead, realizing that her tone sounded peculiar, causing her cheeks to redden further. At the entrance of the cavern, the strategy meeting continued unabated. As Qin Yu approached, he overheard the final resolution being proposed. Now, in the name of the captain, I propose we abandon the injured and retreat immediately. Those in favor, please raise your hands. Yamashiro F. suddenly interjected. Beside him, Aburame Toryun raised his hand in agreement, declaring, I am willing. The transportation of the injured and the treatment along the way will impede the main force's retreat speed. Therefore, Abandoning the injured is the prudent choice. I urge you to consider this carefully, and do not forget how Konoha White Fang met his end. Upon hearing these words, the atmosphere shifted dramatically among the gathered individuals. The death of Konoha White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake, was a tremendous loss for the village, yet his demise had been met with widespread disdain. Humanity is inherently selfish. They focus solely on outcomes, disregarding the sacrifices made along the way. Yamashiro Torian's remarks had unambiguously cornered them into a dire predicament. There is no choice to be made. Unlike Root, we will not casually abandon our comrades, Chinyu stated calmly. Isn't Uchiha Chinyu supposed to be only moderately injured? How has he recovered so quickly? Many were taken aback. Recalling the sight of Chinyu, covered in blood after rescuing them from the explosive tag trap, they still felt a pang of fear. The expressions of Aburame Toryun and Yamashiro F. darkened. They, too, were regarded as prodigies, both within Root and Konoha. When had they ever faced public scrutiny or open opposition to their decisions? The ideology instilled in them was that victory justified any sacrifice. Chinyu, you are merely a ch-nin and lack the authority to participate in this decision. Step aside, Yamashiro F. commanded sternly. Should there be a next time? Should you recklessly speak and incite others, do not blame me for invoking military law. Upon uttering these words, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically, their gazes converging on Chinyu, who was strikingly different from his usual timid and self-deprecating self. An instinctive realization struck them. Chinyu had likely lost his senses to dare defy the Root. Uchiha Chinyu, do you have the audacity to disregard the captain's orders? You are courting death. Yamashita Fang's voice thundered, causing all to change countenance. Yunyu Toraijin coldly echoed, let us not forget, we are facing over 100 Cloud Shinobi, along with the AB combination. This is a world governed by the survival of the fittest. You, a mere weakling who cannot even attain the rank of a J-nin, have no right to speak. You are presented with two choices. First, obediently silence yourself and step aside. Second, death. The chilling words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Chinyu returned swiftly. Ino rushed forward, exclaiming, my apologies, everyone. Chinyu's awareness is still somewhat unclear. Ino, allow me to handle this. Chinyu interjected, lifting his gaze to meet Yunyu Torijin's. Are you implying that comrades are permitted to turn against one another? May I also strike you down? His voice, though soft, reverberated through the cavern, causing the expressions of all to shift once more. This was a far cry from the timid Chinyu they had known. Ah, Uchiha Chinyu. We have long been aware of your clan's restless ambitions, but you are naive to believe you can threaten me with such meager strength, Yunyu Torijin scoffed. Laughter dripping with disdain. A mere ch-nin without any significant power should have remained quietly in the shadows. Perhaps we might have considered taking you along. But now, it seems that will not be the case. Yamashita Fang's cold voice declared, to defy authority and openly contravene the captain's orders gives us the right to eliminate you. The weak should cower in fear. A menacing aura abruptly fixed itself upon Chinyu. Those present were acutely aware that any movement from him would invite a storm of lethal force. Yamashita Fang, we are comrades. Do not overstep your bounds. A purple-haired J-nin stepped forth from the crowd. In this situation, we should calm ourselves and deliberate to find a solution. Yuzuki. I advise you not to meddle in our affairs. This mission is solely under the purview of our Root. This weakling is already a liability. And now he openly defies orders. We have the right to eliminate him. Are you suggesting that strength grants one the right to kill? Very well. Allow me to demonstrate what despair truly is. Chinyu replied with a mocking smile. The blood-red hue within his pupils surged, instantly engulfing his irises. And in the next moment, 9 Tomo coalesced into a singular form. The overwhelming power of his gaze erupted like a tempest. His raven hair swirling as if stirred by an unseen wind, and the crimson intensity bore down upon the hearts of all present with an unsettling pressure. What manner of eyes are these? Uchiha Chinyu, were you not merely possessing a single Sharingan? Now, 1, 2, 3, 9 Tomo. What on earth is happening? Within the Uchiha clan, the 3 Tomo Sharingan is already formidable, yet the 9 Tomo. The overwhelming ocular power and the blood red tide-like kaleidoscope Sharingan have drastically altered the expressions of those present in the cavern. The Uchiha clan, renowned throughout the shinobi world, has long since deciphered the evolutionary patterns of the Sharingan. The progression from 1 tomo to 2 and then to 3 is a most ordinary transformation. It can be said that even among the Uchiha, few are aware of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, let alone those who awaken it by sheer coincidence. However, none of this holds any significance. What truly matters is that under the immense pressure of such unparalleled ocular power, they sense an impending calamity. Chapter 3. The Sudden Awakening of Susanoo. How could this be? Was he not a mere chunin, deemed worthless? How could he possibly awaken the legendary Mangekyou Sharingan? The expression of Oil Woman Torian shifted dramatically. As a confidant of Danzo and a top operative of Root, he was well aware of the secrets surrounding the Uchiha clan. The pair of ocular powers before him, transcending ordinary comprehension, could only be explained in one way. F. Oil Woman Torian exchanged glances with Yamashiro. F. Attack. Body flicker technique. Yamashiro F sprang into action first, hands thrusting forward in the air, directly unleashing the secret technique of the Yamashiro clan. Simultaneously, Oil Woman Torian's mouth began to swell, releasing a cloud of black mist. Secret technique. Poison dust technique. The sudden turn of events sent shockwaves through all present. Shizen's complexion changed, and she urgently called out, "Chinyu, be careful. That black mist contains nanoscopic venomous insects. Once ingested, it's certain death." "Fear not," Chinyu exclaimed, abruptly lifting his head as his 9-tomo Rinnegan whirled furiously. The chakra laden with calamity that permeated the surroundings began to spiral back toward him like a raging tide. "Boy, you are far too overconfident. If that poison dust comes within a meter of you," Oil Woman Torian's smile faltered. The approaching poison dust, mere 3 feet from Chinyu, was intercepted by an invisible scarlet aura. In the next instant, the swirling ocular power transformed into a fearsome skeletal figure. The once cramped cave was now filled to capacity. A pair of eyes ablaze with crimson flames emanated an aura that could instill terror in the hearts of all. The venomous insects surged forth, only to be incinerated in an instant, reduced to ash that scattered across the ground. A sudden awakening of Susanoo, gazing upon the eerie skeletal visage. With its blood-red energy ribs and the flames dancing within its sunken eye sockets, one could not help but feel a chill run down their spine. How is this possible? You should have been under the control of FS technique. Oil Woman Torian's expression shifted drastically. It was not merely the manifestation of Chinyu's Susanoo that unsettled him, but also the fact that their combined lethal assault with Yamashiro F had been effortlessly countered. Heh, have you forgotten? Our Uchiha clan excels not only in fire release but also in genjutsu, Chinyu scoffed. What? Oil Woman Torian's countenance paled as he attempted to move, only to discover that his body felt as though it were ensnared by invisible shackles. I cannot move. When did you cast a genjutsu on me? What is the matter? Are you afraid now? Chinyu's cold laughter echoed. It is too late. Roar. Susanoo let out a thunderous roar, its skeletal right hand shooting forth like lightning toward the two. No. If you seek my death, then you shall perish as well. Oil Woman Torian's face contorted with malice. Unlike Yamashiro F, though his body was restrained, he could still command the parasitic insects. Secret technique. Insect explosion technique. The venomous insects that coursed through his body began to writhe violently, and Oil Woman Torian's exterior swelled ominously. Boom. The venomous creature erupted instantaneously, unleashing a formidable wave of force that swept across the surroundings, while a murky green gas dispersed with the wind. Everyone, be cautious. Do not inhale this toxic gas, Jingyin exclaimed in alarm. However, it soon became apparent that the entire realm was spinning, and as they regained their senses, they found themselves still within the cavern. Yet, this time, the cave bore no traces of battle or the explosion of the venomous creature. Hastily glancing towards Chinyu, they were taken aback to see Yun Chigen and Yamazaki Kaze kneeling on the ground, grinning vacantly like fools. Their peculiar demeanor clearly indicated that they were ensnared in an illusion. What manner of illusion could so swiftly seize control of all our minds? The earlier battle was merely a figment of our imagination. 2 elite ninjas had unwittingly been drawn into this illusory realm and remained unable to extricate themselves. A truly horrifying prospect. Those with keen eyes quickly discerned the underlying issue. Yet, gazing at the seemingly mindless Yamazaki Kaze and Yun Shigen, a chill ran down their spines. They understood that had Chinyu been in a foul mood, he could have effortlessly annihilated them all. Such an act would pose no challenge. They had long since steeled themselves for the battlefield. Dying with grandeur was one thing, but perishing in such an incomprehensible manner was utterly unacceptable. Well, a killer consistently kills. If they wish to slay me, then it stands to reason that I should eliminate them in return, Chinyu mused. As if he were merely attending to a trivial matter, casting a scrutinizing gaze over the assembly. He then strode deliberately toward Yamazaki Kaze and Yun Shigen. Indeed. Chinyu spoke true. The temperament of Roots members was excessively detached, daring to strike down their comrades. Even if news reached Konoha, they would not escape punishment. Rather than allow these two to remain within the ranks, acting like a fishbone lodged in the throat, it would be better to eliminate them. Now, with Yun Shigen and Yamazaki Kaze struggling to command respect, the group found itself leaderless. Chinyu, your prowess is exceptional. We implore you to lead us. The ninjas present echoed in unison. A smile crept onto Chinyu's face. There was no shortage of opportunists in any setting. Yet, what pleased him most was that these individuals had not suggested abandoning their comrades or turning against him. Otherwise, he would not have hesitated to dispose of them as well. You must not kill them. Jingyin suddenly interjected. Danzo holds a deep grudge. Should Yamazaki Kaze and Yun Shigen be slain, you will undoubtedly be branded a rogue ninja. I do not wish for you to encounter trouble. Upon hearing this, many in the crowd visibly shifted. They were somewhat aware of Root's methods. But given Danzo's stature, most dared not voice their concerns. Furthermore, Danzo's animosity towards the Uchiha clan had not gone unnoticed by many. You do not wish for me to encounter trouble? Qin Feng smiled as he regarded Jingyi. She hesitated, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. Before finally nodding through gritted teeth, I simply do not want anyone to come to harm. So that is the case. It seems I misinterpreted her intentions. Chinyu let out a dry chuckle and said, since Jingyin has spoken, I shall temporarily spare them. However, while they may escape the death penalty, they cannot evade lighter punishments. Let us confine them for now. The admiration from everyone present compelled him to accept the situation without reservation. We shall rest for 3 days. And after that, we will take the initiative to confront our foes. Chinyu turned to Jingyin and declared, in my eyes, abandoning a comrade is absolutely unacceptable. Only over my dead body. He commanded, take them away. His calm words sent a jolt through the crowd. Previously, they had perceived Qin Feng as timid and weak. Yet, in light of recent events, this perception was entirely shattered. Whether it was through the illusion that swiftly defeated the fierce wind and oil maiden in the mountains or now. As he took the lead in battle, Chinyu emerged as a figure who stood resolutely for his companions. This instilled an inexplicable sense of security in his fellow comrades. Chapter 4. I quickly learned Chinyu, rest assured, this pass holds significant strategic importance for our Fire Nation. While we shall not defy orders, we will certainly not relinquish it easily. Should we allow the Cloud Shinobi to breach this stronghold, it would pose an immense threat to Konohagakure. Particularly if they manage to scatter our forces, spoke Aizuki Kangwu, who had just intervened. Prepare yourselves. Chinyu commanded, surveying his comrades. In the world of Hokage, the law of the jungle prevails, and Chinyu's displayed prowess was sufficient to instill fear among them. Furthermore, abandoning one's comrades, even for the sake of a mission, would result in disgrace upon returning to the Leaf Village. Moreover, if the Cloud Shinobi were to pass through this pass and enter Konoha, it would be akin to traversing an unguarded territory. Continuing to obstruct them would be exceedingly challenging. Chinyu, you need not worry. The assembled ninjas echoed in agreement, readying themselves for vigilance. By the way, does anyone have any scrolls of jutsu on hand? Qin Feng suddenly recalled a crucial matter. He possessed a system that could elevate various ninjutsu to their maximum level. With 3 days of free time ahead, he could not afford to squander the opportunity to enhance his abilities. Besides, the combination of Cloud Shinobi's A and B teams would not be easy to deal with. Ninjutsu scrolls. The 20 or so ninjas present were momentarily taken aback. None. Qin Feng did not harbor high hopes. After all, in a state of war, who would carry learning scrolls with them? Additionally, within the ninja village, there existed dedicated training rooms for ninjutsu scrolls, and most techniques were passed down from teachers or elders. It was rare for anyone to carry scrolls individually, knowing that if they were defeated on the battlefield, not only would they lose their lives, but the scrolls would likely fall into the hands of others. Aizuki Kanwu stepped forward, stating, Chinyu, I do not know why you seek a ninjutsu scroll. But I have prepared this A-rank jutsu, Lightning Release, Thunderfall, as a gift for my daughter upon her completion of the mission. Rather than let it fall into the hands of the Cloud Shinobi, I would prefer to present it to you. Your daughter? Chinyu raised an eyebrow. Observing the contours of the superior ninja's face, which bore a faint resemblance to someone familiar. Is your daughter Aizuki Shiyin? Haha, Aizuki, your daughter is indeed remarkable. Even Chinyu has taken notice, boomed a burly man with a hearty laugh. Aizuki Kanwu shot him a glare and retorted, You imbecile, be quiet. You always introduce your son to me, while my precious daughter has sworn that she only likes exceptional jonin. TCH, my son Inuzuka Kirin will soon become a chunin. And his ascension to special jonin is merely a matter of time. Inuzuka can quickly countered. Aizuki, what do you think of Chinyu? His strength undoubtedly qualifies him for special jonin status. His genjutsu skills surpass even those of us seasoned veterans. A voice unexpectedly chimed in from the ranks. Yin Yin's expression faltered as she urgently interjected, Please, do not jest. Hand the scroll to Chinyu. It may prove useful. Little Yin, why are you blushing? Could it be that you have developed feelings for Chinyu? As the laughter echoed, the oppressive atmosphere within the cave began to dissipate. After a careful examination, Zuki Sawaguchi patted Chinyu on the shoulder and said, Well done, young man. Your remarkable genjutsu indeed reaches the level of a special genin. I entrust this scroll to you. Should you survive and return, I have a letter for you to deliver to my daughter. Chinyu, I also possess something for you to pass on to my son. I have something as well. I appreciate your help. Observing the ninjas retrieving letters and personal items, it was evident that they believed Chinyu stood the greatest chance of returning alive to Konoha. Chinyu, could you please return this kunai to Lady Tsunade? Ino, unable to contain herself, interjected, This was her gift to me as a token of apprenticeship. In that moment, the smiles on everyone's faces concealed a hint of bitterness. Do you all truly believe this battle is a certain death? Chinyu spoke calmly. Then why did you oppose Feng's decision to retreat earlier? The crowd fell silent. In their eyes, Chinyu's strength was sufficient to attain the rank of special genin. However, facing over 100 cloud ninjas, along with the formidable AB combination, one person alone could not withstand such odds. Zuki Sawaguchi urged, Chinyu, do not misunderstand. We are not cowards. When we became genin and accepted our missions, we did so with the acceptance of death. Moreover, this pass is the main route to Konoha. If the cloud ninjas breach this point, Konoha will be caught in a pincer, and our families will face peril. Thus, we would rather die than retreat. Inu also nodded solemnly. Chinyu, we have underestimated you all along. We did not anticipate your mastery of such powerful genjutsu. We have already resolved ourselves to die here. We merely hope you can carry some items back for us. Chinyu, please assist them, Ino implored, and help me as well. In that moment, the collective gaze of all present turned toward Chinyu, infused with a glimmer of hope. I am sorry, but I cannot assist you, Chinyu replied coolly. These items should be returned to you. Including this scroll, we will return together. His words, though softly spoken, swept through the crowd like a tempest, shaking the very souls of those present. Zuki Sawaguchi clenched his fists, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Very well, the young man speaks true. We shall return together. Upon our return, I will certainly introduce my daughter to you. Haha, Zuki, how dare you act so youthful? Humph. I see you all are just eager to have a daughter to introduce to Chinyu. Zuki Sawaguchi glared. Chinyu, what do you require this ninjutsu scroll for? This is an A-rank lightning release, lightning strike. Curiosity piqued. Everyone turned their attention to Chinyu. In the face of impending battle, this A-rank ninjutsu was undoubtedly powerful, yet seemingly of little use. It is nothing. I merely wish to learn a few more ninjutsu for my own benefit, Chinyu replied as he accepted the scroll. With his one-button max-level system, the acquisition of ninjutsu was always advantageous. Embarking on the path of ninjutsu at this juncture seems rather ambitious. Aizuki Esko paused momentarily, remarking, When I first undertook the study of this ninjutsu, it required over a month for me to fully grasp it. With only 3 days at your disposal, this appears rather rushed. Do not worry, I shall master it swiftly, Chinyu replied, refraining from elaborating further. It would be rather implausible to disclose that I possess a system that allows me to achieve maximum proficiency at the mere touch of a button. This Aizuki Go was momentarily taken aback, then conceded, very well, I am knowledgeable in this ninjutsu as well. If you are determined to learn, I can offer you some guidance. Thank you, Uncle Aizuki, but I am confident I can manage on my own. Chinyu declined politely, taking the scroll and stepping out ahead. As they watched Chinyu's figure recede into the distance, many of the ninjas present could not help but sigh quietly. Chapter 5. The Lightning Release. Herein at maximum level it appears that Chinyu has somewhat overestimated his capabilities. The difficulty of mastering an A-rank ninjutsu is no trifling matter. Even the seasoned Mitsuki spent over a month to acquire it. How could success possibly be achieved in just 3 days? Inuzuka could not help but interject. Well, young people are often like this. They must encounter obstacles to learn. Mitsuki Kangwoo remarked, patting Inuzuka's shoulder. Let us hope that Chinyu understands that certain things cannot be forced. Outside the cave, in a somewhat secluded basin, Chinyu unfurled the lightning release scroll and immediately activated his Manjiki Sharingan. This legendary, I had bestowed the infamous title of the copy ninja upon Kakashi. For a ninja, mastering ninjutsu involves 2 crucial stages, the initial learning and then the mastery. However, with the Manjiki Sharingan, Chinyu could effortlessly achieve the former, while mastery could be attained with just a single command. At this moment, Chinyu was akin to a character endowed with an extraordinary advantage, utterly defying the odds. Ding. Detection of hand sign technique speed. Would you like to achieve maximum level with a single command? Instantly max out. With his hands moving swiftly, the chakra within him underwent a precise transformation. Lightning release. Lightning bolt. As the final hand sign was completed, a deep rumble echoed through the sky. 9 bolts of lightning, akin to a dragon emerging from the depths, struck fiercely upon a distant rock, 8 to 9 meters away. Boom. The massive boulder shattered explosively, debris flying amidst the crackling lightning, creating a gaping pit of over 10 meters in diameter. The air filled with smoke, rendering the scene utterly stunning. Witnessing this spectacle, Chinyu found himself momentarily bewildered. According to the scroll's description of the A-rank lightning release, lightning bolt, once mastered, it would allow the user to commune with the errant lightning elements of nature and unleash a lightning strike. Yet, what unfolded before him transcended this expectation. Could it be due to the maximum level system? Chinyu raised an eyebrow. He recalled that in the original story, Uchiha Madara once stated that there are no inherently weak ninjutsu, only weak practitioners. A simple fire release, Great Fireball, could evoke a powerful sensation, a feat only Madara could accomplish. Now, it seemed that Chinyu's situation was perhaps a result of his ninjutsu being at maximum level. However, despite this, the previous attack still consumed 1/10 of his chakra. Ding. Lightning attribute chakra, maxed out with a single command. Ding. Lightning release, lightning bolt, maxed out with a single command. Ding. Lightning attribute natural energy sensing, maxed out with a single command. The system's notifications echoed in his mind, instantly validating Chinyu's thoughts. Gazing at the pit created by the lightning strike, he was suddenly reminded of the formidable ninjutsu derived from Uchiha Sasuke's arsenal, the S-rank lightning release, Kirin. It could be said that if this technique did not require the fortuitous alignment of time, place, and person to execute, its destructive power could rival that of Naruto Uzumaki's wind release, Raisin Shuriken. Unfortunately, in the original narrative, the lightning release, Kirin made a magnificent entrance but ultimately proved to be a fleeting phenomenon, never to be seen again. This is indeed a source of regret for many fans of the fire. The number of Cloud Ninjas has surged to over 100, alongside the formidable AB duo, inevitably signaling a challenging battle ahead. Should the conflict devolve into a prolonged engagement, given Qin Feng's current chakra levels, even with the power of the Manjiki Sharingan, he would be gradually drained. Thus, the S-rank lightning release Kirin may very well be the key to altering the course of this confrontation. Harnessing the celestial forces of thunder and lightning would significantly mitigate chakra consumption, allowing him to unleash a speed that is merely a fraction of light, potentially serving as a surprise lethal strike. Furthermore, with Chinyu's one-click leveling system, there is a considerable chance he could replicate the lightning release Kirin, temporarily keeping it as a trump card. 3 days pass in the blink of an eye. Ding. Lightning release. Kirin has reached maximum level. Upon hearing this familiar notification, Chinyu exhaled in relief. The tenuous connection to the storm clouds amassed in the sky was instantly severed. The oppressive thunderclouds dissipated with a thunderous roar, and a sense of immense pressure vanished like a fleeting mirage. He was fortunate to possess the one-click leveling system, which even maxed out his sensitivity to the natural lightning element. Otherwise, the successful experimentation of the lightning release Kirin would not have proceeded so smoothly. Chinyu dispersed the chakra within him. During this period of training, he had come to realize the Uchiha clan's significant shortcoming, a lack of chakra. No wonder the sage eyes and sage body succumbed during prolonged battles. Even Uchiha Madara from the original work sought to transplant and absorb the cells of the first Hokage. It appears that once this matter is resolved, Chinyu must endeavor to obtain the sage body. As Chinyu emerged from the secluded basin, the 27 remaining leaf ninjas had already gathered. Each face bore a solemn expression, all fully prepared for battle, their pupils reflecting a hint of resolute acceptance of death. In their eyes, this unavoidable war against the 100 Cloud Ninjas and the AB duo seemed fraught with peril. However, beyond the pass lay the vast expanse of the Land of Fire. Should this position fall, not only would the Leaf Village be at risk, but their families would also face irrevocable doom. Thus, retreat was not an option. Chinyu, do not lose heart if you have yet to master A-rank ninjutsu. Even that rascal Yuzuki took over a month, Inuzuka urged. However, that sudden formation of rain clouds seemed to conceal something, creating an oppressive atmosphere, leading us to believe the Cloud Ninjas were launching a surprise attack. Inuzuka, why do you always have to speak of the most irrelevant things? Can you not hold your tongue for once? Yuzuki scolded. Kid, do not place too much pressure on yourself. As I always say, if it becomes unbearable, take Shizen and flee first. Mastering a ninjutsu is not something to be accomplished in just 2 or 3 days. Upon seeing Chinyu's arrival, many of their expressions softened slightly. After all, having witnessed the formidable genjutsu he had wielded, they harbored an inexplicable trust in this once obscure youth. Chapter 6 presents you with 2 choices. The timing is just right. I have already mastered that ninjutsu, Chinyu remarked with a smile. To master an A-level ninjutsu in 3 days? Aizuki Kangwu was taken aback, then jovially patted Qin Feng on the shoulder, saying, You rascal, making jokes at such a time. However, this is good. It lightens the atmosphere somewhat. 30 minutes ago, according to the report from the lookout, the main force of the Cloud Ninja has already appeared 5 kilometers away. You may issue your orders. In response to the doubts raised, Qin Feng did not provide an explanation, but furrowed his brow and stated, 30 minutes ago, did I not stipulate that during wartime, intelligence updates occur every 15 minutes? Aizuki Kangwa's expression suddenly changed. They had been so engrossed in organizing their team and the oppressive atmosphere of impending doom that they had completely overlooked this point. Aizuki, we are in grave danger. Feng and the mountains and the oil women have vanished. A subordinate responsible for guarding rushed over in haste. Upon hearing this, everyone's nerves instantly tensed. The 2 events seemed unrelated at first glance, but upon deeper contemplation, it became apparent that their lookout had been silently eliminated, without even the opportunity to sound a warning. Was this connected to the 2 of them? Everyone retreat back into the cave, Chinyu shouted urgently. The expressions of those present changed dramatically. Haha, only now do you realize? I thought Konoha had sent someone to fend off our Cloud Ninja's assault. But it turns out to be just a foolish youth. A hearty laughter echoed unexpectedly. Figures began to emerge from all directions, the number exceeding 100. Leading them, on a small hill several hundred meters away, was the infamous AB duo, known to instill fear across nations. This is bad. We are surrounded. Inagami's face turned ashen. Looking at the Cloud Ninja blocking their path, anyone with a semblance of intelligence would grasp that this was a trap. Over 100 adversaries, including the AB duo. And having fallen into an ambush, they were clearly facing a dead end. Aizuki-senpai, what should we do? It must be Feng in the mountains and the oil women. Otherwise, our defensive arrangements and lookout would not have been compromised. The scene descended into chaos as they faced the formidable group led by the next generation Raikage, AI, and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. This was undeniably a catastrophe. Stay calm. Aizuki Kangwa's face had also turned pale, and when he looked at Chinyu, he could not help but be taken aback. Qin Yu's calm demeanor suggested that he was utterly unfazed by the unfolding events. Had he been rendered speechless by fear? Haha, your panic truly delights me, AI laughed unabashedly, saying, I am quite curious about your next move. Will you surrender obediently, or shall I personally put you to death? Kill. Kill. Surrender or die. Over 100 voices echoed in unison, tightening the nerves of all Konoha ninjas to their utmost limits, their faces betraying their panic. The Cloud Ninja before them had epitomized the art of striking first. Chinyu. In silence. Yin's face also turned pale as she could not help but glance at Uchiha Chinyu. Do not worry, nothing will happen. Qin Feng gently patted Jingyin's head and said, Senior Maowei, you lead them to retreat into the cave and take shelter behind the barrier. Leave the rest to me. Chinyu had anticipated this turn of events. After all, the organization known as the Roots was notorious for resorting to any means necessary to achieve its objectives. With Shan Chongfeng and Yu Echigan losing power to Qin Feng, they had forsaken their comrades in critical strategic positions. Should Qin Yu and his companions return alive, it would likely provoke detrimental repercussions for the Roots. Thus, the only viable strategy was to strike preemptively and exploit the situation to their advantage. However, this played right into Qin Yu's hands, providing him with a legitimate excuse to confront the Roots without reservation the next time they crossed paths. Qin Yu, are you going alone? Have you lost your mind? We cannot stand by and watch you walk to your doom, Maowei Kanwu exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically as he had never anticipated such a response from Qin Yu. Although they faced over 100 Cloud Shinobi, including the fearsome AB duo, they could not allow Qin Yu to confront them single-handedly. Qin Yu, do not bear such guilt. We will face this together. There will always be a way, Jingyin urged anxiously. Indeed, we are ninjas of Konoha, and we have long since disregarded life and death. They echoed, believing that Qin Yu's actions stemmed from a sense of responsibility for compelling the entire team to remain behind. Walk to my death? Rest assured, I am not foolish enough to do that, Qin Yu replied with a hollow laugh, shaking his head. You all stay within the barrier. My only concern is that I may need to intervene to save you later. I am your elected captain, and this is an order. His voice, though soft, resonated with undeniable authority. Senior Maowei, what should we do? Jingyin implored, growing increasingly anxious. Maowei Kang's expression fluctuated as he regarded Qin Yu's calm demeanor. After a moment's hesitation, he declared, everyone retreat into the cave and be prepared to support Qin Yu at a moment's notice. Do not forget that his strength surpasses even mine. Upon hearing this, both the Konoha ninjas and the Cloud Shinobi momentarily froze. Yet, recalling how Qin Yu had effortlessly dispatched Shan Chongfeng and Yu Echigan with mere illusions, they felt a mix of trepidation and resolve, ultimately retreating despite their apprehensions, silently vowing to spring into action at the first sign of trouble. As the Konoha ninjas retreated into the cave in an orderly fashion, a Cloud Shinobi squad leader could not contain his concern. Lord AI, should we intervene? If they enter the barrier, it could pose a disadvantage for us. What disadvantage? This rabble is hardly worthy of concern. I had expected the Uchiha clan to send someone formidable, like Shunshin Shursui, but to my surprise, they merely sent an inconspicuous fool, AI scoffed disdainfully. According to the intel, this brash youth is merely a Chunin. These Konoha ninjas have chosen to follow a Chunin's command. They must either be foolish or desperate. The squad leader, eager to appease, quickly responded, You are absolutely right, Lord AI. These individuals are already in our grasp. Once we breach this stronghold, the vast Fire Nation shall become the territory of our Lightning Nation. The Cloud Ninjas present all displayed expressions of delight. The simultaneous activation of the 3 battlefields by Konoha, which has long been unable to capture, indeed instilled a sense of threat within the Cloud Ninja village. At this moment, the prospect of becoming the proverbial last straw that breaks the camel's back is undeniably exhilarating. Have I finished? Suddenly, Qin Yu interjected. Now, I present you with 2 choices. First, depart immediately. Second, I shall eliminate all of you. Chapter 7. A misguided strike. A faint sound, at that moment, swept through the arena like a tempest. Was it arrogance or mere madness? To the gathered Cloud Shinobi, and even the Leaf Ninjas, it was undoubtedly the latter. The current situation, in terms of both numbers and strength, was akin to capturing fish in a barrel. Yet here stood Chinyu, spouting nonsensical bravado, a blatant display of contempt for the Cloud Shinobi. Truly, he was nothing more than an ignorant child. Today, we shall witness how he meets his demise. Humph. Let us first eliminate him and teach him the meaning of disparity. For Ch. The first lesson upon entering the battlefield is to assess the difference in strength and learn how to survive. Kill him, one of the Cloud Shinobi roared, swiftly drawing a kunai and charging forward. The rest of the team followed suit, a flurry of bodies surging towards Chinyu with remarkable speed. Chinyu, be careful. Inin cried out in alarm. However, beside her, Zuki Kawaguchi's pupils constricted in shock. Before the 7 approaching figures, Chinyu displayed no intent to evade. Instead, his hands danced with astonishing swiftness, forming a series of hand seals. Kawaguchi, that appears to be your lightning release. Lightning strike. Inazuka exclaimed, aghast. Has he lost his mind? Attempting to utilize the lightning strike technique at such a moment, Kawaguchi was about to leap forward to provide assistance. Boom. A deep rumble of thunder resonated through the sky. Chinyu's hand seals abruptly ceased. Lightning release. Lightning strike. Bang. 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 7 pillars of lightning erupted in the sky, descending with unparalleled speed upon the 7 Cloud Shinobi, who stood a mere 10 meters away from Chinyu. The velocity and sheer number of strikes rendered them utterly defenseless. Boom. The 7 Cloud Shinobi were engulfed in the tempest of destruction. The ground trembled under the force, cracking open beneath the pressure. The pale blue lightning illuminated the entire gorge, stirring up clouds of dust and flying debris, causing the onlookers' hearts to clench in terror. When the chaos subsided, the crater left by the explosion measured 7 or 8 meters across, each Cloud Shinobi drenched in blood, some with severed limbs. They were undeniably beyond saving. What manner of ninjutsu is this? It resembles an A-rank lightning strike. Even some skilled jonin can only summon 3 bolts of lightning. How could a mere Ch. so precisely annihilate 7 of them? This boy is peculiar. Disperse quickly, lest he succeed again. The scene became chaotic in an instant. Just moments ago, they had dismissed Chinyu as an inconsequential Ch. a mere nuisance incapable of threatening them. But now, with a single move, he had decimated 7 of their ranks. The outcome was now drastically altered. However, compared to the Cloud Shinobi, the Leaf Ninjas were even more astonished. They understood all too well that Chinyu had only begun learning this lightning strike technique 3 days prior. He had not only mastered this A-rank ninjutsu, but had surpassed the level of mere proficiency. One must possess a profound understanding of the underlying principles to unleash 7 bolts of lightning instantaneously. Standing atop a small hill, AI's gaze flickered as he remarked, "Do not panic. The opponent is merely an inconspicuous Ch. perhaps endowed with some talent for lightning release, having grasped the essence of this ninjutsu. Sato, you are adept at the lightning body flicker technique. Go and bring him back." The masked Cloud Ninja, who had been vigilantly by AI's side, nodded and stepped forward. However, his stride quickly froze mid-air. A searing wave of heat surged towards him. Chinyu's hands, which had been flying through the air, abruptly halted, and in an instant, the blazing chakra he expelled transformed into a massive fireball, measuring 20 to 30 meters in diameter. It barreled through the air. What in the world is happening? Am I dreaming? Is this truly the great fireball technique? With a resounding whoosh, the air seemed to be pierced, and within the blink of an eye, hundreds of meters were traversed. Everything in its path, be it rock or tree, was instantly engulfed in flames. Sato, with a pallid complexion, hastily retreated. Even AI and Killer Bee felt their nerves tighten, instinctively dodging the oncoming menace. Yet, the approaching great fireball faltered at a critical juncture. No, it was clear that the angle was awry, soaring upwards at a 45-degree angle. Boom. The colossal fireball exploded in the void, sending flames cascading through the sky, illuminating half of it. The scattered sparks resembled a spectacular fireworks display. All present were left in a state of bewilderment, particularly the terrified Cloud Ninja, who fled in a panic. They beheld the ground, carved into a deep trench by the massive fireball, surrounded by trees still ablaze, their expressions blank, unable to comprehend the scene. Whether it was the earlier lightning release, falling thunder technique, or the current great fireball, what astounding power! It was as if a low-level ninjutsu had nearly ascended to the ranks of S-rank abilities. One could only imagine the fate that awaited them if struck head-on by such a fireball, utter annihilation. Humph, a mere brat trying to put on a show. I once thought you had some abilities, but it seems your excessive chakra has led to a mutation in your ninjutsu, AI scoffed. In such an assured situation. Whereas Cloud Ninja had repeatedly embarrassed themselves publicly, he was determined to rectify this. Observing the composed Qin Feng, AI disdainfully commented, "It is a pity. Your singular pursuit of power is your greatest weakness. A technique that cannot even hit its target, regardless of its might, is as hollow as the fireworks we just witnessed." Gradually, the chaos among the Cloud Ninja subsided. AI's words rang true. We must not lose our composure. A person incapable of properly controlling their ninjutsu cannot possibly defeat his Cloud Ninja. Moreover, having unleashed two techniques solely focused on power, his chakra must be running low. I estimate he can manage perhaps one more technique. If we can withstand this assault, capturing him will be a matter of certainty. The assembly of Cloud Shinobi found their gazes alight, casting vigilant eyes upon Qin, tinged with a hint of predatory intent. It was truly unfortunate that their earlier strike had missed. Had it connected, it would undoubtedly have resulted in significant casualties among the Cloud forces. They had not anticipated that Qin could conceal his prowess so adeptly, elevating ordinary ninjutsu to such an extraordinary level. "What shall we do now, Yuzuki?" one queried. Recognizing that Qin possessed a remarkable talent. Beyond his formidable genjutsu, he had effortlessly grasped the essence of lightning and fire ninjutsu. If he were to be entrusted to the third Hokage for personal training, Konoha would undoubtedly nurture a significantly more powerful entity in the future. The assembled Konoha ninjas began to murmur amongst themselves. The final remark resonated deeply even with Yuzuki Kangwu. Having endured the drawn-out battles of the three factions, he understood all too well the monumental impact a genius could have on the tide of war. For instance, the illustrious Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, stood as a prime example. Should Uchiha Qin reach such heights, he would represent a formidable infusion of fresh blood for Konoha. Chapter 8. An overwhelming strike. A tumult of thoughts raced through Aozuki Kangwa's mind as he gazed at the ever-composed Qin, his expression momentarily frozen. He felt an unsettling intuition that Qin was far from ordinary. The attack had clearly missed its mark, yet Qin remained unfazed. As Aozuki Kangwu spoke, he cast his eyes skyward. The sight that greeted him nearly caused his eyes to bulge in disbelief. Centered around the gorge, it appeared as though an invisible hand was swiftly swirling the ominous storm clouds. Like a colossal funnel, menacing bolts of lightning slithered through the clouds, growing increasingly fierce. The oppressive atmosphere that began to envelop the area evoked a sense of impending doom, akin to a storm brewing on the horizon. He surmised that Qin had likely mastered the art of summoning lightning, concealing himself within the basin, all for the sake of this very strike. This knowledge was not to be divulged. Aozuki Kangwu clenched his fist tightly, aware that once this strike descended, its power would be nothing short of breathtaking. Otherwise, Qin would not have invested such effort into it. As he felt his heart racing erratically, Aozuki Kangwa's anxiety threatened to unravel his nerves. Why was Qin able to remain so nonchalant in the face of such peril? What an utterly terrifying state of mind he possessed. "Kid, have you run out of tricks?" AI sneered. "Is your chakra running low? If you can't handle it anymore, then it's our turn." Observing the unfazed Qin, AI's expression darkened as he barked, "Surround him. I refuse to believe he can conjure any further miracles. Kill him." In an instant, dozens of Cloud Shinobi surged forth. The earlier lightning technique and the great fireball had left them humiliated. Now that Qin was presumed to be low on chakra, it was the perfect opportunity to strike a fallen foe. 300 meters, 200 meters, 10, 30, 50, 70. Qin silently calculated everything, attuning himself to the changes in his chakra and resonating with the storm clouds above. The accumulated power of the lightning made even Qin's heart tremble. "Cunning little brat. It's time for you to perish," one of the Cloud Shinobi shouted as he was among the first to arrive. Yet, it was evident that dozens of other Cloud Shinobi were closing in, each gaze fixated on their prime target. Lightning release, lightning spear, lightning release, earth walk, lightning release, piercing strike. The deafening roars echoed through the skies. Brilliant bolts of lightning transformed into various forms of attack, hurtling towards Qin. Observing Chinyu, who seemed blissfully unaware, Shinin could no longer contain her impatience and stepped forward. Now, everyone, brace the barrier with all your strength. Otherwise, we shall all perish. Aozuki-kin was shouted fiercely. Everyone stood momentarily stunned. In the next instant, engulfed in the onslaught, Chinyu glimmered with a surge of lightning and vanished like a specter. It's the lightning release, body flicker technique. Those with keen eyes immediately discerned the truth. AI's expression tightened as he hurriedly glanced towards a nearby hilltop. The sight that met his gaze jolted his senses. By the heavens, something is amiss. We must flee at once. AI bellowed in alarm. Amidst the clouds, he felt a sensation that sent chills down his spine. In that moment, he finally comprehended why Chinyu stood there, seemingly frozen, without a hint of reaction. It was a trap. You cannot escape. My chakra, though insufficient to ensnare you all at once, requires a vast range, immense destructive power, and an undeniable speed to render evasion impossible. Thus, I devised to harness the power of thunder. Standing atop the mountain, Chinyu radiated with lurking lightnings. Fully unveiled at that instant, the swirling, oppressive thunderclouds crackled with energy, and from beneath them emerged a colossal thunder Qilin. Farewell, adorably foolish cloud ninja. As the words left his lips, Chinyu moved. With a sudden downward thrust of his right hand, the amassed lightning transformed, and the Qilin let out a deafening roar that reverberated through the heavens. Thunder erupted, tearing the fabric of the earth as blinding lightning consumed his vision. Boom! The Qilin plummeted, its speed so staggering that the cloud ninja were rendered utterly bewildered. Bang! The lightning burst forth with such force that it rivaled the power of tailed beast bombs. The entire gorge was instantly engulfed in lightning, obliterating trees and rocks alike, reducing them to mere fragments. The surging lightning even pierced through the thick clouds above. When the chaos subsided, several minutes had passed. The once mighty gorge lay in ruins. No, it would be more accurate to say that the landscape bore no resemblance to a gorge. Instead, it had transformed into a vast expanse of scorched earth. The so-called trees and rocks had vanished without a trace, and several hills had been leveled to the ground. As for the cloud ninja, not even their bones remained. Those who were slightly fortunate, able to deploy defensive measures in time, might have salvaged an arm or a leg. The vast battlefield appeared utterly desolate. Am I dreaming? If it weren't for this cavern, we would surely be doomed. Are you blind? There is no cavern left. Had it not been for Senior Miyazumi's foresight in detecting the signs and urging us to reinforce the barrier, we too would have met our demise. Even the barrier, which could withstand the Cloud Ninja's assault for 2 days, was shattered. The lightning technique we just witnessed was the most terrifying and powerful forbidden technique I have ever encountered. The surviving Leaf Ninja displayed expressions of relief mixed with horror. They understood that this strike was aimed at the Cloud Ninja, yet having witnessed such a breathtaking spectacle, their hearts remained unsettled, especially upon seeing the remnants of the Cloud Ninja reduced to mere dust, their backs drenched in cold sweat. You wretched fool! How dare you set a trap to slay my subordinates? And Karabi emerged from the ruins, somewhat disheveled but not severely harmed. Some Cloud Ninja who had been near them were fortunate enough to have been saved, as they had refrained from participating in the ambush. However, counting and Karabi, they numbered merely 7. The stark contrast to the grand procession they had once arrived in was staggering. Who would believe such a disparity in numbers had transpired? In the battle led by Team AB, Yunrin was swiftly dispatched by a CH Nin, who eliminated over 100 elite warriors. The slayers of men are themselves destined to be slain. Are they not deserving of their fate? Chinyu remarked with a smile, observing this warm expression. Both Yunrin and the Konoha ninjas felt an icy chill creeping up their spines. Very well, AI said, his countenance darkening as he repeated the word well twice before vehemently declaring, I may fall into a trap once, but I shall never be ensnared a second time. You have unleashed 3 formidable ninjutsu, and while your chakra is indeed remarkable, it cannot sustain itself indefinitely. Today, I shall witness your capabilities and see how you intend to triumph over me. Once you fall into my grasp, I will shatter your bones and make you aware of the might and inviolable authority of Yunren. Chapter 9. The unassailable defense. The resolute words echoed amidst the ruins. Observing Chinyu, who effortlessly dispatched over 100 adversaries, the spirits of Mizuki and the others were indeed uplifted. However, The thought of the notorious AB duo from the Cloud Shinobi, lurking nearby with predatory intent, tightened their nerves once more. Senior Mizuki, shall we lend a hand? Jingyin urged anxiously. Mizuki glanced at Chinyu and declared, Chinyu, we are here to assist you. No need, Chinyu replied with a warm smile. You all can join in. I too wish to gauge the extent of my abilities. Haha, you young lad are indeed quite arrogant. It seems you are merely a facade of strength, daring to utter such brazen words. AI laughed heartily, but soon a shadow crossed his face. I shall make you wish you were never born. Boom. With a powerful stomp, the latent lightning release chakra surged forth from within him like a torrential wave. The moment he attacked, it was a display of ninjutsu. Lightning release chakra mode. If Minato Namikaze embodies golden lightning, then AI represents blue lightning. As his foot struck the ground, the earth shattered beneath him, and in an instant, AI had crossed 100 meters, appearing before Chinyu. The speed was so extraordinary that Mizuki and the others felt their pupils constrict in shock. To their eyes, Chinyu remained motionless, seemingly transfixed by the unfolding scene. As if awestruck, child, unable to keep pace with my speed, you dare to be so audacious? Prepare to meet your end. AI sneered, his 5 fingers tightening into a fist, releasing a surge of lightning. With no embellishment, he delivered a crushing blow, lightning fist. Bang! The air was instantly ruptured, and a colossal fist raced towards Chinyu's face. Witnessing Chinyu's continued lack of reaction, the remaining Cloud Shinobi could not help but chuckle. In that moment, they believed they had already witnessed Chinyu's demise. Thunderous! A deep, resonant collision sound erupted suddenly. The unparalleled lightning fist descended with the weight of 1,000 mountains, stopping just a meter away from Chinyu, as if striking an invisible iron wall. Lightning surged and crimson shockwaves enveloped the space, creating a tremendous impact. AI's expression shifted abruptly, as if he had struck a steel plate. Upon witnessing Chinyu's eyes abruptly consumed by a blood-red hue and the 9 tomos spinning frantically, AI nearly widened his eyes to the point of bursting. A series of crimson chakra ribs emerged, shielding Chinyu. What is this? Could it be a creature from the realm of illusions? It is the Sharingan. No, the patterns are entirely different from the Uchiha clan's single, double, or triple tomo. What on earth is happening? As Chinyu's aura transformed, an oppressive atmosphere filled with impending doom enveloped him, causing a sense of inexplicable dread to bloom within AI. The kaleidoscope Sharingan with 9 tomo. Although Chinyu's chakra reserves were limited, his ocular power experienced virtually no depletion. In the face of the speed and might characteristic of lightning release chakra mode, Susanoo emerged as the most effective countermeasure. It's my turn, Chinyu suddenly proclaimed. In the moment when the 9-tailed Sharingan spun frantically, its crimson gaze was imbued with an essence of catastrophe, surging forth like a tidal wave. A colossal shockwave erupted from the center where Chinyu stood. Suddenly, a blood-red skeletal arm emerged ominously from the ribs, striking terror into the hearts of those who beheld it. With no embellishment, it shot towards AI like a bolt of lightning. Be careful, Karabi shouted urgently. Sensing the imminent danger, AI's body surged with lightning, reaching its zenith. Without any flourish, he forcefully stomped downwards, retreating swiftly. Boom! The ground shattered instantly. Rocks flying in all directions as another arm pursued AI relentlessly. This sudden upheaval left everyone feeling caught off guard. Gazing at the towering figure behind Chinyu, a Susanoo formed rapidly, standing at an impressive height of 12 to 13 meters, its entire body pulsating like flames. The onlookers were filled with disbelief. Bang! 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 The 2 arms struck in succession, whipping up fierce winds. Enveloped in crackling lightning, AI evaded the attacks with remarkable agility, appearing quite flustered. Heh, is dodging all you can do? Chinyu remarked with a nonchalant smile. It must be said, in the realm of Naruto, individuals capable of wielding chakra to such an extent are exceedingly rare. The art of ninjutsu, beyond possessing precise control over chakra attributes, one must also possess a physique as formidable as a beast to harness the power of lightning release chakra mode. Even in the vast hidden cloud village, only a handful of powerful warriors have mastered it. This indeed piqued Chinyu's interest. For outsiders, mastering lightning release chakra mode may prove arduous. Yet, for Chinyu, Armed with a one-click max-level system, it posed little challenge. The true difficulty lay in acquiring the lightning release chakra mode from AI's grasp. Arrogant brat. Don't think you can hide within your shell and remain invincible. AI's voice suddenly echoed. A figure, enveloped in blue lightning, appeared above the Susanoo in an instant. Heavy flow burst. AI roared, his right hand swelling with lightning, resembling a battle axe as it descended upon the head of the Susanoo. I see it. Chinyu's gaze sharpened. He had activated the max-level Meijiki Sharingan. However, as it was his first time employing it, he required some time to wield it with finesse. Nonetheless, although AI's speed was astonishing, Chinyu could still perceive his movements. Should he retaliate with his body, he might struggle to keep pace with AI in lightning release chakra mode. Yet, with a mere thought, the Susanoo responded instantaneously. A massive hand lunged forward, crashing against AI's descending strike amidst a cacophony of thunderous sounds. Bang! A deafening explosion erupted, lightning scattering like dazzling fireworks across the sky. A figure was sent hurtling backward, landing several meters away. It's Lord AI. The onlookers gasped. Despite unleashing his heavy flow burst, he still found himself at a disadvantage. My goodness. That creature didn't even sustain a crack. AI flipped onto the ground, shattering the earth beneath him, a sharp pain coursing through his right hand. Gazing upon the Susanoo, which had sustained only a modicum of damage, AI's countenance turned ashen. This instilled within him an illusion of invincibility. I have long asserted that you should confront us as a duo, otherwise you possess no chance of victory, Chinyu remarked with a faint smile. In the original narrative, the Susanoo unleashed by Uchiha Madara was formidable enough to withstand the combined might of the five Kage. Although Chinyu may not match Uchiha Madara in sheer spirit, the Susanoo manifested through his fully matured Meijiki Sharingan boasts considerable defensive prowess as well. Arrogant youth, your defense is indeed formidable. Yet your speed is utterly inadequate to match mine. This guarantees your inevitable defeat, AI retorted coldly. I shall observe how long you can endure. With a sudden whoosh, the sound of air being sliced open echoed, and AI's figure flickered, reappearing before the Susanoo like a specter. Chapter 10. The Unquenchable Flame with a Surge of Fury. AI's right hand transformed into a blade, and amidst the furious eruption of lightning, he unleashed a formidable stance that distorted the very air around him. Break for me, AI roared repeatedly. In an instant, his hand blade descended upon the Susanoo with blinding speed. Bang, bang, bang. A series of blue lightning bolts struck relentlessly, creating a dazzling spectacle. In a mere few seconds, their clash reached a staggering 12 or 13 exchanges. Yet, despite AI's unparalleled onslaught, the Susanoo remained unyielding and impenetrable. Insanity. Witnessing this scene, the expression of the Cloud Ninja turned ashen. If even the renowned AI, famed for his unmatched speed and attack, could not breach this defense, who else could possibly do so? After so much play, it's my turn to attack now, Chinyu remarked with a faint smile, glancing at AI, who had just regained his footing. AI's expression darkened to the utmost, crackling with relentless lightning, and he declared in a fierce tone, I may be unable to shatter your defense for now, but you two cannot keep pace with my speed. Let us see who endures longer. The victor shall be determined thus. So, that was your line of thought, Chinyu mused, a hint of amusement gracing his features. Alas, you have misconstrued the matter. Amaterasu. The three-tomo Sharingan suddenly spun, unleashing an inexplicable aura of death that rapidly enveloped AI's heart. Brother, be cautious. Killer Bee shouted with urgency. A colossal octopus tentacle swiftly ensnared AI. Before he could react, dark flames erupted with ferocity. The black fire surged like a tide, exuding an ominous heat that caused the temperature of the ruins to soar dramatically. Most astonishing was the swiftness with which the black flames spread, consuming the majority of the 100-meter-long octopus arm in the blink of an eye. Is this fire release? A Cloud Ninja exclaimed in alarm. Quickly, employ water release to extinguish the flames. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet. A Cloud Ninja adept in water release swiftly formed hand seals, drawing the water elements from the surrounding air. As the water dragon coalesced, it surged towards the black flames. Boom! The water dragon shattered instantly, amidst the rising steam. The black fire only grew more fervent. The bizarre scene left all present in shock. This is an unquenchable flame. The cloud ninja gasped, roaring with ferocity. The eight tails unleashed a thunderous bellow, its chakra erupting and soaring into the heavens. The sudden display evoked a flicker of envy in Chinyu. Having a tailed beast was indeed a different realm. It was a capital to squander. Little eight, do not act rashly, Killer be cautioned, his expression shifting. Yet, before he could fully comprehend the situation, Chinyu's three-tomo Sharingan turned abruptly. Tsukuyami. Instantly, Killer Bee felt the world around him spinning. The entire sky was engulfed in blood-red hues, the scarlet three-tomo Sharingan rapidly materializing above. 1, 2, 3, 100. The overwhelming multitude sent shivers down the spines of all who beheld it. However, no matter how Killer Bee struggled, immobilized upon the cross, he found himself utterly unable to move. Figures emerged from all directions, revealing a familiar face. It was I. The expression on Karabi's face changed dramatically. Alas, before he could react, countless approaching silhouettes, brandishing crimson blades, lunged towards him. The anguished cries echoed through the heavens and the earth, resonating with a haunting intensity. This seemingly intricate scene transpired in the blink of an eye to the outside world. Observing Karabi's sudden stupor, AI's expression shifted in alarm. This is an illusion, Lord AI. Swiftly sever the eight tails tentacles, or else the black flames will consume Lord Karabi, a cloud ninja urged urgently. Without a moment to spare, AI unleashed a burst of lightning from his right hand, transforming it into a blade that struck down upon the tentacle. With a splatter, a torrent of green liquid shot skyward, and as the tentacle fell to the ground, it was rapidly engulfed by the black flames. Gazing at the ground ablaze with black fire, both the cloud ninjas and the leaf ninjas felt a shiver run down their spines. Illusion dispelled, AI exclaimed, his hands forming seals in rapid succession, his voice resonating with authority. However, despite attempting 7 or 8 different methods to break the illusion, Karabi, trapped in Tsukuyami, remained unresponsive. Lord AI, what on earth is happening? Among the Leaf, the Inuzuka and Uchiha clans are well versed in illusions, yet our numerous attempts to unravel this have been futile. What should we do? The scene descended into chaos, and the remaining 5 cloud ninjas began to harbor thoughts of retreat. A single technique, Kirin, had instantaneously annihilated over 100 elite warriors. They had believed that with the A-B combination, they could turn the tide and defeat Shinyu, achieving victory. However, the continuous onslaught of tactics had shattered their perceptions. Faced with such an insurmountable adversary, how could they break the deadlock? The only options left were to forcibly dispel the illusion, first by eliminating the caster, or second, by utilizing a more potent chakra to create an internal shockwave. AI's expression darkened to the extreme. However, upon witnessing Chinyu fortified by an impenetrable shell, AI promptly abandoned the first option. As for the second, in a battle of chakra against Karabi, the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, AI recognized that he could not compete. What is the matter? Unable to decide, Chinyu smiled warmly. The solution is simple. Just distance yourself from me, the caster, and this illusion will soon dissipate. Tsukuyami is one of the most formidable illusions to have appeared in the Naruto saga. The duration of the illusion is correlated with the caster's ocular power. Kakashi's escape had been possible due to Itachi's insufficient ocular strength. Nevertheless, Kakashi had remained unconscious for 7 or 8 days before recovering. Even now, the memory of that moment still haunted him. Of course, I shall not allow you to escape so easily. Chinyu's smile widened. AI's cheeks twitched as he replied, Kid, do not be overly arrogant. I have seen through your techniques. I may not be able to breach your defenses, but you likewise cannot kill me. You are not incorrect. Chinyu conceded. Chinyu did not deny it. With a smile, he remarked, thus, I propose a transaction. If you could impart to me the cultivation method of the lightning release chakra mode, I would be able to dispel the illusion. I must mention that within the realm of this illusion, a mere second may equate to several days and nights. Upon hearing this, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically, whether from Konoha or the Cloud Village. Even AI was taken aback by the realization that Chinyu's intentions were aimed at the lightning release chakra mode that resided within him. Lord AI, you must not relinquish this technique. It is a secret art of our Cloud Village, and should it fall into the hands of Konoha, it would pose a significant threat to our village. Lord AI, I implore you to deliberate wisely. Our cloud village has never yielded in the face of adversity, and we fear not even death. Chapter 11. The battle after becoming Hokage. No, in comparison to Killer Bee, this mere secret technique is hardly worth mentioning. A. With a swift motion, retrieved a scroll from his person and cast it aside. Moreover, this secret technique is not something just anyone can master. A moment's carelessness could result in a loss of control over chakra, leading to one's own demise. At this juncture, A turned his gaze towards Chinyu and remarked, I trust you do not mind my candidness. Chinyu had not anticipated it would carry a scroll on his person, accepting it without a second glance. He offered a warm smile, saying, Thank you for the warning. I hope our next encounter does not leave you in shock. I shall dispel the Jinjutsu now. As his words fell, Chinyu's Nine-Tomo Sharingan suddenly ceased its activity. The Eight Tails, previously ensnared in the illusion, let out a furious roar. I have broken free. That damned kid, I shall kill you. Killer Bee exclaimed, What happened? Why did I lose consciousness? I still have battles to fight. In the instant the Jinjutsu was dispelled, Killer Bee barely managed to open his eyes before slipping into unconsciousness once more. Chinyu was not taken aback by this scene. In truth, had it delayed slightly longer, the Eight Tails, Gyuki, would have shattered the Tsukuyami, freeing Killer Bee. After all, Chinyu had swiftly activated Susanoo, Amaterasu, and Tsukuyami, all while maintaining Susanoo, which drained a significant amount of his ocular power. Furthermore, Tsukuyami primarily affected Killer Bee. That kid, Killer Bee, he won't come to any harm, will he? A attempted various methods to rouse Killer Bee, but to no avail. This was a severe loss of consciousness. Were it not for the complete synchronization between Killer Bee and the Eight Tails, a rampage would likely have ensued the moment Killer Bee lost awareness. Thankfully, it was merely a depletion of mental energy, which could be restored with some rest. Chinyu raised the scroll in his hand and declared, Thank you. You are free to leave. Chinyu, this is a golden opportunity. Inuzuka, in a state of urgency, was interrupted by Aizuki's piercing gaze. A disdainful smirk curled on A's lips as he scoffed, a pitiful bunch, had it not been for the emergence of a genius from the Uchiha clan. You would have long since met your end at my hands. The despicable Umbu, failing to gather such crucial intelligence. In A's eyes, had they been aware of the existence of Uchiha Chinyu, they would not have suffered such severe losses. However, if you find it difficult to stay in Konoha, feel free to seek me out in the village hidden in the clouds. I shall always welcome you. A retrieved another scroll and tossed it forth, stating, This is a scroll containing intelligence that may betray you. I hope you can return to Konoha safely. By the way, they say that the individual most likely to become the fourth Hokage is Minato Namikaze, yet I believe you are equally qualified, Blood Red Azura. With those parting words, I assisted Killer Bee and turned to depart. When we meet again, may it be as shadows in a duel, I shall pierce through your shell. As I departed, the remaining 5 Cloud Ninja, filled with reluctance, hastily followed suit. In an instant, the vast ruins became desolate and empty. We won. We actually managed to thwart the large force of Cloud Ninja, including the AB duo. How absurd. It was Chinyu alone who annihilated them and repelled the AB duo. The credit solely belongs to him. I never anticipated that within the Uchiha clan, aside from Shunshin and Stopping Water, there exists another prodigious talent like Chinyu. That move, Kirin, sent shivers down my spine. The Konoha ninjas within the cave were suddenly elated, their faces illuminated with the joy of surviving a calamity. Initially, confronted by the onslaught of the Cloud Ninjas, despair had already gripped them, particularly after learning of the betrayal by Kamizuki F and Wyan Torigane. They viewed it as a certain death sentence. However, the outcome before them shattered their previous perceptions. The memory of that strike that instantaneously eliminated hundreds with Kirin. The impenetrable Susanoo, the inky black flames that cannot be extinguished, and the unparalleled Genjutsu, all of this exceeded the very definition of AJ Nin. According to AI's assessment, Chinyu has now reached the level of a candidate for Hokage, commonly referred to as a half-shadow. Did you hear that? AI actually proposed to Chinyu that they would battle again after he becomes Hokage, even giving him a moniker, Blood-Colored Azura. No, it's Blood-Colored Azura, you fool. Looking at the chattering Konoha ninjas, Chinyu let out a sigh of relief. The moment his Sharingan with 9 tomos dissipated, his Susanoo vanished into thin air. Chinyu, Are you injured? I'll treat you immediately. Sakino rushed forward, a hint of urgency on her lovely face. Silly girl, if he couldn't breach my defenses, how could I possibly be hurt? Chinyu chuckled, playfully tapping the tip of Tsukino's nose. Worry not, Chinyu. You cannot blame Tsukino for her concern, said Yuzuki KH as he approached, though his expression was more one of admiration. Well done, young man. I never expected you to conceal your strength so deeply. It is thanks to you that we are saved. As for the other matters, upon our return to Konoha, we shall certainly support you. In Konoha, the status of the Uchiha clan is rather precarious, perpetually ensnared within the undercurrents of power struggles among the Umbu, root, and the security force. From Yuzuki KH's perspective, Chinyu, being a genius, has consistently bided his time to avoid these troublesome whirlpools. Naturally, Chinyu refrained from exposing the self-justifications made by Yuzuki KH as he made his entrance. Casting a glance at the blushing Tsukino, Chinyu unfurled another scroll, which prominently displayed their defensive arrangements and the precise locations of their sentinels. This is absurd. Our defenses and sentinels shift daily. The only ones who could describe them so clearly are Kamizuki F and YN Torigane. Inuzuka and his companions hastily arrived. Upon seeing the information on the scroll, their expressions turned grim. If it weren't for Chinyu's intervention, we would have surely met our demise. Upon returning to Konoha, we must report this matter to Lord Hokage. Otherwise, how can we justify it to the public? The root members are utterly despicable. What of Danzo? Chinyu, rest assured, we will undoubtedly support you. Observing the fervent Konoha ninjas, Chinyu chose to remain silent. In this world, the strong reign supreme, while the weak serve merely as puppets to the powerful. Currently, within the village of Konoha, Danzo indeed holds a significant position, capable of stirring up trouble. However, Chinyu possesses a system that allows for rapid advancement. Given time, he will undoubtedly rise to prominence. Even Uchiha Madara, one of the shadowy figures behind the scenes, is not regarded with trepidation by Chinyu, who sees no reason to fear a mere Danzo. Should he be provoked, he would not hesitate to take lives. Having grown weary, Chinyu decided to take a moment of respite. Suigetsu, why don't you join me and check if there is any way I might require assistance? Commanded Zuki Kawagu. Given the implications involving the higher-ups of Konoha and the Uchiha clan, it is prudent to refrain from making hasty comments. At the very least, until Chinyu speaks. They should not jump to conclusions. Otherwise, inciting Chinyu's displeasure would be an outcome that Zuki Kawagu wishes to avoid. Chapter 12. The lightning released chakra mode. As Chinyu departed, the atmosphere once again surged with excitement. The gaze of Inuzuka was simply impossible to confront. Unable to restrain himself, Inuzuka moved closer. The formidable lightning release ninjutsu, combined with extraordinary ocular techniques and illusions, rendered him almost unattainable. Even AI, the next heir to the raikage from the Cloud Ninja Village, declared that Chinyu was worthy of inheriting the Hokage title. Who do you believe possesses a greater assurance? He or Minato Namikaze? This remark instantly captivated the attention of everyone present. The expression on Yuzuki's face shifted slightly as he observed the curious crowd, letting out a weary sigh. The current situation is not as simple as you might think. The Wind of the Mountains and the Oil Woman Takagane have returned to Konoha. Given Danzo's animosity towards the Uchiha clan, he will undoubtedly protect the two. If Danzo discovers that we are still alive, he may attempt to eliminate us. The expressions of Inuzuka and the others froze in an instant. Yuzuki, do you think you are being overly pessimistic? What should we do now? Should we alert Chinyu? Inuzuka exclaimed anxiously. Yuzuki shook his head. Inuzuka, do you believe someone who is so deeply concealed would be unaware of such matters? Based on my deductions, Chinyu has likely already devised a strategy. The crowd fell silent, exchanging glances. Recalling the earlier battle, it remained vivid in their minds. Possessing such immense power and having lurked in Konoha for so long, his intentions must surely be significant. However, if they could repel the Cloud Ninja this time, the credit would largely belong to Chinyu. Once this news reaches back, the higher-ups in Konoha cannot afford to remain indifferent. Chinyu is truly remarkable. Not only did he defeat the AB combination, but he also cunningly extorted the taijutsu of the Cloud Ninja Village. Should he submit this lightning release chakra mode to Konoha, it would indeed be a considerable accomplishment. The crowd erupted into animated discussion once more. After all, this battle was extraordinarily shocking. Do you think Chinyu, skilled in lightning release ninjutsu, would attempt to learn the lightning release chakra mode? Inuzuka suddenly interjected. Everyone's nerves tensed up, and Yuzuki's expression froze as he remarked, perhaps it is indeed a possibility. However, I still cannot believe he could comprehend the essence of lightning in just 3 days and develop a lightning release Kirin worthy of S-rank ninjutsu. Yuzuki, are you saying this out of embarrassment for your own reputation? Inuzuka teased. How about we place a bet? Very well, if Chinyu truly succeeds, I will arrange for my precious daughter to date him, Yuzuki proclaimed, thumping his chest. Humph, Yuzuki, is that even a wager? It is merely an excuse to send your daughter into Chinyu's embrace. Count me in, I too shall wager. If Chinyu indeed learns it, I will allow my 2 daughters to be at his disposal. Old man Mu, you are quite bold. Your 2 daughters are aged 30 and one has the physique of a bear. How could they possibly be considered? If Chinyu were to take an interest, it would be akin to blinding himself. You imbecile, what nonsense are you spouting? I challenge you to a duel. If you lose, you must date my daughter. Within the cavern, Chinyu remained oblivious to the fact that he had acquired several future fathers-in-law. As he walked, he focused intently on the scroll detailing the lightning release chakra mode. Chinyu, are you truly uninjured? Karina inquired again, her cheeks flushed. Chinyu, exasperated, shot her a glance and replied, You've already asked me that 10 times. If you doubt my word, shall I remove my clothing to prove it? As he spoke, he pretended to unfasten his buttons. Chinyu, how dare you? Karina's face reddened further. She glared at him before turning to leave. Watching her depart, Chinyu found himself with some leisure. His chakra and ocular power had been significantly depleted. In other words, he felt utterly drained. He lacked the physical energy and impulse for any frivolities. Finding a suitable corner, he sat cross-legged and began to attempt to cultivate the lightning release chakra mode. During the recent battle, he had secretly observed AI enter the mode using his Sharingan. Now, comparing it with the explanations in the scroll, he found no discrepancies. It seemed AI had never anticipated his own defeat. There were no alterations made to the secret technique scroll. After reviewing it multiple times, Chinyu tucked the scroll away and entered a meditative state to recuperate his chakra. A few hours later, he opened his eyes to find the sky outside dimming. Following the daytime battle, the ninjas of Konoha were diligently performing their duties. Some had even been reassigned to guard various lookout posts. Thus, the vast cavern remained devoid of company, save for Chinyu. His chakra had recovered sufficiently, and he finally understood the plight of Kakashi, who often found himself low on chakra. Chinyu sighed in resignation. Using 3 major techniques had consumed 2/3 of his chakra. If he were to engage in a protracted battle and run out of energy, it would be a nightmare. He decided to set aside thoughts of increasing his chakra for the time being and focus on mastering the lightning release chakra mode. Clearing his mind, he slowly closed his eyes, recalling the explanations from the scroll. After a few seconds, he suddenly opened his eyes, his hands moving swiftly to form a series of hand seals. As his chakra surged, arcs of electricity began to manifest on his skin. In the next instant, the information he had copied from AI flashed through his mind, causing his hand seals to shift abruptly. The once gentle flow of chakra transformed dramatically, roaring forth like a stampede of horses, echoing within him. Countless violent blue arcs erupted from his body, illuminating half the cavern. However, just as the lightning surged forth, it dissipated almost instantaneously. The change in chakra properties subsided, returning to normal. A flicker of relief crossed Chinyu's face as he murmured to himself. Thank goodness I managed to halt the transformation in time. Otherwise, the sudden surge could have led to my demise. No wonder that individual so readily entrusted this secret technique scroll to me. Ding dong, it has been discovered that the host has mastered the lightning release chakra mode. Shall it be instantly leveled up? Immediately, it is upgraded to its maximum potential. After a brief period of experimentation, Chinyu resolved to abandon self-study. To forego the system would be an act of self-torture. Congratulations to the host, the lightning release chakra mode has reached its pinnacle. As the system's notification faded into silence, Chinyu exhaled a deep breath of stagnant air. With a mere thought, the chakra within him underwent a transformation of attributes once more. Amidst the crackling sounds, Arcs of blue lightning erupted from his skin, and in that fleeting moment, stimulated by the electric bursts, Shinyu felt his cells and body being rapidly revitalized. Chapter 13. The reinforcements of Konoha. This sensation is truly peculiar. A flicker of joy passed across Shinyu's visage. Typically, even one who is accustomed to their own weight may occasionally feel as though they are burdened. However, in the current state of utilizing the lightning release chakra mode, Shinyu felt as light as a feather. Nevertheless, the consumption of chakra within him was equally swift. With the current amount of chakra at his disposal, he could sustain this state for no more than 20 minutes. Should he employ any additional ninjutsu, the duration supported by the lightning release chakra mode would likely diminish further. It is perhaps for this very reason that AI developed the body technique to mitigate chakra expenditure. Let us test the speed. Shinyu took a decisive step forward. With a crackling sound, he vanished from the spot, leaving only a faint trail of lightning arcs, as he shot forth like a blue bolt of electricity, racing towards the exit of the cave. The Konoha ninjas stationed not far from the cave were initially taken aback, soon unable to resist rubbing their eyes. What is it? Inazuka and Yuzuki Kawaguchi approached slowly. We just saw a flash of blue light. But before we could discern it clearly, it vanished into thin air. Blue light? Inazuka and Yuzuki Kawaguchi were momentarily stunned, then urgently inquired, did it resemble AI's lightning release chakra mode? Now that you mention it. I do sense a certain similarity, replied Yuzuki. Are you suggesting that the Cloud Ninja has returned to seek vengeance? A flicker of anxiety crossed the faces of the two younger CHN. The battle had only just concluded, and while they had Shinyu as their anchor, the Cloud Ninja had suffered greatly last time, and it was unlikely they would fall into the same trap again. No. I would rather believe the Cloud Ninja has returned to stir trouble than entertain the unsettling conjecture in my mind. Inazuka and Yuzuki exchanged glances, both evidently arriving at the same conclusion. We must check the cave to see if Shinyu remains inside. Upon hearing this, the two younger Konoha ninjas were struck with realization. If that flash of lightning bore an exact resemblance to the lightning release chakra mode, the one wielding this secret technique could either be the Reiki's heir, AI, or indeed, Uchiha Shinyu. Having only passed a short time since the battle ended, and the scroll containing the lightning release chakra mode was acquired, if Shinyu had truly mastered this technique, how could one aptly describe him? A genius? A prodigy? A monster? Or perhaps the god of ninjutsu? Several kilometers away, Shinyu remained blissfully unaware that his actions would instigate such profound astonishment among them. In the lightning release chakra mode, his speed reached supersonic levels, traversing hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, with cellular activation, his neural responses, attack power, and senses were significantly enhanced. Even the distant chirping of insects could be heard with crystal clarity. Stop, Konoha's ninjas. A voice called out urgently. Shinyu instantly pinpointed the source of the sound. Though lacking the perverse perception ninjutsu, Shinyu was still able to discern the approximate number of individuals present through sound. 7 assailants surrounded 2 defenseless souls, which piqued his interest. A slight smile tugged at the corners of his lips as he decided to investigate the unfolding situation among the Konoha ninjas. In a clearing within the forest, 2 slender figures stood back to back, vigilantly surveying their surroundings, while a cadre of ninjas donned various menacing animal masks encircled them. We are Konoha ninjas. This is our identification. A pale-faced boy, scarcely 12 or 13 years old, could not restrain himself from declaring. Behind him stood a girl with striking purple hair and a delicate, fair visage. Judging by the identification they bore, the duo had recently attained the rank of Chunin. Of course, in the peaceful era depicted in the original narrative, reaching the rank of Chunin necessitated passing the Chunin exams, evaluated by the feudal lords of each nation. Regrettably, during the Third Great Ninja War, the majority of Chunins were hastily promoted. Firstly, the simultaneous opening of 3 battlefronts had drained Konoha's core forces. Secondly, a protracted conflict was characterized by attrition, and with Konoha's limited combat strength, sustaining their efforts was nearly impossible. Thirdly, the forced elevation to Chunin rank served to deceive the enemy. In reality, it was a fade of strength masking inherent weakness. According to Chinyu's recollections, the criteria for Chunin promotion merely required a team to successfully complete a B-rank mission and return alive. He vividly remembered that during the Third Great Ninja War, Even a laggard like Obito, who had yet to awaken his Sharingan, was elevated to Chunin under Kakashi's leadership for a special mission. This clearly demonstrated the inflated nature of the Chunin rank. Xia, stay behind me and be cautious. We are not far from the outpost. And these Umbu must be mistaken about our identities, thinking we are enemies in disguise. I can clarify the misunderstanding. Tsukikage Shippu felt compelled to explain. A hint of tension washed over Yuzuki Shia's face. This marked her first official foray into the battlefield since graduating from the Ninja Academy. Until now, she had merely undertaken minor tasks, such as searching for lost pets or guarding Konoha village, along with participating in harmless skirmishes to gain experience. 3 days prior, she had been unexpectedly promoted to Chunin, a decision spurred by the urgent situation at the front lines that necessitated a rapid mobilization of forces from Konoha's rear for support. Initially, Yuzuki Shiya had contemplated ways to evade the battlefield. However, upon hearing of the Cloud Ninja's ambush, her father, Yuzuki Kangwu, was already engaged in combat. He had volunteered to personally deliver the Flying Thunder God Kunai to the battlefield, which belonged to the legendary Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze. As for Tsukikage Shippu, he too could not ignore the strange sensation tugging at his heart, prompting him to accept this mission. After 3 continuous days of travel, they found themselves near the outpost. Expecting a smooth arrival, only to be intercepted by Konoha's Umbu at this critical juncture. Esteemed seniors, I am Moonlight Gale, a newly promoted Nin of Konohagakure. My father, Moonlight Knight, is one of the 8 colors of Konoha, and this is the emblem of my lineage. Moonlight Gale hastily invoked the support of his esteemed heritage. Unlike Aizuki Esko, who is of a different caliber, my father, Moonlight Knight, is renowned among the 8 colors of Konoha, mastering the Moonlit Flow's 3-day crescent blade technique. Complemented by the bloodline limit of space-time ninjutsu, he is a formidable assassin on the battlefield, instilling terror in the hearts of his foes. In the grand tapestry of Konoha, his prowess ranks him among the elite Nin. According to Moonlight Gale's calculations, by merely clarifying his identity and invoking his father's name, these Umbu shinobi, in awe, would likely acquiesce to his passage. Unbeknownst to them, they might even escort him to their stronghold. Chapter 14, The Prodigal Son Eliminate Them, commanded the leading Umbu ninja. His voice cutting through the tension. The smile of Tsukikage Keisuke abruptly froze, as did the expression of Yuzuki Yuin who stood behind him. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air as 2 root ninjas sprang into action, appearing right before Tsukikage Keisuke in an instant. In their eyes, dealing with merely 2 mediocre Nin was a trivial task. The unexpected turn of events left Tsukikage Keisuke's demeanor stiffened. He watched as 2 short blades loomed ominously in his line of sight, realizing he had made a fatal miscalculation on the battlefield. He had become distracted. A glimmer of amusement flickered in the depths of the 2 root ninjas' eyes. Just half a day prior, they had been stationed at a secret outpost belonging to Root, located several dozen miles away. Upon receiving the order to annihilate all Konoha ninjas at the hands of Yamashiro Kazuhana and Aburame Shimizu, they hastily made their way to the scene. Yet, before they could reach their designated checkpoint, they stumbled upon 2 inexperienced rookies. They had no intention of passing up the opportunity to prey upon the inexperienced. Leaf Blade Technique, Crescent Moon Dance Slash. A crisp cry echoed as a lithe figure suddenly emerged, launching an attack from behind Tsukikage Keisuke. The kunai in her hand flickered with a faint chakra pulse. In the blink of an eye, she transformed into 3, hurtling toward the 2 Umbu. The sudden onslaught caught the 2 Umbu off guard. They were well aware of the leaf-style swordsmanship possessed by Tsukikage Kuroya. Faced with the illusory yet lethal assault, they had no time to think and quickly retreated, creating some distance. Seeing this, Yuzuki Yuin swiftly pulled Tsukikage Keisuke behind her while simultaneously tossing several shuriken. Keisuke, if you have the chance, escape first. If you reach the checkpoint for help, we may still have a chance to survive. Leave you behind and run. Tsukikage Keisuke exclaimed, stunned. How could I possibly abandon you? If we are to die, we shall do so together. Yuzuki Yuin's expression shifted as she gazed at the resolute face of Tsukikage Keisuke, a flicker of warmth blossoming in her heart. In such a dire situation, to utter such words was a testament to their bond forged through adversity. However, before she could dwell on this thought, a large hand suddenly emerged from the ground below. Watch your step. Yuzuki Yuin shouted, leaping into the air just in time. In that moment, she realized that the earlier assault by the two Umbu was merely a feint, while the squad leader had already found the perfect opportunity to launch a surprise attack from beneath the earth. Yet, it was disheartening for Yuzuki Yuin to see Tsukikage Keisuke still standing there, stunned and motionless. Initially unaware of the enemy's presence, he had fallen behind due to her warning. Now, frozen like a statue, he was clearly unable to escape. Earth release, underground decapitation technique. The Umbu ninja seized Tsukikage Keisuke by the ankle. The ground beneath them began to churn rapidly, resembling a flowing river. The moonlight gale was abruptly awakened, struggling to escape the attack, only to realize he had already been ensnared within the earth's grasp. The next moment, as his chakra dissipated, only his head remained protruding. The sudden turn of events caused a dramatic shift in the expression of Yuzuki Saigen. She had never anticipated that, with a mere glance on the battlefield, the moonlight gale would be captured. Faced with 7 adversaries while she stood alone, her only recourse to rescue him lay in fleeing to the stronghold for assistance. Little girl, now is not the time for you to be lost in thought. A mocking voice suddenly resonated. 2 ninjas swiftly flung their hands, sending 2 shurikens towards her in a cunning arc. The kunai were equipped with specially designed ropes, and a slight misstep could result in immediate entrapment. However, suspended in midair, Yuzuki Saigen found herself unable to evade. Surrounding her were the watchful eyes of the Umbu ninjas. Any sign of weakness could invite dire consequences. As the ropes approached rapidly, a hint of bitterness crept onto Yuzuki Saigen's face. Casting a glance at the distant stronghold, she offered a wry smile just as a shuriken suddenly shot forth from the shadows. Clang! Sparks flew as the 2 kunai were instantly deflected. The unexpected spectacle left everyone present in shock. Such exquisite shuriken technique, managing to deflect 2 kunai with a single shuriken. The Umbu captain, concealed beneath the earth, gasped in astonishment. With little time to ponder, he quickly scanned the surroundings and issued commands to his team. Immediately investigate the area for enemies, once found. Eliminate them without hesitation. The chilling words echoed, and the captain presumed his subordinates would spring into action. However, upon witnessing the terror reflected in their eyes, his nerves tensed immediately. Are you going to kill me? A taunting voice emerged from behind, causing the Umbu captain's expression to shift dramatically as he hurriedly activated the earth concealment technique, seeking to escape. Yet, as he burrowed into the soil, an overwhelming aura of death enveloped him instantly. I have found you. With those words, a fist crackling with lightning descended like a battle axe, accompanied by the roar of thunder, striking the ground with tremendous force. Boom! The earth erupted with a thunderous roar. The moment the fist impacted the ground, the solid terrain shattered violently. Cracks spread in a web-like fashion, rapidly extending outward. The Umbu captain, who had just burrowed into the soil, found his head exploding like a watermelon. Scalding blood splattered, resembling dazzling fireworks, yet evoking a visceral sense of horror. Run, we must flee. The remaining 6 Umbu ninjas were thrown into chaos. Their figures wavered as they attempted to retreat. However, throughout this process, they remained acutely aware of Qin Yu's presence. Yet, with the slightest movement, that fearsome figure vanished into thin air. Thunderstorm blade. Qin Yu's right hand transformed into a blade, unleashing a subsonic burst of lightning chakra, appearing instantaneously before the first fleeing Umbu ninja. With no hint of embellishment, he abruptly swung his right hand towards the neck, and blood splattered forth. The expression of terror had yet to dissipate when the massive head was sent soaring into the air. This sudden spectacle jolted the nerves of all present. Regrettably, in the face of Qin Yu, who seemed to embody the very essence of death, all defenses appeared futile and ineffective. 5 flickers of light flashed, and they could only glimpse the azure lightning. By the time they comprehended the situation, it was already too late. The only image that registered in their minds was that of a figure entwined in lightning, as the enormous head was sent flying, accompanied by a fountain of blood. Once Qin Yu halted his movement, the 6 heads fell to the ground, reminiscent of rain striking banana leaves, erupting in a cascade of scalding blood. Mizuki Shien had just steadied herself when she beheld the figure before her, bathed in lightning, with a warm smile adorning his face, akin to that of a neighborly youth. She could not help but take a step back. Now it is your turn, Chinyu said, a playful smile gracing his lips. You, my dear girl, possess quite the charm. Why not entertain me for a moment? His soft voice rendered Mizuki Shiyin and the Moonlight Gale momentarily speechless. They had never anticipated that the person before them was not a savior, but rather a wayward scoundrel. Chapter 15. Faster than a rabbit, what? What do you intend to do? Yu-Us Shiyin instinctively took a half-step back. After witnessing Chinyu swiftly eliminate 7 members of the Umbu, she would rather confront those shadows than endure such frivolous banter. You should know without me saying, Chinyu replied with a playful smile, turning his gaze towards Moonlight Gale. I now present you with a chance to live. Will you allow us to leave? Moonlight Gale's expression brightened as he hastily responded, My father is Moonlight Knight. If you let us go, he will surely reward you handsomely afterward. As he spoke, he contemplated how to escape with Yu-Us Shiyin. You seem to have misunderstood. I meant that only one of you may leave alive, Chinyu interjected suddenly. Both Moonlight Gale and Yu-Us Shiyin froze, realizing this implied a deadly contest between them. Rest assured, you decide who stays and who goes. I shall handle the killing, Chinyu said with a mocking grin. If you believe you are stronger than those 7 Umbu, feel free to come forward and meet your demise. His words echoed through the forest, intensifying the oppressive atmosphere. Yu-Us Shiyin couldn't help but glance at Moonlight Gale. The sight before her left her momentarily stunned. Shiyin, wait for me. The base is only a few thousand meters away. I can reach it faster than you and bring back help, Moonlight Gale declared, turning to flee with astonishing speed. As if he had summoned every ounce of strength within him. In a few swift leaps, he vanished into the depths of the forest. You see, it seems that only in times of crisis does one's true potential emerge, Chinyu remarked with a laugh. Yu-Us Shiyin's expression turned pale as she retrieved a kunai from her ninja gear, aiming it at her throat. Clang! Chinyu swiftly threw a shuriken, knocking the kunai from her grasp. Yu-Us Shiyin's countenance shifted as she exclaimed, Did you not say it was a matter of life and death? Can I not take action myself? Of course you can, Chinyu replied earnestly, but I was merely attempting to frighten you. I did not expect that fellow to flee so swiftly. Let us go. Otherwise, Uncle Yue will worry about you. With that, Chinyu turned and made his way back to the base. Yu-Us Shiyin was left dazed. She had resigned herself to the thought of self-destruction, never anticipating such an outcome. Watching Chinyu's retreating figure alongside Moonlight Gale's recent escape, a hint of self-mockery crept onto her face. Help! Uncle Yue, please hurry to save Shiyin. Moonlight Gale had barely set foot in the base when he was spotted by the lookout. The earlier battle had also been sensed by the perceptive ninja, prompting Yue Kangwu and Inu Feng to rush out with reinforcements. Gale, what are you doing here? Yue Kangwu's expression shifted. What were you just saying? What has happened to Shiyin? Uncle Yue, something terrible has occurred. Under the luminous moonlight, the swift wind of the moon explained. Xiang and I have been entrusted with delivering the flying thunder god Kanai of Senior Watergate to facilitate precise spatial jumps for him. However, we encountered an ambush from the route at a distance of several kilometers. In a critical moment, a young boy, enveloped in arcs of lightning, intervened and dispatched the assailants. Yet, he was captivated by Xiang's beauty and demanded that one of us leave. My speed surpassed that of Xiang's, thus I came to seek assistance. Observing the anxious and flustered expression on the wind of the moon's face, everyone exchanged glances. You scoundrel! Shouted Mitsuki Kangwu, retaliating with a swift slap. The crisp sound resonated sharply. Taken aback, the wind of the moon covered his cheek and stammered, Uncle Mitsuki, why did you strike me? Hurry and rescue Xiang. There may still be a chance. Go to hell. Mitsuki Kangwu nearly kicked him. One of you must survive. You should have fled first. If anything were to happen to Xiang at the hands of Chinyu, I swear I would make you pay, even if you are the descendant of the Moonlight Knight. I care not. In Mitsuki Kangwa's eyes, both the wind of the moon and Mitsuki Xiang were akin to childhood friends. Moreover, Moonlight Knight had taught Mitsuki Xiang the Leaf Village's sword techniques. Hence, there was a certain admiration for the wind of the moon. Had the situation not been so dire, Mitsuki Kangwu might have allowed their relationship to flourish. Yet now, faced with a life-and-death decision, the wind of the moon had fled faster than a rabbit, igniting a sense of frustration in Mitsuki Kangwu. Uncle Mitsuki, what do you mean? Xiyang is still in the hands of that madman. The Wind of the Moon's expression became rigid. Ah, were you searching for me? A familiar voice wafted through the air. I happened upon two naive youths during my stroll and decided to lend a hand. The Wind of the Moon froze, hastily turning towards the source of the voice. To his astonishment, he beheld the cold, unyielding face of Mitsuki Xiyang, striding towards him with an icy demeanor. How are you unharmed? He asked, unable to suppress his astonishment. You are quite amusing. You fled like a rabbit just moments ago, and now you inquire if I have taken care of Xiyang? Qinyu chuckled. I am still young and know not of such matters. The Wind of the Moon felt a surge of frustration, vividly recalling Qin Feng's lecherous expression. Xiyang, allow me to explain. The Wind of the Moon rushed forward. A sharp slap echoed once more. It seems there is nothing to explain between us. Wind of the Moon, Mitsuki Xiyang replied coldly. Dad, I have come to report on my mission. Very well, let us discuss it inside. Mitsuki Kanwu cast a cold glance at the Wind of the Moon and remarked, Child, you must learn to discern people better. Some individuals will not reveal their true nature until the crucial moment. Choosing incorrectly could lead to irreparable consequences. Watching Mitsuki Xiyang depart without a trace of hesitation. The Wind of the Moon's expression turned a shade darker. Your name is Qinyu, isn't it? I wish to engage you. The moonlight swiftly veiled my still stinging cheek as I exclaimed fervently. Do you wish to duel with me? Bring it on. I find myself still yearning for more bloodshed. Qinyu chuckled mockingly. A duel indeed. Qinyu, do your utmost, so we may wager a bet. However, your odds are rather unfavorable. Observing the sudden commotion, the face of Moonlight Swift turned crimson as he recalled the 7 root ninjas who had met their demise in an instant, leaving him utterly deflated. I shall take my leave. I am to report for my assignment now. With that, Moonlight Swift pivoted and departed with remarkable swiftness, inciting another round of hearty laughter among the onlookers. Qinyu, have you truly mastered the lightning release chakra mode? Inakage suddenly interjected. Chapter 16. Sold yet still counting money in the vast ruins, an inexplicable silence enveloped the scene as everyone's gaze fixated intently on Qinyu. No, Qinyu declared with utmost seriousness, uttering nonsense. No. In response, Inu Feng rolled his eyes, remarking, You've concealed your true self quite well, haven't you? Let me share a secret. Mitsuki has wagered with us that if you master the lightning release chakra mode, he will arrange a blind date between you and Xiyin. At your age, 14 or 15, it's time to consider settling down. Qinyu nearly choked on his own blood. According to Inu Feng, he had just been sold off while assisting in counting money. Within the cavern, Mitsuki Xiyin handed the Flying Thunder God Kanai to Mitsuki Kangwil. Father, she urged. According to the third Hokage's description, once you activate the technique inscribed on this Kanai, Lord Minato will be able to sense its coordinates and perform a space-time jump. The Yun Ninja army approaches swiftly. Intelligence suggests they are personally led by the AB team. Only Lord Minato is capable of confronting such enemies. As she spoke, Mitsuki Xiyin hurriedly unfurled the scroll to activate the Flying Thunder God Kanai. Xiyin, it is unnecessary, Mitsuki Kangwu interjected, a wry smile gracing his lips. You are already too late. Father, what do you mean? Aren't we just in time? Xiyin exclaimed anxiously. This time. The Yun Ninja army consists of over 100 men. An AI from the AB team is the designated successor of the third Raikage. If they attack, we stand no chance here. Time is of the essence. We must activate it swiftly. Xiyin, it truly is unnecessary. Mitsuki Kangwu gently patted her hand, stating, Qinyu has already repelled them. No, it would be more accurate to say he has eliminated them, he added, a hint of reverence emerging on his face. Mitsuki Xiyin froze in disbelief. Father, what transpired? Did you mean that Qinyu was the one who dealt with the Yun Ninja? Indeed, it was entirely his achievement. Mitsuki Kangwu replied, his voice quivering as he recounted the battle. If you had witnessed it, you would share my admiration. He faced the Yun Ninja army alone, harnessed the power of thunder, unleashed the S-rank lightning release Kirin, and obliterated over 100 Yun Ninja with a single strike. He displayed formidable ocular techniques, summoning a bloodthirsty Azura, wielding an unquenchable black flame, and instantaneously suppressing the Eight Tails Jinchuriki with a powerful Jinjutsu. Mitsuki Xiyin was taken aback. witnessing her father's childlike admiration for a young man for the first time. Yet, as Mitsuki Kangu's recounting continued, hazy images of that battle began to materialize in her mind. Father, if what you say is true, could it be that Shin-Yu is a hidden genius of the Uchiha clan? With such prowess, he might be fit to contest for the title of Hokage. By the way, I mentioned before leaving that the next decisive battle would take place under the guise of a shadow, Mitsuki Kangu exclaimed with excitement. He even referred to Shin-Yu as the blood-colored Azura. As the expression on Yuzuki Yuka's face shifted, she recalled the renowned Yunin AB team, of which AI was the heir to the next Raikage. The high praise that Shin-Yu had received and the acknowledgement from the upcoming Raikage spoke volumes about his qualifications to assume the mantle of Hokage. By the way, Yuka, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you, Yuzuki Kawaga said, rubbing his hands together awkwardly. Yuka furrowed her brows and replied, Father, you sounded so excited just now. You haven't done anything to betray me, have you? Ahem, Yuka, do not say such things. Your father merely thinks highly of Shin-Yu and intends to introduce you for a potential match. Yuzuki Kawaga coughed lightly. Father, how could you betray me like this? Yuka's expression darkened. She had never anticipated that upon meeting Yuzuki Kawagu, he would make such a decision on the battlefield. She felt as though she had been sold out, yet was still expected to count the coins. Yuka, do not be so agitated. You witnessed how that brat Jifeng abandoned you in the face of peril, fleeing alone. But Shin-Yu is different. He stood his ground and faced the enemy alone during the attack from the Yunin. The disparity in strength is clear to anyone with eyes. Yuzuki Kawagu's face betrayed his anger. He could not help but think that had Yuka encountered anyone other than Shin-Yu, she would likely have faced a dire fate. Step aside. Make way for me. I must see Yuka. The voice of Moonlight Jifeng echoed from outside the cavern. Yuka, I will go out and handle him. Do not engage with him any further, Yuzuki Kawagu said with a stern expression as he prepared to stand. Father, let me handle this. It is my affair, Yuka interjected, stepping past him and striding toward the cave entrance. As she confronted the commotion caused by Moonlight Jifeng, the onlookers were evidently drawn to the scene. Make way. I must see Yuka. I have something to say to her. Moonlight Jifeng shouted urgently. Unfortunately, no matter how much he called out, the two Konoha ninjas stationed outside the cave remained indifferent. Jifeng, cease your commotion here, Inufuku advised in a deep voice. This is a restricted area, as a chunin. You cannot enter without permission. Step aside and do not obstruct others. Uncle Inufuku, who am I obstructing? I merely wish to clarify things with Yuka. I was only eager to save someone and intended to fetch reinforcements, Moonlight Jifeng replied hastily, turning to look behind him. What he saw was an unexpected figure. You are blocking my way. Shin-Yu stretched lazily and remarked, It is getting dark. I must return to rest. Remember to inform me when dinner is served. Rest assured, we will not be missing your portion. The two previously indifferent Konoha ninjas quickly responded with cheerful smiles. Witnessing this scene, Moonlight Jifeng was left bewildered. Uncle Inufuku, did you not say this cavern is a restricted area and Chunin cannot enter freely? Why is he allowed? Moonlight Jifeng exclaimed anxiously. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Konoha ninjas present grew visibly displeased. In the presence of the unwavering gaze of the Moonlight Wind, he remarked, The moonlight and gale must sometimes exercise restraint. If Chini were to be regarded as a nin, then it seems this world would no longer harbor the existence of a Hokage. Indeed, individuals like you, who are driven by fear of death, would not have been granted entry had it not been for your affiliation as a Leaf Village ninja. Moonlight Knight, who stands as one of the 8 colors of Konoha, would certainly deny passage to someone of your ilk. Moonlight Wind, were I in your position, I would remain quietly in the periphery and refrain from further embarrassing myself. Moonlight Wind was taken aback. All along, bolstered by the support of Moonlight Knight and the advantages of his bloodline limit, he had been regarded as a prodigious talent. Chapter 17. Whose speed is faster? Are you deliberately isolating me? Chien and I are childhood friends. She will undoubtedly listen to my explanation. A glimmer of madness flashed across the face of Moonlight's swift wind as he urged, Let me in. Chien will surely forgive me. Enough, Moonlight's swift wind. The voice of Mitsuki Chien resonated within the cavern. Soon, 2 figures emerged from within. This time, it had nothing to do with me. Shin-Yu shrugged helplessly, stating, It was he who insisted on shouting for an explanation. You should handle this yourself. Observing the instigator, Chinyu, who turned away with nonchalance. Mitsuki Shien was momentarily taken aback, her delicate brows knitting together. Chinyu, could you stay for a moment? Stay. Chinyu cast a dubious glance at Mitsuki Kingwu, instantly sensing the sudden shift. Shien, why do you want him to stay? Go over there to the bushes. I will explain to you privately. Moonlight Swiftwind hastily reached out towards Mitsuki Shien, yet before he could make contact, she deftly evaded him. Moonlight Swiftwind, please refrain from behaving impulsively in front of my partner. Otherwise, I shall sever our ordinary friendship. Mitsuki Shien's voice rang out unexpectedly. At her words, everyone present momentarily froze, their gazes shifting towards Chinyu. He felt a wave of helplessness wash over him, realizing the meaning of being caught in the crossfire. Shien, what are you saying? Who is your partner? Moonlight Swiftwind exclaimed in a fluster. It is Uchiha Chinyu. My father has already consented to my relationship with Chinyu, so please refrain from disturbing us in the future, Mitsuki Shien stated coldly. Him? Moonlight Swiftwind was momentarily stunned. Impossible. I refuse to believe you. You must be saying this to provoke me. You and Uchiha Chin, you barely know each other. Among the younger generation, it was commonly instilled that the Uchiha clan was the source of rebellion. To avoid suspicion, many would actively distance themselves from members of the Uchiha clan. Moonlight Swiftwind. Enough. A hint of disdain appeared on Mitsuki Shien's face. The Moonlight Swiftwind of old had been, in her eyes, a sensible, gifted, and responsible genius. She had never anticipated encountering such a situation upon stepping outside the village for the first time. No, I have not had enough. Grant me a chance to explain. Moonlight Swiftwind implored urgently. Desperate, Chinyu rolled his eyes. If she finishes explaining, will you cease your antics? Yes, as long as Shien finishes her explanation. I will leave obediently, Moonlight Swiftwind replied stubbornly. Very well, then watch closely. Chinyu wrapped his arms around Mitsuki Shien's waist and, with a sudden forceful motion, pulled her into his embrace. Without a moment's hesitation, before the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he kissed her. It was a gentle kiss. Yet it left Mitsuki Shien's mind in a state of bewilderment, plunging her into blankness. What are you doing? Moonlight Swiftwind jolted awake. This was the first kiss he had coveted for 7 or 8 years, now stolen in the blink of an eye by Chinyu. How could he possibly accept such a loss? Isn't this an explanation? Chinyu spread his hands and remarked, Are you now resigned to your fate? If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave to rest. Observing Chinyu, who appeared utterly unfazed after the forceful kiss, the expression of Yueguang Jifeng twisted into one of fury as he turned to depart. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly retrieved a kunai from his waist and thrust it toward Chinyu's back. The proximity of the attack caused the onlookers' faces to pale in shock. They had not anticipated Yueguang Jifeng's reckless audacity. Yet, in the face of this peril, Chinyu remained oblivious. With a soft thud, the kunai pierced Chinyu's flesh, instantly enveloping him in a cloud of white mist, momentarily stunning the frenzied Yueguang Jifeng. Fool, I am right behind you. Chinyu's right hand transformed into a swift chop aimed directly at Yueguang Jifeng's neck. The latter's expression shifted dramatically, yet in such a dire moment, he found himself unable to evade. He could only brace for the impending blow. Suddenly, a golden flash erupted. Before anyone could react, an unexpected figure appeared before Chinyu, gripping his wrist firmly. The sudden appearance of this individual caused the spectators' pupils to constrict in astonishment. The golden hair prompted a smile from Chinyu as he remarked, Konoha, after hiding for so long, I thought you were reluctant to reveal yourself. It was the golden flash of Namikaze Minato, who had arrived just in time. Only the space-time ninjutsu could traverse 2 battlefields in such a brief span. TCH, it seems only the speed of Namikaze Minato could intercept Chinyu's attack. Otherwise, Yueguang Jifeng would surely face dire consequences. Humph, this insolent brat, without facing adversity, would never swallow his pride. However, for now, it was better to let it go. Many harbored grievances against Yueguang Jifeng for abandoning his comrades on the battlefield, especially in light of his recent reckless behavior, which had drawn considerable animosity. This was a battlefield, not a place for impetuousness or personal entanglements. I truly did not wish to intervene, Namikaze Minato sighed. after witnessing the Cloud Ninja's assault being repelled by you. I contemplated returning to the land of Earth. Regrettably, had I not acted just now, this fool would have likely suffered greatly. Lord Minato. It was he who toyed with me in the forest, causing Shi Yin to misunderstand me. You must seek justice on my behalf. Yue Guang Jifeng implored urgently. Qin Yu chuckled and shook his head. Minato, as you can see, to quiet him down, it would be best for him to endure some hardship. Moreover, who I choose to discipline is beyond your intervention. With a sudden burst of white mist emanating from Qin Yu, he vanished without a trace. Is that the shadow clone technique? Minato's expression shifted. With no time to ponder further, he swiftly turned around. Simultaneously, he flicked his wrist, sending forth a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique. Just as Qin Yu reappeared behind Yue Guang Jifeng, a smile graced his face. In a swift motion, he shifted his form like a specter, barely evading the kunai that had narrowly missed him, the attack landing harmlessly in the void. The confrontation was about to escalate. A sudden exclamation pierced the air, causing everyone's nerves to tighten and their eyes to glimmer with urgency. The Flying Thunder God technique. Without any discernible movement from Minato Namikaze, he vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already hovering above the Flying Thunder God kunai. Reaching out to grasp Qin Yu's shoulder. I've got you. A smile played upon Minato's lips. It had been quite some time since he had encountered someone daring enough to challenge his speed. Qin Yu's actions undoubtedly ignited a competitive spirit within him. Is that so? Qin Yu replied with a smile, however. You are overly naive. The words echoed softly, and in the next moment, arcs of lightning erupted around Qin Yu. Amidst the chaotic fury of the lightning, the very target Minato sought to capture vanished into thin air. When he reappeared, it was behind the moonlight gale, his right hand morphing into a blade, striking down with the swiftness of thunder upon the back of his neck. Chapter 18. Only a friend, never an enemy. A sudden, dull thud reverberated through the air. With a swift strike, a hand blade descended upon Tsukikage Shippu's neck. And under the force of the blow, his eyes rolled back as he promptly lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. This dramatic scene left everyone present in a state of shock. Watching the dissipating lightning aura surrounding Qin Yu, their faces were etched with disbelief. Just a moment ago, their speculation regarding Qin Yu's mastery of the lightning release chakra mode was based solely on Tsukikage Shippu's one-sided account. However, witnessing the event unfold before their very eyes changed everything. In a mere half-day, Qin Yu had learned one of the most challenging secret techniques of the Cloud Village, the lightning release chakra mode. What words could possibly encapsulate such speed? Terrifying? Extraordinary? Beyond description? More importantly, there was no comparison, no harm done. Facing the so-called Golden Flash, Minato Namikaze, Qin Yu had still managed to teach Tsukikage Shippu a lesson, suggesting that he might indeed surpass in terms of speed. Chuckling softly, Qin Yu mused, Apologies, Minato, but the individuals I intend to discipline are not to be impeded. Not even by myself. In the past, the Uchiha Qin Yu would have undoubtedly groveled before the legendary prodigy of Konoha. Yet now, with the power of a fully fledged system at his disposal, the thought of bending the knee was utterly absurd. Qin Yu's words were heavy. Showing restraint towards Tsukikage Shippu was already the most lenient lesson he could impart. As a new generation of peace-oriented ninja, Minato Namikaze had a close personal friendship with Fugaku Uchiha, often referring to each other as brothers. He had always been deeply concerned about the Uchiha clan's issues, and together with Fugaku, they sought peaceful resolutions. Otherwise, had Fugaku, who had long awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, not valued his relationship with Minato, he might have already rebelled against Konoha, firmly believing in Minato's ideals. Regrettably, as time would tell, the Third Great Ninja War was nearing its conclusion. A year later, Minato would perish, leading to a chain of events orchestrated by Danzo and other high-ranking officials. However, Qin Yu regarded all of this with indifference. With the system by his side, there were countless places to hide in this vast world. Should he be cornered, he could effortlessly unleash a couple of powerful techniques and slip away without anyone being able to stop him. Very well, if there is nothing more, I shall take my leave and rest for a while. Being low on chakra is quite taxing, Qin Yu remarked, giving Minato a pat on the shoulder. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he entered the cavern. To them, Minato was an almost untouchable figure. Regarded as the most qualified candidate to inherit the title of Hokage, treated with utmost respect even by the elders. When had they ever encountered someone as audacious as Chinyu, who displayed not a trace of reverence? After watching Chinyu depart, Ozuki Kangwu approached with a wry smile, saying, "Lord Minato, please do not hold it against Chinyu. The ability to repel the Cloud Ninjas this time, along with the AB combination, is largely due to his efforts. Moreover, he was merely 15 or 16 years of age, lacking a profound understanding of etiquette. In comparison to the 20-something Kakashi Hitaki, Chinyu could undoubtedly be regarded as a junior. Furthermore, when juxtaposed with the long-standing illustrious status of Kakashi, Chinyu indeed appeared to be somewhat lacking in decorum. Senior Kangwu, you have once again addressed me as my lord," Kakashi remarked with a resigned shake of his head. "In your company, I find myself preferring Chinyu. However, as far as I understand, Chinyu is not particularly distinguished among the Uchiha clan. When he emerged, Fujitaka even asked me to look after him, suggesting there is more to him than meets the eye." Each person present wore a look of contemplation at these words. The thought of the descending Kirin and the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, emanating a chill from beneath, lingered in their minds. "Lord Watergate, your status has changed. You now hold the authority to have us old-timers address you as such," Kanwu smiled. "However, we must inform you that Chinyu seems to deliberately wish to remain uninvolved in the conflicts of Konoha and the Uchiha clan, thus opting for concealment." As Kangwu recounted this, Kakashi's previously warm demeanor shifted to one of gravity. "Senior Kangwu, you mentioned that Chinyu possesses formidable lightning release techniques and a unique Sharingan, as well as an extraordinary aptitude for learning ninjutsu?" Kakashi could not help but inquire. Observing the collective nodding among the crowd, Kakashi's impatience grew. "Senior Kangwu, I shall leave the Moonlight Gale in your capable hands. I will seek out Chinyu. Rest assured, Lord Watergate. However, in the Cloud Village, the next Raikage, has previously asserted that Chinyu is qualified to become the next Hokage, so I hope you do not take offense," Kangwu replied after a moment's hesitation. This time, Danzo's confidants, Yamashiro Aoi, and Oil Girl Takaru, not only escaped, but also leaked intelligence about our base to the Cloud Village. If Danzo discovers that Chinyu has thwarted his subordinates, he will likely target him. We hope, Lord Watergate, that you can offer assistance when it is most critical. In the eyes of Kangwu and the others, external foes could be vanquished through sheer might. However, internal strife was a different matter entirely, akin to dodging a visible arrow while grappling with hidden daggers. "Senior Kangwu, you need not worry. I understand what must be done," Kakashi nodded. "I will first report this matter to the third Hokage. With the third Hokage's intervention, Danzo will likely temper his actions." Kangwu sighed in relief. "For now, let us arrange things this way. Our ongoing defense will require the collective effort of all." Kakashi patted Kangwu on the shoulder and stated, "I will go speak with Chinyu." After watching Kakashi depart, Kangwu's daughter, Yuyue Shiyin, could no longer contain herself and asked, "Father, are you saying that once Chinyu returns to Konoha, he might face repercussions from Root? What is this? So quickly concerned for your little romantic interest?" Inuzuka jokingly remarked. Yuyue Shiyin shot him a glare and retorted, "Who is his romantic interest? I merely wish for Konoha to retain such a formidable ally. Such individuals resemble companions, serving as an unwavering pillar of strength. Yet, if they were to be adversaries, they would indeed evoke a sense of terror." Suddenly, Maowei Kangwu spoke up. Upon his utterance, the expressions of everyone present shifted noticeably, just as Maowei Kangwu articulated, in the presence of a being like Chinyu. The only course of action is to embrace friendship rather than enmity. Even if one cannot become friends, one must at least remain a mere passerby. Chapter 19. The calculations of Minato Namikaze within the cavern. Chinyu sat cross-legged, recuperating his chakra while contemplating how to swiftly resolve his shortage of blue chakra. After 2 intense battles, his chakra had been nearly depleted. Were it not for the remaining strength of his ocular abilities, he would struggle to stand firm against his adversaries. After much reflection, Chinyu deduced 2 possible solutions. First, to forge a contract with Myobokuzen and learn the Sage Mode, thereby enabling rapid recovery of chakra through the absorption of natural energy. Second, to become a Jinchuriki by finding a tailed beast. These were the quickest methods he could conceive at present. However, the The summoning contract with Myobokuzan had long been in the possession of Jiraiya. Since Orochimaru's defection and escape from Konoha, Jiraiya had taken on a protective role, diligently tracking Orochimaru's movements. Locating Jiraiya in a short time seemed a daunting task. As for becoming a Jinchuriki, among the entire shinobi world, only the three tails remained unbound, while the other eight-tailed beasts resided within their respective Jinchuriki. During this wartime, every shinobi village exercised utmost caution in safeguarding their Jinchuriki. Thus, utilizing this method to address his chakra deficiency appeared even less feasible than the first. With a resigned sigh, Shinyu lamented, "Life is quite challenging. Shinyu, if you are facing difficulties, feel free to share them with me." The voice of Minato Namikaze suddenly resonated. Upon seeing Minato approach, Shinyu's eyes brightened. Minato's ninjutsu could be likened to the holy trinity of techniques: the Flying Thunder God technique, the Rasengan, and the Dead Demon Consuming Seal. Beyond these three techniques, Shinyu could scarcely recall Minato employing many others. However, among them, he placed utmost value on the Flying Thunder God technique. The lightning release chakra mode would significantly enhance Shinyu's speed, rendering him nearly unmatched in swift escapes and surprise attacks. "Shinyu, are you worried that Danzo may pose a threat to you?" Minato ventured cautiously. Shinyu raised an eyebrow, surprised that Minato had made such an assumption. He had been contemplating how to persuade Minato to impart the Flying Thunder God technique to him. But this revelation spared him considerable explanation. He replied, "This is a minor concern. If Danzo truly intends to act against me, I shall simply not return. This world is vast. I will undoubtedly find a place to hide." Minato's expression faltered, for this was his greatest fear. According to the accounts of people like Aizukikawa, Shinyu's strength was sufficient to reach the level of AJ Nin, perhaps even surpassing it, coupled with his astounding talent for ninjutsu. Allowing Shinyu to leave Konoha would result in a significant loss and potential peril. "Shinyu, do not view the situation so grimly. I share a good rapport with Fugaku. I will ensure that Danzo cannot act against you unchecked," Minato urged earnestly. "Moreover, I will report this matter to the third Hokage in advance. With his wisdom, he will certainly handle the situation fairly. You need only to rest assured and return to Konoha with me." Regarding Minato Namikaze, Shinyu has gleaned some understanding from the original narrative. As the saying goes, good people often meet untimely ends. Thus, Shinyu harbors little doubt concerning Minato's intentions. However, his true objective lies in acquiring the Flying Thunder God technique. To dismiss him with mere trifles would be tantamount to reducing his intellect, honed over 2 lifetimes, to mere dust. I too wish to return. Yet my means of self-preservation are limited. If you are willing to impart the Flying Thunder God technique to me, I might consider it," Shinyu said with a smile. Minato was momentarily taken aback. Then he replied with a wry smile, "So it seems you've had this intention from the very beginning. Clearly, you have not regarded Danzo with much concern. Nonetheless, the Flying Thunder God technique is a forbidden art developed by the second Hokage. And even if I wished to teach it to you, I would require the third Hokage's consent," Minato said helplessly. "If you are truly interested in learning, I can teach you the jutsu I have developed myself." "Are you referring to the Rasengan?" Shinyu replied, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Given Minato's character, persuading him to share the Flying Thunder God technique in private would likely be more challenging than taking his life. "It seems I must consider alternative approaches." "You are familiar with the Rasengan?" Minato inquired, a glimmer of joy illuminating his face. "The Rasengan does not require hand seals, has a general chakra requirement, and I have even devised a systematic method for learning it. Allow me to demonstrate." Rasengan. As he spoke, Minato's fingers tightened slightly, with chakra swirling around him. A blue wave of energy rapidly formed, coalescing into a perfect sphere of chakra, resplendent like a blue starry sky. Indeed, to judge by appearances alone would be to underestimate the Rasengan, which could lead to dire consequences. In the original narrative, there exists a humorous quip: no enemy is immune to the Rasengan. If one opponent proves too formidable, simply summon a second. Should that still fail, one can always vary the technique, ensuring that a resolution is ultimately achieved. "Did you see clearly?" Minato dissipated the Rasengan in his hand and inquired. "I will demonstrate a second time. With your aptitude, if you practice diligently and master the control of your chakra, you should be able to learn it within a week." Faced with Minato's enthusiasm, Shinyu felt reluctant to refuse. Moreover, In the original story, Naruto's wind-release Rasengan indeed demonstrated remarkable prowess, requiring far less complexity compared to the lightning-release Kirin. As he felt Minato's chakra begin to flow once more, Chinyu activated his Sharingan. In the world of Naruto, the Sharingan serves as an intrinsic advantage, and one ought to utilize it whenever possible. Observing Chinyu closely, Minato, at that moment, felt as though he were being seen through entirely. As their gazes met, his pupils involuntarily constricted, and the chakra he had gathered disintegrated with a resounding crash. Is that the Manjiki Sharingan? Minato could not help but inquire. Regarding the revelation made by Namikaze Minato, Chinyu was not taken aback. The Kaleidoscope Sharingan is not a novel phenomenon in the annals of Konoha's history. At the very least, all information pertaining to Uchiha Madara would have been meticulously documented by the second Hokage. As for Namikaze Minato, a figure with the greatest potential to become the fourth Hokage, his keen interest in addressing the matters concerning the Uchiha clan is well noted. Hence, it is hardly surprising that he is aware of the existence of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Is it not peculiar that a seemingly inconspicuous junior possesses such an extraordinary ability? Chinyu had no intention of concealing this fact. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes and deceptions are rendered trivial. Namikaze Minato exhaled a deep breath and nodded, saying, I finally understand why they say you possess a natural talent for learning ninjutsu. Chapter 20. The onslaught of mist ninjas. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan inherently possesses the ability to replicate ninjutsu, although not every member is capable of wielding it. After casting a glance, Minato Namikaze diverted his gaze. However, within the clandestine intelligence of Konoha, descriptions of the Uchiha clan's Manjiki Sharingan suggest that upon awakening, one gains access to unique ocular techniques. If I am not mistaken, the formidable Azura Demon, the Black Flames, and the potent ninjutsu are all manifestations of these extraordinary eyes. Chinyu had anticipated Minato's conjecture from the outset, when he resolved to repel the Cloud Ninjas in the formidable duo of A and B, employing Susanoo, Amaterasu, and Tsukuyomi. He realized that this matter could not remain concealed for long. Nodding, he remarked, You speak the truth. It is no wonder you are a prominent candidate for the next Hokage. Minato, upon hearing this, offered a bitter smile, saying, Within Konoha, there are many exceptional individuals, Fugaku, Shursui, and the legendary Sannin to whom my teacher belongs, as well as yourself. I merely operate on the front lines, devoid of any political backing, which makes it easier for others to accept me. If we were to compare strength, Jiraiya-sensei, Fugaku, and Shursui are far more suited. Observing Minato's humble demeanor, Chinyu could not help but roll his eyes and said, One should seize the moment to showcase their abilities. Otherwise, what is the purpose of becoming so powerful? Concealing one's prowess is rather uninteresting. People are inherently selfish. Even when they become heroes, they still keep secrets, which I cannot abide. Minato chuckled ruefully. I had not expected your perspective on these matters to be so enlightening, Chinyu. Although I cannot impart the Flying Thunder God technique to you, upon returning to Konoha, I shall consult with the third Hokage. He should acquiesce. For now, allow me to demonstrate the Rasengan once more. As he spoke, Minato began to gather chakra within him. However, before the Rasengan could fully manifest, urgent footsteps echoed from outside. Lord Minato, trouble is brewing. Our scouts report that mist ninjas have been spotted 3 kilometers away, and their numbers are significant. The identity of their leader remains unknown. Urushi Keigo hurriedly burst in. Upon noticing the dissipating Rasengan in Minato's hand, he realized that the timing was rather off, and an expression of apology crossed his face. Chinyu, I apologize. We will postpone the demonstration of the Rasengan until I return. You have expended considerable chakra in the recent skirmish. For now, rest at the base while I deal with these mist ninjas. With that, Minato swiftly departed. Urushi Keigo cast an apologetic glance at Chinyu before hastily following Minato. Once the two had left, the vast cavern returned to its tranquil state. It had not occurred to him that even the mist ninjas would launch a flanking assault. It seemed they sought to strike while the iron was hot. A contemplative smile played on Chinyu's lips. Initially, he had intended to capture a tailed beast as a source of chakra. Perhaps if he could seize a minor leader, he might glean information regarding the whereabouts of the Three Tails. Nonetheless, for now, he would first endeavor to master the Rasengan, as it might yield unexpected surprises. As Chinyu pondered, memories of the scene where the kaleidoscopic Sharingan replicated the moment when Minato Namikaze executed the Rasengan for the second time flooded his mind. The dwindling chakra within him surged and quickly coalesced in his right hand. The complexity of the Rasengan could be mastered through systematic practice, even by someone as inept as Naruto. Now, with the aid of his kaleidoscopic Sharingan, Chinyu had thoroughly analyzed the operational structure of the Rasengan, making its execution remarkably efficient. Rasengan. Chinyu's fingers on his right hand tightened slightly, and the blue chakra rapidly gathered in his palm. In the next instant, accompanied by the high-pitched sound of chakra swirling, the Rasengan materialized. Ding. Detected a rank ninjutsu, Rasengan. Would the host like to level it up to the maximum? Upon hearing the system's voice, Chinyu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The Rasengan had already been perfected to its utmost form by Minato Namikaze. What might happen if it could be leveled up further? Level up immediately. Chinyu commanded without hesitation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Big Ball Rasengan. Ding. Detected the host's lightning attribute chakra, granting the lightning release, Rasengan. The two consecutive notifications left Chinyu astonished. He had merely intended to emulate the original work by mastering the Rasengan before employing a wind release shuriken. He never anticipated that, through the system S1 click leveling, he would also obtain the Big Ball Rasengan and lightning release, Rasengan. As for the absence of other attributes, it seemed the system could not detect any changes in the nature of his chakra. It appeared that he would need to cultivate a sage body in the future to refine all variations of the Rasengan. Returning to the present, the sudden appearance of the Mist Ninja had heightened everyone's vigilance. After Minato Namikaze exited the cave and issued several stringent orders, he hastened toward the location where the threat had emerged, a place closest to the borders of the Land of Fire and the Land of Water. Unfortunately, Minato had been dispatched early to the battlefields of the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth, and had not left behind any flying thunder god techniques in the vicinity of the Land of Water. Otherwise, a simple space jump would have allowed him to arrive swiftly at the destination. Once Minato and his team departed, the defense force at the base, initially comprising 26 members, was instantly reduced to 12. This count already included the presence of Yuzuki Yugao and Moonlight Breeze. Father, is there anything I need to do? Yuzuki Yugao could not help but express her concern. We are unaware of the enemy's numbers, and I fear they may attempt a flanking attack on the base. Her words cast a moment of seriousness over the gathering. The remaining defenders tightened their nerves. However, just as this worry began to creep into their minds, Yuzuki Kagaya glanced back at the cave where Chinyu was situated and let out a quiet sigh of relief. He placed a reassuring hand on Yuzuki Yugao's shoulder and said, "Silly girl, do not worry. While our numbers are insufficient and Lord Minato is absent, we must not forget that Chinyu is here." Upon this revelation, Aizuki Sawaguchi turned to the now awakened Moonlight Gale and solemnly cautioned, "Gale, I implore you. When you next encounter Chinyu, do not act recklessly. He is not an individual you can contend with." Moonlight Gale's expression darkened. His fists clenched in anger as he defiantly lifted his gaze. "Uncle Aizuki, have no worries. My intelligence escort mission has been accomplished. With someone like Chinyu present, my remaining here serves little purpose. I shall depart from the base and return to Konoha to report." With those words, Moonlight Gale strode towards the exit of the base. However, after merely taking 3 or 4 steps, a colossal shadow descended from the heavens. Without the slightest flourish, it crashed down upon him. Thud. Moonlight Gale was forcefully pinned to the ground. Feeling the warmth and metallic scent of blood on his face, he struggled slightly to raise his head, only to be met with a sight that drained the color from his visage. Chapter 21. The 7 Ninja Swordsmen. It was a corpse. Moonlight Gale's eyes widened in shock as he beheld the lifeless form of a Konoha ninja, mere inches away, their gaze locked in an eternal confrontation. A sudden tremor coursed through his legs, accompanied by an inexplicable warmth that rendered his trousers disgracefully damp. The acrid scent of urine wafted through the air, prompting the surrounding Konoha ninjas to regard him with a mix of alarm and disdain. Yet, one could hardly fault Moonlight Gale. It was his inaugural foray into the battlefield, where he had already endured the relentless pursuit of the Umbu, the taunts and threats of Chinyu, and now the haunting gaze of death itself. That he had not succumbed to sheer terror was, in itself, a commendable feat. Figures darted in all directions. Upon learning of the failure of the Cloud Ninjas' assault on the stronghold, the Mist Village swiftly mobilized its forces, preparing for a second wave of attack. To them, the Konoha ninjas' ability to withstand the initial onslaught could only be attributed to two possibilities. Either they had paid a steep price, or they possessed formidable ninja as their backbone. When they witnessed the departure of the renowned Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, from Konoha, the so-called vital stronghold was left with a mere handful of ninjas. To the Mist, this was an open invitation. Thus, from the outset, they employed a strategy akin to drawing a tiger from its den, using ordinary ninjas as bait to lure Minato away. While assembling their elite forces for a surprise attack on the stronghold, they had anticipated that Minato would not be easily distracted. However, the outcome had far exceeded their expectations. Should they breach this stronghold, the Mist Ninjas could advance unimpeded into the heart of Konoha. At that juncture, Konoha, beset on all sides, would undoubtedly falter, and the balance of the three great battles would be shattered. Crucially, this time, the Mist Village had dispatched ninja whose prowess did not rival that of the formidable Cloud Ninja A and B combinations. Yet, leading the charge were two notorious figures from the Seven Ninja Swordsmen, instilling dread throughout the ninja world. Emerging from the blood-soaked era of the Bloody Mist, the Seven Ninja Swordsmen were a cadre of ruthless elites forged in the crucible of violence. Faced with a stronghold manned by a mere dozen or so defenders, their victory was all but assured. Attention, everyone, remain vigilant. This time, we are confronted with formidable adversaries, barked Maui Kangwu, his countenance paling as he beheld the two leading ninjas, the infamous Jinchuriki of the Sword of the Great Watermelon and the fearsome Black Horaiga, as their names echoed. A collective gasp swept through the ranks of Konoha ninjas. Behind them trailed 50 elite Mist Ninjas. The Great Watermelon, towering over 2 meters with a stout build and a seemingly amiable visage, belied the heart of a mercenary who would betray even comrades for profit. Conversely, Black Horaiga was lean and wiry, his black hair cascading down as he donned a long black robe, wielding twin blades that crackled with electricity. Blood dripped from the blades, a clear testament to the assassination he had just executed. He chuckled, dismissing them as mere worthless beings. Particularly that little brat over there who even wet his pants. Leia laughed mockingly. For adversaries of such caliber, there was utterly no challenge for them, who were typically bloodthirsty. Now, let us not forget the formidable Minato Namikaze. We must hasten to dismantle this obstacle, even if he returns afterwards. It would be of no consequence. Shigua-shan cast a cold, sweeping glance around the surroundings. Chapter 22, The Spiraling Sphere Unleashed in the Vast Ruins. An overwhelming number of Mist Ninjas cast their predatory gazes upon the scene before them, intensifying the atmosphere with an inexplicable sense of oppression. Particularly unsettling was the sight of Suigetsu and Raiga, the leading figures among the Seven Ninja Swordsmen. It felt as though an invisible hand was tightly gripping the heart. Hurry! We need Shinyu to confront them, or we shall all perish. Yuegwang Jifeng hastily scrambled to his feet. Shinyu? Raiga raised an eyebrow, mockingly stating, "Who is this individual? I have not heard of him. Are you merely grasping at straws, hoping to throw someone at us?" He smirked, however, unlike the Cloud Shinobi. We Mist Shinobi were raised on fear. As his words fell, raucous laughter erupted throughout the battlefield. A playful smile crept across Suigetsu's robust face as he remarked, "Enough of the intimidation, let us swiftly deal with them. However, I must admit, it is quite surprising to see such a charming beauty on the front lines. Leave her to me. You all handle the others." Yuegwang Shiyin's face turned pale in response to Suigetsu's unexpected declaration. "Shiyin, I will hold them off. You must go to the cave and inform Chinyu. With Lord Minato absent, he is our only hope," commanded Yuegwang Kangwu in a stern voice. "Brothers, activate the barrier immediately." The remaining Leaf Ninjas were already on high alert. Without a moment's hesitation, they began forming seals to initiate the barrier. "It is too late to strike now," Suigetsu sneered menacingly. Suddenly, a thick white mist enveloped the battlefield without warning. In a display of raw power, Suigetsu surged forward, his seemingly bulky frame moving with surprising agility, closing the distance in an instant to stand before Yuegwang Shiyin. It is the silent killing technique, the specialty of the Mist Village. Yue Guangkang's expression changed dramatically as he sensed the shifting air around him. Xian, be careful. Haha, now you wish to be cautious? It is far too late. Suijetsu laughed boisterously. This woman is mine. In the depths of the mist, Yue Guangxian's complexion paled as she desperately attempted to evade. Yet, in this obscured realm, escape was futile. Just as despair crept onto her features, a dazzling blue sphere, reminiscent of a starry sky, whizzed past her side. The gentle wave of force it generated parted the mist, revealing Suijetsu's mocking expression. However, upon seeing the spiraling sphere hurtling toward him, his grin faltered. With no time to ponder, he swiftly drew his weapon, the Samahata, and positioned it defensively across his chest. Bang! The spiraling sphere collided with the Samahata, unleashing a tremendous force that surged forth like a wild tide. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed, scattering the fog that surrounded them in an instant. The colossal figure of Shigua Mountain soared forth like a cannonball, hurtling through the air. Along its path, several ninjas of the mist, who dared to leap forth, were sent flying as they were struck. Ultimately, it crashed heavily against a tree 100 meters away, barely bringing its momentum to a halt. However, the tremendous force resulted in the tree being cleaved in two. The scene that unfolded rendered everyone's expressions rigid, including that of Leia. He was acutely aware of Shigua Mountain's formidable strength. Moreover, under the silent art of assassination, the Mist Ninjas thrived effortlessly. Yet, Shigua Mountain had been ambushed successfully at a critical moment. This was beyond his expectations. Chapter 23. The Great Spiral Sphere and Enemy Assault. Quick, defend yourselves. Do not panic. Such an attack poses little threat to Suka Mountain. Release the silent killing technique. Upon witnessing the colossal tree severed in half, Haishireya shouted urgently. The fog enveloping the surroundings rapidly dissipated. Once heralded as the most formidable silent killing technique among mist ninjas, it now inadvertently facilitated the enemy's advance. Should word of this incident spread, it would undoubtedly bring shame to the hidden mist village. As the mist cleared, although the leaf ninjas appeared equally flustered, a glimmer of joy surfaced upon seeing Suka Mountain, lying amidst the ruins, his life uncertain, along with the remnants of destruction strewn across the ground. Yes, it must be Chinyu. He has intervened. With him here, our salvation is certain. Fool, do not forget that over 100 cloud ninjas were annihilated by Chinyu. And even the formidable AB duo was forced to retreat. Observing the once panicked leaf ninjas now displaying expressions of delight, the mist ninjas could not help but change their countenance. Lord Rhea, should we retreat? A mist ninja could no longer contain himself. However, scarcely had the words left his lips when Rhea swiftly drew his blade. With a sickening thud, a massive head was sent soaring, blood splattering in a shocking display. Disrupting the morale of the troops is tantamount to seeking death. Rhea acted as if he had merely performed a mundane task. As the corpse crashed heavily to the ground, he coldly declared, "Cowards hiding in the shadows. If you possess the courage, step forth." Are you seeking me? Chinyu emerged slowly, casting a glance at Mitsuki Saigen. No one dares to mock my little girlfriend. Those who spoke disrespectfully are now dead. Impertinent brat? Haishireya paused momentarily, then burst into unrestrained laughter. I thought we were under siege by someone formidable. But it turns out to be merely a CH Neen from the leaf. Suka Mountain, cease your pretense of being incapacitated with the Samahata in your possession. You can hardly sustain significant harm. Huh, Rhea, could you not keep my secret? Such revelations could frighten the great hero of the leaf, Suka Mountain, lying amidst the ruins. Stirred and rose unsteadily. The bandages that had once wrapped around Samahata now lay completely exposed. The sight of its menacing blade evoked a sense of suffocating dread. Father, is this truly one of the 7 ninja swords of the mist? Mitsuki Saigen, preoccupied with the unfolding confrontation, could not afford to engage in verbal sparring. Mitsuki Kangwu nodded solemnly, stating, Chinyu, be cautious. According to intelligence, the ninja sword wielded by Suka Mountain is called Samahata, possessing the ability to absorb chakra. Your previous attack was most likely absorbed by it. Moreover, Chinyu, how did you master Lord Minato's spiral sphere? In the Hidden Leaf Village. Who was unaware of the legendary techniques of the Namikaze clan? Are you referring to the spiral sphere? Chinyu replied, regarding Samahata with a knowing smile. I just learned it. Moments ago, I was contemplating how to address my lack of chakra, and I inadvertently overlooked the existence of Samahata. I am fortunate to have acquired a fitting weapon. A hushed murmur swept through the gathering as both Leaf and Mist ninjas exchanged glances, astonished. Is this an outright robbery? Ha ha, my friend. That is the most ludicrous joke I have ever heard. Watermelon Mountain burst into a reckless laugh. Let me tell you, your recent assault had considerable impact, but your chakra has been completely siphoned away by shark skin. If I were to say that your valiant strike has resulted in all your chakra becoming mine, what would your expression be? Upon finishing his words, Watermelon Mountain ostentatiously commanded Shark Skin to return the chakra to him. Observing this scene, many gazes in the arena fell upon Chinyu. It seems you are quite enjoying my chakra, Chinyu said with a warm smile. However, I hope you can still laugh after a moment. His cryptic words left people momentarily stunned. The next instant, arcs of lightning surged from Chinyu's body, and the lightning release chakra mode was instantaneously activated, transforming into a streak of lightning. Almost simultaneously, as the lightning flashed, Chinyu had already appeared behind Watermelon Mountain. This sudden turn of events made everyone tense up. Watermelon Mountain, be careful, Thundertooth shouted urgently. Watermelon Mountain's reaction was swift. His hefty form showed no sign of sluggishness as he gripped Shark Skin tightly, intending to block again. However, what he beheld next caused his pupils to constrict sharply. Great Ball Raisingan. Chinyu's right hand tensed. As if a stampede of horses surged forth with chakra, madly infusing into his hand. A sphere of spiraling energy, approximately the size of a meter in diameter, rapidly coalesced. With a fierce display, it was launched directly at Watermelon Mountain. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted. The raging chakra currents engulfed Watermelon Mountain and Shark Skin like a hurricane. The immense force erupted instantaneously. Watermelon Mountain, caught in the blast, was sent flying back like a cannonball, carving a terrifying trench into the ground along his path. Trees collapsed with a thunderous crash, ultimately crashing down onto the rock wall 1,000 meters away. Boom. The rock wall shattered explosively, and spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spread outwards. The violent shockwave snapped trees in half around them. Watermelon Mountain has been knocked back again. Seeing Watermelon Mountain sent flying once more, the Mist ninjas could no longer find humor in the situation. This assault was at least 10 times more powerful than the last. Thundertooth's face turned ashen as he exclaimed, Watermelon Mountain, get up quickly. With Shark Skin by your side, such an attack cannot harm you. His urgent words echoed through the forest. Unfortunately, as the echoes faded, Watermelon Mountain lay still among the ruins, not rising, just as Thundertooth was losing his composure. A streak of lightning appeared without warning above the rubble. It's that kid. His speed is truly remarkable. When did such a powerful figure emerge from the Leaf Village? His speed might rival that of the Leaf's golden flash. The expressions of the Mist ninjas shifted. Initially, they believed this was a one-sided battle, an easy catch. However, the sudden appearance of the youth completely overturned everything. Apologies, it seems he has been overwhelmed by chakra. Chinyu smiled gently and casually picked up the fallen Shark Skin. Observing this scene, Leia's pupils flickered with a hint of delight. There's a flaw. Lightning release, falling thunder. In an instant, Leia raised the lightning blade in his hand, infusing it with chakra, pointing it directly towards the heavens. The arc of lightning danced, intertwining with the heavenly thunder. As a pale blue bolt of lightning surged towards Chinyu, as one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. He was well aware that each of these 7 blades possessed unique characteristics. Among them, Shark Skin was undoubtedly the most untamable and wild. Chapter 24. A first encounter with a thunderous roar. A bolt of lightning cleaved through the sky. At that moment, Thunder Fong unleashed its ferocity. As his dual lightning blades collided with a resounding crash, arcs of lightning surged heavenward, drawn forth from the storm clouds. In an instant, 7 or 8 bolts of lightning struck down, aimed squarely at Chinyu, sealing off his escape routes. The faces of the Mist ninjas lit up with a flicker of joy. It was the perfect opportunity to test their blades. Chinyu smiled warmly, raising the Shark Skin sword above his head and cleaving toward the sky. As the monstrous maw of the blade opened, the celestial lightning was effortlessly shattered by a strike. The thunder roared once more, accompanied by arcs of electricity scattering in all directions. The scene that unfolded caused a dramatic change in Thunder Fong's expression. It was impossible. Why had the Shark Skin not rebounded against you? As one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Thunderfang understood the ferocity of the shark skin well enough to know it could retaliate against anyone attempting to wield it. Even those with immense power would typically suffer backlash upon their initial contact. Now, witnessing Qin Yu wielding the shark skin with such ease was utterly beyond his comprehension. It seemed to obey him even better than a child would. Qin Feng suddenly looked up, his Sharingan spinning with 3 tomo, capable of easily subduing tailed beasts, let alone a mere blade like the shark skin. He sensed a trace of chakra that had just coursed through the lightning, feeding back into his own body. After executing the Rasengan, his chakra felt slightly depleted, yet there was an undeniable increase in potency. The quantity might have been lesser, but it was indeed a formidable weapon. Qin Yu turned his gaze toward Thunderfang and said, "If you, as the 7 ninja swordsmen, have lost your swords, how do you suppose you will be referred to then? How dare you entertain thoughts against us, the ninja swordsmen?" Thunderfang's expression darkened. "I finally understand who you are. To speak so boldly. With those peculiar Sharingan and your remarkable speed, you must be a genius of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shursui." Qin Yu couldn't help but roll his eyes. No. In fact, everyone present was unable to suppress a collective eye roll. "Lord Thunderfang, it seems you are mistaken. Uchiha Shursui is known as Shursui of the body flicker, specializing in body flicker technique, and the age and appearance of this boy do not match." Silence. "If you do not speak, no one will consider you mute." Lord Thunderfang is undoubtedly correct in identifying him as Shursui of the body flicker. Thunderfang's cheeks twitched as he stared at the suddenly emerging Qin Yu, demanding in a harsh voice, "Boy, who exactly are you?" "Who am I?" Qin Yu smiled gently. "I am the one who will slay you." As his words fell, the lightning surrounding Qin Yu surged dramatically. With a single step, he surged forth like a thunderclap. "Prepare your defensive ninjutsu." Thunderfang roared furiously. Since becoming one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, he had never been so openly disrespected. Among the 30 or so mist ninjas surrounding them, several began to rapidly form hand seals. As the hand signs danced and chakra surged, they shouted in unison. "Water style, water wall." A cascade of water walls surged forth in an instant, forming a defensive line of immense proportions, spanning 100 meters. The remaining mist ninjas exchanged glances, unmistakably the elite squad under the command of Rhea. As the hand seals were completed, they unleashed torrents of river water. Water release, great waterfall technique. Streams of water gushed forth, rapidly rolling outward as they were separated by the water walls, creating colossal waves that crashed down, inundating the terrain for miles around. Mizuki, Kangwu, and the others had already reacted, activating the barrier of their base to keep the river water at bay. Observing the mist ninjas who had altered the landscape in mere seconds, the leaf ninjas present wore expressions of grave concern. Indeed, the ninjas emerging from the land of water-s blood mist were incomparable to those from other villages. Their chakra reserves and teamwork were executed with remarkable precision. If they were to confront them, defeat would be inevitable. Where did the boy run off to? Is he afraid? Rhea sneered menacingly, raising his lightning blade high. He summoned the thunderclouds accumulating in the sky. With a deafening roar, a bolt of blue lightning descended. In an instant, it struck the river, and the sound of crackling electricity erupted as its power surged upon contact with the water. Arcs of lightning, as thick as a bowl, lashed out wildly in all directions. Mizuki Kangwu and his companions' expressions changed drastically as they shouted urgently, "Increase chakra output. We must not let the barrier break." The barrier, now aglow with brilliance, trembled violently under the relentless assault of the incoming arcs, akin to a heavy whip striking down upon it. "Haha, you hide away, and I shall shatter this barrier, forcing you to beg for mercy." Rhea laughed wickedly. As the lightning blade crackled with energy, the arcs of lightning accumulated in the clouds grew increasingly wild. Bolts of lightning fell like a torrential downpour, enhanced by the water, transforming into several arcs that collided fiercely against the barrier upheld by Mizuki Kangwu and his team. "Mizuki-senpai, we cannot withstand this assault for much longer. You must think of something." A Nin exclaimed, losing his composure. They did not need to face the attacks directly, but the continuous chakra supplied to reinforce the barrier was taking a toll on them as well. Sweat dripped from their faces, shattering upon the ground. "Hurry. Do not hold back. Otherwise, we will all perish." Mizuki Kangwu suddenly urged, his complexion pale and his gaze distant, filled with dread. The tension among the group heightened as they hurriedly looked up in the direction of his gaze. In midair, Qin Yu wielded a spiraling sphere, glowing with a purplish-blue hue. Arcs of lightning danced around, wreaking havoc in the surrounding space. An indescribable sense of danger emanated from him. Apologies, this is my first time using it. So I'm a bit inexperienced and wasted some time. Now, I pray for you all, Qin Yu said with a warm smile. He hurled the lightning release spiraling sphere forward. The air seemed to be rent asunder as the ferocious lightning raged, akin to meteors plummeting from the heavens, crashing directly into the water below. With a thunderous roar, the wildly accumulated lightning erupted instantaneously. Its form compressed to an extreme, coupled with the omnipresent nature of the electric attributes, slender tendrils of lightning, as fine as cow hair, became akin to explosive lightning projectiles under the formidable force of the swirling orb. Utilizing the water's remarkable conductivity, the area transformed by the fog ninja instantaneously became a weapon in Qin Yu's hands. Chapter 25. The Three Dumplings Resolve a War Boom. The resounding thunder reverberated through the heavens, creating a sensation that felt akin to tearing through one's eardrums. The azure lightning illuminated the entire expanse, snatching away the vision of all present. The ferocious force of the explosion instantaneously shattered the water shield crafted by a dozen mist ninjas. Delicate tendrils of lightning, as fine as hair, pierced through their bodies without mercy. The immense voltage of the electric current, combined with a destructive force that could tear apart anything, obliterated their physical forms in an instant. In the next moment, they erupted into a cloud of crimson mist, merging seamlessly with the ocean's waters. Dozens of mist ninjas transformed into blood mist simultaneously, a sight so shocking it nearly left onlookers aghast. The only solace was that the lightning release, Rasengan, primarily targeted the mist ninjas. Otherwise, the Konoha's Four Corners barrier would have likely been breached in an instant. The river, devoid of chakra support, could hardly maintain its form and soon dissipated, flowing away. When the chaos subsided, the ruins, once engaged with the cloud ninjas, revealed a colossal pit several hundred meters in diameter. The edges of the crater were riddled with numerous small indentations, remnants of the lightning strikes. Two lightning blades were embedded in the debris, while the mist ninjas had long since been reduced to mere flesh and blood, swept away by the current. The Konoha ninjas, witnessing this spectacle, were left utterly speechless. It had only been a mere half-day since the cloud ninjas had launched their attack. Previously, a single lightning release, Kirin had decimated over 100 cloud ninjas. Now, facing dozens of mist ninjas, a single lightning release, Rasengan had once again annihilated them. With such ease, two waves of assault were dismantled. Was this still war? Qin Yu descended amidst the ruins, observing the arcs of electricity dancing upon the lightning blades, seeping into the soil. A playful smile graced his lips. Thunderfang, it seems you are the last one left. Why do you hide away? Where has your bravado gone? A ghostly white hand emerged from the soil of the ruins, grasping the lightning blade. Soon, the crowd beheld the disheveled figure of Thunderfang, his body smeared with blood. Upon his appearance, he hesitated not a moment, his face contorted in a savage snarl. You little brat, I'll fight you to the death. The chakra lying dormant within Thunderfang surged chaotically into the lightning blade. He understood that against this youth, who likely possessed the strength of a shadow, his only recourse was to carve a path of blood. Excellent chakra, just what I need, Qin Yu replied with an even broader smile, drawing forth the Samahata from his back. Without a hint of flourish, he swung it directly at Thunderfang. Rip! The sound of fabric tearing echoed as the chakra erupting from within Thunderfang was instantly devoured by Samahata. The lightning blade, now devoid of chakra, flickered for but a moment before being extinguished from existence. The sharp spikes of Samahata struck like dozens of blades, slicing through his chest in an instant. Blood gushed forth, revealing the stark whiteness of bone, a sight that sent chills down the spine. The violent turn of events left Thunderfang utterly dumbfounded. As a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, he never anticipated that he would ultimately perish by the very blade he wielded. You are certainly not an insignificant person. Who exactly are you? Leia stammered. The one who will end your life, Qin Yu replied with a whimsical smile. The dead have no right to know my name. In that instant, Leia spat out a mouthful of blood, and with his final breath, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Amidst the swirling dust, The dazed Leaf Village ninjas finally managed to regain their senses. Chinyu sheathed the and remarked, "This matter is now in your hands. If there is nothing else, I shall return to rest." With that, he treated the event as a trivial occurrence. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze, accompanied by Inuzuka and others, arrived several dozen kilometers away. Discovering the hidden Mist Ninja's location. After a strenuous search, they finally encountered a few Mist Ninjas. With a swift motion, Minato's kunai severed the throat of the last Mist Ninja. Observing the fallen foe, his expression darkened. "Lord Minato, this one was also a Chunin. Based on the traces, there should have been over 100 Mist Ninjas present, yet we have only encountered 8 Chunin," Inuzuka remarked, examining the lifeless body of the Mist Ninja, his impatience growing. "This is bad. It seems we have fallen for a diversion tactic." Suddenly, Minato's expression shifted. "Inuzuka, are you suggesting that the Mist Ninjas aim to lure away our main force and then send others to attack our base?" he inquired. "However, with Chinyu at the base, we need not worry excessively." After witnessing the battle against the Cloud Ninjas, Inuzuka and the other Leaf Ninjas felt a profound sense of security with Chinyu. "No, while Chinyu has just fought a fierce battle and possesses considerable strength, I still harbor some concerns," Minato expressed, his face betraying worry. "Here's my Flying Thunder God Kunai. Take it. If anything arises, activate it with chakra, and I will arrive immediately. I will return to the base to check if the Mist Ninjas have made a move." With those words, Minato vanished like a phantom, disappearing from the spot. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique marks left along his route, he leaped several times and finally appeared within the base. "Be cautious. We are under attack," Aozuki Kanwu shouted urgently. Kunai whistled through the air towards Minato. The sudden onslaught momentarily stunned him, but he vanished once more, reappearing beside Aozuki Kanwu. Just as he was about to reassure him with a pat on the shoulder, the sight of a massive crater caused his pupils to constrict. The attack had missed. And upon recognizing the familiar spatial ninjutsu, the Leaf Ninjas were momentarily taken aback. "It is Lord Minato." Aozuki Kanwu snapped back to reality, witnessing the astonished expression on Minato's face. A hint of pride appeared on his own as he declared, "Lord Minato, you have missed again." Not long after you departed, the Mist Ninjas launched a surprise attack with a force of 4 to 5 dozen, led by Suigetsu and Leia from the 7 ninja swordsmen. You missed it. The moment Chinyu arrived, he sent Suigetsu flying with a Rasengan. Then, without a care in the world, Shigua Mountain rose to his feet, only to be struck down by Chinyu's colossal spiral sphere. Immediately thereafter, Leia commanded the Mist Ninjas to alter the terrain, and Chinyu unleashed a lightning attribute spiral sphere, obliterating them in a cascade of crimson mist. Observing the incessant chatter of Mazuki Kanwu, whose spittle flew in all directions, Mazuki Shiin cast a disapproving glance and remarked, "Lord Minato, please do not take offense at my father's crude descriptions." Moments ago, Chinyu had dispatched the Mist Ninjas with merely 4 moves. From my understanding, the first move was Lord Minato's spiral sphere, the second was the oversized spiral sphere, and the third was the lightning attribute variation of the spiral sphere. After employing these 3 techniques, the battlefield was left with only the severely injured Hichao Leia, who ultimately met his end at the hands of Chinyu's Jiaoji slash. Listening to this explanation, Wolfing Minato was utterly bewildered. He was well aware of the spiral sphere's formidable power. At most, it constituted an A-rank ninjutsu. From his perspective, it had reached its pinnacle of development. However, he never anticipated that merely imparting this technique to another would result in such innovative applications. Moreover, to think that 3 spheres could resolve an entire conflict was nothing short of astonishing. Chapter 26, Reinforcements from Konoha. "Where is Yuzuki and Chinyu?" exclaimed Minato Namikaze urgently. Initially, he had harbored doubts regarding Chinyu's aptitude for mastering ninjutsu. However, the talent now on display was nothing short of extraordinary. Not only had Chinyu mastered the spiral sphere in an instant, but he had also refined its form to an unprecedented degree. To Minato's astonishment, Chinyu had seamlessly integrated elemental transformations as well. If anyone were to witness this, Minato would undoubtedly struggle to believe it. "Lord Minato, Chinyu is resting within the cavern," replied Kanwu Yuzuki, taken aback. He had never seen the man hailed as Konoha's most likely candidate for the 4th Hokage in such a state of disarray. I'll be right back, Minato declared, promptly employing the Flying Thunder God technique and vanishing from sight. Inside the cavern, Chinyu had just stretched lazily when his expression abruptly shifted. With a slight curl of his fingers, chakra surged intensely, coalescing into a spiral sphere. Without any embellishment, he hurled it backward. The moment Minato appeared, he caught sight of the rapidly expanding spiral sphere in his line of vision. With a change of expression, he quickly executed another space-time jump, reappearing several meters away. I hadn't expected you to leave so many Flying Thunder God marks, Chinyu remarked, dissipating the spiral sphere in his hand. Minato chuckled with resignation, saying, "You truly are remarkable. Not only have you mastered the spiral sphere, but you've also advanced its form and fused it with elemental transformations. Would you like to learn more?" Chinyu smiled playfully. Minato shook his head, replying, "Never mind. I have struggled for so long to refine the spiral sphere further, and it seems it is better suited for you. However, I do possess some knowledge of ordinary ninjutsu. Would you care to learn?" Chinyu did not decline this suggestion. Since he was temporarily unable to learn the Flying Thunder God technique, mastering other ninjutsu in the interim would not be an unwelcome endeavor. 3 days swiftly passed. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Chinyu exclaimed as the wind chakra surged explosively from his mouth, momentarily expanding before being unleashed. A tempest, akin to a tidal wave, transformed into razor-sharp blades of wind, producing a resounding whoosh as it effortlessly severed the trees in its path, clearing the forested area before him. Unbelievable. He has mastered wind release so swiftly, Minato thought, shaking his head in disbelief. In his own youth, he had spent 3 days learning this particular ninjutsu, while Chinyu had accomplished it in merely half a day. Such a feat was nothing short of astounding. Of course, this half-day was a deliberate fabrication on Chinyu's part. Had Minato known that Chinyu had achieved mastery in an instant, he would likely have been left utterly speechless. Ding. Detected the host's wind chakra attribute. Would you like to max it out with one click? Yes. Chinyu promptly commanded. Over the past 3 days, in addition to learning various fundamental ninjutsu, he had also delved into the study of elemental transformations. Besides wind release, he had explored fire release and water release as well. Various iterations of the spiral sphere had already been developed by Chinyu. Yet, in order to avoid drawing excessive attention, Chinyu chose to conceal his true feelings. Congratulations to the host. The wind release chakra attribute has reached its maximum level. Congratulations to the host. The wind release Rasengan Shuriken has been fully activated. Hearing the familiar notification from the system, Chinyu smiled knowingly. Chinyu, Lord Minato, reinforcements from Konoha have arrived, said Yuzuki Yugao, casting a glance at Chinyu, her eyes momentarily reflecting concern. Reinforcements from Konoha? Chinyu replied with a warm smile. Have they specifically requested to see me? It seems their intentions may not be entirely benign. The expression of Minato Namikaze shifted slightly. His stay here for 3 days was originally due to a mission to guard the borders of Konoha. Initially, upon discovering Chinyu's presence, he could have departed early. However, he decided to remain for Chinyu's sake. Chinyu, wait a moment. I will take charge if anything arises, Minato advised. Regarding the higher-ups of Konoha, he could not gamble on whether their ambiguous methods would change in light of Chinyu's emergence. Having witnessed Chinyu's extraordinary learning capabilities firsthand, Minato had categorized it as a result of his special Sharingan, which endowed him with formidable ninjutsu copying and extension abilities, allowing him to master techniques in a remarkably short time. 3 days prior, he had discreetly reported this matter back to the third Hokage. With reinforcements now en route to Konoha, Minato hoped it represented the will of the third Hokage. Within the cavern, under the moonlight of a starless night, Uchiha Fugaku, accompanied by a masked Umbu J-Nin, arrived with 50 Konoha shinobi. Following Minato's intelligence report, the third Hokage promptly issued an emergency summon, calling back one of Konoha's elite, the Moonlight of the Night. Simultaneously, Uchiha Fugaku, who was originally tasked with leading the Konoha Guard, was also summoned. The third Hokage's objective was straightforward. Since Uchiha Chinyu had awakened a special Sharingan, only Uchiha Fugaku, the current clan leader of the Uchiha, possessed the qualification to investigate. He understood the profound mysteries of the Mangekyou Sharingan, despite the meticulousness with which this operation was executed. The mobilization of large forces and the fact that the border had not been breached led Danzo's root organization to become aware of the situation. They brazenly inserted themselves into the mix, dispatching their own shinobi under the pretense of helping to guard the borders, though their true motives remained shrouded in uncertainty. Where is Yuzuki Kangwo? Why is he absent? A shinobi from Root suddenly inquired. Uchiha Fugaku's expression faltered as he replied, "Someone has already gone to notify him. I hear he is with Minato. Let us wait a while longer." As the commander of the Konoha Guard, Uchiha Fugaku held certain authority. However, outside the Uchiha clan, such power was not held in high regard. At the very least, the Umbu of Root, under Danzo's command, had perpetually harbored a hostile attitude toward the Uchiha clan. The intentions and identity of Uchiha Chinyu remain ambiguous, and the significance of this stronghold is paramount. His unilateral departure from the outpost disregards the safety of our Konoha and constitutes a dereliction of duty. A ninja from the Root organization scoffed and remarked, "What if he harbors ulterior motives and, armed with critical intelligence of Konoha, chooses to defect to our enemies? What then?" The expressions of the ninjas present shifted dramatically. For any village, loyalty is of utmost importance. Whether it be the second Hokage or the current higher-ups like Danzo, the Uchiha clan has consistently been viewed with suspicion. It is precisely for this reason that they have been systematically marginalized and their stronghold relocated to the outskirts of Konoha, all in an effort to guard against potential betrayal from the Uchiha clan. Chapter 27. Groundless accusations. Long Yi of the Mountain remarked, "Your words seem rather excessive." Uchiha Fugaku frowned. "Chinyu is with Minato, and I have personally watched him grow. He harbors no ill intentions towards Konoha and would never leak any intelligence." Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Chin, you share a familial bond as uncle and nephew. Throughout the years, Fugaku has invested considerable effort in nurturing the Uchiha clan. Unfortunately, in his eyes, Chinyu is merely an ordinary clan member. Were it not for their familial ties, he would not feel compelled to advise Minato to look after him during critical moments. Yet, Fugaku could not have anticipated the depths of Chinyu's concealment. Not only had he awakened the legendary Mangeki Sharingan, but he also possessed formidable ocular techniques. Moreover, the sudden display of such unparalleled power starkly contrasted with his previous mediocrity, provoking discussions among Konoha's higher-ups. Among them, Danzo was quick to assert that Chinyu harbored ulterior motives. Fugaku, are you defending Chinyu as the clan leader or as an uncle?" Longi of the Mountain scoffed. "If I were you, for the sake of fairness, I would advise you to return to Konoha and submit to surveillance, relinquishing your involvement in this matter and allowing us to investigate Chinyu. If Uchiha Chinyu is truly innocent, we shall not impose any difficulties upon him." Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened. This statement clearly indicated Danzo's intention to bypass the third Hokage and detain Chinyu preemptively, given Danzo's prejudice against the Uchiha clan. Whether Chinyu could return safely remained uncertain. "I, Aozuki-Kei, am willing to stake my life on the guarantee that Chinyu holds no treachery in his heart." Not only did he repel the Cloud Shinobi at a critical moment, but he also defended against the Mist Shinobi's incursion. Aozuki-Kei could no longer contain himself. Thus, we, the Konoha Shinobi present, are ready to vouch for Chinyu with our forehead protectors. Upon hearing this, the Konoha Shinobi stationed at the pass, whom Chinyu had rescued, solemnly echoed their agreement. Uchiha Fugaku and Moonlight Kuroya's expressions shifted in surprise. They had never anticipated that in just 2 or 3 days, Chinyu's reputation would ascend to such heights. "Fools, do you intend to rebel?" Longi of the Mountain barked. "The question of Uchiha Chinyu's guilt is a matter for Konoha's higher-ups. You have no right to interfere. If this occurs again, I will take you back to Konoha for investigation. I do not wish to hear such words a second time. Aozuki, do not forget that your family has only recently joined our Konoha. Do not let your personal recklessness lead to any unjust treatment of your clan." Aozuki-Kei's demeanor shifted. Their family had always maintained an alliance with Konoha, akin to mercenaries. Regrettably, amidst the ceaseless warfare and the ambushes perpetrated by the Avengers, the population of the Uzuki clan has gradually dwindled. With their combat prowess significantly diminished, they found themselves unable to ensure their own survival. Ultimately, they joined the Hidden Leaf village, becoming part of its ranks. However, with only 3 or 5 capable members remaining in the Yuzuki clan. The higher-ups of Konoha regarded them with disdain. Moreover, this was a critical moment during wartime, with the establishment of 3 battlefronts, intensifying Konoha's urgent need for military strength. Thus, the inclusion of Yuzuki Kawagu as a jonin was only natural. Yet, when Yamanaka Ryuya opened his mouth to threaten using the clan's name, Yuzuki Kawagu was rendered powerless in an instant. What's wrong? Lost for words? Yamanaka Ryuya scoffed, asserting, "Hurry and escort Uchiha Chinyu back here. Until we ascertain his intentions, this matter will be handled by our root division." Everything was for the safety and stability of the Hidden Leaf Village. Upon hearing this, both Uchiha Fugaku and Yuzuki Kawaga stiffened. Yamanaka Ryuya's actions were nothing short of a direct condemnation without any interrogation, implicating Chinyu in wrongdoing. I never expected the root to wield such authority. Just as 2 insignificant pests were dealt with, another old nuisance arrives. A flippant voice suddenly resonated from outside the cavern. Uchiha Chinyu strode forth with purpose, followed closely by Namake's Minato. They had overheard everything, and especially Minato's countenance turned ashen. When relaying intelligence back to the Hidden Leaf Village, he had repeatedly emphasized the necessity of employing a conciliatory approach towards Chinyu. Even if they could not become allies, they must certainly avoid becoming adversaries. Unfortunately, Minato could never have anticipated that Danzo would forcefully intervene at such a critical juncture. "You audacious brat, how dare you speak so insolently? It seems you have been lurking in the Hidden Leaf Village for quite some time, harboring ulterior motives," Yamanaka Ryuya immediately countered. "Seize him." For ninjas from his root division rushed toward Chinyu. "Get lost." Chinyu barked, unleashing a torrent of immense crimson chakra that surged forth like a tidal wave. The 4 Umbu ninjas were taken aback, their expression shifting drastically as they stumbled back 2 or 3 steps. Moreover, this overwhelming aura did not solely affect the 4 Umbu. The entire cavern was suffused with this ominous power. As they sensed this formidable presence, the expressions of Yamanaka Ryuya, Uchiha Fugaku, and Tsukuyami Kageyuki transformed dramatically. They had speculated about Chinyu's strength, yet the intensity of the aura that erupted now far exceeded their expectations. They had never imagined that a mere 15 or 16-year-old boy could possess such might. Indeed, it is the power of the Chibaku Tensei inscribed on the stone tablet. Uchiha Fugaku murmured to himself as his expression shifted. According to Uchiha Madara's description, the direct awakening of the Manjiki Sharingan is referred to as Chibaku, signifying the eye's ability to trace back to its origins and the potential to awaken the Rinnegan. However, the formidable ocular power emanating from Chinyu now exudes not only a palpable intensity but also an ominous aura that surpasses even that of the tailed beasts. This sensation can only arise in the presence of the Nine Tails. "Arrogant fool, we are the captains stationed at this pass. How dare you, a mere Chunin, show us disrespect?" The expression of the dragon of the mountain also shifted. To defy authority in such a manner is a blatant violation of military discipline and warrants immediate arrest. Minato Namake's. "Fugaku Uchiha, why do you not hasten to apprehend Chinyu?" With such words, unfounded accusations are cast forth. This familiarity with the proceedings is undoubtedly indicative of prior rehearsals. Or perhaps, it was Danzo's design from the very beginning. Chapter 28. No one can save us. The expressions of Minato Namake's and Fugaku Uchiha became rigid. It was evident that the Yamanaka clan had discerned their close ties with Chinyu. They deliberately issued such an order to restrain Chinyu's resistance while also sparing their subordinates from engaging, thereby minimizing casualties within the root. This was truly a clever strategy, achieving 2 objectives with a single action. "How shameless the root is," Chinyu remarked with a semblance of a smile. "You accuse me of a crime for challenging authority. Yet what about Yamanaka F and Y Haikyurin, who betrayed their stronghold's intelligence to the Cloud Shinobi? Have you executed them? Or handed them over to the 3rd Hokage for justice? Or perhaps, you and the root have dealt with their punishment internally and imprisoned them?" The expressions of the Konoha ninjas shifted dramatically. They had indeed heard whispers regarding Yamanaka F and Y Haikyurin's betrayal. Initially, according to their calculations, 100 elite Cloud Shinobi, led by the AB duo, would easily breach the pass and eliminate Uchiha Chinyu, provided that all within the stronghold perished. Their actions would then remain undetected. However, They were utterly unprepared for the unforeseen variable that was Chinyu. Not only did he possess a formidable Sharingan, but he also annihilated over 100 Cloud Shinobi and repelled the AB duo. When this news reached Konoha, it was nothing short of shocking. Moreover, the next generation of Raikage, A, was evidently suspicious of the false intelligence provided by Yamanaka F and Y Kirin, as he had thrown the scroll to Chinyu. Certainly, if this was indeed a scheme to lure the enemy into a trap, it would be a significant triumph for the root. Yet, A had clearly misunderstood the intentions of Yamanaka F and Y Kirin, leading to the scroll's transfer to Chinyu. A faint murmur of questioning echoed within the cavern. Yamanaka Ryu's countenance darkened, his gaze fixed menacingly on Chinyu. As the father of Yamanaka F and a student of Danzo, he had taken on this task with the intent to vindicate his son and tarnish Chinyu's reputation. He had not anticipated that upon Chinyu's arrival, he would cut directly to the heart of the matter. Observing Chinyu's audacious demeanor, Yamanaka Ryu scoffed, "You, a mere nin, have no place in this matter. Yamanaka F and Y Kirin are our root members. Any wrongdoing is to be handled by us," he asserted. Minato Namikaze and the others furrowed their brows at his words. The idea of handling one's own was, without a doubt, indefensible. Ah. So it appears that whatever the root proclaims is deemed just, and whether someone is a traitor is determined solely by you. Chinyu responded with a warm smile. If that is the case, should I not handle my own affairs? You insolent brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Yamanaka Ryu barked. Are you questioning our root and Lord Danzo's fairness? This is a grave offense against Konoha's upper echelons. Seize him. For root ninjas, who had initially stepped forward, exchanged glances before advancing once more. Confronted with this scene, Chinyu's smile broadened, remarking, "It appears that only a fist's worth of strength constitutes the hard truth. Do not blame me for my lack of mercy." As those words fell from his lips, the arcs of lightning crackled around him. In the next instant, he vanished like a specter, reappearing before Yamashiro Ryuya in an astonishing display of speed. Whether under the moonlit night or amidst the presence of Uchiha Fugaku, both were taken aback. The gravity of the moment was intensified for Yamashiro Ryuya, who had not anticipated that Chinyu would strike amidst such overwhelming pressure. In a swift, unadorned motion, Chinyu seized his throat. "You seek death, fool!" Yamashiro Ryuya bellowed in anger, though secretly relishing the situation. If Chinyu acted against him before the watchful eyes of others, the baseless accusations against him would be irrevocably solidified. However, when he attempted to exert control over his body, he found himself ensnared by the blood-red gaze of Chinyu. "Are you unable to move?" Chinyu smirked. Having already utilized the hypnotic prowess of his Sharingan to bind Yamashiro Ryuya, had he not intentionally preserved Ryuya's consciousness, he would have long since succumbed to an illusionary realm. For any individual, nothing is more terrifying than the inability to command one's own destiny. "Uchiha Chinyu, what are your intentions? Release me at once. I represent Danzo." Yamashiro Ryuya shouted desperately. Chinyu, unfazed, replied with a smile, "I act for myself, and you have greatly displeased me. Therefore, perish." "Chinyu, show mercy," Minato Namikaze urged urgently. Yet, in an instant, dark flames erupted violently, engulfing Yamashiro Ryuya. The searing heat and excruciating pain liberated him from the confines of the illusion. Before he could react, Chinyu hurled him out of the cavern. With a resounding crash, Yamashiro Ryuya hit the ground, scrambling frantically to extinguish the black flames consuming him. However, to the onlookers, including Yuzuki Yugao and others, his plight appeared utterly futile. "Help me. This fire cannot be extinguished. Use water techniques. Those skilled in Suiton, hurry." Yamashiro Ryuya screamed in desperation. The four root ninjas exchanged glances and hastily unleashed their water techniques. Suion, Subda. Suion, Sutench. Suion, Suerdan. Suion, Sub. Witnessing the last two root ninjas employing even the water dragon and water whip techniques, Chinyu felt a twinge of curiosity regarding their grievances against Yamashiro Ryuya. Nevertheless, as the various water techniques impacted Ryuya, the inky flames showed no signs of abating. This bizarre spectacle sent chills rising from the ground, instilling a sense of dread. "No. Chinyu, spare me. I am merely acting on behalf of Danzo. This has nothing to do with me. I do not wish to die." Yamashiro Ryuya lamented in despair. struggling to crawl towards Chinyu, yet all efforts appeared futile. The Amaterasu, tainted by moisture, blazed with even greater intensity, swiftly engulfing the dragon of the mountains. Accompanied by anguished cries, everyone felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. A deeper understanding of Amaterasu began to dawn upon them. Unless one mastered the art of sealing or kept the black flames at bay, once struck, no one could offer salvation. As the cries faded into silence, the dragon of the mountains, consumed by the black flames, was reduced to mere ashes. The acrid scent of charred remains pervaded the air, inducing a wave of nausea. Gazes directed at Chinyu were now tinged with both reverence and terror. A mere disagreement could lead to deadly consequences, and once the flames were unleashed, no aid could be rendered. This realization cast a veil of despair over the others. As for whether they still possessed the audacity to provoke him, it seemed contingent upon a careful reckoning of their own capabilities. Chapter 29. An untouchable existence within the vast cavern. A charred scent permeated the air. All eyes were drawn to a slender figure, and a flicker of inexplicable dread glimmered in the depths of their pupils. In a single strike, he had dispatched Yamashiro Riya, a ninja of considerable strength. Such prowess likely indicated a level of power akin to that of a shadow. "Do you still intend to capture me?" Chinyu addressed the 4 Umbu Root ninjas. Their expressions changed dramatically, and they hastily shook their heads. "No. We are merely following orders," they stammered. "Chinyu, they too are not free to choose," Minato Namikaze interjected swiftly. In their eyes, the prospect of Chinyu unleashing a massacre loomed like a nightmare. "Humph. Go back and inform Danzo not to provoke me. When I go berserk, even I fear myself." Chinyu scoffed. The 4 Root ninjas fled as if granted a reprieve from a death sentence. "Minato, it's night, and I wish to speak with Chinyu privately," Uchiha Fugaka suddenly declared. The moonlight illuminated the darkened scene, and Minato hesitated, wanting to speak but was halted by a gesture from him. "Brother Fugaku, we are in a time of war. Exercise caution," he advised. "Fear not. We shall return promptly," Fugaku replied gratefully, then turned his gaze to Chinyu. "Uncle Fugaku." Chinyu rolled his eyes in exasperation, fully aware of Fugaku's intentions. "Let us step outside to converse." As Uchiha Fugaku and Chinyu departed, the oppressive atmosphere of the cavern lingered, unyielding. "Are you curious why I did not intervene earlier?" Minato inquired, glancing at Tsukikage. All the leaf ninjas froze, their faces etched with questions. Tsukikage nodded. "Minato, given your speed and strength, it should not have been difficult to rescue Riya. I too am curious why you refrained. Do you harbor disdain for Danzo?" The political factions within Konoha were numerous. Yet, ultimately, it boiled down to the hawkish Danzo, the conciliatory 3rd Hokage, and the undecided Uchiha clan. Minato, being a disciple of Jiraiya, the 3rd Hokage's student, clearly aligned with the latter faction. "No, Tsukikage. You underestimate Chinyu. His strength and talent can only be described as terrifying, regardless of whether the technique is A rank or S rank, and regardless of its elemental nature. He can master it within half a day. If faced with a youth of such formidable potential and the root under Danzo, what choice would you make?" As the words settled, the ninjas present were momentarily taken aback, and Tsukikage's expression turned to one of astonishment. "Tsukikage, I implore you not to let trivial matters hinder the greater concerns of Konoha. We are in a critical moment of war. Any variable could plunge Konoha into irreparable despair," Minato remarked, casting a glance at Tsukikage. He had heard whispers of Tsukikage's lingering resentment towards Chinyu. Tsukikage's face darkened. "Minato, I will exercise discretion. That would be for the best. I shall take my leave," Minato replied, turning away. "Father, did you not say to teach that Chinyu a lesson? With your prowess, dealing with him would be effortless," Moonlight Wind expressed with a face full of resentment. "Silence. I am well aware of how to handle this matter," Moonlight Knight retorted, casting a glance at the other ninjas before gesturing for them to rest. In the vast cave, only the 2 of them, Aizuki Kanwu and Inaho, remained. "Kanwu, I wish to know your assessment of that boy. Remember, this pertains to the high-ranking officials of Konoha's evaluation of Uchiha Chinyu," Moonlight Knight inquired. Aizuki Kanwu exchanged glances with Inaho before responding. "Do not provoke him." The simplicity of the reply caught Moonlight Knight off guard, instinctively looking towards Inaho. "Do not provoke him." The identical response left Moonlight Knight momentarily stunned. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the cave. In the next instant, a tempest surged forth. The unexpected scene caused the expressions of Moonlight Knight and the others to change drastically, and without a moment's hesitation, they leapt into action. A distance of 10,000 meters away, in a desolate clearing within a forest, Uchiha Fugaku arrived alongside Shinyu. Gazing at the slender figure before him, his expression hardened, and he vanished without a trace. Body flicker technique. Uchiha Fugaku suddenly materialized behind Shinyu, kunai in hand, aimed directly at his back. Clang. Shinyu swiftly countered the strike with a deft block. Uchiha Fugaku's expression shifted as he pivoted his right foot, launching a lightning-fast kick toward Shinyu's head. Simultaneously, his right hand reached to his waist, releasing 3 shurikens. In an instant, the 3-pronged assault completely encircled Shinyu from above, below, and in the middle. "Uncle, your attempts at probing are rather tedious," Shinyu remarked with an exasperated glance. As a crackling sound resonated, he instantly entered chakra mode. Amidst the violent flicker of lightning, Shinyu retreated like a phantom, distancing himself by several meters, while Uchiha Fugaku's kick missed entirely. The 3 shurikens, entwined with specially crafted metal wires, collided and rebounded toward Shinyu once more. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Uchiha Fugaku's hands danced with remarkable skill, his extensive combat experience evident. As he exhaled scorching chakra, it surged along the steel wires, rapidly advancing toward Shinyu. The blazing flames transformed into 300-meter-long fire dragons, showcasing their fierce and menacing forms. "Shinyu, it has been a long time since we last sparred. Our Uchiha clan excels in fire release techniques, so allow me to witness your progress," Uchiha Fugaku declared solemnly. "I only know the Great Fireball," Shinyu replied with a resigned glance. "Nevertheless, it may be worthwhile to show you, even if the level difference is 2 ranks." His inexplicably casual words caught Uchiha Fugaku off guard. In the next moment, as he observed the rapid hand seals performed by Shinyu, moving with the speed of a whirlwind, his expression shifted dramatically. "No, it's as if my eyes might burst. Fire release, Great Fireball technique." Shinyu's hand seals abruptly halted, and the intense chakra accumulated in his mouth was unleashed in an instant. The heat wave surged like a tidal wave, and the blazing flames coalesced instantaneously into a colossal fireball, measuring several dozen meters in diameter. No, it would be more accurate to say it resembled the sun. The trees along the way shattered with a resounding crack, and the 3 fire dragons appeared diminutive in the presence of this solar-like sphere of fire. The brief distance of 100 meters was traversed in the blink of an eye before they collided. Boom! The fire dragons were instantly crushed, and the massive fireball, merely pausing momentarily, surged forth in a crushing manner towards Uchiha Fugaku. As the head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku had believed himself to have mastered the art of fire release to perfection. He could never have anticipated that the moment Shinyu unleashed his technique, it would exude the essence of an S-rank ninjutsu. Chapter 30. The C-rank ninjutsu unleashing forbidden techniques. A searing gust of heat surged towards him, inducing an overwhelming sensation of thirst. The scorched earth along the path was in disarray, with the intense heat even melting the rocks. As the fireball rapidly expanded in his vision, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes widened in disbelief. The kaleidoscope Sharingan, a pale blue radiance, suddenly enveloped Uchiha Fugaku. An ethereal skeletal figure swiftly coalesced. This was, without a doubt, Susanoo. Boom! The great fireball crashed on his Susanoo's form. The intense wave of flames erupted like a tempest, sweeping through the surroundings with a crushing force. Trees along the path were severed in half, ignited by the roaring inferno that soared into the sky. The sheer explosive power engulfed an area of 1,000 meters in radius. "Brother Fugaku, what has transpired?" Minato Namikaze arrived first. As he sensed the scorching waves of heat, he swiftly formed hand seals for the water release technique. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet. Roar! 3 water dragons materialized from thin air, with one crashing directly into the relentless sea of flames, extinguishing the approaching inferno in an instant. Simultaneously, Uchiha Fugaku burst forth from the firestorm, his kaleidoscope Sharingan having reverted to its ordinary form. Water release, Great Waterfall technique. An immense surge of chakra erupted, instantly submerging the land in all directions. The blazing waves of fire were completely obliterated, giving rise to vast clouds of steam. Wind release, great tornado. Minato continued his assault. As the hurricane swept through, the water vapor that enveloped the world gradually dissipated. Minato, what is happening? Kagaya Tsukikage hurriedly arrived. Observing the charred trees within a 1,000-meter radius, he exclaimed. Could it be that Chinyu has attempted to escape by employing some forbidden technique? Father, it must be so. You must swiftly join forces with Lord Minato to capture Chinyu. Kagaya Jifeng eagerly concurred. However, they were soon startled by a descending figure. What is the matter? Are you speaking ill of me? Chinyu glanced at Kagaya Jifeng with a warm smile. Unable to contain a gasp, Jifeng instinctively took a step back, stumbling and falling to the ground. Knight, Minato, do not misunderstand. I merely sought to assess Chinyu's strength. The earlier explosion was caused by the Great Fireball. Uchiha Fugaku remarked as he landed. As his words settled, the expressions of those present froze in disbelief, their gazes fixated on the charred trees within the 1,000-meter radius. Utterly bewildered, Fugaku, you must be mistaken. I heard from Yuzuki that Chinyu possesses knowledge of certain forbidden techniques. Such a widespread attack must surely be a result of one. Kagaya Tsukikage could not help but interject. Upon hearing this, the other ninjas remained silent. Yet their expressions betrayed their thoughts. In their eyes, the Great Fireball technique was merely a C-rank ninjutsu within the realm of fire release. The Uchiha clan was adept at fire release, capable of exceeding the standard might of the Great Fireball. However, achieving such an S-rank level, or even that of a forbidden technique, was evidently beyond their reach. Indeed, it was the Great Fireball technique. I witnessed it with my own eyes just now. However, the size of this fireball was rather substantial, with a diameter of perhaps 60 to 70 meters. Namikaze Minato glanced at Uchiha Fugaku and nodded in agreement. The scene fell into a profound silence, as all the Leaf Village ninjas exchanged bewildered glances. Even the usually composed Kagaya Kuroya appeared visibly shaken. Had it been anyone else who had uttered such words, they would have surely dismissed them as implausible. Yet, the speaker was none other than Namikaze Minato, which imbued his words with a weight of significance that could not be ignored. A Chunin capable of unleashing the power of a C-rank Great Fireball technique through forbidden techniques. How could these specially designated Jonin and even the elite Jonin maintain their composure in the face of such a revelation? Well, if there's nothing else, I would like to have a word with Chinyu. Is that acceptable? Uchiha Fugaku had not anticipated that a mere test would provoke such a monumental uproar. Go ahead, but be cautious. Namikaze Minato responded affirmatively. Is it really possible to avoid discussing this? Chinyu replied with a resigned glance. However, observing Uchiha Fugaku's obstinate expression, Chinyu had no choice but to lead the way, as he watched the two figures depart. Namikaze Minato exchanged a brief look with Kagaya Kuroya before turning back towards the base. The prowess exhibited by Chinyu had consistently surpassed his understanding, and he felt an urgent need to report the events that had transpired here to the third Hokage. Father, Kagaya Jifeng struggled to rise. Silence. Kagaya Kuroya barked sharply. You worthless fool, unable to withstand a mere glare. I ask you now, you didn't attempt to kill Chinyu, did you? Kagaya Jifeng was momentarily taken aback, but excitement quickly illuminated his face as he replied, Father, you weren't here. How could I dare to act against him? Rest assured, I have devised numerous strategies. Once you take action, I will ensure he regrets crossing me. A sharp slap echoed suddenly. Kagaya Jifeng was left dazed, clutching his stinging cheek. Be quiet, you imbecile. I warn you. Do not engage Chinyu. That would jeopardize our entire clan, Kagaya Kuroya admonished fiercely. It seemed that the Uchiha clan had given rise to an existence even more formidable than Shursui. This declaration caused the expressions of the Leaf Village ninjas present to shift dramatically. If the previous generation of renowned ninjas in the shinobi world were represented by the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade, along with the 8 colors of Konoha, then the current pinnacle of strength was embodied by the Golden Flash, Namikaze Minato, and Shursui. Next in line were figures like Inuzuka Kiba, Nara Shikamaru, and Akimichi Choji. The ascendance of a single Uchiha Shursui had already instilled a sense of urgency among many, and now, with the emergence of an even more terrifying Uchiha Chinyu, It was likely that the very structure of the Leaf Village would undergo a transformation. Humph, you must tread carefully. If possible, even if you cannot befriend Uchiha Chinyu, you must not position yourself as his enemy, Kagaya Kuroya stated before departing. Kagaya Jifeng was left bewildered. No, in fact, the same could be said for all the Leaf Village ninjas present. They never anticipated that one of the illustrious 8 colors of Konoha would utter such words. Thousands of meters away, atop a rocky outcrop, Chinyu stood resolutely against the wind, with Uchiha Fugaku positioned behind him, his expression marked by a hint of solemnity. If there is something to inquire, please do so. Uncle Fugaku, it would be best if you refrained from being evasive. I did not expect you to dare to reveal the Manjiki Sharingan before the public eye. Uchiha Fugaku's expression faltered, taken aback that his secret had been so swiftly unveiled by Chinyu. Since the onset of the Second Shinobi World War, after awakening the Manjiki Sharingan, Uchiha Fugaku had never showcased it in front of outsiders. He understood well that this formidable power could safeguard the Uchiha clan, yet it also held the potential to lead them towards annihilation. Chapter 31. The existence of Uchiha Madara reflecting on the formidable fireball that resembled a forbidden technique. Uchiha Fugaku could only smile wryly. I once believed I had concealed my intentions well, yet it appears you have hidden yours even more deeply. Not only have you awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, but you also possess such extraordinary talent that allows you to wield ninjutsu to this extent. However, I seek to clarify one matter, as it pertains to the survival of the Uchiha clan. Chinyu would not bother to elucidate the misunderstandings surrounding Uchiha Fugaku. There was no way he could grasp Fugaku's hand and plead earnestly, for the original Uchiha Chinyu had perished. He had traversed through time, utilizing a one-click leveling system to awaken his Manjiki Sharingan mere days ago. Were he to voice these thoughts aloud, he would likely be deemed a lunatic. You inquire whether I have encountered Uchiha Madara? Chinyu turned to Uchiha Fugaku. In that fleeting moment, a look of astonishment flashed across his face. His pupils filled with disbelief. Although Fugaku quickly masked these expressions, they did not escape Chinyu's keen observation. From Fugaku's demeanor, Chinyu deduced that the original narrative did not elucidate why Uchiha Fugaku awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. A significant portion of the reason likely stemmed from Uchiha Madara himself. Perhaps, from the very outset, Madara's true target for toppling Konoha was not Uchiha Obito, but rather Uchiha Fugaku. After assisting Fugaku in awakening the Manjiki Sharingan, Madara's ocular techniques proved too formidable for the aging Fugaku to control, ultimately slipping beyond his grasp. Subsequently, Madara shifted his focus to Uchiha Obito, gradually directing his vengeful intentions toward the Uchiha clan, compelling Obito to ally with Danzo, and inciting Itachi to commit genocide against their kin. You indeed know of Uchiha Madara's existence. Was your Sharingan awakened with his assistance? Uchiha Fugaku exclaimed, suddenly anxious. Chinyu patted Fugaku on the shoulder and reassured him, Uncle, rest assured, my Manjiki Sharingan awakened naturally. I required no assistance from him. Moreover, do you truly believe that I, who dares to slay the dragon of the mountains, would become a puppet of that ancient wretch? Upon witnessing Chinyu's audacity, Uchiha Fugaku shot him a glare, yet secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Even he felt that Chinyu's recent actions were somewhat audacious. It seemed exceedingly unlikely that Uchiha Madara could ever compel Chinyu to submit. Having heard you say this, I feel reassured. I shall refrain from probing into your affairs, but you must not disclose anything regarding Uchiha Madara. That individual is truly unhinged, Uchiha Fugaku stated solemnly. However, with your appearance, I suspect he will soon seek you out. When that time comes, I hope you will reiterate the sentiments you expressed today. In Uchiha Fugaku's perspective, it was rumored that Uchiha Madara was gravely wounded and ultimately slain in the Valley of the End by the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. In the aftermath, the first Hokage succumbed to complications from his numerous old injuries. When Uchiha Fugaku beheld the living Uchiha Madara standing before him, he was indeed filled with astonishment. Yet, tempted by the allure of power, he ultimately chose to embark on this irreversible path. Rest assured, Uncle Fugaku, I am not as indecisive as you, Chinyu remarked, casting a glance at the forest below. This world is vast, Have you ever considered leading the Uchiha clan away from Konoha? What are you saying, Chinyu? Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback. Quickly surveying his surroundings, he exclaimed, "Do you mean to suggest a mass defection? Such an act would only exacerbate tensions. No ninja village would ever permit it." In Fugaku's eyes, he placed all his hopes upon Minato Namikaze. As long as Minato became the fourth Hokage, their bond would surely enable him to alleviate the strained relations between Konoha and the Uchiha clan. Now, with Chinyu suddenly proposing such a notion, Fugaku perceived it as a reflection of the extreme thoughts harbored by the younger generation. "I understand you pin your hopes on Minato Namikaze, but rather than placing your fate in the hands of others, it is far better to seize it tightly in your own grasp," Chinyu replied calmly. He had merely found himself unexpectedly inhabiting this body, holding little emotional attachment to the Uchiha clan. However, he did not wish to remain indifferent to their plight. Hence his words. Fugaku's expression shifted, and he fell silent for a long while before speaking. "I do not wish for the Uchiha clan to bear infamy. Chinyu, you are still young and do not comprehend the weight of righteousness." "Righteousness?" Chinyu chuckled dryly. "That notion can crush a person. Nevertheless," he added, "since you say that, I shall refrain from meddling further. If the people of Konoha do not provoke me, I have no desire to court trouble. However, should they choose to antagonize me, they must not blame me for being merciless." Observing Chinyu's composed demeanor, Uchiha Fugaku felt an unfamiliar sensation stir within him. If the previous Chinyu had struck him as timid and inconspicuous, the current Chinyu now resembled a razor-sharp blade, a double-edged sword at that. "Enough of this idle chatter," Chinyu said, patting Fugaku on the shoulder. "As the clan leader, if you have the opportunity, do engage with Shursui. He has also awakened his Manjiki Sharingan. Take more interest in Itachi as well. Should they both flourish, they could undoubtedly emerge as formidable forces within the ninja world." With those parting words, Chinyu turned and departed. For a moment, only Uchiha Fugaku remained upon the rocky ledge, enveloped in silence. If he had sought to gauge Chinyu's true nature through their exchange, he now found himself perplexed. He had indeed taken note of Uchiha Shursui, even suspecting him to be a potential ally of Madara. Yet, he had never anticipated that Shursui would awaken his Manjiki Sharingan at such a young age. Moreover, he had regrettably overlooked the burgeoning talent of Itachi. "Chinyu, who exactly are you, hiding so deeply? What is your true intention? Is it the position of Hokage of Konoha?" Uchiha Fugaku could not help but murmur to himself. After parting ways with Uchiha Fugaku, Chinyu's brow furrowed involuntarily. He had long anticipated Uchiha Fugaku's choices. Moreover, the Uchiha clan at present is rife with internal decay. Setting aside the scrutiny from the Hidden Leaf village, many among the younger generation harbor a violent mentality. They often exploit their status within the police force to extort protection fees or engage in nefarious deeds. Although Uchiha Fugaku has attempted to rectify these issues, the deeply ingrained mindset has led to a pernicious nature that is difficult to change. To some extent, it is nearly impossible to alter the thinking of certain clan members, even if Uchiha Fugaku were to lead his entire clan in defection. These individuals would undoubtedly seize any opportunity to retaliate against Konoha. When that time comes, Konoha would possess a pretext to annihilate the Uchiha clan. Chapter 32. The Decision of the Moonlit Night. Chinyu, have you concluded your business? In the cavern, both Feng Shuimin gazed at the returning Chinyu, secretly relieved. No, it would be more accurate to say that everyone present, including the Moonlit Night, was engaged in a gamble. They wagered whether Chinyu would betray them and abandon the Hidden Leaf village. After witnessing Chinyu's ability to turn even C-rank ninjutsu into forbidden techniques, it became abundantly clear what the Moonlit Night had meant. Better to be a stranger than an enemy. What is the matter? Do you think I would flee? Chinyu cast a glance at both Feng Shuimin. Rest assured, in this world, there is no one I fear. Observing Chinyu's unwavering confidence, which seemed somewhat dismissive, none dared to refute him. Both Feng Shuimin shook his head with a wry smile, saying, "I am well aware. However, the attacks from the mist and cloud ninjas have been repelled by you, so they will not dare to invade this place for some time. Therefore, the outpost will be taken over by the Moonlit Night, and you and I will set off back to the Hidden Leaf village. If you have any objections, feel free to voice them." As his words fell, everyone's nerves tensed, collectively turning their gaze towards Chinyu. Is there an emergency at the Shinmukuen Bridge? Chinyu was only vaguely aware of the war timeline, lacking specifics. If the situation at the Shinmukuen Bridge was indeed dire, it would signify the imminent conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War. How do you know? Bo Feng Shuiman's expression faltered. Just a guess. Do you believe it? Chinyu patted Bo Feng Shuiman on the shoulder. When do we depart? Tomorrow morning. Upon hearing this, Bo Feng Shuiman's face reflected a sense of relief. Their greatest concern was that, at such a sensitive moment, Chinyu might misunderstand the urgency of their summons to the Leaf. That poses no issue. Chinyu agreed to return to the Leaf, his primary objectives being to observe those forbidden techniques and to prepare for the dark transformation of Obito. Soon, Rin would become a target of the Mist Ninja Village, serving as a weapon of the tailed beast to disrupt the peace of the Leaf. If utilized appropriately, Chinyu would have the opportunity to locate the Three Tails and tame it, transforming it into a source of chakra. I'm hungry. Let us go out for a meal first. Bo Feng Shuimin called out, leading a group of ninjas away. Chinyu, unwilling to lag behind, hastily followed. Dad, are you really letting me return with Uchiha Chinyu? Moonlight Shifeng wore a look of anxiety. Aren't you concerned that he might turn against me midway? The mere thought of Uchiha Chinyu's terrifying prowess filled Moonlight Shifeng with regret. To offend one who was even feared by his father for the sake of a mere woman was a grave mistake. If Chinyu survived, it would undoubtedly become a lifelong nightmare for him. Do not worry, I have devised a plan. He has concealed himself so deeply, yet at a crucial moment, he struck down the Cloud and Mist ninjas, proving that he still harbors good intentions towards the Leaf. Moonlight Black Knight spoke in a solemn tone. If you sincerely seek forgiveness, and I offer him my most treasured items, it should help to resolve these minor frictions. The Moonlit Gale was momentarily taken aback, but then urgently exclaimed, Father, that object is crucial for the survival of our lineage. Could this be too extreme? No. Moonlight Knight shook his head resolutely. If he accepts it, it could bring opportunities to our Moonlight clan. Moreover, I have made up my mind. I hope that after this incident, you will mature, understanding whom to provoke and whom to avoid. Gale fell silent, and after a prolonged moment, under Moonlight Knight's unwavering gaze, he nodded in agreement. Let us depart. It is getting late, and it seems as though a campfire feast is underway outside. Beyond the stronghold lay a gorge, once easy to defend, yet difficult to assault. Now reduced to rubble after 2 cataclysmic battles. 70 to 80 Leaf ninjas sat encircled around a massive bonfire that illuminated the night. The flames danced in the wind, raising the temperature significantly, creating a rather oppressive atmosphere that mirrored the tension in the air. Many Leaf ninjas instinctively cast cautious glances at Chinyu, appearing quite reserved. Ahem. I've brought back 3 old mountain goats. Let us feast on roasted lamb tonight, said Mitsuki Kangwu, attempting to dispel the oppressive mood. However, seeing the ninjas remain unresponsive, clearly wary of Chinyu and fearful of provoking him, he couldn't help but smile wryly. I shall depart tomorrow. Allow me to prepare a meal, suggested Minato Namikaze, intending to lighten the atmosphere. Yet, just as he stood, he was halted by Chinyu's hand. I have some expertise in culinary arts. Allow me to take charge, Chinyu said, patting Minato's shoulder. To the astonishment of the onlookers, he stepped outside. For a ninja, hunting 3 wild goats was not a formidable challenge. Among them, one goat bore scars on its long, twisted horns, exuding a majestic aura, evidently a source of sustenance for wartime. Mitsuki Kanwu spared no effort in his pursuit of the goats. Chinyu, do you think you can manage? Mitsuki Kangwu could not help but inquire. Chinyu shot him a glance. Do not question a man's capabilities. If he falters, a woman may not be inclined to love him. Who possesses a chakra blade? Lend it to me. A ripple of laughter echoed from various corners of the gathering. Minato Namikaze shook his head, smiling helplessly, while only Mitsuki Shien and Shizun, 2 young girls, looked utterly bewildered. Father, what does Chinyu mean? Mitsuki Shien pressed. Mitsuki Kangwu's cheeks flushed as he retorted, Little girl, why ask so much? Just stay quietly to the side. Observing Mitsuki Kanwu's reprimand, many stifled laughs erupted into hearty laughter, surprised by how Chinyu had lightened the mood. Both Minato and Mitsuki Kangwoo looked quite taken aback. Chinyu, I did not expect you to possess a sense of humor. If we were to compare chakra blades, mine would surely be the finest, Moonlight Knight remarked, approaching with Moonlight Gale, just in time to overhear the exchange. Without a moment's hesitation, Moonlight Knight drew the short blade from his thigh and cast it forth. Chinyu undoubtedly understood the intentions of Moonlight Black Knight and did not verbally refuse, instead accepting with a gesture. The chakra short blade was promptly drawn, its pale blue blade glowing with a luminescent hue as chakra surged within it. However, at the moment Qin Feng initiated the transformation of the lightning attribute, the electric arcs ignited like brilliant fireworks. This chakra blade is rather impressive, Chinyu remarked with a gentle smile. Moonlight Black Knight nodded in agreement, recognizing this as a pivotal moment to thaw the icy relations. If you fancy it, I can gift it to you. Chapter 33, The Gourmet Delayed by Ninjas. If you fancy, I can offer it to you. The Moonlight Black Knight fixated his gaze intently on Chinyu. Upon utterance of these words, the expressions of those present momentarily froze. As one of the 8 colors of Konoha, it was utterly unexpected for Moonlight Black Knight to lower his status to curry favor with Chinyu. I appreciate your kindness, but we are all quite hungry. Let us not waste any more time. Chinyu shook his head in refusal. The Moonlight Black Knight faltered, his countenance slightly embarrassed. Do not take offense, Moonlight Senpai. Chinyu possesses the shark skin and the Thunderblade. While your chakra blade is commendable, it hardly captures his interest, explained Yuzuki Yuin in a hushed tone. The swords of the 7 ninja swordsmen? Moonlight Black Knight was taken aback, only to be met with gasps from the crowd. Chinyu's eyes widened as his kaleidoscopic Sharingan activated instantaneously. With his left hand, he seized the lifeless wild goat and hurled it into the air. In his right hand, the chakra short blade shimmered with electric currents, slicing through with astonishing speed. The onlookers were momentarily dazzled, and by the time they regained their senses, the goat had been effortlessly dismembered by Chinyu. To encapsulate this scene in a single phrase, butcher skill would suffice. In an instant, 3 goats were reduced to uneven morsels, bloodied and landing within a stew pot of 2 to 3 meters in diameter. Upon witnessing Yuzuki's go returning with 3 wild goats, Chinyu resolved to prepare a traditional Chinese dish of lamb skewers. Intending to astonish this gathering of locals who were accustomed only to ramen and grilled meats. Moreover, the lamb skewers, having been cut with Chinyu's lightning technique, would retain the juices, resulting in a more delectable flavor when simmered to perfection. What kind of cuisine is this? The cooking method is so peculiar. The technique employed, utilizing chakra transformation and the Sharingan to dismantle the goat, was executed with such finesse and blinding speed that it was evident this skill was beyond that of an ordinary individual. This must be a professional butcher hindered by the life of a ninja. Everyone was left dumbfounded, particularly Uchiha Fugaku. He had never anticipated that Chinyu would utilize the legendary Mangeki Sharingan in the role of a butcher. If Uchiha Madara were to learn of this, he would likely be left speechless. However, upon witnessing the furrowed brow of Chinyu, Fugaku's mind conjured an even more absurd thought. Could he possibly intend to use fire release? The moment those words escaped his lips, the crowd was momentarily stunned, already observing the swift hand seals of Chinyu. Fire release, spark. The searing chakra exhaled from Chinyu instantly brought the gently simmering lamb to a boil. Naturally, if an outsider were to witness this scene, they would likely exclaim in astonishment. Yet, those present were ninjas. Faced with Chinyu's precise chakra control, their eyes widened in disbelief. If the chakra was insufficient, the technique would fail. If excessive, the entire pot of lamb would explode. Yet, Chinyu managed to bring the lamb to a boil with impeccable precision. Indeed, even Minato Namikaze would find himself envious. As the water boiled, Chinyu promptly discarded the pot of blood water and replaced it with clean water to continue the cooking process. He added a handful of plump wild leeks, a sprinkle of Sichuan peppercorns, and a piece of pine wood he had prepared earlier. As the fragrant aroma enveloped the air, he swiftly covered the pot. Just before serving, a pinch of salt would transform it into a culinary delight. Bring me a stone, Chinyu gestured. Without hesitation, Oyu Kangwoo hastened to fetch a smooth, large rock. Observing as Chinyu buried it in the fire until it was searing hot, The rich fat from the goat sizzled upon contact, creating a delightful sound. He deftly spread the dough, initially intended for noodles, onto the stone. As it cooked, the sizzling intensified, and he sprinkled more wild leeks over it. Within moments, a fragrant scallion pancake was complete. When the lamb was sliced and wrapped within, it would become an exquisite delicacy. Chinyu produced over 100 scallion pancakes. And as he sensed the lamb was nearly ready, he lifted the lid of the pot. The savory aroma of the lamb wafted through the air, silencing the surroundings. Turning to survey the area, he noticed Oyu Kangwu and the others, their eyes wide with anticipation, gathered around, sniffing the air and swallowing in eagerness. Had it not been for their respect for Chinyu, they would have likely rolled up their sleeves and rushed to seize the food. Casting a glance at them, Chinyu rolled up several lamb-filled pancakes and, under the watchful eyes of his companions, slipped away from the crowd. "Help yourselves. I've demonstrated how it's done," he called out. Instantly, the ravenous pack surged forward, their hunger overwhelming. "Let me go first." "How dare you push me out?" one exclaimed. "Ulan, don't forget you call me brother." "You should let me have it first," another chimed in. "Uft. In this situation, even if you were my mother, I wouldn't yield. Save some for me, or I shall challenge you to a duel." The collision of various spices in this Chinese culinary masterpiece not only captivated the sense of smell but also tantalized the taste buds. Observing the chaotic scene, Chinyu shook his head in resignation and approached Oyu Xian and Jingyin. "Enjoy. It's quite delicious," he remarked. "Heh, it seems my presence has disrupted the atmosphere. This treatment is no longer ours." Oyu Kangwu couldn't help but steal a few glances before joining the fray. "Thank you, Chinyu. I never imagined you could create such unique dishes. Whoever marries you would indeed be fortunate," he heard someone say, in the midst of a hard-fought battle for food. A canine companion clutched 2 scallion pancakes in its mouth while holding 3 in its paws, clearly having fought valiantly for them. As he spoke, he cast playful glances towards Oyu Xian and Jingyin, causing their cheeks to flush. They could only lower their heads, quietly enjoying their meal. "Do I get some too?" Namikaze Minato asked, surprised as he accepted the scallion pancake Chinyu offered. "Chinyu, if you return to Konoha and open a restaurant, I fear it may overshadow Ichiraka ramen. I'm truly curious. You've always been so unassuming, and now you've become so versatile. It's quite a change for me to adapt to." In response to these words, Uchiha Fugaku nodded in agreement. Chinyu shook his head and smiled, remarking, "This is merely a matter of interest, having played the role of a pig to eat the tiger for too long. It is time to assume the guise of a dragon to devour the tiger." Both Minato Namikaze and Uchiha Fugaku were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances before succumbing to silence. Since Chinyu was reluctant to divulge further information, they chose not to press him. After the meal, the atmosphere had noticeably lightened. The Konoha ninjas, who had initially harbored some wariness towards Chinyu, now regarded him with a hint of goodwill. This, perhaps, is the remarkable efficacy of socializing over drinks, as is often noted in Chinese culture. As the hour grew late, Chinyu announced his intention to return and rest, brushing off the dust from his attire and departing first. In response to his exit, everyone present nodded in acknowledgement. Yet no one noticed the departure of the Moonlight Night and the Moonlight Gale. Chapter 30, For I Have Learned. The night air was cool and eerie, instilling an inexplicable chill. Chinyu did not return directly to the cave to rest. Instead, he turned and stepped into the nearby dense forest, coming to an abrupt halt. After trailing for so long, it was time for a meeting. 2 figures promptly emerged from the darkness, illuminated by the dappled moonlight. They were none other than Moonlight Night and Moonlight Gale. Indeed, they had surpassed expectations, discovering my presence. Moonlight Night possessed the ability of stealth. Under this rare bloodline limitation, he had become the most formidable silent killer in Konoha. I initially believed I could gain the upper hand, only to be instantly discerned by Chinyu. "You have been openly showing me goodwill for some time now, and now you follow me. Surely there is something you wish to discuss?" Chinyu glanced back at Moonlight Gale. "Your Moonlight Clan stealth is impressive, but with this dead weight you carry, how could I possibly overlook you?" Moonlight Knight chuckled helplessly. He was renowned as one of the 8 colors of Konoha, yet compared to him, Moonlight Gale indeed fell short. Moreover, when juxtaposed with the terrifying youth before him, the disparity was monumental. "Chinyu, do not misunderstand. My intention in following you is to resolve the conflict between you and Moonlight Gale, Moonlight Knight stated directly. Our Moonlight clan, aside from possessing bloodline limits, excels in swordsmanship. Among our techniques, the Konoha Three-Moon Dance is our most prized secret. The world compares me to Konoha's White Fang, Hataki Sakumo, precisely because of this technique. Chinyu was somewhat taken aback by Moonlight Knight's actions. However, after acquiring the shark skin and Thunderblade, he had indeed considered learning some swordsmanship. Otherwise, wielding a ninja blade without understanding its complexities would be a disgrace. Initially, he had contemplated seeking Hataki Kakashi upon returning to Konoha, hoping to learn the sword techniques of Hataki Sakumo. He never anticipated that someone would offer it to him so willingly. Chinyu, I ask for nothing in return. If you can protect Moonlight Gale in a critical moment, we can put the past behind us, and I shall impart the Konoha Three-Moon Dance to you. Moonlight Knight urged earnestly. Chinyu furrowed his brow, glancing at the anxious face of Moonlight Gale. Forget it. I have no desire to be threatened by a mere boy in exchange for something I do not want. As Chinyu prepared to leave after uttering these words, Moonlight Knight's expression faltered, and he hurriedly exclaimed, Chinyu, do not misunderstand. This sword technique was intended for you from the very beginning. Seeing Moonlight Knight manifesting his instant body technique to appear before him, Chinyu realized for the first time the magnitude of paternal love. For such a trivial matter, he was willing to part with the clan's most treasured sword technique. Yet, this truly aligned with Chinyu's desires. Chinyu, please accept it. Otherwise, Gale will never find peace, Moonlight Knight implored urgently. To become enemies with a powerful adversary, there are only two courses of action. The first is to eliminate that adversary. The second day passed in a state of apprehension, consumed by the worry that this formidable individual might one day, in a fit of displeasure, recall this incident and take lethal action. Moreover, when facing Chinyu, it was evident that Moonlight Swift had only one choice left. When an opportunity presents itself, it is unwise to refuse. Thus, I graciously accepted it. Chinyu unfurled the scroll, and as he gazed upon the contents inscribed within, a voice echoed in his mind from the system. He discovered an S-level sword technique, the Leaf's Crescent Dance. Would the host like to upgrade it to maximum level? Without a moment's hesitation, he opted for the immediate upgrade. Ding! Congratulations, host. The Leaf's Crescent Dance is now at maximum level. As a surge of knowledge regarding the technique flooded his mind, Chinyu carefully rolled up the scroll and returned it to Moonlight Black Knight. Is something the matter? Moonlight Black Knight asked, momentarily taken aback. From his perspective, Chinyu had taken merely a minute or two to receive the scroll. Surely, you don't believe this scroll to be a forgery? A person who seeks favor often fears misunderstanding, and Moonlight Black Knight was enveloped in such thoughts. Having relinquished a treasured family heirloom, he could not afford to be doubted. That would be utterly disheartening. No, I have already mastered it. Keeping this scroll serves no purpose for me, Chinyu replied nonchalantly. Observing Chinyu's earnest demeanor, both Moonlight Black Knight and Moonlight Swift were left in a state of disbelief. As a scion of the Moonlight clan, Moonlight Black Knight possessed extraordinary talent, dedicating a year to mastering the Leaf's Crescent Dance. Moonlight Swift, though slightly less gifted, spent over 2 years on the same endeavor. Nevertheless, they were both celebrated as the most talented heirs, second only to the clan's founder who first created the technique. As one of the 8 colors of the leaf, Moonlight Black Knight was particularly esteemed for his role in propagating the Leaf's Crescent Dance. They had always taken great pride in this technique. Yet, now Chinyu claimed to have mastered it in a mere 2 minutes. Such a proclamation was difficult to accept. Do you doubt me? Chinyu asked with a faint smile. Moonlight Black Knight, initially stunned, soon steeled himself to agree. He had imparted the Leaf's Crescent Dance to Chinyu to resolve their grievances and perhaps cultivate goodwill. If Chinyu had not truly learned it, all his efforts would have been in vain. Reluctant to provoke Chinyu, Moonlight Black Knight had no choice but to proceed. To avoid harm, let us use branches instead, Chinyu suggested, extending his right hand. 2 3-foot-long branches fell effortlessly into their grasp. Chakra-infused threads. This is fundamental for a puppeteer. Moonlight Black Knight's expression shifted as he marveled once more at Chinyu's formidable chakra manipulation. Let us proceed with caution, Chinyu declared, undeterred. The moment he glanced at Moonlight Black Knight, he stepped forward. Moon Shadow? Moonlight Black Knight's expression transformed in an instant. Without time to contemplate further, he swiftly turned and thrust backward. A piercing sound ensued. In the moonlit night, the ordinary branch held in his hand transformed into a formidable blade. With a swift sound piercing the air, the chakra surged forth, intertwining with the branch, amplifying its cutting power. Simultaneously, the branch pierced through Qin Yu's body. However, this strike did not result in a spray of blood. Instead, the figure of Qin Yu behind him began to distort and fade into an illusion. "I am behind you." A familiar voice resonated once more. The expression on Moonlight Black Knight's face changed drastically. Solar and lunar reflection strike. This was a technique from the Leaf Village's Three Crescent Dance, employing afterimages and shadow clones to bewilder the enemy and initiate a preemptive attack. Should one err and strike at the false target, it would lead to a fatal counterattack. Initially, Moonlight Black Knight had thought Qin Yu was jesting, but witnessing his mastery of both the moon shadow and the solar and lunar reflection strike surpassed all his previous understanding. Chapter 35. The Correct Bet. Day and Moon's Illusory Slash. The Moonlight Black Knight let out a fierce roar, gripping the branch tightly as chakra coursed through it. In a swift turn, he lunged directly at Qin Yu. As the attack commenced, a brilliant light erupted, transforming into a myriad of afterimages that exuded an inexplicable oppressive atmosphere. Day and Moon's Blood Wheel Slash. Unfazed, Qin Yu faced the Day and Moon's Illusory Slash, which embodied both reality and illusion. The most effective method was to confront it head-on. As chakra surged through the branch, it radiated a dazzling glow, and in the next instant, he swung it towards the Moonlight Black Knight. With a single stroke, it morphed into a crescent moon-like blade, cleaving down through the multitude of afterimages. Boom! The two attacks collided with a resounding impact, sending shockwaves that forced the Moonlight Black Knight to stagger backward. Gazing at Qin Yu, disbelief painted the face of the Moonlight Black Knight. "Father, did he truly execute the Three Crescent Moon Dance?" The Moonlight Swift Wind queried urgently. "Fool! As a direct descendant of the Moonlight clan, how could you not recognize that?" The Moonlight Black Knight chastised angrily. "You must train harder upon returning home. Otherwise, you will bring shame upon our clan." "Nothing to worry about. I shall take my leave," Qin Yu remarked, discarding the half-broken branch in his hand. The previous skirmish had merely served as a probe. To truly wield the Three Crescent Moon Dance, he required a superior chakra blade. Only with a blade of formidable chakra conductivity could he effectively concentrate chakra and alter its attributes to enhance the technique's potency. Within the ninja realm, there existed the so-called Land of Iron. They possessed chakra, yet instead of developing ninjutsu, they focused on integrating chakra into their swordsmanship. The three ships of the Land of Iron had honed their techniques to rival that of shadow-level masters. However, due to the ceaseless wars, many of their warriors had been eliminated. Additionally, amidst the great power struggles, the Land of Iron maintained a stance of neutrality, resulting in a dwindling number of warriors and fewer opportunities for the exquisite sword techniques to be passed down. Return first. I wish to provide guidance to the Swift Wind. The Moonlight Black Knight did not insist on keeping him longer. At this moment, Qin Yu's displayed talent had already surpassed his expectations. Regardless of whether he had grasped the essence of the Three Crescent Moon Slash, such astonishing aptitude warranted his investment. In this instant, he comprehended why individuals like Minato Namikaze and S. Getsuzuki held Qin Yu in such high regard, even willing to offend the formidable Danzo. "Senior Moonlight, are you unscathed?" Minato Namikaze suddenly appeared, startling the burdened Moonlight Black Knight, who promptly shook his head. "Minato, I am fine. I was merely exchanging insights with Qin Yu." "Father, was that truly just an exchange of insights? You practically imparted the Three Crescent Moon Dance to him." The Moonlight Swift Wind could not help but scoff. However, this could not be blamed on the Moonlight Swift Wind for revealing the matter. The opportunity to practice the Konoha Three Crescent Moon Dance was exceedingly rare. Among them, the Moonlight Swift Wind was considered a standout, lauded as a young genius. Now, with the sudden emergence of the prodigy Qin Yu, his so-called genius aura would likely be overshadowed. "Mind your tongue." The moonlight Black Knight shot him a glare. Wolfing Watergate smiled and shook his head, saying, "Senior Moonlight, you should not be too harsh on Jifeng. Your wager, in truth, is not misplaced." Moonlight Black Knight was taken aback and replied, "Watergate, do you also believe that Uchiha Chinyu will achieve great heights in the future?" "No, I do not share that belief," Wolfing Watergate responded, shaking his head. Moonlight Black Knight paused, thinking he had made a poor wager, when Watergate's voice rang out again. "I believe Uchiha Chinyu has yet to showcase his true capabilities." "Watergate, what do you mean?" Moonlight Black Knight exclaimed in astonishment. According to the intelligence he had received, Uchiha Chinyu had single-handedly defeated both the Cloud and Mist ninjas. Furthermore, he had repelled the AB duo and earned the acknowledgement of the next-generation Raikage from the Cloud Village. Such accomplishments would be a tremendous honor for any ninja. Yet now, Wolfing Watergate was suggesting that Chinyu was merely coasting. The disparity was indeed overwhelming. At this moment, I can only hope that Danzo does not act foolishly, for otherwise, we in Konoha may face a formidable adversary, Watergate said, his gaze flickering. As dawn broke, Chinyu and his group of 4 departed from their stronghold. Since Silent was the only medical ninja at the site, she could not accompany Chinyu in his retreat. However, with Moonlight Black Knight, one of the 8 colors of Konoha, and several newly added ninjas bolstering their ranks, the stronghold's defensive capabilities had significantly improved. In the event of any trouble, they could hold out until Wolfing Watergate arrived to provide support. It could be said that Watergate, skilled in the Flying Thunder God technique, served as a mobile support backbone. Originally, Yuzuki Yuin had intended to remain at the stronghold to assist Yuzuki Kangwoo. Unfortunately, Yuzuki Kangwoo clearly harbored selfish motives. Not only had he lost a bet, but he was also keenly aware of Chinyu's immense potential. Their Yuzuki clan status in Konoha was already tenuous. Should Chinyu eventually seize power and ascend to prominence within Konoha, Yuzuki Yuin, as his partner, would undoubtedly find her own status elevated. Even if one were to consider it from another perspective, the formidable combat prowess displayed by Uchiha Chinyu in these 2 battles, coupled with his protective nature, would ensure that Yuzuki Yuin would not be slighted or disregarded. It was precisely due to Yuzuki Kangwoo's mindset that female ninjas within the stronghold began to consider promoting their daughters to Chinyu. Just last night, they had nearly broken down Chinyu's door in their fervor. Thus, as dawn broke, Chinyu hastily packed his belongings and left early. As Yuzuki Kangwoo escorted him out of the stronghold, he draped an arm over Chinyu's shoulder, wearing a knowing expression. His demeanor suggested a desire for Chinyu and Yuzuki Yuin to encounter some mishap along the way, ensuring that they returned to the village with their relationship solidified. Such behavior led Chinyu to scoff at the early maturity prevalent in the world of Hokage. However, glancing at the 12 or 13-year-old Yuzuki Yuin, whose figure had clearly developed significantly, he could not help but acknowledge the reality. In the expansive office of the Hokage, the 3rd Hokage wore a rather grim expression as he regarded Tsunade and Mito Minion. In a low tone, he remarked, "Danzo has contravened our agreement by issuing commands without authorization, compelling Yamano Ryu to challenge Uchiha Chinyu. Sarutobi, have you received a report from Minato? What was the outcome?" Mito Minion replied, his voice grave. "Yamano Ryu is now firmly under Danzo's influence, having attained the rank of elite jonin and mastered binding techniques." "Did Uchiha Chinyu suffer any setbacks?" Tsunade, rarely displaying a smile, nodded thoughtfully and said, "That boy is exceedingly cunning. If we can use this to put him in his place, it may not be such a bad thing after all." Chapter 36. Danzo's decision. Koharu spoke wisely. As long as the intentions of Uchiha Chinyu remained unclear, such admonitions were inevitable, and having Danzo play the role of the fool was perhaps the best course of action. Mito came and nodded in agreement. "Fools, have you all turned senile?" The 3rd Hokage suddenly scolded. "Do not forget Watergate's report. We must avoid provoking Uchiha Chinyu, lest he becomes our greatest enemy in Konoha." The unexpected words rendered Mito Kamen and Koharu Tsurugi momentarily speechless. "Sarutobi, what do you mean? What transpired between Yamashiro and Uchiha Chinyu?" In their eyes, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had always been a proponent of peace, rarely exhibiting such emotional upheaval. Something must be amiss. He is dead, slain by a single strike from Uchiha Chinyu. The third Hokage produced a scroll and tossed it to Mito Kamen. This is the intelligence sent by Watergate. Review it and devise a countermeasure. Yamashiro is dead? Mito Kamen's expression shifted abruptly, and he hastily unfurled the scroll to inspect its contents. As time passed, both he and cohort Tsurugi grew increasingly pallid. In their eyes, Yamashiro was a master of the mind transfer technique, having undergone inhumane training within the roots. He specialized in binding and sensory ninjutsu. If a confrontation had ensued, Yamashiro's formidable perception would surely have allowed him to detect any changes or movements from his opponent. However, the scroll detailed that Yamashiro had not even had time to react before being ensnared by an illusion, ultimately consumed by unquenchable black flames, reduced to ashes. Though they had not witnessed the battle, the implications of the written words sent chills down their spines. According to Watergate's account, Uchiha Chinyu had only displayed a fraction of his capabilities thus far, possessing an extraordinary aptitude for learning ninjutsu, likely tied to his unique Sharingan. The third Hokage spoke gravely. Watergate had mentioned that Uchiha Chinyu despised troublesome matters, which was why he had concealed his prowess. This time, however, he had been compelled to act and had repelled the majority of the Cloud and Mist ninja forces. Even the formidable members of the Mist Seven, such as Kisame Hashigaki and Raiga Kurasuke, had fallen to him. Such accomplishments were rare in Konoha, achieved by only a select few. At this juncture, the third Hokage cast a glance at Koharu Tsurugi and Mito Kamen. Now, tell me how we ought to proceed. Mito Kamen and Koharu Tsurugi's expressions darkened. Initially, they had perceived Uchiha Chinyu as merely a young rogue, akin to Uchiha Shisui, someone easily manageable with a little familial coercion. Yet now, Uchiha Chinyu had not only lurked in the shadows for over a decade, but had also erupted with such overwhelming power, even daring to slay Danzo's subordinates. This was sheer audacity. Humph, you truly are regressing. Danzo suddenly burst through the office door. Lord Hokage. The two guards stationed at the entrance bore complex expressions. Step back. I have long anticipated his arrival. The third Hokage gestured dismissively. Within Konoha, Danzo represents a unique entity. His root organization operates independently of the Hokage's covert operations. In a certain sense, the existence of Root is not integrated into the Hokage's power structure. Consequently, Danzo frequently dispatches members of Root to surveil the entirety of Konoha, sparing even the Hokage's office from scrutiny. Humph, Sarutobi, you truly are regressing. You cannot even manage a mere child. It seems you are unfit to bear the mantle of Hokage. Danzo approached with a cold demeanor. Had I not prepared contingencies in advance, I fear you would have made an irrevocable decision by now. Danzo, do not misunderstand. Sarutobi harbors no such intentions, Mito Kazan interjected, fully aware of his old friend's temperament. Humph, Mito, it appears you too deem the third's perspective valid. You have truly disappointed me, Danzo sneered. Now Konoha stands on the precipice. All nations dare to meddle and bully us, a consequence of your ingrained cowardice. Had you heeded my counsel to adopt a firm approach earlier, Konoha would not now be embroiled in 3 simultaneous battlegrounds. Mito's expression faltered, and he shook his head in resignation. Danzo, do not misconstrue. We are all here for the prosperity of Konoha, including Sarutobi. If you possess any insights, please share them so we may deliberate further. Danzo, Mito speaks truthfully. If you have any thoughts, do voice them for consideration. If they benefit Konoha, I will be inclined to agree. The third Hokage spoke solemnly. Tsunade, remaining silent, had already indicated her support through her expression. Humph, that is unnecessary, Danzo retorted coldly. Given the unpredictable nature of Uchiha Chinyu, he poses a threat to Konoha. Moreover, do not forget, should the Uchiha clan learn of such a rebellious presence among them, it would undoubtedly embolden their arrogance. Therefore, I have already dispatched someone to deal with him. His quiet declaration caused the expressions of the third Hokage and the others to shift dramatically. They had just been discussing how to placate Uchiha Chinyu for the benefit of Konoha, yet Danzo had secretly sent someone to confront him, completely undermining Minato's plans. Danzo, have you lost your mind? Time and again, you take action against Uchiha Chinyu. You are compelling him to defect, the third Hokage thundered. Should Uchiha Chinyu escape the village with his current strength and achievements, any village would gladly extend an olive branch to him, potentially turning him into a blade aimed at our beloved Konoha. You would bear the greatest responsibility for this. Tsunade and Mito's expressions shifted involuntarily. It was the first time they had witnessed the usually calm Sarutobi enraged. Moreover, in the eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen, attaining the position of the third Hokage left him with a sense of indebtedness towards Danzo. This is why he has allowed the existence of Root, an organization that operates independently of the Hokage's control. However, now the third Hokage is furious with Danzo due to the matter concerning Uchiha Chinyu. This clearly indicates the significance the third Hokage places on Uchiha Chinyu. Danzo, I now warn you, summon him back swiftly, or do not blame me for being ungracious. The third Hokage admonished with a grave tone. Chapter 37. The poison of premature ideation. The expansive office of the Hokage was enveloped in an inexplicable atmosphere of oppression. Confronted with the ire of the third Hokage, both Tika and Mito Menko wore expressions of deep concern. However, they also harbored dissatisfaction towards Danzo's clandestine machinations. Sarutobi, you truly lack the vigor of your former days, Danzo scoffed, his demeanor noticeably softening. Throughout the years, regardless of his private endeavors, Sarutobi Hiruzen had consistently seen through Danzo's schemes. On numerous occasions, Danzo had sought the position of Hokage, only to be thwarted by Sarutobi's resolve. Were it not for their shared history and the intention to safeguard Konohagakure, it was likely that the roots of the village would have long since perished. Rest assured, the individuals I dispatched this time are not from our village, but rather a group of wandering ninjas. Regardless of the outcome, they shall remain oblivious to my identity, Danzo stated solemnly. Should they fail, Uchiha Chinyu would merely assume it was the work of another ninja village. After all, his brilliance has been quite evident of late. With that, Danzo turned and departed. As the office door closed, the third Hokage could not help but massage his throbbing temples. Sarutobi, what do you intend to do now? Mito Menka could not restrain himself from asking. Tika remained silent, her gaze fixed on the third Hokage. They understood well that Danzo's words represented his utmost concession. The ultimate outcome depended solely on the decisions of the third Hokage. Danzo is truly a source of vexation. The third Hokage sighed in resignation. Dispatch someone to inform Minato that rogue ninjas have appeared within the Land of Fire. They must exercise caution. In the eyes of the third Hokage, Danzo's intentions were rooted in the safety of Konohagakure. Furthermore, they were only aware that Danzo had utilized certain means to establish contact with these wandering ninjas. Who these rogues truly were remained a mystery. Thus, preventing their actions was an impossibility. The only course of action was to alert Namake's Minato to heightened vigilance. If Uchiha Chinyu were to return alive, it would signify strength. However, should he fall victim to an assassination en route, it would merely be fate. Sarutobi's assessment was correct. They had no choice but to proceed in this manner. Mito Menka nodded in agreement. Our situation in the Land of Fire is tumultuous. The speed of the Earth country's assaults and deployments has also shifted. It appears this 2-year-long tug of war is nearing its conclusion. Once Minato arrives in Konohagakure, he should lead his team to the Earth country for a final mission. In the outside world, the moment Danzo exited the Hokage building, Yamashiro F. and Aburame Toryun emerged from the shadows. Lord Danzo, has the situation progressed smoothly? F could hardly contain his impatience. You must help me avenge my father. Yamashiro Ri, F's father, and one of Danzo's most trusted subordinates, had offered to take action upon hearing that Yamashiro F had nearly perished at Uchiha Chinyu's hands. However, they could never have anticipated that this vengeance would not only go unfulfilled, but would also cost them their lives. Phone, rest assured. The wandering ninja I have contacted this time belongs to a fallen clan, which harbors a long-existing monster. With his intervention, no matter how formidable that young man may be, his prolonged low profile surely indicates a lack of extensive combat experience. Tuanzong let out a cold laugh. Shan Zhongfeng's expression faltered as he inquired, Lord Tuanzong, are you referring to the monster that has recently been sighted on various battlefields, executing reward assassinations? The oil woman, who had remained silent until now, instantly changed her countenance upon hearing this. If Tuanzong truly managed to enlist that legendary figure's assistance, then Uchiha Chinyu would undoubtedly be facing a dead end. The distance from Konoha to their base would require at least 4 days of relentless travel. Due to the urgency felt by Namikaze Minato to return to Konoha and assess the situation, he utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to depart ahead of them. Although Minato had mentioned the possibility of employing the Flying Thunder God technique to transport them all together, Chinyu had declined. The Flying Thunder God technique bears a resemblance to Sasuke's later use of the Rinnegan for spatial teleportation. However, while Sasuke could open spatial gates with his Rinnegan, Minato could only leap through the Flying Thunder God technique as seals. Moreover, the increase in the number of individuals being transported significantly amplifies the consumption of chakra and mental energy, resulting in a reduction of the teleportation distance. Thus, Chinyu remained resolute in his refusal. Chinyu, there is a relay station ahead. Perhaps we should rest here, Moonlight Shifeng suggested weakly. Throughout the journey, he had maintained a respectful distance from Chinyu, but the strain of continuous travel had begun to weigh on him, even though they were merely 20 miles from Konoha. Unable to suppress his suggestion, he voiced it. Chinyu, we are nearing the alert zone of Konoha. It would be wise to rest for a moment, Azuki Shiin remarked, wiping the sweat from her forehead, revealing a hint of fatigue. If Azuki Kingwu were aware of the potential unforeseen events that could transpire between Azuki Shiin and Chinyu on their urgent journey home, he would likely be left speechless. As Chinyu came to a halt before the relay station, he observed the bustling merchant convoy within, a playful smile gracing his lips. Let us proceed. This place seems lively, and there may be unexpected delights in store. His enigmatic words caught Azuki Shiin off guard, but Moonlight Shifeng had already dashed inside. Boss, quickly serve me a pot of tea and 3 servings of dumplings. Moonlight Shifeng called out, suddenly recalling that this time, Moonlight Black Knight had chosen to take Uchiha Chinyu as the focal point. Seeing Uchiha Chinyu stride in confidently, he hurriedly added, the dumplings are for you. Watching the flustered Moonlight Shifeng, Chinyu chuckled and shook his head. You may have them. I am not hungry. Guests, your tea and dumplings are ready, announced an elderly man with a weathered visage as he emerged from the kitchen. I advise you, young man, to partake in the delectable dumplings from our station. Merchants from distant caravans invariably make a detour to indulge in them, and once you have savored them, you will undoubtedly return for more. Is it truly that exquisite? This is the first I have heard of it. The eyes of Maoyue Shiin sparkled with intrigue. Unlike the eccentric Chinyu, they are embarking on their inaugural long-distance mission. After such a protracted journey, their stomachs were already grumbling. Upon hearing the elder's extravagant claims, she could not resist the temptation and hastily stuffed a dumpling into her mouth. Perhaps it would be best not to eat just yet, as everyone is watching you. Suddenly, Chinyu grasped Maoyue Shiin's hand. The unexpected gesture caused her to pause, her cheeks flushing crimson as she exclaimed, there are many people here. You must retract your hand at once. Observing the youthful demeanor of Maoyue Shiin, Chinyu could only roll his eyes in exasperation. This rapid shift in perception is rather astonishing. It appears that the notion of precociousness in the world of Naruto is indeed a pervasive influence. Chapter 38. The Copper Stench Assassin, Make Your Move. A thunderous shout suddenly reverberated. The once frail shopkeeper exhibited an unexpected agility, lunging towards Yuzuki Saigen with outstretched hands. Saigen was taken aback. She had never anticipated that the elderly man before her would conceal such depths. In this close proximity, evasion was utterly futile. The old man's face brightened at the sight. In his eyes, capturing a hostage would render the subsequent encounter with 2 inexperienced Nin a trivial task. Suddenly, a cacophony of crackling thunder echoed as a powerful strike surged forth. A fist enveloped in lightning seemed to shatter the very air around it. Boom! The old man was sent flying hundreds of meters away, leaving a trail of splintered wood and broken trees in his wake. Upon crashing against a rock wall, he barely managed to halt his momentum, only to spew forth a mouthful of blood before tilting his head in death. Within the station, a group of merchants, initially poised for action, stood frozen in disbelief. The intelligence they had received merely instructed them to deal with 3 Konoha Nin, one of whom, the fearsome yellow flash. Minato Namikaze had already departed. To them, this task had seemed a lucrative opportunity. Who was the clan leader? This seems inconsistent with the information. A wandering ninja could no longer contain his unease. The leader, a middle-aged man disguised as a merchant, cast a sly glance toward Chinyu. He may be swift. But let us not forget that we have mobilized our entire clan. If we can claim this boy's head, the reward will suffice to see us through the war. We fight for our survival. Indeed, we fight for our survival. The band of wandering ninjas quickly echoed in agreement. The leader of the wandering ninjas fixed his gaze on Chinyu, barking, "Let us be decisive. We must not allow him to seize the reward before us." The very thought of the individual exuding an aura of wealth and danger sent shivers down the leader's spine. It appeared they had encountered someone formidable. Chinyu smiled warmly. "Since you are not the main course, you no longer merit questioning." As the words fell from his lips, the ground beneath him shattered with a deafening crack. In the blink of an eye, he vanished like a specter, reappearing directly before the leader of the wandering ninjas. Rasengan. This was the most rudimentary of his techniques. Infusing chakra, he swiftly formed a sphere, devoid of any embellishment, and hurled it towards the wandering ninja leader. No, the leader's pupils dilated in horror. This was unlike any nin he had ever encountered. Boom! As the Rasengan struck, the wandering ninja leader hastily raised his arms in defense, only to have them shatter under the immense force. The overwhelming impact sent him hurtling backward, crashing through the rafters and violently colliding with a massive tree 100 meters away, far more incapacitated than the previous imposter, unable even to expel blood. The entire chest caved in, breathless and lifeless. Dead. The chieftain is actually dead? Flee. We must escape quickly, or our Wind Demon clan will face extermination. The terrified roars echoed throughout the scene. The wandering ninjas present, unable to ponder further, scattered in all directions. Chinyu, you must pursue them at once. These wandering ninjas dare to commit murder outside Konoha village. If they encounter someone weaker than you, it would spell disaster, urged Mitsuki Shien, her urgency palpable. After recovering from the earlier shock, she swiftly drew her chakra blade, standing vigilant. Given that the leader of the wandering ninjas was swiftly dispatched by Chinyu, she felt no surprise. Chinyu, go ahead. I will protect Shien, declared Moonlight Jifeng, eager to seize the opportunity for merit. However, witnessing his trembling legs, his confidence waned significantly. There's no need. They cannot escape, Chinyu remarked coolly, his gaze drifting toward the nearby forest. Just as the leader of the wandering ninjas had indicated, a formidable presence had indeed arrived. Ah! A chilling scream suddenly pierced the air. Mitsuki Shien's expression changed. Chinyu. Could it be Lord Minato has come? In her eyes, Namikaze Minato possessed the Flying Thunder God technique. Being at the outskirts of Konoha village, there were bound to be patrolling Anbu or sentinels nearby. The sounds of battle earlier were sufficient to alert Konoha. Once Minato became aware of the situation, he could traverse the distance in mere moments using his technique. What is that? Moonlight Jifeng's complexion shifted dramatically. However, before he could fully grasp the situation, Chinyu's right foot moved like lightning, striking him away. Simultaneously, Chinyu swept Mitsuki Shien into his arms and swiftly maneuvered to the side. Bang! The spot where the three had stood was instantly perforated. As dirt flew, two arms connected by black veins emerged, grasping at nothing. Chinyu landed with Mitsuki Shien several meters away, while Moonlight Jifeng was not afforded such a protective embrace, crashing directly outside the relay station. Watching the eerie hands emerging from the earth, his face turned pale. Had it not been for Chinyu's timely intervention, he would have surely fallen victim to that monstrous hand. Indeed, it is you, the one reeking of copper. Chinyu directed his gaze into the forest. The hands that had broken through the soil tightened suddenly, uprooting the earth to reveal a figure cloaked in shadow, obscured from view. As it stepped forth from the forest, behind it, gnarled black veins writhed, each adorned with a lifeless body, the very wandering ninjas that had fled moments ago. Chinyu, who is this person? It's absolutely terrifying. Mitsuki Shien's face turned pale. If the wandering ninjas that had appeared earlier were mere common foes, then the figure before them was a true aberration. having dispatched 17 or 18 fleeing ninjas in an instant. Such a remarkable achievement is not something an ordinary ninja can accomplish. Have you heard of Takinan village? Chinyu mused as he surveyed his adversary before him. He never imagined that shortly after entering the realm of Hokage, he would encounter a future member of the Akatsuki. Kakuzu, Takinan village? Yuzuki Yugao paused for a moment and replied, I have heard that 2 or 3 decades ago, a rebellion erupted within Takinan village, once a formidable stronghold. The village's leadership was slaughtered overnight, leading to its eventual decline, as they retreated behind the waterfall to recuperate. Chapter 39. Are we placing a wager on the hidden waterfall village, which possesses the tailed beasts? The Moonlight Gale was taken aback. With a pallid expression, he could not help but exclaim, Chinyu, you cannot be telling me that he is the rogue ninja who slaughtered the higher-ups. Indeed, Chinyu replied, a smile gracing his lips as he nodded. I never anticipated encountering you so soon, Kakuzu. Upon hearing this, both Mitsuki Saika and Moonlight Gale turned ashen. This was an S-rank rogue ninja, one who had nearly obliterated an entire village. His prowess was comparable to that of a Kage. Despite the relentless efforts of the 5 great shinobi villages, capturing an S-rank rogue ninja had always proven exceedingly difficult. Yet now, one stood before them. Was this not a nightmare? Chinyu, should we flee? Moonlight Gale urged, panic seeping into his voice. They were merely a few miles from Konoha. If they exerted themselves, they could swiftly return to the Sealing Gate. At that moment, the station forces would come to their aid. Faced with the origin of Kakuyu, Moonlight Gale's fighting spirit dissipated in an instant. Gale, be quiet, Mitsuki Saika chided sternly. Then, casting a glance at the ever-smiling Chinyu, she continued in a low voice. Do not bolster someone else's confidence at the expense of Chinyu's reputation. Look at his demeanor. He shows no trace of fear. It is not unreasonable to think he might be capable of dealing with this S-rank rogue ninja. However, why had this S-rank rogue ninja set his sights on them? Unlike Moonlight Gale, Mitsuki Saika, being a young girl, possessed a more intricate mind. Since Chinyu referred to the man before them as a mercenary steeped in copper odor. And given that the Wandering Ninja Clan had also spoken of bounties, did this imply that they had been marked for a reward? Chinyu, are we being targeted? Mitsuki Saika inquired anxiously. Chinyu chuckled, patting her shoulder. It seems you are not lacking in insight. We have indeed been put on a bounty. And the one who initiated it has considerable means, enough to enlist Kakuzu's services, which must amount to at least 20 to 30 million ryo. What? Mitsuki Saika and Moonlight Gale's expression shifted dramatically. As ninjas, earning around 100 ryo a month was typical. Accumulating 2 to 3,000 ryo over a year was already commendable. Now, according to Chinyu's conjecture, the individual capable of placing a bounty of 20 to 30 million ryo was undoubtedly no ordinary person. Chinyu, are you suggesting that someone within Konoha wants us dead? Mitsuki Saika could not help but probe. In recent days, Mitsuki Saika and Chinyu had not encountered any significant events. However, under Chinyu's affectionate demeanor, regardless of their relationship, she found herself increasingly concerned. It is a matter of my life. You are merely collateral damage, Chinyu replied with a faint smile. If you are afraid, you may leave first. He will not pursue you. Your lives are not of great value. Seeing Chinyu jest, even in such dire circumstances, Mitsuki Saika shot him a glare before resolutely stating, Chinyu, I will not leave. I believe you can defeat him. Gale, do you not agree? As the moonlight and swift winds ignited a flicker of retreat in his heart, he had yet to react when he heard those words. Faced with the penetrating gaze of Yuzuki Yuin, he could only nod grimly. Have you finished speaking, young one? Kakuzu lifted his head abruptly after absorbing the chakra of those wandering ninjas. The dark veins protruding from his body were not only visible but also appeared menacing and grotesque. Kakuzu, you still reek of copper. How about we wager? If you win, I shall surrender my head to you. If I win, you will become my subordinate. Chinyu proposed with a smile. This gamble was indeed quite advantageous. Should you triumph, you could slay me, but if I prevail, you need not perish and could instead serve under me. Surely, you find that to be a matter of great honor. The quiet murmur left Yuzuki Yuin and Moonlight Surephone utterly bewildered. Was he truly attempting to recruit an S-rank rogue ninja? If word of this spread, it would surely astonish the world. You certainly possess a silver tongue, young one. It has been a long time since I encountered such an amusing brat, Kakuzu replied. Shedding his cloak to reveal a body constructed of interwoven parts, the dark veins exposed in a most repulsive manner. Particularly disconcerting was the blood vessel protruding from his mouth, resembling a snake's tongue, which added an inexplicable weight to the atmosphere. Observing Chin Yu's unwavering demeanor, Kakuzu sneered, I did not expect you, young one, to maintain your composure in the face of my appearance. I accept your wager and eagerly anticipate you becoming my bounty. I hope you can withstand 4 or 5 of my strikes. Otherwise, I shall be quite bored. Chin Yu's rise to prominence had occurred merely within a span of 7 or 8 days. Even those within the hidden Leaf Village were scarcely aware of it, let alone a rogue ninja like Kakuzu. Moreover, in Kakuzu's eyes, a mere chunin from the leaf could hardly stir any significant waves. Fear not. I shall ensure you experience both pain and pleasure. Chin Yu suddenly chuckled. Kakuzu's expression darkened as he observed Chin Yu's apparent indifference to the pressure he exerted, erasing the last vestige of his patience. Coldly, he commanded, Young one, I hope you can still laugh after a moment. With that, a lightning mask shot forth from Kakuzu's back, opening its maw. Bolts of lightning surged forth, crashing towards Chin Yu like a tempest. Step back. The battle is about to commence, Chin Yu remarked with a calm smile. Yuzuki Yuin and Moonlight Shurfeng's expressions changed dramatically. With no time for further thought, they hurriedly retreated. They had witnessed Chin Yu's capabilities firsthand. His declaration was certainly not mere bravado. However, the fact remained that their opponent was an S-rank rogue ninja. While they held confidence in Chin Yu's prowess, whether he could resolve the conflict so swiftly remained an entirely different matter. In the blink of an eye, the short distance of mere dozens of meters was obliterated by the dark lightning assault. By the time Yuzuki Yuin and Moonlight Shurfeng regained their footing, the impending attack had already struck Chin Yu with a thunderous roar. The thunder crackled, akin to a celestial bolt of lightning. Everything within the station was violently shattered by the ferocious arcs of lightning, stirring up vast clouds of dust. That insolent brat, daring to underestimate me, shall meet a swift demise today. Kaku let out a cold snort. The fire release mask on his back materialized in an instant. Fire release, head hardening. A searing inferno surged forth from his mouth. After absorbing the chakra of more than a dozen wandering ninjas moments ago, the extent of the inferno had evidently expanded to 20 or 30 meters, engulfing the entire station. However, before Kaku could fully comprehend the situation, the rising sea of flames began to swirl like a vortex. In the next moment, the sky-high flames were abruptly blown away. Chapter 40 was resolved by 2 orbs. A sharp, piercing sound resonated through the air. Emerging slowly from the remnants of the fiery inferno was Chin Yu, wielding a rapidly spinning shuriken resembling a miniature comet, infused with wind release technique. Kakuzu's expression shifted dramatically. What manner of wind release ninjutsu is this, capable of refining both form and nature to such an extraordinary degree? I cannot afford to be struck. Otherwise, I fear for my very life. Chaotic thoughts raced through Kakuzu's mind. Yet, as he gazed at Chin Yu, a flicker of greed ignited within his eyes. Amidst this chakra, he sensed a peculiar purity. If he could seize his heart, might he not also learn this formidable technique? Just as this covetous notion took root, Kakuzu's pupils abruptly constricted. The ground beneath Chin Yu splintered violently, sinking like a web. Kakuzu barely registered the flash before a bolt of lightning surged toward him. By the time he regained clarity, the attack was perilously close. Your delivery of orbs has arrived. Please sign for it, Chin Yu remarked with a playful smile. The wind-release shuriken was hurled directly at Kakuzu's chest. Buzz! The sharp vibration of air momentarily faltered. In the next instant, an incomprehensibly powerful tempest erupted forth. As the deafening sonic boom echoed, a shockwave surged upward. Everything within 100 meters, be it rock or tree, was instantaneously obliterated. At that moment, Kakuzu felt as though his entire being was being shredded by countless blades. Were it not for the earth release heart fortifying his defenses, a mere ordinary attack would have easily claimed his life. Now, he needed only to sacrifice one heart to endure this onslaught, feigning death, and then seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack and eliminate this enigmatic youth. However, Just as this thought blossomed in his mind, the scene before him nearly caused him to spit blood. Witnessing the lightning-infused orb in Qin Yu's hand sent shivers down his spine. One wind-released shuriken had already made him question his existence. Now another lightning-released shuriken was on the way. His earth-released body stood no chance of withstanding it. Moreover, trapped in the midst of the assault, he found himself utterly immobile, transformed into a mere target. Faced with the prospect of his own feigned death, Qin Yu showed no signs of mercy, showcasing an extraordinary level of caution and unexpected might that made Kakuzu doubt his own avaricious nature for the first time. "No, do not kill me. Have you forgotten our wager? I can serve under you." Kakuzu hastily awakened from his feigned death. Qin Yu, with a knowing smile, replied, "The decision lies with me now. Taste the lightning release orb." With that, he showed no hesitation, reversing his grip and casting forth the lightning-infused shuriken like a bolt of thunder. "No!" Kakuzu shrieked in despair. The lightning-style spiraling shuriken collided with the wind-style technique, resulting in a tempest of electric energy that engulfed Kakuzu entirely. The arcs of lightning, compressed to an extreme, pierced through his body like countless needle-like blades. With lightning's dominance over Earth, Kakuzu's defenses were rendered utterly futile. The thunderous explosion resonated for a considerable duration, echoing through the desolate landscape. Amidst the wreckage lay Kakuzu, a battered figure resembling a tattered cloth. Moonlight and the swift winds left Tsukikage and Yuzuki Yugao in a state of bewilderment. Was this truly the fearsome S-rank rogue ninja? Was he the one who had slaughtered all the higher-ups of the Takigakure? He had executed 2 jutsu upon his entrance, only to be swiftly dispatched by Qin Yu's 2 projectiles. Such an outcome was utterly astounding. "Kid, you have broken your promise." Kakuzu struggled to raise his head from the rubble. The 4 masks on his back had shattered, a testament to his survival of those 2 attacks, which had cost him 4 of his lives. Moreover, the last mask bore a crack. Had the assault persisted for another 7 or 8 seconds, Kakuzu would have surely met his end in the ninja world. "What is the matter? Still not willing to give up?" Qin Yu asked with a gentle smile. Kakuzu's expression froze momentarily before he erupted in fury. "You brat, die." The earth beneath Qin Yu's feet instantly upheaved, and countless blood vessels, resembling arms, shot forth towards him. The proximity and overwhelming nature of the attack created an impression of unavoidable doom. Yet, in the face of this onslaught, Qin Yu appeared unfazed, his smile only deepening. An ethereal, crimson figure enveloped him, as the multitude of blood vessels were effortlessly repelled by his Susanoo. Kakuzu's expression solidified upon witnessing this sudden emergence of a godlike presence. "Ah, I still have water, earth, and fire-style projectiles yet to unleash. Would you care to experience them?" Qin Yu remarked playfully. If Danzo were to see the acclaimed assassin he had high hopes for, reduced to a mere plaything akin to an infant, he would surely share Kakuzu's despair of impending death. "No, kill me. Just kill me." Kakuzu roared with a ghastly expression. "Danzo, I always knew you harbored ill intentions." Tsukikage and Yuzuki Yugao exchanged glances, momentarily stunned. They had speculated that the recent assassination attempt might be tied to Konoha, but it could also be a retaliation from the Mist and Cloud villages after suffering significant losses at Qin Yu's hands. However, Kakuzu's admission altered everything. Regardless of external threats, they would not cower. Yet this assassination stemmed from Konoha. It was a betrayal from behind, a chilling revelation. Hee, revealing everything. "Aren't we just good children?" Qin Yu chuckled softly and remarked, "Rest assured, I shall not take your life. You are a rare powerhouse. The world of ninjas would lose much of its vibrance without you. Moreover, I appreciate your genuine nature, steeped in the essence of life." As his words faded, the Susanoo enveloping Qin Yu dissipated in an instant. He appeared utterly unconcerned by the multitude of blood vessels lurking menacingly outside. "Are you not afraid that I might slay you?" Kakuzu could not help but inquire. Qin Yu smirked, responding, "Isn't this a matter of fundamental trust? Or perhaps, I simply believe you lack the capacity to kill me." Kakuzu's expression faltered. Had anyone else uttered such words, he would have bristled with indignation. Yet, after witnessing Qin Yu's formidable prowess firsthand, wherein even an S-rank rogue ninja was vanquished by mere dumplings, it felt like a haunting nightmare. "I concede defeat," Kakuzu finally admitted after a prolonged silence. The blood vessels that had been concealed within the earth swiftly retreated. Observing the once mighty S-rank rogue ninja openly surrender was enough to leave both Moonlight Gale and Yuzuki Yugao utterly astonished. The transition from assassination to capitulation was indeed a staggering one. Chapter 41. The next target, the vast ruins, lay in disarray. The formidable S-rank rogue ninja, Kakuzu, resembled a despondent fish, languishing amidst the chaos. If Danzo were to witness this, he would surely find it intolerable to see his prized bounty hunter reduced to a mere sycophant before Chinyu. Rest assured, you will come to realize that this decision is indeed sound, Chinyu reassured as he patted Kakuzu on the shoulder. Having already expended 4 hearts, an excellent target has presented itself to you. Should you succeed in acquiring it, your strength will undoubtedly ascend to a new echelon. Had Kakuzu not experienced firsthand the formidable tactics of Chinyu, he may have remained skeptical of such claims. However, after enduring the torment of 2 of the cursed balls, he was now fervently eager to grow stronger, to stand resilient before Chinyu. What do you mean by strength? Kakuzu grasped Chinyu's arm tightly. Feeling the power emanating from his grip, Chinyu could not help but smile. In this world, those devoid of ambition are to be feared the most. If one seeks to amplify their might, one must magnify their ambitions infinitely. Take, for instance, Uchiha Obito, who transformed from a mere underdog into the mastermind behind the scenes. This serves as a prime illustration. You must have heard that the catalyst for the Third Shinobi World War was the disappearance of the third Kazekage from Sunagakure, correct? Chinyu inquired, casting a glance at Kakuzu. Operating in the shadows for so long, he possessed insights that the outside world might overlook. As a bounty hunter, he had access to a plethora of intelligence channels. In Kakuzu's realm, there was no issue that money could not resolve. I am aware that this incident has stirred quite a commotion, but I am unaware of who instigated it, Kakuzu admitted, shaking his head. The third Kazekage carries a bounty of 100 million right in the black market. Could it truly not be the work of your Konohagakure? Not at all. Chinyu refuted, shaking his head. I need you to locate a specific individual. Once found, you must devise a means to procure the third Kazekage's heart from him. With the iron sand, your power will elevate to an entirely new level. Kakuzu's earth grudge fear technique permitted him to absorb the hearts of others, granting him this unique transformation of chakra attributes. Iron sand, akin to the Cloud Ninja's Dark Thunder, is a rare mutation, distinct from bloodline limits. While others may find it unattainable, Kakuzu stood as an exception. Yet, one question lingered in Chinyu's mind. Why, in the original narrative, did such potent ninjutsu often falter despite its potential? Was this the fabled plot armor at play? Sensing the shift in Chinyu's gaze, Kakuzu forced a weary smile and struggled to straighten his posture. Boss, I know you must think, with the formidable earth grudge fear at my disposal, why would I seek to seize the powers of others? It's not that I do not wish to. It is simply beyond my solitary capabilities. Chinyu understood Kakuzu's predicament. As his own rise to prominence stemmed from the assassination of the first Hokage, dispatched by the Takigakure, he had merely thrown a shuriken from afar, only to frighten the target into retreat, fleeing in abject disarray. In the village of Takinen, a sense of dread loomed as they feared exposure following Kakuzu's return, leading them to hastily accuse him of an unfounded crime. Kakuzu, incensed by this injustice, swiftly seized the secret technique known as Grievous Curse. The overall strength of Takinen had already diminished significantly. By the latter parts of the original narrative, even a single Jonin could overpower an entire village. Faced with a being like Kakuzu, who had transformed into a monster, they were mere targets. Do you know the whereabouts of the third Kazekage? Kakuzu's patience began to wane. In the distance, the moonlight illuminated Kaze and Yuzuki Yuin, who paused, contemplating their approach. Suddenly, Chinyu's Sharingan spun, hypnotizing both individuals in an instant. Though he bore no distrust toward Yuzuki Yuin, he was reluctant to involve her, fearing the scrutiny of Danzo and the Umbu. The potential for coercive interrogation was intolerable. Witnessing Chinyu effortlessly hypnotize Yuzuki Yuin and Kaze with a mere glare, a sense of astonishment washed over him, leading to a dawning realization. Boss, your Sharingan is akin to that of Uchiha Madara, isn't it? Kakuzu mused. In the annals of shinobi history, only 2 figures could send Kakuzu fleeing with a mere gaze. The first Hokage, and Uchiha Madara himself. As a survivor of the First Shinobi World War, Kakuzu was no stranger to the legend of Madara. Indeed, Chinyu replied without pretense. If one wishes to secure unwavering loyalty from another, one must be capable of instilling fear. He deftly redirected the conversation, stating, "You possess significant connections in the black market. I need you to investigate an individual known as Sasori of the Red Sand. If you locate him, persuade him to hand over the heart of the third Kazekage. He is known for creating human puppets, a process requiring numerous materials and the preservation of life to facilitate transformation. The unique aspect of human puppets is their ability to retain the ninjutsu of their former selves. Although a core is still necessary, it would be advantageous for me if Kakuzu could acquire the Iron Sand. Furthermore, enticing Sasori to our side would be beneficial. And who knows? Perhaps we could even seek out Orochimaru for reproductive cultivation, achieving a perfect synergy." "Are you referring to that young boy?" Kakuzu asked, momentarily taken aback. Chinyu raised an eyebrow. "You know him?" "Of course, I do," Kakuzu nodded. "This boy has a penchant for crafting puppets. Occasionally, he has procured not quite dead corpses from me. And he often issues bounty tasks, requesting me to capture living individuals. I never anticipated he would dare to target the third Kazekage, the leader of his own village." Chinyu felt a wave of exasperation. He had not expected the individuals he sought to recruit to be so tainted, one reeking of greed, the other harboring peculiar obsessions. It seemed that within the Akatsuki organization, one could find an assembly of eccentrics. However, it was no surprise that those who did not share a common path would not walk the same road. "Since you know his location, you should set out. A few root ninjas have just arrived nearby. You should be able to handle them," Chinyu remarked, casting a glance towards the nearby woods. Just as they arrived, the three concealed root ninjas, who had been surveilling from within, were met with a sudden shift in expression. Without a moment's hesitation, they swiftly devised a plan to retreat. Their purpose for this visit was to monitor the battle between Kakuzu and Chinyu, intending to report back to Danzo. However, they were utterly unprepared for what transpired. They had anticipated a protracted conflict, but to their astonishment, upon hearing the sound of an explosion and arriving on the scene, they discovered that the battle had already concluded. "Rest assured, boss, they won't escape my grasp. Before seeking that individual, I shall first procure a new heart," Kakuzu remarked with a sinister grin. Within the dense forest, dark tendrils of blood vessels surged forth in an instant, enveloping the three root ninjas like a vast net. Chapter 42. The Return of Life Fa. A trio of anguished cries suddenly pierced the air, only to be abruptly silenced. Through the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, Chinyu beheld a sudden eruption of blood vessels from the ground, piercing the bodies of three root ninjas without warning. As the blood was consumed, the previously weakened Kakuzu gradually regained his strength. The three hearts were forcibly extracted, directly taken in by Kakuzu. Feeling a slight restoration of his vigor, Kakuzu let out a quiet sigh of relief and finally stood upright. "Boss, I shall take my leave. Is there anything you require me to handle regarding Danzo?" A flicker of murderous intent flashed across Kakuzu's face. The intelligence blunder from Danzo had nearly cost him his life. Had it not been for Chinyu, he might have succumbed to the cold embrace of death. "No need for that. I will handle this matter myself," Chinyu said, patting Kakuzu on the shoulder. "Let us depart." Kakuzu hesitated momentarily and inquired, "Boss, do you not need to employ any measures on me? What if I simply flee? You would suffer a great loss." In Kakuzu's eyes, there were numerous spies and infiltrators from various nations. Each of them, for the sake of safety and secrecy, would resort to illusions, secret techniques, and forbidden arts to exert remote control. For Kakuzu, the most difficult aspect of surrendering was enduring the pain of being manipulated. "No need. Employing subtle tricks on you would feel rather cumbersome," Chinyu replied with a smile. "Moreover, I have faith in my personal charisma. With a mere display of my might, the entire ninja world shall tremble." Though this statement seemed to be in jest, it caused Kakuzu's expression to shift, having witnessed Chinyu's formidable prowess firsthand. Alongside his blood-red moon eyes reminiscent of calamity, he understood that this young man was not merely boasting. Kakuzu exhaled deeply, clarifying his thoughts before stating, "Boss, I shall take my leave. I will contact you promptly should I receive any news." As he watched Kakuzu depart, Chinyu approached Mitsuki Yukaina and Tsukiyakari Shikase. Release. With a flick of his hand, the seals were undone, awakening the slumbering Tsukiyakari Shikase and Mitsuki Yukaina. Chinyu, why was I asleep? I feel as though I just had a dream where S-rank rogue ninjas attempted to assassinate us, Mitsuki Yukaina said, rubbing her drowsy eyes. Upon seeing the surrounding ruins, her expression turned bewildered. It was likely that this was no mere dream. Let us go. It is about time. If we linger here any longer, Konoha may send someone to find us, Chinyu said, gently ruffling Mitsuki Yukaina's hair. As Mitsuki Yukaina regained her senses, she shot him an annoyed glance. Chinyu, could you please stop treating me like a little girl? Must you always ruffle my hair? Although Mitsuki Yukaina was of a similar age to Chinyu, he towered over her at a height of 1.7 meters, while she stood just a little over 1.5 meters tall. Not only could he see the top of her head, but he could also comfortably ruffle her hair. Before the sealed gates of Konoha, with the sudden emergence of Uchiha Chinyu, who triumphantly vanquished both the Cloud and Mist ninjas, the higher echelons of Konoha took notice. Indeed, it is fair to say that even the younger generation of the Uchiha clan was astounded. They had believed that the appearance of Uchiha Shursui had already placed them at the pinnacle of their era. Just recently, even the clan leader's young heir had begun to shine, receiving accolades as a prodigy upon entering the ninja academy. Yet now, out of the blue, a genius who had endured years of bullying and remained in hiding for over a decade had surfaced. This stark contrast was rather difficult for many to accept. Consequently, the Uchiha clan dispatched a guard team to await developments. Opposing them were Minato Namikaze and the rarely seen Danzo. A few moments earlier, upon concluding some mundane tasks, Minato had unexpectedly returned to Konoha only to find Danzo, who typically preferred to remain elusive, standing at the city gates. This sight astonished him and raised his apprehensions. Recalling the recent events at their base, Danzo's presence here was clearly akin to a weasel wishing a hen a happy new year. It was time to investigate. As the agreed-upon duration had elapsed, Minato glanced at the Chunin stationed at the gate, feeling compelled to take action. Minato, you've just returned. And now you're off to another destination? Danzo's gaze was fixed intently on Minato, just as Minato formed the seals for the Flying Thunder God technique. Danzo interjected swiftly. Lord Danzo, the 3 Chunin under my command have exceeded the allotted time, and I fear something may have gone awry. So I wish to check on them. Minato replied in a low, measured tone, a hint of frostiness in his words. He harbored discontent regarding Danzo's repeated aggression towards Chinyu, yet he refrained from voicing his grievances concerning the delay of Chinyu and the others. Minato, you are indeed a formidable candidate for the next Hokage. Even in your endeavors, you exhibit such prudence. Danzo remarked with a smile that belied his calculating thoughts concerning the time it would take to deal with Chinyu. Observing Minato's evident agitation, Danzo's smile widened. To him, the longer the delay, the greater the opportunity for Minato to await the grim tidings of corpses. 15 minutes had already elapsed. And with the strength of an S-rank rogue ninja, aided by wind manipulation ninjas, dispatching a mere Chunin should not pose a significant challenge, even if that Chunin harbored secrets. Lord Danzo, you wouldn't be deliberately obstructing my efforts to rescue them, would you? Minato's expression darkened. He was responsible for leading the team, and should anything happen to Chinyu and the others, he would bear the blame. Minato, your words are quite disheartening, Danzo replied, though his smile grew ever more radiant. You see, everything I do is for the sake of Konoha. Besides, I am unaware of what you are insinuating. I merely found the atmosphere here quite lively and came to see whom you were awaiting. With that, Danzo shook his head, still smiling. However, judging by your expression, it seems the chances of waiting for them may be rather slim. I shall take my leave now, hoping that the companions in your eyes will arrive safely. 15 minutes have already elapsed. The sentinels he dispatched have not issued any report. To Danzo, it seems that Chinyu and the others are undoubtedly doomed. It is precisely for this reason that lingering here has become rather futile. Minato, what brings you here? Chinyu's voice suddenly resonated. The steps Danzo had just taken, along with the smile that graced his face, became instantly rigid. Chapter 43, A Clash of Which Chinyu? Did you encounter any mishaps along the way? How could you have delayed for 15 minutes? The expression on Bo Feng Shuiman's face was one of delight. However, as he glanced at Danzo, a hint of provocation lingered in his gaze. Just a moment ago, he had vehemently declared it impossible, yet now Qin Yu had appeared unexpectedly. This slap in the face was resounding. Nothing much happened. We merely took a moment to rest. Qin Yu replied with a smile, patting Bo Feng Shuiman on the shoulder. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave and rest. This scene immediately stirred the guard stationed not far away. Did you see that? That waste. Uchiha Qin Yu is acting like a brother with Bo Feng Shuiman. Their relationship appears rather amicable. Konoha truly knows how to win hearts. No wonder he is a popular candidate for the next Hokage, remarked the leader of the guard team, a lanky young man in his early 20s. His eyes glinting with hostility. Qin Yu remembered him as Uchiha Sure, a once promising talent of the Uchiha clan, celebrated before Uchiha Shursui rose to prominence. Unfortunately, the moment Shursui gained fame, Uchiha Sure was swiftly overshadowed. Now, with another Uchiha, Qin Yu, emerging, it was likely to stir his discontent. Nevertheless, Qin Yu remained unfazed. In this world where strength reigns supreme, there is no problem that cannot be resolved with a fist. If one punch isn't enough, then another shall follow. You are indeed Uchiha Qin Yu. A hero emerges in youth. Despite the treacherous journey, you have successfully arrived at Konoha. It seems the legends hold true, Danzo remarked, turning with a smile that was more sinister than it appeared, enveloping him in an aura of unspoken oppression. By Qin Yu's assessment, this was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Thank you for your concern. Aside from a few pesky flies, there were no troubles at all. Qin Yu replied with a warm smile. Perhaps my luck is simply extraordinary, or maybe one of your subordinates is merely unfortunate, losing their way. As he spoke, Qin Yu met Danzo's gaze directly, his smile growing ever more radiant. Danzo, do you believe that rabid watchdogs should be put down? I would prefer not to encounter those two beasts. Otherwise, I assure you, I would show no mercy to anyone. With that, his eyes, the Manjiki Sharingan, began to whirl suddenly. An overwhelming surge of ocular power erupted like a tidal wave, sweeping through the air. However, this aura was fleeting, vanishing almost as quickly as it had appeared. What formidable ocular power! Danzo's expression momentarily faltered, yet within the depths of his gaze lingered a glimmer of greed. His feelings towards the Uchiha clan were complex. He loathed them, yet coveted their Sharingan. Moreover, intelligence indicated that the eyes Qin Yu possessed were distinctly superior to those of ordinary clan members. Now, having witnessed it firsthand, Danzo became increasingly convinced that these eyes bore an undeniable resemblance to the Manjiki Sharingan recorded by the second Hokage. Most notably, the immense power that erupted from them moments ago could only be measured by the Manjiki Sharingan. Otherwise, it would remain inexplicable. Uchiha Qin Yu, you are indeed extraordinary. Having awakened the legendary eyes, perhaps you shall surpass Uchiha Shursui and emerge as an unparalleled genius within our clan, Danzo bluntly stated. The expressions of Uchiha Ishii and the other members of the guard shifted noticeably. As fellow Uchiha, they felt joy at the emergence of a strong member within their clan. Yet who among them did not desire to be that strong individual? To see someone once considered the underdog now hailed as an unparalleled talent by Danzo. Having awakened the fabled Sharingan was enough to twist one's heart with envy. Ha ha, Lord Danzo, you truly have a sense of humor. Perhaps I am not worthy of such a comparison, Qin Yu chuckled dryly. If you have no further business, I must attend to my duties. Ah yes, I nearly forgot about that, Minato quickly interjected. The third Hokage and the two advisors from Konoha have been waiting for quite some time. We should report to them. Yuin. Ship, you both should return to rest. You have worked hard during this time, so do not wander aimlessly, Minato added. Hearing this, Yukige's ship felt a wave of relief wash over him. After casting a glance at Qin Yu, he quickly expressed his gratitude and left in haste. Although Yuzuki Yuin felt a pang of reluctance, she sensed the atmosphere and understood it was not the time to linger. After casting a worried glance at Qin Yu, she too turned to depart. In an instant, the vast city gate became suffused with an inexplicable heaviness. Minato, let us be on our way, Qin Yu said as he patted Minato's shoulder. We must not keep the third Hokage waiting. If you wish to stay, Lord Danzo, perhaps you may find what you seek here. With that, Qin Yu took the lead towards the Hokage Tower. Minato offered a wry smile, but he too disapproved of Danzo's actions. He felt a sense of joy at Danzo's misfortune and had no intention of tending to the fragile pride of the man. As they watched Chinyu and Minato depart, Uchiha Ishii left with the guard, his face darkened with displeasure. "Lord Danzo, will you continue to wait?" "It is time for my shift change," inquired the Nin guarding the ceiling gate, his voice timid. "Get out of my sight. Do you think you have the right to question Lord Danzo?" Yamashiro Kaze emerged from the shadows, followed closely by Aburame Torian, both wearing visibly grim expressions. Danzo remained silent, still brooding over Chinyu's earlier words. Though they had been subtly expressed, the thought of the Sharingan he had painstakingly collected on his arm, along with his secret dealings with Orochimaru, filled him with an unsettling sense of being seen through. As the founder of Root and a high-ranking member of Konoha, Danzo prided himself on his intellect, strategy, and depth. He believed no one, not even the third Hokage, could rival him. However, this time, not only did the assassination fail, but even a mere child could not perceive the truth. For the first time, Danzo comprehended the essence of an unfathomable sensation. "Lord Danzo, did you not dispatch the S-rank rogue ninja from the Takigakure to eliminate Uchiha Chinyu? Why is he unharmed?" Yamashiro F was unable to contain his impatience. The thought of Yamashiro Rya's demise filled him with a desire to rend Chinyu asunder. "F, do not be anxious. Perhaps that lad altered his route, causing Kakuzu to miss his target," spoke Ninja Torian in a low tone. "Otherwise, given this child's temperament, if Kakuzu truly failed, he would undoubtedly retaliate with ferocity." Danzo silently nodded in agreement with this assessment. "Gather some people, contact Kakuzu, and simultaneously inspect the relay station. I expect results within 30 minutes. Rest assured, Lord Danzo." "I shall depart at once," replied Yamashiro F, unable to contain his urgency. With that, he turned and dashed out through the ceiling gates, eager to validate Torian's assertion. Nevertheless, another thought intermittently flickered through his mind. Chapter 44. A glimpse of the Sharingan within the confines of the Hokage's office. The third Hokage, along with Tsunade and Mito Gate, sat in contemplative silence, their closed eyes evoking an air of unspoken tension that permeated the vast room. "Do you think he will come?" Mito Gate suddenly broke the silence. Tsunade turned her gaze towards the third Hokage. As the words hung in the air, a brief silence enveloped the room before the third Hokage replied, "I have faith in Minato. I believe he will arrive. If he cannot overcome these perils, how can we expect to repel the Cloud and Mist Ninja? Even A, from the AB duo, acknowledges his strength." Tsunade and Mito Gate exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their surprise. The response was clearly not what they had anticipated. "Are you perhaps oversimplifying the matter, Sarutobi?" Mito Gate remarked. At that moment, a shadowy Umbu ninja appeared in the office like a specter. "I have located the bounty hunter information linked to Danzo. Aside from the Fma clan, there is also Kaku, who once ambushed the first Hokage and assassinated high-ranking officials of the Takigakure." The Umbu ninja produced a scroll. "Is it him?" Mito Gate and Tsunade's expressions shifted dramatically, a flicker of relief flashing in their eyes. The third Hokage's aging visage registered a change in emotion. "Notify Namikaze Minato, have him come to see me immediately." Initially, the third Hokage had maintained composure regarding Minato's significance in relation to Chinyu, but upon learning that Danzo had summoned such a formidable foe, his unease became palpable. "Sarutobi, you are rallying too many forces. If that boy dies, we need not concern ourselves excessively. Let us not forget, we are at war, and this is a critical juncture." Tsunade interjected suddenly. Mito Gate nodded in agreement. "Tsunade is correct. Minimizing our troubles is beneficial for Konoha." Faced with such responses from Konoha's two chief advisors, the third Hokage hesitated momentarily but ultimately chose to stride towards the door, intent on addressing the situation personally. "Hokage-sama, I have brought Chinyu." Just as the third Hokage opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of Namikaze Minato and a somewhat unfamiliar face. "Is it him?" Mito Gate and Tsunade's expressions changed once more, and they could not help but rise to their feet, gazing at Chinyu standing alongside Namikaze Minato at the office entrance. They were momentarily taken aback. In their eyes, Chinyu appeared remarkably youthful. At merely 14 or 15 years of age, He possessed the strength to single-handedly repel both the Cloud and Mist Ninja, a feat beyond their own capabilities. The potential he might attain as he matured was unfathomable. You are Uchiha Chinyu, correct? The third Hokage exhaled quietly, relieved. Please, come inside and rest for a moment. You are not what I had anticipated. As the third Hokage stepped aside to allow entry, Chinyu showed no signs of hesitation and walked straight in. Minato, taken aback, rubbed the bridge of his nose in resignation and followed suit. Humph, such a rude young lad, Tsunade huffed. However, as her words escaped her, she met Chinyu's gaze. In the fleeting moment of their gazes locking, a vivid crimson hue rapidly spread within Chinyu's pupils. The Nine-Tails Sharingan, upon its sudden rotation, exuded an inexplicable aura of impending doom. The expression on T-Rin K. Haru's face shifted dramatically. You audacious brat. Mito Minion's form flickered as he hastily appeared beside Chinyu, his right hand morphing into a claw, aiming directly at him. Sealing technique, water chain binding. An intricate array of seals emanated from Mito Minion's right foot, swiftly expanding outward. Simultaneously, four chains, forged from water, materialized out of thin air, rapidly entwining around Chinyu. However, as the attack was unleashed, Mito Minion sensed a shift in the very fabric of reality, akin to the rotation of celestial bodies. Genjutsu release. The third Hokage exclaimed urgently. Mito Minion was abruptly jolted awake, gasping for breath as he realized that the water chain binding he had just cast had ensnared his own limbs. T-Rin K. Haru, drenched in perspiration, exclaimed, Chinyu, what are you doing? Mito Minion bellowed in fury. Someone, seize him at once. His enraged roar echoed throughout the office, yet not a single shadowy ninja appeared in response. Calm down. I understand your curiosity regarding my ocular techniques. I merely provided a brief demonstration, Chinyu replied with a warm smile. The hypnotic eye technique. Anyone who establishes even a momentary eye contact with me will be instantaneously hypnotized. Of course, if a ninja possesses considerable strength, unwavering will, and rich combat experience, such a simple hypnotic gaze would prove ineffective. Release. As Chinyu's Nine-Tails Sharingan faded, the genjutsu was immediately dispelled. The concealed shadow ninjas, 8 in total, materialized within the office, each radiating the aura of seasoned warriors. Are you mocking us for being hypnotized? Mito Minion's expression darkened as he shouted, Someone, capture him at once. The 8 shadow ninjas exchanged startled glances, turning their attention to the third Hokage. They were the Hokage's direct operatives, bound to follow only his commands. T-Rin K. Haru and Mito Minion were high-ranking officials in Konoha, yet compelling them to act was utterly impossible. Stand down. The third Hokage gestured dismissively. Without a moment's hesitation, the 8 shadow ninjas vanished from sight. T-Rin K. Haru and Mito Minion's expressions shifted. Sarutobi, what do you mean by this? He has attacked Konoha's leadership, causing chaos within the Hokage's office. He ought to be punished. T-Rin K. Haru implored urgently. Mito Minion remained silent. But the embarrassment of having fallen victim to his own water whip binding gnawed at him. Very well, Chinyu merely demonstrated a minor technique. I will handle this matter. You need not say more. The third Hokage asserted decisively. Moreover, I am the Hokage. If you are uninjured, you will remain silent. As they observed the transformation in the expressions of the steadfast Kohara Udatane and the resolute Mitogate, they understood that it was only during moments of crucial decision-making regarding the fate of Konoha that the usually composed Sarutobi Hiruzen would exhibit such firmness. After casting a glance at Chinyu, Mitogate let out a cold snort and stated, Since the Hokage deems our presence unnecessary as advisors to Konoha, Koharu and I shall take our leave. We sincerely hope that the third Hokage refrains from actions that may jeopardize the very foundation of Konoha. Otherwise, we would not hesitate to pay a visit to the daimyo. Chapter 45. The decision of the third Hokage having delivered their veiled threats. Mito came in and T-Kyun Koharu turned and exited the Hokage's office. As they departed, their murderous glare seemed intent on devouring Chinyu whole. Well then, Minato, please close the door, the third Hokage remarked, seemingly unfazed by their words. As the leader of Konohagakure, the third Hokage maintained a considerable reputation. If he allowed Mito Kamen and T-Kyun Koharu to intimidate him, how could he accomplish any significant tasks? Lord Hokage, Such a resolution may inadvertently drive the two advisors into Danzo's camp. Chinyu interjected. The moment Minato Namikaze shut the door, he was struck by a wave of headache. He had anticipated that Chinyu's rebellious nature would complicate matters. What he had not foreseen was the immediate confrontation between Chinyu and the two advisors upon entering the Hokage's office. Even more surprising was the overwhelming hypnotic effect of the Manjiki Sharingan, which had caught even the two esteemed advisors off guard. Uchiha Chinyu, you indeed conceal your depths. With your intellect and audacity, I find myself at a loss for words, the third Hokage chuckled, shaking his head. Possessing such formidable power yet remaining in the shadows for over a decade, I must commend your cunning. Chinyu merely smiled in response, choosing silence. After all, he could hardly reveal to the third Hokage that he was a transmigrator who had seized the body of a short-lived soul and gained immense strength through external means. Moreover, the third Hokage was already constructing excuses on his behalf. Why would Chinyu not relish this? Observing Chinyu's serene demeanor, the third Hokage furrowed his brow and shifted his approach. Chinyu, I wish to understand your motivations. Why have you acted now after such a prolonged period of concealment? Is it a desire to prevent the loss of the stronghold, a wish to avert further deaths, or perhaps a regard for someone you hold dear? At this juncture, Minato Namikaze also cast a glance at Chinyu, acknowledging the third Hokage's straightforward inquiry with a subtle nod. Throughout his interactions with Chinyu, Minato had come to grasp the latter's character. Chinyu, remember that any response you provide will determine your future within Konohagakure. I sincerely hope you can become a formidable new force for our village, just as Minato has, the third Hokage added earnestly. In light of the solemn expression on the third Hokage's face, Chinyu smiled warmly. I harbor no interest in the position of Hokage, nor do I possess any sense of belonging in your factional disputes. However, I am averse to clandestine machinations. If you find me displeasing, feel free to confront me openly. I bear no qualms about eliminating those who dare challenge me one by one, or even in pairs. Chinyu's smile grew ever more radiant, and after a brief pause, he declared, I merely wish to live my life as a carefree individual. Carefree? Minato Namikaze and the third Hokage exchanged bewildered glances. In response to such an exquisite and unconventional descriptor, they clearly struggled to grasp its essence. Chinyu, what does dried fish mean? Inquired the ever-curious Minato Namikaze. The third Hokage, along with the hidden Umbu operatives, displayed a hint of urgency. After all, from Chinyu's earlier remarks, it was evident that his stance could potentially destabilize Konoha's security. Dried fish refers to a life where one basks in the sun, enjoying leisurely days, Chinyu explained while touching the tip of his nose. In a previous life, such a lifestyle was emblematic of success. Imagine, while others toil away at their jobs, one luxuriates under the sun on a beach, occasionally assisted by a stunning beauty who, clad in minimal attire, helps apply sunscreen. Isn't that the very essence of a dried fish existence? Minato was momentarily taken aback. No, it would be more accurate to say that even the third Hokage and the Umbu operatives concealed in the shadows had their expressions stiffen. This notion of a dried fish lifestyle seemed utterly absurd. Chinyu, are your demands truly so simplistic? The third Hokage could no longer contain his impatience. If you wish, I could promote you to an elite Jonin and announce your achievements, granting you the same authority as Minato. The proposition put forth by the third Hokage astonished even the Umbu ninjas. Minato had long been regarded as the successor to the Hokage, possessing an identity and status that were singularly unparalleled. Now, with the third Hokage making such an offer, it implied an acknowledgement of Chinyu's eligibility to compete for the title of Hokage. That's unnecessary. Being Hokage entails a multitude of troubles. I have no desire to age prematurely, lose my hair, or, heaven forbid, sacrifice myself for the village. Such selflessness is better suited for Minato, Chinyu retorted nonchalantly. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave to rest. With that, he turned and departed, leaving the room. Minato, momentarily taken aback, intended to voice a protest, only to notice the third Hokage shaking his head to dissuade him. As the office door closed once more, the third Hokage pondered for a moment before speaking. Minato, what are your thoughts on Chinyu's notion of dried fish? Is there any truth to it? Reflecting on Yu's theory of dried fish caused the third Hokage a slight headache. It seems rather far-fetched. Lord Hokage, I believe Yu is trustworthy, Minato replied after a moment of contemplation. From the very beginning, he has been acutely aware of the Uchiha clan's predicament. Not only does he harbor no animosity, but during the Cloud Village's surprise attack, he willingly relinquished a long-held secret to save others, demonstrating that his heart still resides with Konoha. After repelling the Cloud Ninjas, he knew full well that Danzo would undoubtedly seek retribution for the incident involving Yamashiro and Yamanaka. Yet, rather than fleeing, he thwarted a second ambush by the Mist Ninjas and even returned with me to Konoha. Given the prowess he displayed earlier, who could possibly restrain him if he chose to slip away unnoticed? With this, Minato turned his gaze to the third Hokage. He was acutely aware that no matter how much he spoke, the true decision-maker remained the third Hokage. Minato, I am well aware of your thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, the third Hokage declared, the matter concerning Uchiha Chinyu shall be entrusted to you entirely. I hope you can mold him into a spear in our hands, radiating brilliance and fervor just like yourself. The departure of the three ninjas was, in fact, a significant catalyst for the Third Great Ninja War. Chapter 46, All perished. A faint sound reverberated within the office. Namake's Minato was momentarily taken aback, lost in a fleeting silence. During the Second Great Ninja War, Hanzo of the Salamander conferred the title of the legendary Three Ninjas upon Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru. At that time, the three of them commanded immense respect and influence within the vast realm of ninjas. Their mere presence on any battlefield was enough to dictate the course of the conflict. If they were to be placed on every battlefield now, the great nations would think twice before daring to provoke the Land of Fire. Regrettably, Orochimaru's betrayal, Tsunade's lingering trauma, and Jiraiya's departure had dealt a devastating blow to Konoha. If only there were a fresh force like Chinyu to join the fray, it would be most opportune to bring an end to the ongoing Third Great Ninja War. Rest assured, Lord Hokage, I share a good rapport with Fugaku. With his assistance, Chinyu can at most be a mere bystander, Minato concluded, recalling Chinyu's earlier words. And couldn't he help but smile wryly. The third Hokage too shook his head with a resigned smile, saying, with your assurance, I feel more at ease. Concerning the Kamikaze Bridge, we have received the latest intelligence. I hope you can find time to visit soon. The Rock Ninjas have mobilized a considerable number of elite forces, and their clashes with the Cloud Ninjas seem to be nearing a conclusion. Outside, Tinari Kamaru and Mito Meika walked out of the Hokage building, their expressions gloomy. It's Danzo. Mito Meika raised an eyebrow. Let us go take a look, Tinari Kamaru remarked briskly as she moved ahead. What brings you down here? Where has that little brat gone? Danzo, just about to return to the Hokage building, inquired. Humph, that kid was too audacious, casting Jinjutsu on us right in the Hokage's office. However, those eyes of his are terrifying. He must be adept in illusion techniques, Mito Meika retorted indignantly. Danzo, didn't you dispatch the S-rank rogue ninja, Kakuzu, to eliminate him? Why did you fail? Powerful Jinjutsu? Danzo's expression shifted slightly. It seems Sarutobi's intelligence network remains formidable, as they even know whom I sought. Indeed, I had enlisted the rogue ninja from Takigakure, Kakuzu, along with the Fuma clan to carry out the assassination. Yet, judging by that brat's demeanor, he likely altered his route and escaped unscathed. Humph, I knew it. He is merely a cowardly wretch, incapable of being a match for an S-rank rogue ninja like Kakuzu, Mito Meika scoffed. This boy is far too unruly. I worry he may not be of service to Konoha. Danzo, you should contact Kakuzu at once and find a way to resolve this, Tinari Kamaru interjected silently, her demeanor already revealing her stance. Observing the once steadfast Tinari Kamaru and Mito Meika, who had aligned themselves with Sarutobi, a faint smile crept onto Danzo's face. Fear not, with Sarutobi's recent decisions jeopardizing the very foundation of Konoha, I will promptly reach out to Kakuzu to devise a solution for that brat. However, I believe it is time for you to contemplate the next Hokage position. For Danzo, this presented the most opportune moment to seize the title of Hokage. With the presence of the two esteemed figures, Tsunade and Mitomen in, alongside evidence to substantiate Sarutobi Hiruzen's failures in decision-making, He would possess ample leverage to vie for the position of the next Hokage before the daimyo, competing against Namikaze Minato. Mito Mingen and Tsunade were momentarily taken aback. Though they had anticipated such developments, they were unprepared for Danzo's blatant ambition regarding the Hokage title. Lord Danzo, Yamashiro F. has returned, interrupted Oil Woman Torigane suddenly. Danzo cast a glance at the hesitant expressions of Mito Mingen and Tsunade and stated, "There is no need for you to rush your decisions. I will have Yamashiro F. contact Kakuzu to expedite the resolution of Chinyu. Return and contemplate this. We are at a critical juncture of war. The four great nations are simultaneously striking against our land of fire, and the daimyo is enraged. All of this stems from Saratobi's so-called prudent thinking, his notions of recuperation. Had he heeded my counsel sooner and employed a more iron-fisted approach to intimidate the four nations, who would dare to offend us while we stand as the dominant force of Konoha?" Mito Mingen and Tsunade fell into a contemplative silence. Yamashiro F. hurriedly arrived, drenched in sweat and radiating urgency. Had he not been gasping for breath, he might have spoken out of turn. "F, take your time. They are now part of our alliance," Danzo said with a hint of smugness. "You must contact Kakuzu immediately. Our target has returned to Konoha. We will create an opportunity for him to act. This time, success is paramount. Failure is not an option. If we fail, Lord Danzo, Kakuzu and the Fuma clan will likely perish," Yamashiro F. remarked, his urgency overshadowing his caution. Danzo's smile faltered, his face twitching as he queried, "F, what nonsense are you spouting? What has transpired?" In Danzo's eyes, Uchiha Chinyu, despite his prowess, could not compare to a long-established S-rank rogue ninja known for his ruthless extermination of high-ranking officials. He is dead. The entire elite of the Fuma clan has been slaughtered. "There are extensive signs of battle within the relay station," F responded, his expression grave. The signs of destruction from certain jutsu indicated a power level reaching the S-rank tier. What? The countenance of Danzo, as well as that of Mito Mingen and Tsunade, shifted dramatically. Although Chinyu was accompanied by two others, they could not fathom that the newcomers, Moonlight Shibuki and Yuzuki Yugao, could wield such formidable jutsu. If this so-called S-rank jutsu had indeed originated from Kakuzu, then Chinyu would undoubtedly not have returned alive. Through careful consideration, it became evident that this S-rank jutsu likely stemmed from Chinyu himself. His survival signified that their hopes pinned on the formidable S-rank rogue ninja Kakuzu had likely been dashed. The realization struck Mito Mingen and Tsunade with a pallor of dread. Moments ago, they had been in direct confrontation with Chinyu. Should they inadvertently fall victim to an illusion, and should the third Hokage fail to intervene in time, Chinyu's retaliation would spell certain doom for them. "Mito, Koharu, do not forget what you promised me." Danzo, growing increasingly anxious, swiftly returned to the topic at hand. "Koharu, the weather today is splendid, and it has been a while since we last enjoyed a cup of coffee together," Hiruzen suddenly interjected. Nodding in agreement, Koharu replied, "Indeed. It feels like ages since we gathered." As they dismissed such trivialities and turned to leave, Danzo's expression darkened to an extreme. "Cursed, those wretched individuals." Danzo seethed with indignation. This was supposed to be his closest opportunity to ascend to the position of Hokage. Yet now, even the formidable Kage had been slain by Uchiha Chinyu. An unforeseen turn of events. "Lord Danzo, what shall we do now?" Yamashiro questioned impatiently. "If even an S-rank rogue ninja like Kage cannot defeat Uchiha Chinyu, are we to simply watch him parade through Konoha unchallenged?" "Calm down, foe. Lord Danzo will devise a plan," advised Aburame Shino, though he himself found no immediate solution to the dilemma. If even someone of Kage's caliber could not contend with Chinyu, who would dare take action? "Do not worry. I have a promising candidate in mind." Chapter 47. Your confidence seems lacking. The residence of the Uchiha clan is situated in the northwestern corner of the Hidden Leaf Village. Nestled against the village's edge, it is flanked by towering mountains, evoking a sense of fortification that is difficult to breach. However, for the villagers of Konoha, it is far simpler to vigilantly guard the entrance of the Uchiha clan, thereby remaining alert to any potential defections from their ranks. After departing from the Hokage's office, Chinyu made his way towards the Uchiha clan's residence. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he had grown increasingly cautious, Nevertheless, he felt an inexplicable attachment to this place. Perhaps the sole remnant of the previous soul that inhabited him. Qin Feng lifted his gaze towards the rudimentary gate in the distance, adorned with the Uchiha clan's emblem. Suddenly, a whoosh pierced the air. Qin Yu's brow arched as he swiftly retaliated, hurling 3 shurikens that transformed into streaks of darkness, hurtling towards his side. Clang, clang, clang. The metallic sounds of collision erupted as the shurikens were deflected. Fire style, fireball jutsu, a youthful voice proclaimed. Qin Yu cast a resigned glance at the enormous fireball, approximately 4 to 5 meters in diameter, barreling towards him. His hands moved rapidly, forming a series of hand seals. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. A water dragon surged forth, colliding with the fireball. The explosion resounded like thunder, sending mist spiraling skyward. Enough, Itachi. If we are to fight, let it be another time, Qin Yu declared, as he ghosted through the tumultuous winds of the explosion to appear behind Itachi, firmly placing a hand on his shoulder. Startled, Itachi had been in the midst of forming hand seals and had not anticipated Qin Yu's remarkable speed, which barely allowed him to catch a glimpse. At merely 6 years old, you've already awakened the Sharingan. Itachi, you truly are impressive, Qin Yu remarked, patting Itachi's shoulder. Despite their previous lives, he held a deep affection for his younger cousin. Itachi, in turn, often looked out for his more timid and introverted elder cousin. Brother, you certainly keep your cards close to your chest, Itachi said, turning to face him, a hint of displeasure crossing his features. Qin Yu, scratching his nose in mild exasperation, replied, I simply wish to avoid trouble. However, if I cannot escape this time, then so be it. Aren't you supposed to be at the Ninja Academy? You haven't been using shadow clones to skip classes, have you? Itachi's expression faltered, clearly struck by the truth of the matter. Please, brother, don't let father find out, he implored urgently. For the young Itachi, who had just entered the Ninja Academy, those days were imbued with a sense of innocence and romanticism. Yet, as he graduated and encountered more of life's complexities, his demeanor grew increasingly silent, burdened by the weight of his responsibilities. Ultimately, the death of Uchiha Shursui plunged Itachi into a profound existential crisis. Rest assured, it's already a blessing that your father doesn't come to bother me, Qin Yu reassured him, giving Itachi's shoulder a gentle pat. His gaze drifted towards the nearby woods, and with a raised brow, he activated the body flicker technique. As Uchiha Itachi began to speak, he suddenly noticed Uchiha Qin Yu vanishing into thin air. The speed of the lightning release body flicker technique was astonishing, even faster than Shursui's. Itachi's expression momentarily faltered as he hastened to follow. Upon entering the small grove, he heard a voice calling for help. Qin Yu, I am truly sorry for the trouble I've caused. With a chakra blade in hand, Yuzuki Yuin's face was smeared with dirt, revealing a hint of fatigue. I only wished to bring you some food, but then he accused me of trespassing into the Uchiha clan's territory. At this, Yuin lowered her head in dismay. Do not take it to heart, Qin Yu replied, shaking his head as he glanced at the 3 individuals obstructing Yuin's path, his expression darkening. If his memory served him correctly, the leader of the group was none other than Uchiha Ishii, one of the vice captains, once renowned as a young genius, accompanied by 2 lackeys. However, it was the emergence of Uchiha Shursui that had overshadowed him. Qin Yu, is this your friend? Have you forgotten that non-Uchiha individuals are prohibited from entering within 500 meters of the garrison? Uchiha Ishii mocked with a smirk. This time, he had deliberately sought to create trouble to demonstrate his dominance over Qin Yu. Ishii, I recall there is no such rule within the garrison. My father would never establish such a regulation, Itachi interjected. Release her at once, or you will be violating clan rules. The Uchiha clan had long aspired to the position of Hokage, yet they consistently fell short in the voting process. While the Uchiha clan was considerable in number, they paled in comparison to the entirety of Konohagakure. In pursuit of the Hokage title, Uchiha Fugaku had made numerous preparations. Unfortunately, a prodigy like Namikaze Minato emerged in the same era, rendering any comparison futile, especially with Fugaku concealing his Manjiki Sharingan. Humph, with Fugaku absent, I am the law, Uchiha Ishii declared in a low tone. We are of the same clan, as long as you heed my words in the future. I shall overlook this incident of her trespassing into our garrison. Otherwise, do not blame us for taking action. Itachi's expression shifted slightly as he regarded Chinyu with newfound hesitation. Itachi, do not involve yourself in this mess. Just stand aside and observe, Chinyu said, patting Itachi's shoulder before turning to Uchiha Ishii. Is there truly no room for negotiation? Ishii was initially taken aback, but soon sneered, I forgot to mention, I have just been appointed as an elite Genin. Do you think there is room for discussion? An elite Genin? Chinyu replied with a warm smile. No wonder you feel emboldened to alter the rules. It appears you have risen to elite Genin status. There seem to be few of those in Konoha. At this point, Chinyu's smile grew, but a cold edge crept into his voice. Unfortunately, your confidence appears somewhat lacking. As his words fell, arcs of electricity crackled ominously around Chinyu. Bang! As the ground beneath his feet suddenly shattered, he moved like a flash of lightning, covering dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. By the time Uchiha Stone and the others registered what had transpired, Chinyu had already materialized before them. With a fierce determination, he clenched his right hand into a tight fist, devoid of any embellishment, and struck forcefully towards Uchiha Stone's abdomen. Chapter 48. An unexpected encounter with the three shinobi. With a thunderous roar, akin to a lightning strike, all defenses appeared utterly futile. The overwhelming force propelled Uchiha Stone backward like a projectile. In the wake of a resounding crash, a massive tree was severed in half. The scene that unfolded, alongside Chinyu bathed in the glow of lightning, caused the remaining two subordinates to pale in shock. Without a moment's hesitation, they hastily drew kunai, thrusting them towards Chinyu's chest. However, in the face of this onslaught, Chinyu seemed oblivious. Clang! The two ebony kunai collided with his chest, only to be repelled by the chaotic lightning. What manner of creature is this? The faces of the two subordinates turned ashen, retreating a step. They were met with the rapid enlargement of a colossal fist within their vision. Bang! The two figures were launched backward like cannonballs, crashing violently into two trees. Blood splattered as they collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again. This power is unfathomable. Uchiha Itachi stood in stunned disbelief. He had been informed of his cousin's transformation by Uchiha Fugaku. Yet, in Itachi's understanding, such a transformation would merely elevate one to the status of a Genin or elite Genin. When he first saw Uchiha Stone and his two lackeys, he had contemplated intervening, never expecting Chinyu to dispatch the elite Genin with such ease. Are you injured? Chinyu gently ruffled the still-dazed head of Yuzuki Yakina. If you are hurt, I can offer some assistance. During their time at the base, Chinyu had seized every opportunity to learn medical ninjutsu under Shizun's guidance. Now, his mastery of the healing technique and the extraction technique was unparalleled. I'm fine. It's just my lunchbox that got damaged, Yuzuki Yakina replied, her tone laced with disappointment. Let us go. We shall indulge in some Ichiraku ramen, Chinyu said with a resigned shake of his head. Is that permissible? Yuzuki Yakina hesitated, her cheeks flushing with a rosy hue. In her eyes, it felt akin to a date. And what of that little one over there? If you don't mind. Chinyu gestured toward the bewildered Uchiha Itachi. At just over 6 years old, Itachi was only a year away from graduating from the Ninja Academy. Possessing merely a single tomo in his Sharingan, his strength slightly surpassing that of a Nin. Is this your younger brother, Uchiha Itachi? Yuzuki Yakina inquired, having clearly heard of this prodigious child. Of course, I don't mind. Itachi is quite adorable, she said, pinching Itachi's cheek. One can only imagine the reaction of future generations upon discovering how the great Itachi Uchiha was treated. I can actually sit this one out. Uchiha Itachi stammered, snapping out of his daze. Don't you wish to uncover the depths of your brother's secrets? Yuzuki Yakina teased with a playful smile. Together, we may extract his hidden truths. Furthermore, aren't you curious how he single-handedly repelled the Cloud and Mist ninjas? Listening to this exchange, Uchiha Itachi hesitated for a moment, then bit his lip and acquiesced. Let us proceed. Chinyu cast a reluctant glance back and turned to lead the way. Along the journey, the presence of the enchanting Yuzuki Yuin drew the attention of many onlookers, particularly when they observed her walking alongside a member of the Uchiha clan. Their expressions tinged with a hint of disdain. Chinyu paid little heed to this, though he was taken aback by the depth of animosity that Konoha bore towards the Uchiha clan. Welcome. A girl of around 12 or 13 emerged. Shouta. Please attend to our guests while I prepare the ramen. The sound of hand-making noodles echoed from the kitchen. I would like a chashu ramen. Chinyu said casually as he took a seat. This establishment, humorously dubbed Ichiraka Ramen by fans of Hokage, was renowned for its enduring presence amidst the turmoil. Legends even suggested that the enigmatic Uncle Ichiraku was, in fact, a hidden figure of great mystery within the village. I want chashu too. Yuzuki Yuin eagerly echoed. In her eyes, sharing a meal of the same dish with Chinyu was tantamount to a date. I suppose I shall have one as well. Uchiha Itachi remarked with a hint of resignation. However, the two soon became engrossed in animated conversation. When Yuzuki Yuin mentioned Uchiha Chinyu's prowess in utilizing lightning release to vanquish hundreds of cloud shinobi, Uchiha Itachi's gaze towards Chinyu was decidedly imbued with a newfound sense of awe and respect. Handmaid, please bring me a chashu ramen. A somewhat weary voice called from outside. Chinyu raised an eyebrow and noticed a silver-haired man, bearing a large scroll on his back, take a seat beside him. Lord Jiraiya, I did not expect your return at such a critical juncture. Shouta emerged from the kitchen, a smile gracing his face. As an ordinary merchant in Konoha, Shouta had a vague understanding of the conflict, yet with the simultaneous activation of 3 battlefronts, who would not be concerned? Jiraiya, a figure of renown from the Second Shinobi World War, served as a stabilizing force for Konoha. Shouta, you remain unchanged, he remarked as he broke open his chopsticks, gesturing for Shouta to bring the appetizers. My purpose for returning this time is merely to report to the third Hokage. I shall depart shortly. The outcome of the war will soon be determined. Shouta's expression shifted, and he quickly gestured for silence. Lord Jiraiya, there are younger ones present. Such information should not be disclosed indiscriminately. Additionally, you should refrain from drinking this time. Last time, you revealed far too much information. And if it weren't for the timely arrival of the Hokage, I would have been in serious trouble. He removed the sake from Jiraiya's table. Very well. It is indeed unsuitable to drink on this occasion. Surprisingly, Jiraiya did not argue with Shouta this time, instead directing his attention towards Chinyu. Shouta, not one to be easily deceived, quickly discerned the shift in atmosphere and retreated to the kitchen with Shouta. The ramen will be ready in 10 minutes, he noted. Understood. Jiraiya recognized this as a reminder from his own hand, gazing at the youth before him, who seemed to have recognized him from the very start. Jiraiya let out a deep sigh. He had not anticipated that the reason Minato had summoned him back was for this young lad. It was said that you single-handedly repelled both the Cloud and Mist shinobi. Such prowess is nearly on par with that of a Kage. In the entirety of Konoha, those capable of defeating you are few and far between. Yuzuki Yuin and Uchiha Itachi, perceptively, fell silent. Observing one of the legendary Sannin offering such commendation to Uchiha Chinyu filled their hearts with astonishment. Chapter 49. The Art of Summoning Lord Jiraiya, You Exaggerate. Chinyu replied with a carefree smile. I initially intended to be nothing more than a salted fish, much like you, writing frivolous tales. Such a life is truly idyllic. Had I not been conscripted, I would have preferred to avoid all this turmoil. At this point, Chinyu sighed helplessly. Alas, my compassionate nature compelled me to take action. Observing Chinyu's nonchalant demeanor, Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback. His words bore a striking resemblance to those of Minato Namikaze. Unfortunately, this was not the outcome Jiraiya sought. Chinyu, you must realize that once you expose yourself, returning to your former self becomes impossible. Often, choices must be made, Jiraiya said solemnly. I have returned this time merely to ascertain your thoughts on the outcome of the third great ninja war for Konoha. The decisive battle at the Kamikaze Bridge was imminent. In this context, the most significant variable was Uchiha Chinyu. With the power he exhibited, he could easily take on 1,000 foes. Should he lose control in Konoha's rear, it would spell disaster for the village. Rest assured, I intend to visit the battlefield, Chinyu replied with a calm smile. Konoha will surely triumph in the battle at Kamikaze Bridge. Jiraiya was evidently unprepared for Chinyu's prompt acceptance. However, this alleviated his concerns regarding Konoha. Rather than harboring the unpredictable Uchiha Chinyu within the village, it would be wiser to send him to the battlefield alongside Minato. This would at least stabilize the rear. However, I do have a condition, Chinyu interjected suddenly. Jiraiya was taken aback and asked, what is your condition? As long as it does not jeopardize Konoha's safety, I can agree to it. Fear not. Do not constantly perceive me as a threat. I have stated before that I would rather remain a salted fish than seek the limelight. Unfortunately, fame can be a burden. Chinyu chuckled lightly. Initially disappointed at not finding the summoning scroll from Mount Myaboku with Minato, Chinyu had not anticipated Jiraiya would present the opportunity. Such a golden opportunity must not be squandered. Are you interested in the summoning technique? Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Minato mentioned your desire to forge a summoning contract with the frogs of Mount Myaboku. This poses no issue. But I must caution you, do not harbor any ill intentions towards Mount Myaboku, or I will revoke your contract. As a sage of Mount Myaboku, Jiraiya possessed numerous special privileges, including access to the mountain and the ability to merge with the two great sages. Fear not, for I am a good person. Let us finish our ramen first, and then we shall proceed with the contract, Chinyu said with a smile, glancing at the freshly prepared noodles. The aroma of the ramen wafted through the air. Observing that no conflict arose between Jiraiya and Uchiha Chinyu, the chef felt a sense of relief. The ramen is ready, Lord Jiraiya. Here is the sake, the chef announced. Why must you make me drink again? Are you not concerned I might get drunk and speak nonsense? Ah, Jiraiya-sama, do you not have 3 little ones beside you? They could conveniently escort you back. During this meal of ramen, neither Uchiha Itachi nor Yuzuki Yugao uttered a word, yet they devoured their food with remarkable speed. Observing their eager expressions, Chinyu discerned their clear desire to witness the signing of the summoning contract. Within the realm of Hokage, the individuals capable of entering into a summoning contract are exceedingly rare. Moreover, even among those fortunate enough to sign, many end up with summoning beasts of rather mediocre strength. Compared to the revered wetlands, Dragon Cave, and Myaboku Mountain, they pale significantly. The prominence of these 3 summoning locations arose from the ascendance of the 3 shinobi, bringing them fame throughout the ninja world. Now, the fact that Chinyu could indeed forge a contract with Myaboku Mountain serves as a testament to his strength. Thank you for the delightful meal, both Yuzuki Yugao and Uchiha Itachi said in unison. Feeling the intensity of their gazes, Chinyu found his appetite waning. Moreover, the thought of having signed a summoning contract and the prospect of acquiring sage mode thereafter filled him with an inexplicable urgency. You 3, stop staring at me like that. It has extinguished my enthusiasm for drinking, Jiraiya remarked with a hint of resignation, patting his wallet. This time, allow me to treat you. As it is a rare occasion to return to Konoha, it would be a shame to squander money on you little rascals. How splendid it would be to spend it on the lovely ladies at the hot springs. A wistful expression crossed Jiraiya's face as he reminisced about those enchanting attendants. Let us depart. Do not boast of being one of the 3 shinobi while appearing like a buffoon, Chinyu admonished. Casting a glance back before leading Uchiha Itachi and Yuzuki Yugao out. You brat, what nonsense are you spouting? You are too young to comprehend the adult world. Perhaps I should lend you paradise of affection to broaden your worldview, so you need not remain a mere idle fish. Life could be so much more colorful. After settling the bill, Jiraiya hurriedly followed suit. Once the quartet had departed, a shadow slipped out from the darkness, swiftly making its way toward the route. Under the guidance of Uchiha Itachi, Chinyu finally arrived at a secluded basin outside the village. Observing the sparsely populated surroundings, he noted a clearing at the center, where numerous straw dummies for training shuriken were bound, alongside the traces of attacks scattered on the ground. It seemed that Uchiha Itachi's reputation as a truant was indeed substantiated. It was unexpected that the Uchiha clan had produced 3 prodigies. At such a tender age of 7, Itachi had honed his shuriken techniques to this extent. Jiraiya had spent half his life trailing behind. However, now that he had mastered sage arts, he could undoubtedly be recognized as the strongest among the 3 shinobi. This might just be the triumph of a hard-working genius. Why not allow me to take you as my disciple? Come wander with me, Jiraiya suggested abruptly. Uchiha Itachi was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head. No need. I prefer my brother to guide me. That monster? Jiraiya glanced at Uchiha Chinyu and remarked. Being around such a creature may easily lead to psychological trauma. If you were with me, I could provide you with an entirely different kind of enlightenment. You must understand that this world is vast, and there are certain experiences that are as exhilarating as entering paradise itself, once you have tasted them. You are bound to be enchanted. Observing Jiraiya, who immediately began to ramble, Chinyu could only cast him a weary glance and say, Jiraiya, if you wish to cause mischief, why not return to bother Minato instead? The situation at Kamikaze Bridge is urgent. Let us first attend to serious matters. You, my friend, are nothing but a blockhead. It is no wonder you failed to notice the lovely girl by your side, Jiraiya retorted with a smirk. Nevertheless, he swiftly retrieved the contract scroll from his possession. Young one, this is the contract scroll of Myaboku Mountain. Only by signing this scroll can you summon the toads of Myaboku. As he unfurled the scroll, it was adorned with the names of all those who had previously forged contracts with Myaboku, including that of Kagaya's son, Yuki. If you have any other summoning beasts, you must first dissolve those contracts. The toads of Myaboku are rather temperamental. If they discover you are straddling two worlds, you will surely face dire consequences. Chapter 50. The Art of Summoning at Full Mastery. Jiraiya, rest assured, my temper is quite formidable as well. I do hope the toad does not provoke me. Chinyu remarked with a smile. Such bravado. Jiraiya retorted, casting a sidelong glance. Just remember not to come crying to me for help later. First, bite your index finger and inscribe your name upon it. Then, I shall perform the sealing technique. Once the contract is established, you must not betray Mount Myaboku lightly, lest you face the consequences of becoming stone, he added, not neglecting to offer a final warning. As Chinyu gazed at the unfurled scroll, he bit his finger, and as blood flowed forth, he swiftly inscribed his name upon it. The moment he withdrew his hand, Jiraiya quickly formed hand seals, culminating in a radiant display of 5 colors that he pressed upon the scroll. With vapor rising, the sealing technique in Jiraiya's hand merged with Chinyu's signature, transforming into an intricate summoning seal. When the luminescence dissipated, Chinyu sensed an inexplicable connection to another realm. Well, the contract is successfully formed. You may attempt it, but I advise you to proceed with caution. Do not embarrass yourself, Jiraiya said, tucking the scroll away once more. By the way, I have yet to learn the hand seals for the summoning technique. Could you teach me as well? Chinyu recalled an important matter. After being a mere underachiever for over a decade, he had hardly grasped the basic ninja techniques, let alone such advanced summoning arts. You are not familiar with the hand seals for summoning? Jiraiya expressed his surprise. After all, he was aware of the legendary talent that had lain dormant in Konoha for over a decade, leading him to return to the village to investigate. Thus, Chinyu's admission of ignorance regarding summoning techniques was indeed unexpected. Seeing Chinyu shake his head once more, Jiraiya sighed and said, Very well, I shall demonstrate for you. But there is a 90% chance of failure on your first attempt, so do not take it to heart. Now watch closely, do not blink. For I am Jiraiya of Mount Myaboku, he proclaimed, as he bit his finger and swiftly moved his hands in a flurry of motions. As the final hand seal fell into place, Jiraiya struck the ground with his right hand forcefully. Summoning technique. The web-like hand seals unfurled instantly amidst swirling white mist. A figure of approximately 1 meter in size materialized before them. It was a toad adorned with arm guards, reminiscent of the creature Jiraiya summoned during his battles against Kisame and Itachi in the original tale. Is this the summoning beast? Utsuki Yuin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. I have heard that once a contract is signed, summoning a beast on the battlefield effectively doubles one's combat prowess. Moreover, the summoning beast is an unwavering companion who will never betray you. Chinyu could not help but internally scoff at this notion. If the great serpent were to hear this, it would undoubtedly burst into laughter. It had no qualms about devouring its master. Brother, do you feel confident? Uchiha Itachi could not restrain his curiosity. Chinyu gently patted Itachi's head and smiled. Do you wish to see my joke as well? I shall endeavor to attempt it. Perhaps I shall succeed. As he spoke, Chinyu communicated with the system within him. Ding. Host has acquired the summoning technique. Would you like to level up instantly? Level up immediately. Chinyu commanded. Ding. Congratulations, host. The summoning technique is now maxed out. A surge of information regarding the summoning technique flooded his mind, imparting a sense of clarity to Chinyu. If you still lack confidence, you may contact someone before rushing into it, Jiraiya said, patting Chinyu's shoulder with a smile. Do not lose heart. Not everyone is as talented as I am to succeed on their first summoning. Chinyu cast a sidelong glance at the overly familiar Jiraiya and replied, that was merely a chaotic first attempt at summoning. which resulted in my own reversal to Mount Myaboku. I'm not like you. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback. This was indeed a secret of his. Aside from the third Hokage, who knew a bit, he had also boasted about it to Tsunade. No. He had even flaunted it before Orochimaru and had perhaps documented it in the Ika Ika series. The more Jiraiya pondered, the more he realized that it hardly qualified as a secret, so he decided to disregard it altogether. Kid, your confidence is indeed remarkable. I hope you can still laugh when you see the tadpoles without legs waiting for you, said Yuzuki Yuin, who cheerfully waved her small fist at Shinyu, clearly attempting to encourage him. As for Uchiha Itachi, he remained silent, maintaining a cool demeanor, yet his gaze toward Shinyu bore a hint of urgency. Shinyu exhaled deeply, his right index finger still stained with drying blood. With a swift motion of his hands, they began to move rapidly, akin to the wheels of a well-oiled machine. Witnessing this, Jiraiya's expression shifted dramatically. Initially, he believed that Shinyu's first attempt at hand signs, even if successful, would be awkward. However, the fluidity of the hand signs he was witnessing completely shattered their preconceptions. The summoning technique. As the final hand sign was completed, Shinyu struck the ground forcefully. Feeling the surge of chakra being drawn from him like a tidal wave, his expression changed. Boom. A powerful resonance erupted. And amidst the swirling white mist, 3 massive figures materialized, each as imposing as a small mountain. The force generated by the summoning swept outward, leaving Yuzuki Yuin and Uchiha Itachi momentarily blinded. In contrast, Jiraiya nearly widened his eyes to the point of rupture, gazing at the summoned trio. Renowned as the 3 formidable powers of Mount Myaboku, Frog Wanta, Frog Kin, and Frog Hero, Jiraiya was left in a state of disbelief. Jiraiya, what on earth has transpired? Have you encountered a troublesome foe in the third great ninja war that you summoned us all at once? Frog Wanta, puffing on a pipe and exhaling clouds of smoke, replied, this demands a considerable price. You must provide us with thousands of pounds of insects. Otherwise, do not expect to dismiss us lightly. The Toadkin and Toadguang could not help but survey their surroundings. However, within their perception, there was not the slightest hint of danger. Only 2 astonished individuals and a bewildered Jiraiya were present. Jiraiya, you should also speak. There is absolutely no peril here. While it is permissible to summon us at will, it is not acceptable to dismiss us so casually. Toadguang could not resist interjecting. Chapter 51 was struck by a glance. As the words of Toad Hiroshi fell, both Toad Winta and Toadkin turned their gaze toward Jiraiya. Their predatory expressions suggested that if they did not receive a satisfactory answer, they might retaliate violently. Jiraiya, startled from his stupor, glanced around, then smiled wryly and said, can I claim that it was not I who summoned you? Not you? Toad Winter raised an eyebrow, exhaling a plume of smoke before inquiring, is it that fellow Minato? I did not see him. In this era, perhaps there were others who had entered into contracts with the Toads. However, those capable of sustaining the immense chakra consumption required to summon the 3 great Toads were exceedingly few. Besides Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze, they could scarcely think of anyone else. It is him. Jiraiya directed his gaze toward Shinyu, smiling wryly as he remarked, kid, you handle this. 1 giant toad is already quite a challenge. Summoning 3 at once is rather ambitious. Good luck with that. With that parting remark, Jiraiya swiftly adopted a mode of retreat, quickly establishing a safe distance. Both Yuzuki Yuin and Uchiha Itachi wore expressions of grave concern. Nevertheless, faced with these 3 toads, each resembling a small mountain, they gritted their teeth and attempted to position themselves beside Shinyu. Step back. This matter is mine to handle, Shinyu said, looking up at Toad Winta. It is a pleasure to meet you and to forge a contract of summoning. Humph, just a mere brat. I thought someone bold enough to summon us all at once would be of greater stature, Toad Winta scoffed. But do not think that simply summoning us allows you to send us back with a wave of your hand. Toad Hiroshi and Toad Kin clearly followed Toad Winta's lead. Although they remained silent, their intentions were unmistakable. Is there a solution? Shinyu's smile widened. He was well aware that the more powerful summoning beasts possessed distinct personalities. And prior to being tamed, they were invariably headstrong. Humph, certainly. If you can defeat all 3 of us, this will be forgiven. Otherwise, you will assist us in catching bugs for a month. Toad Winta's eyes narrowed. The thought of delectable insects being delivered directly to them was most enticing. I find this solution agreeable. Chinyu responded with a warm smile. Toad Winta was initially taken aback, but soon met Chinyu's blood-red gaze. The Sharingan with its 9 tomo. As the blood moon-like eyes unfurled, a monumental shift occurred in Chinyu's aura, with overwhelming ocular power surging forth like a tidal wave. The expressions of Toad Winta and the others shifted drastically. This is the calamity I mentioned by the sage. I did not expect to encounter it here. Toad Winta's expression changed. Be cautious. This ocular technique is no trifling matter. Toad Winta bellowed repeatedly, reaching for the short blade at his waist just as he noticed Chinyu moving. No, it would be more accurate to say he saw Chinyu's eyes widen. Tsukuyami. Casting this technique upon the 3 great toads at once was a significant drain on Chinyu's reserves. Perhaps it can only be confined to a fleeting moment. Yet, in such a contest of formidable beings, that is more than sufficient. Jiraiya and his companions merely observed a brief pause in the movements of Gamabunta and his cohorts. In the next instant, a surge of lightning enveloped Chinyu, causing the ground to shatter instantaneously. He transformed into a streak of light that traversed the heavens, landing upon Gamabunta's head in the blink of an eye. By the time the 3 great toads regained their senses, Chinyu had already vanished from their sight. Looking for me? Gamabunta, I am right above you. Chinyu chuckled as he patted the toad's head. This unexpected scene rendered Gamabunta's expression rigid. Ordinarily, he would have erupted in fury, but this time he refrained from acting rashly. Both Gamabunta and his companions, including Gamaken and Gamagoro, chose not to retaliate. They understood that the instant they fell into an illusion, the opponent's ability to ascend to their heads indicated a capacity to eliminate them with a single strike. In such a scenario, the victor was already determined. Young man, I did not anticipate your prowess. I am impressed, Gamabunta remarked, retracting his hand that had reached for his blade. After taking a deep drag from his pipe, he continued, let this suffice for now. When next you summon us, may it be for a matter of urgency, as we do not wish to merely reminisce each time. He addressed Ken and Goro, let us return. With those words, the trio dissolved into a cloud of white mist and vanished. Is it truly resolved so effortlessly? Jiraiya stood astonished, remembering how he had been mercilessly bullied by the toads during his first visit to Mount Myaboku, particularly recalling the wriggling insect dish that had unsettled his stomach. As Chinyu descended, he was met by Uchiha Itachi and Yuzuki Yuin, who approached hurriedly. Do not worry, I am unscathed, he assured them. Itachi, was that your Sharingan? Itachi could not suppress his curiosity. In the eyes of others, Itachi was regarded as a genius for awakening his Sharingan at such a tender age of less than 7. This had always been a source of pride. However, witnessing Chinyu effortlessly ensnare the 3 great summoned beasts with merely a glance eclipsed his own achievements. This is the Manjiki Sharingan, the pinnacle of the Sharingan's potential, and you too shall possess it in due time, Chinyu said, ruffling Itachi's hair. It could be said that his current abilities, including Amaterasu, Tsukuyami, and Susanoo, were manifestations of the ultimate techniques derived from his own thoughts. In a sense, he had appropriated Itachi's ocular powers. Is that true? Itachi, unusually displaying a hint of youthful innocence, inquired. Of course, Chinyu replied, patting his head once more. The day is drawing to a close. You should return now. Jiraiya and I have matters to discuss. After a moment of hesitation, Yuzuki Yuin and Uchiha Itachi exchanged glances with Chinyu before ultimately turning to depart. In that fleeting moment, the vast expanse was left with only Chinyu and Jiraiya. Youngster, your recent display was indeed remarkable. I never anticipated your ocular technique to be so formidable, ensnaring the 3 great toads of Myaboku Mountain in an illusion. Were it not for witnessing it firsthand, I would scarcely have believed it. Jiraiya exhibited no trace of wariness. Rather, he appeared somewhat at ease. In his eyes, Chinyu's ability to unabashedly demonstrate his strength in his presence was more than sufficient. Merely some minor tricks. When compared to your sage mode, I still fall short. Chinyu chuckled softly, retrieving 2 bottles of sake from his backpack and tossing one to Jiraiya. Drinking sake facilitates conversation, adhering to the etiquette of the table. Chapter 52. The objective of cooperation. Jiraiya caught the sake, his expression hesitant, and he sat cross-legged first. Kid, I never expected you to possess such extensive knowledge. Observing Chinyu, who had also produced a considerable amount of jerky and snacks, Jiraiya, after taking a swig of sake, remarked, from the very beginning, "Your intention was not merely the summoning technique, but rather the Sage Mode, wasn't it?" Sage Mode, as one of the most formidable combat techniques following the collapse of the Hokage's later strength, had long been coveted by Orochimaru. Chinyu once contemplated that Orochimaru had sought the location of the Ri-Chi cave as well, yearning for Sage Mode, yet he could not gain acknowledgement. As for how Orochimaru became aware of Sage Mode's existence, it was likely due to a confrontation with Jiraiya, during which he was soundly defeated in Sage Mode, similar to how Orochimaru aimed to acquire Itachi's Sharingan, only to be swiftly vanquished by Jinjutsu, subsequently targeting Uchiha Sasuke instead. Something like that. Chinyu did not hide his amusement, sitting beside him with a smile. This is a world of the strong. Only those with the might to back their words can truly speak, wouldn't you agree? Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, responding, "Did you not claim you wished to be a laid-back fish? This seems to contradict your intentions." According to Chinyu's interpretation, a laid-back fish was one that basked in the sun, first on one side and then the other. In a world rife with power struggles, without absolute strength, even the desire to be a laid-back fish becomes elusive. Chinyu took a sip of sake. "Rest assured, I will attain Sage Mode, yet I do not favor violence. I prefer to let things unfold naturally. However, I advise you not to fixate on Orochimaru too much. Remember to visit the Rain Village. That place will alter the entire landscape of the ninja world." Chinyu recalled Yahiko and his companions. According to the original narrative, Danzo was nearing a move against the Akatsuki led by Yahiko. Should Yahiko be slain, Nagato would spiral into rage, and the very nature and significance of the Akatsuki would undergo a monumental transformation. Jiraiya, momentarily stunned, gazed at Chinyu with a hint of uncertainty. "Kid, you seem to know an abundance of things. It appears your years of lurking have not been in vain." Exhaling a breath of air, Jiraiya continued, "Minato mentioned to me that your talent for learning ninjutsu is unparalleled. Having just witnessed your initial summoning of the three toads, I realized I do not wish to be your enemy. I hope you will not pose a threat to Konoha in the future, otherwise it would be quite troublesome for me. I will visit the Rain Village," Jiraiya added, brushing off the dust from his attire as he turned to depart. As he watched the figure retreat, Chinyu shifted his gaze to the woods on his left. Upon summoning the three great toads, Chinyu had sensed someone approaching. Someone who had been observing him. Although they were about 600 to 700 meters away, they could not escape Chinyu's perception. As for who it was, he could easily deduce that with a mere thought. I genuinely do not know what plans Danzo harbors next. This monotonous existence truly requires some audacious souls to enliven it. Otherwise, it becomes unbearably dreary. Chinyu chuckled softly, stretching lazily, not in a hurry to depart, and began to sip his drink alone. Meanwhile, in the route headquarters, Danzo stood atop the building, squinting against the wind. Behind him stood a tall, pallid man whose faint smile evoked an inexplicable chill. "Lord Danzo, urgent news." A ninja from Root appeared at Danzo's side, unable to suppress a glance at the pale-faced man. Upon recognizing his identity, his expression shifted dramatically. "Do not be alarmed. He is our ally from now on." "Speak freely," Danzo replied nonchalantly, leaning on his cane. He had not anticipated that the individual he sought had conveniently infiltrated Konoha, thus saving him considerable effort. "Understood," the Root ninja affirmed, reporting, "According to intelligence, Uchiha Chinyu and Jiraiya left the village together and simultaneously summoned 3 giant toads. We arrived just in time, but could not discern who performed the summoning." I cannot believe anyone other than Jiraiya could summon 3 toads at once." A sibilant voice suddenly interjected. The crimson tongue flickered in and out, long and snake-like, evoking a sense of dread. "I did not expect Jiraiya's strength to have increased significantly since my departure from Konoha." The Root ninja involuntarily took a step back, creating what he deemed a safe distance upon encountering Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, whose bizarre personality and human experiments had led to his exile from the village. He was a far more formidable presence than the other 2 Sannin. Despite the awe, the Root ninja steeled himself and stated, "No. We concluded that the 3 toads were summoned by Uchiha Chinyu. They even engaged in a gambling match, albeit one that was resolved with merely a glance from him." At this revelation, a hint of astonishment flickered across the faces of the Root Ninja, Danzo, and Orochimaru. To simultaneously summon three great summoning beasts was a feat only Jiraiya could achieve in their eyes. Yet, to learn that such an extraordinary act was performed by Uchiha Chinyu was a staggering revelation. As the Root Ninja continued his account, a weight of seriousness fell upon Danzo and Orochimaru, but their pupils gleamed with fervor and urgency. Are you saying that Uchiha Chinyu ensnared the three toads in a genjutsu with just a glance? Orochimaru reiterated. Upon seeing the Root Ninja nod affirmatively, a spark of excitement ignited in his expression. The legendary Mangekyou Sharingan, said to belong only to Uchiha Madara, had manifested in a mere 14 or 15-year-old boy. It was no wonder he was so audacious. Orochimaru grinned ominously and remarked, Danzo, I never anticipated that your summons would lead to such a monumental opportunity. Imagine the delight of claiming this vessel for myself. Under the aegis of my immortality and reincarnation technique, a superior physique presents an irresistible temptation. Furthermore, only Uchiha Madara, revered as a peer to the first Hokage, possesses the coveted Mangekyou Sharingan. For Orochimaru, who has an insatiable penchant for human experimentation, this would be the quintessential specimen. Humph. Orochimaru, have you forgotten the terms of our collaboration? Danzo retorted coldly. He had previously aided Orochimaru during his defection, and they had secretly conspired together. This included the acquisition of his right arm and right eye. Although he had yet to obtain Shirsui's Mangekyou, he had diligently amassed a considerable collection of Sharingan during this time. Danzo's objective was to seize the formidable would-release cells of the first Hokage, alongside Uchiha Madara's Sharingan. With these two supreme fundamentals, Danzo firmly believed that one day he would undoubtedly surpass Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 53. Kakashi's Psychological Distortion. The morning sunlight, akin to scattered gold, enveloped the entire Hidden Leaf village. Before the sealed gate, Chinyu stifled a yawn and stretched lazily. The battle at the Kamikaze Bridge was pivotal, potentially determining the trajectory of the entire Hokage narrative. Whether it was to honor Jiraiya's request or to address his own waning chakra by seeking the whereabouts of the Three Tails, Chinyu found it imperative to embark on this journey himself. Hello, a melodious female voice unexpectedly resonated. Following the sound, Chinyu's gaze fell upon Rin. At around 14 or 15 years of age, Rin stood out amidst the inhabitants of Konoha, possessing a beauty that was singular. Moreover, her gentle and kind nature made her the object of affection for the future great antagonist, Obito. Are you here for a mission? Rin inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity. In her mission scroll, it indicated that for this expedition to the Kamikaze Bridge, only she, Kakashi, and Obito were assigned, under the guidance of their teacher, the legendary Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze. The sudden appearance of an unfamiliar face at the gathering point prompted Rin's inquiry, leading her to believe that Chinyu must have been a last-minute addition to the team. One might say I was drafted, Chinyu replied with a gentle smile. Drafted? Rin paused in surprise, before smiling reassuringly. You needn't worry. With Minato-sensei and Kakashi around, we shall be quite safe. Let me share a secret with you. Kakashi has just been promoted to Jonin, a true testament to his strength. As she spoke, she couldn't help but scrutinize Chinyu. So, you're a Chunin like me, and this is your first mission? No wonder you arrived so early. Nervous, I presume? Fear not, I am a medical ninja. Should anything go awry, I will ensure you receive proper treatment. Observing Rin's enthusiastic demeanor, Chinyu couldn't help but roll his eyes. This girl was as naive as they come. No wonder so many were drawn to her. She was so familiar upon their first meeting, and her incessant talk of injuries might have provoked a less patient soul. By the way, when did you graduate? Kakashi is truly impressive. Rin continued to chatter. Chinyu, feeling somewhat exasperated, turned his gaze towards the nearby bushes and called out, Kakashi, come out already. If you take any longer, my ears will develop calluses. Kakashi? Rin faltered momentarily, only to soon spot a shadow darting out from the thicket, rushing directly towards Chinyu with astonishing speed, crossing the short distance in the blink of an eye. Before Rin could react, Kakashi's chakra blade was drawn in an instant, transforming into a streak of white light as it lunged toward Chinyu. Kakashi, no, Rin exclaimed in alarm. However, the next moment, her expression froze. A crackling arc of lightning flickered around Chinyu, only to vanish into thin air. Kakashi's chakra blade struck nothing but air, just as he regained his footing. An ominous sensation crept up from behind. A chilling blade hovered menacingly at his throat. "Don't move. My blade is quite sharp," Jinyu said with a warm smile. However, that smile, which fell upon Rin and Kakashi's eyes, caused their pupils to contract abruptly. This speed was astonishing. "Jinyu, could you not show a modicum of mercy? I merely arrived a moment late, and yet you treat my student with such disdain." The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, appeared beside Jinyu like a specter, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique. Observing the camaraderie between Minato and Jinyu, Kakashi and Rin's confusion deepened. "Minato, how can you still have the audacity to arrive late? If you had come sooner, I would not have been misunderstood, nor would I have felt compelled to intervene," Jinyu retorted, retracting his lightning blade and sealing it within a scroll. Noting the bewildered expressions of Kakashi and Rin, he remarked, "Minato, I think it would be prudent for you to clarify matters first." Jinyu dismissed Kakashi's hostility. It was only natural for someone whose father had passed away to harbor a twisted heart. Moreover, amidst the monotony of an almost invincible existence, having these audacious little ones to enliven the atmosphere was rather delightful. As these words left his lips, Kakashi and Rin could not help but glance at Minato. "Yes, I apologize. I haven't arrived late, have I?" A hurried shout echoed from the distance. Soon after, Obito Uchiha, donning an eye patch, leapt swiftly before Kakashi. "You are indeed late," Kakashi replied coolly, "but at present, we are in no mood to entertain you." "Teacher Minato, the completion rate of our mission relies on adherence to protocol. When we accepted the assignment, it was clearly designated for a 4-person team. So why is there now an unknown individual among us?" Seeing Kakashi, who possessed a singular mindset and dared to confront even Minato, Jinyu could not suppress a chuckle. The incident where he had repelled the Cloud and Mist ninjas was known only to the higher echelons of Konoha and certain members of the Uchiha clan. For Kakashi and the others, it remained a secret. "You are Jinyu of the Uchiha clan?" Obito, being among the lower ranks of his clan, had a slight awareness of his brethren who had awakened the Sharingan. "Weren't you dispatched to guard the Northwestern Pass? What brings you here?" Jinyu sifted through his remaining memories, realizing that he and Obito shared a modicum of acquaintance. Thus, it was not surprising to learn he had accepted a mission. However, the sudden and significant changes made it quite challenging for Jinyu to elucidate matters to Obito. "Ahem, Obito, do not be rude," Minato interjected with a cough. He too was at a loss for how to explain the situation. It was hardly appropriate to divulge that the Uchiha Jinyu before them was a once dormant genius who had lain in wait for over a decade. Not only had he returned from the Northwestern Pass, but he had also activated his Manjiki Sharingan, capable of vanquishing heaven, earth, and even the air itself. "Teacher Minato, have I said something amiss?" Obito could not help but rub his eyes. "I merely saw an elderly lady attempting to cross the road, so I took the time to assist her, which caused my delay. Moreover, some sand got into my eyes." Observing the sand that had found its way into Obito's goggles, Jinyu couldn't help but roll his eyes. One should at least find a more articulate excuse. "Well, the timing is just right. It is rare for Kakashi to refrain from banter with you. We should set off now and discuss any matters along the way." Minato looked towards Jinyu and paused before stating, "Today, I have 3 announcements to make. The first is to warmly welcome the elite Jonin, Jinyu, to our team." Chapter 54. I no longer want this captain the elite Jonin? Kakashi and the others were momentarily taken aback, especially Rin, who couldn't help but exclaim, "Teacher Minato, isn't that symbol on him the Chunin forehead protector? How can he be an elite Jonin?" In the hierarchy of ninjas, ranks are categorized as Genin, Chunin, Special Jonin, Jonin, and Elite Jonin. Notably, a Special Jonin possesses abilities that exceed those of a Chunin but do not reach the level of a Jonin, while demonstrating exceptional personal skills that allow them to barely qualify for Jonin evaluations, hence the title of Special Jonin. For instance, in the original work, characters like Moonlight Gale, who mastered the Leaf Village's 3-day crescent sword technique, or those with an extraordinary proficiency in a particular genjutsu, exemplify ninjas who excel in specific fields. As for the elite Jonin, they represent the Sea Army de la Sea Army among Jonin. Yesterday, he was specially designated as an elite Jonin by the 3rd Hokage. Yet the announcement had not been made. So the forehead protector had not been replaced. Minato Namikaze wore a helpless expression. He was not particularly adept at explanations. If it weren't for the third Hokage's gag order, he would have readily divulged everything about Chinyu. Minato would have preferred to reveal all without reservation. The third Hokage personally promoted him? Uchiha Obito could no longer contain himself. Chinyu, you haven't awakened the double Tomo Sharingan, have you? Or perhaps, like the clan leader, you've unlocked the three Tomo? Kakashi, look at this. This is the genius of our Uchiha clan, far superior to your Chunin rank. Obito, with a smug demeanor, couldn't help but flaunt his prowess. Chinyu cast a resigned glance and remarked, Kakashi has also been promoted to Jonin today. The soft-spoken words left Obito momentarily stunned. He had always regarded Kakashi as a rival, initially believing that awakening the Sharingan would propel him past Kakashi. Yet, he was now informed that, even without the Sharingan, Kakashi had already ascended to Jonin. However, this momentous news seemed somewhat diminished in the shadow of Chinyu's elite Jonin title. Obito, you haven't forgotten, have you? Rin hastily interjected to ease the atmosphere. We were discussing gifts for Kakashi. This is my gift, though it may be a bit unsightly. It is quite useful in critical moments. Minato was the first to produce a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique. Rin promptly presented her specially crafted medical kit, saying, Kakashi, I made this by hand. I hope it proves useful. Listening to this unconventional blessing, Chinyu felt an urge to pinch Rin's delicate nose. However, before he could react, Minato winked at him. Chinyu, as a senior, shouldn't you express something? Kakashi hesitated, accepting the kunai and medical kit, and replied, Teacher Minato, I do not require his gifts. Observing Kakashi's somewhat stubborn demeanor, Minato felt a headache coming on. Kakashi, this is a rare opportunity. If it weren't for my slight acquaintance with Chinyu, no one would be able to extract benefits from him. Benefits? Kakashi furrowed his brow and said, Teacher Minato, could his belongings possibly surpass the Flying Thunder God kunai? If they truly do, I merely wish to broaden my horizons. I do not intend to take them. In Kakashi's eyes, Chinyu appeared to be of a similar age. On what should have been a day of celebration, he not only found himself subdued by Chinyu's single maneuver, but also overshadowed by the prowess of his elite Jonin. Now, to lift his spirits seemed an endeavor more arduous than ascending to the heavens. Well, since you are resolute in your decision, I beseech you, Chinyu, to enlighten them. Minato said, casting a helpless glance towards Chinyu. Minato, can't you exhibit a bit more maturity? Chinyu sighed, yet in a swift motion, he retrieved a sealing scroll. With a bang, amidst the swirling white mist, the fearsome Samahata and the Raijin blade appeared in Chinyu's grasp. Ah, how impressive. To wield the Samahata and Raijin blade of the 7 ninja swordsmen right from the outset. Chinyu, you truly are extravagant. Minato's eyes brightened. Why not? In the spirit of magnanimity, present Kakashi with a gift? No way. Chinyu swiftly returned the Samahata and Raijin blade to the scroll. I shall keep them for my collection. Watching the prize slip away, Minato felt a tinge of regret. However, in contrast to his demeanor, Kakashi and the others could hardly contain their agitation. The renown of the 7 ninja swordsmen echoed throughout the ninja world. The 7 blades were regarded as their lifeblood, with the adage stating that as long as the person wielded the blade, they remained. Yet now, with one of the 7 blades, the Samahata and the Raijin blade, in the hands of Chinyu, it implied that 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen had fallen. Moreover, they had perished at the hands of the youth before them. Kakashi-sensei. Uchiha Obito was the first to lose his composure. Before he could finish his words, he noticed Minato nodding with a wry smile. Kakashi, it appears fortune has not favored you this time. I had intended to seize the opportunity for you. However, you were not mistaken. One of the reasons Chinyu became an elite Jonin is due to having slain 2 members of the Mist's 7 ninja swordsmen. At this point, Minato turned to Chinyu and stated, due to the urgent situation at the Kamikaze Bridge, we shall divide into 2 teams to execute our mission. I shall operate independently, while the 3 of you will be led by Chinyu. What? Uchiha Obito and the others were taken aback. Kakashi, unable to restrain himself, interjected, Teacher Minato. Teamwork is paramount. While Chinyu may possess formidable strength, forcibly pairing him with us may be somewhat inappropriate. Observing Kakashi, who often retorted against Uchiha Obito, voiced such concerns. Minato understood that Kakashi was entirely reluctant to remain with Chinyu. With a resigned sigh, he remarked, "Kakashi, this is an order from the third Hokage and a crucial wartime deployment." "An order?" Kakashi paused momentarily, then, with a stoic expression, replied, "Since it is an order from the third Hokage, I shall comply. However, I must caution that regardless of who it may be, one must never violate the rules. Otherwise, it will bring about disdain." Observing Kakashi's expression, which resembled that of a lifeless corpse, Chinyu could only shake his head in resignation. "Rest assured, I have never been one to abide by rules, and the third Hokage's orders are no exception. I shall forego this captaincy from now on. You three will form a team led by Kakashi, while I shall proceed alone." "Alone?" Uchiha Obito was taken aback, exclaiming urgently, "Chinyu, this is a command from the third Hokage. If you disrupt the established order, you may find yourself scorned upon returning to the village." "Scorned?" Chinyu replied with a faint smile, waving his hand dismissively. "And what of it? Why should I be compelled to heed their disdain? Let them scorn me. Even if the sky were to collapse, I would remain unfazed. Minato, the hour grows late. Let us set forth. I find myself quite weary of this group of children. You are an excellent figurehead. Perhaps we could switch roles. Why don't you lead, and I'll go take lives?" Chapter 55. You rush out. You're doomed. Observing the nonchalant expression on Chinyu's face, Kakashi and the others were left utterly bewildered, rendered speechless. Even the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, found himself at a loss. Scanning the assembly of Konoha ninjas, it was evident that only Chinyu possessed the audacity to utter such words. After all, not long ago, another legendary figure of Konoha, Shikaka Nara, had met a tragic end due to breaching the rules, succumbing to despair. "Orochimaru has already departed," a voice whispered from the shadows, revealing Kazekage F. "Is that so? How exhilarating." Orochimaru, now in a different guise, swaggered through the streets of Konoha. After delicately licking his dry lips with his crimson tongue, he remarked, "I initially believed it would require considerable effort to drive Minato away, yet it seems fortune favors me. You will keep a close watch on him. I will soon follow. The Manjiki Sharingan is destined to be mine." With that ominous declaration, Orochimaru vanished into thin air. F exchanged a knowing glance with the tardy oil girl, Taki, before stating, "Let us commence our mission. Do not forget to relay information to the IWA ninjas. If we can orchestrate Chinyu's demise through their hands, it would be most advantageous. Lord Danzo once remarked that Orochimaru is a double-edged sword. If wielded improperly, he could inflict harm upon us as well." Taki nodded in agreement, saying, "All for the sake of the route. Let us proceed." After a considerable time, Chinyu and his companions finally arrived at the outskirts of their target. "All right, let us take a moment to regroup and clarify our current situation." Minato unfurled a map of the terrain. "This time, our adversaries are the IWA ninjas. We stand separated from IWA village by the presence of the Grass Ninja Village. Originally, the existence of the Grass Village provided a buffer for us in Konoha. Should IWA launch an attack, the Grass Village would serve to delay them, granting us crucial defensive time. However, upon our discovery, we found that Iwa's formidable force of over 1,000 has already breached the defenses of the Grass Village, now merely 3 kilometers from our own Konoha line." "What?" Kakashi and the others' expressions shifted dramatically. The Grass Village's survival amidst the rivalry of two great nations primarily stemmed from the tacit understanding between them. After all, if the borders of the two nations were to intersect, even the night would offer no solace. To ease tensions between IWA and Konoha, the Grass Village had become a necessary entity. Yet now, it appeared IWA had unknowingly traversed the defenses of the Grass Village, leading to 2 possible outcomes. First, the Grass Village was swiftly obliterated without any resistance. Second, they had defected to IWA, willingly abandoning their defense. In Chinyu's estimation, the latter was undoubtedly the case. After all, for a small nation to effectively serve as a buffer, a fundamental balance of military strength was essential. Currently, Konoha faced the daunting prospect of engaging on 3 fronts, with the looming threat of the Cloud Village ever vigilant at their backs. Only a fool would not recognize that Konoha was destined to face certain defeat in such a predicament. in stark contrast to Iwa's vast army of over 1,000. Konoha's meager contingent of merely dozens appeared woefully inadequate. To pave the way for future victors is the means of survival for smaller nations. I trust you all comprehend the current situation. Since Chinyu is reluctant to assume the role of captain, it shall be passed to Kakashi. Sighed Wufeng Shuimin as he glanced at Chinyu. My only hope, dear students, is that after this war concludes, I may still see you standing before me. If there are no pressing matters, let us depart. This marks the first time Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, and the others have entered such a high-stakes battlefield. However, we have no choice but to press onward. The four figures flickered and leapt into the forest. Chinyu stretched lazily, casting a glance backward at the thicket with a mischievous smile. This time, I truly hope to catch a big fish. I am utterly weary of merely reeling in small fry. With that remark, Chinyu did not linger, vaulting forward to join the others. Kakashi dashed several hundred meters ahead. Noticing the tardy Chinyu and furrowing his brow. Stay close to the team. I am now the captain. Observing Kakashi's self-important demeanor, Chinyu rolled his eyes and retorted, Your captain was given to you by my own choice. Do not forget that I am not one to adhere strictly to rules. You. Kakashi was left speechless. Wufeng Shuimin witnessed this exchange with a twinge of headache. He truly regretted pairing Chinyu and Kakashi together. If he could not manage to have Chinyu cooperate properly, how could Kakashi succeed? Halt. Kakashi suddenly came to a stop, signaling with his hand. Wufeng Shuimin nodded in satisfaction, his gaze drifting to a large tree in the distance. In his perception, enemies lurked nearby. Kakashi, let us discuss our strategy. The enemy numbers are considerable, proposed Wufeng Shuimin. Kakashi glanced at Chinyu and replied, No need for that. Teacher, we are pressed for time. If we deliberate any longer, we risk allowing the enemy to escape. I have just developed a new technique, which bears the same name as yours, teacher. As his words fell, Kakashi, with a hint of arrogance, began to perform a rapid series of hand seals. Accompanied by the final CLS conclusion, crackling arcs of electricity coalesced instantly. Chidori. To develop an A-rank ninjutsu at such a young age places him among the elite of his peers. Feeling the overwhelming and rampant power, Obito and Rin's expressions shifted. Kakashi, the enemy's numbers are unknown. While this ninjutsu is formidable, you will face many unforeseen consequences. Wufeng Shuimin cautioned solemnly. Chinyu, do lend your counsel as well. Chinyu shot a disapproving glance, replying, Shuimin, you truly enjoy casting aspersions upon me. I can candidly inform you that while Chidori is indeed swift, your experience and reflexes cannot accommodate it. Stepping forth now would lead you to certain doom. Upon hearing such unrelenting criticism, Wufeng Shuimin couldn't help but smile wryly, regretting allowing Chinyu to interject. Humph, this ninjutsu was crafted by me. I am well aware of its intricacies, Kakashi scoffed. There is no need for your unfounded evaluations regarding its drawbacks. Teacher Minato, cover me. In just a moment, I shall eliminate them all. Observing Kakashi's resolute determination, Minato could only nod in resignation. Bang! Kakashi's right hand plunged fiercely into the ground, unleashing a torrent of ferocious electricity that shattered the earth beneath him. In the next instant, he shot forth like a cannonball, his speed surging to unprecedented levels under the influence of lightning release, enhancing his cellular activity. Chinyu. Behold my true strength, he proclaimed, his voice resonating with the thunderous crackle of lightning. Witnessing Kakashi's audacious and reckless charge, even the rock ninja hiding behind the great tree was taken aback. This insolent brat, how dare he underestimate me and launch a frontal assault? The rock ninja's face twisted in rage as he swiftly hurled a multitude of shuriken. However, as these shuriken neared Kakashi, they were deftly deflected by Minato's own precise throws. Chapter 56. The Style of Thousand Birds 1, 10, 15. Your attacks have unveiled your whereabouts. Kakashi's figure swiftly darted across the scene, instantly shattering the 15 shadow clones. His gaze abruptly shifted, locking onto the area behind a colossal tree. The thunderous spectacle left Rin and Uchiha Obito in a state of shock. It surpassed their comprehension entirely. Someone is coming. Chinyu suddenly spoke, tightening every nerve in his body. Uchiha Obito's expression changed dramatically as he quickly spotted a figure emerging from the ground. 4. The rock ninja paused, unable to discern the faces of the newcomers. A shuriken sliced through the air with deadly precision. Uft! The rock ninja dissolved into white mist, scattering into the ether. Minato Namake's expression shifted suddenly, and he exclaimed, "Shinyu, they are yours to handle." As his words fell, Minato vanished like a specter. In the next moment, he reappeared before Kakashi. The gleaming blade loomed large in Kakashi's pupils, and under such rapid assault, he had no means of evasion. Uft! Minato materialized, bracing against Kakashi's chest, halting his speed. However, the blazing edge still grazed Kakashi's shoulder, blood splattering in a gruesome display. In the next instant, Minato vanished once more, taking Kakashi along with him. "Kakashi, are you all right?" Rin's face turned pale as she took a step forward, only to see Shinyu stretching lazily as he stood up. "It's my turn." As his voice echoed, crackling arcs of lightning spread around him, and Shinyu vanished like a wraith. Disappeared? The rock ninja, having missed his strike, felt memories flooding into his mind from the shadow clone. In the ensuing moment, his expression shifted dramatically. Within the returning memories, he beheld two chilling visages, the Golden Flash and the Blood-Red Azura. However, compared to the Golden Flash, the recently infamous Blood-Red Azura struck deeper fear into the hearts of many. Lurking for over a decade, with 2 battles under his belt, he had claimed the lives of nearly 200 ninjas. Such accomplishments would be deemed glorious even in the context of the Third Great Ninja War. Flee. A thought flashed through the rock ninja's mind, and as he turned to escape, he was met with a sight that made his pupils constrict. 1,000 birds. Shinyu's right hand crackled with lightning, devoid of any embellishments, as he aimed directly for the rock ninja's neck. The massive head was sent flying, and even the half-meter-wide tree was cleaved in two by the surging lightning. Beneath the thunderous collapse of the tree, Shinyu's form became distinctly visible. He caught the fallen head mid-air and vanished once again. Gone again? This lightning release body flicker technique is astonishingly swift, rivaling that of Master Minato, Uchiha Obito thought. Growing impatient. "Are you searching for him?" Shinyu's voice suddenly resonated. The severed head, wide-eyed, was casually tossed by Shinyu, blood splattering and staining the grass. Simultaneously, an inexplicable stench pervaded the air. Observing the rock ninja's face, filled with terror at the brink of death, one could only surmise he had encountered something profoundly horrifying. "Did you just employ the Chidori?" Kakashi suddenly inquired. Both Uchiha Obito and Rin were momentarily taken aback. Only Minato Namikaze stood by, offering a rueful smile. To outsiders, Kakashi's newly developed Chidori appeared to be an A-rank technique. However, Shinyu was capable of mastering even S-rank ninjutsu in an instant. Furthermore, as revealed by Jiraiya, Shinyu had summoned the 3 formidable beasts of Mount Mayaboku upon his very first use of summoning jutsu. Hence, the seemingly trivial Chidori posed no challenge for him whatsoever. "Your perception is commendable," Shinyu remarked with a warm smile, as the crisp sounds of crackling electricity resonated from his right hand. A tempest of lightning surged forth with ferocious intensity. The rampant lightning gave an impression of tearing apart everything in its vicinity. Chidori, witnessing this spectacle, even the usually lackluster Uchiha Obito recognized that this was the technique Kakashi had recently boasted about, claiming it to be the latest A-rank ninjutsu. In the next moment, the arcs of electricity entwined around Shinyu's hand hesitated momentarily before swiftly cascading throughout his body. In an instant, he appeared to be enveloped in a radiant glow of lightning. This is the Chidori flow. This is the Chidori spear. This is the Chidori blade technique. As Shinyu demonstrated each variation, Minato's expression stiffened, his cheeks twitching uncontrollably. That's enough. Kakashi finally lost his composure. Just moments ago, he had been brimming with pride, extolling the Chidori's virtues, equating its speed to that of his mentor. Now, witnessing Shinyu's elaborate display of the Chidori flow, he felt as though he had been dealt a resounding slap in the face. "Don't take it to heart, Kakashi. Shinyu merely means well," Minato said with a wry smile. Shinyu patted Minato's shoulder and replied, "I apologize. It was intentional." As a ninja, one who fails to comprehend the essence of caution risks placing their comrades in peril. "Do you still wish to be the captain?" The onlookers were momentarily taken aback. Rin quickly interjected, "Shinyu, Kakashi didn't mean any harm. He would have succeeded." Rin's words held truth. Kakashi had indeed faltered this time. Yet it was unjust to strip him of his captaincy, especially since she too had erred. Uchiha Obito urgently concurred. Witnessing this rare scene, both Chinyu and Minato felt a sense of surprise. As a proponent of fairness, I value the majority's voice. Since you are advocating for Kakashi, I shall let this instance slide, Chinyu stated nonchalantly. To him, the captaincy was merely a superfluous title, entirely dispensable, for he would not acquiesce to any orders. Yukihira Rin and Uchiha Obito sighed in relief. Kakashi, you are injured. May I tend to your wounds? Rin looked at Kakashi's grievous injury, her expression filled with urgency. Kakashi, momentarily lost in thought, regained his composure and directed his gaze past everyone, honing in on Chinyu. I shall relinquish my claim to the captaincy. Yet I will swiftly surpass you and master an even more formidable Chidori. When that time comes, I hope you will graciously cede the captain's position to me. Upon hearing this resolute declaration, Chinyu helplessly touched the tip of his nose, contemplating whether he should reveal the truth. He possessed a lightning release technique, the Kirin, capable of vanquishing everything in an instant. Chapter 57. A trap. Observing Kakashi's resolute expression, Minato Namikaze felt a deep sense of helplessness. He could only hope that Chinyu would refrain from provoking Kakashi's fragile psyche further. All right, Rin, tend to Kakashi's wounds. We must part ways from here, Minato declared. I was initially quite worried about you all, but with Chinyu present, I believe there will be no significant issues. With that, Minato hoisted his backpack and vanished like a specter. Phew. Obito Uchiha let out a sigh of relief as he plopped down beside Chinyu, a hint of anxiety in his voice. Chinyu, I didn't realize you were so deeply concealed. With the Sharingan and formidable lightning release, it's no wonder you've ascended to the rank of elite Jonin. Indeed, you surpass certain individuals. At this, Obito's gaze drifted toward Kakashi, clearly intending to leverage Chinyu's prowess to assert himself. Just moments ago, someone had been rendered speechless by a surprise attack from the enemy. Yet they frequently claimed to protect Rin. Kakashi, evidently irked, directed his frustration towards Obito. You. Obito, taken aback, retorted, I merely had something in my eye. It was Chinyu who overshadowed me. Witnessing the tension between the two, Chinyu felt a sense of resignation. It seemed that children's squabbling required no justification. Rin, has Kakashi's wound stopped bleeding? Chinyu inquired, glancing at Kakashi's injury. Rin was the medical ninja of their team, though her healing techniques were evidently rudimentary. Mastery of medical ninjutsu necessitated precise chakra control, and achieving such prowess was indeed rare. That Rin had reached this level was commendable. The wound is rather deep. It will take some time, Rin said, wiping the sweat from her brow. Kakashi furrowed his brow and replied, Rin, if you're fatigued, take a break. This injury is not critical. I will be fine. As he spoke, Kakashi reached for a bandage, but as he moved, he felt Chinyu's hand on his shoulder. Allow me, Chinyu said. I am merely a burden. Should I be injured, I would only be distracted by the need to care for you. With a whirl of chakra in his right hand, Chinyu activated the healing technique. The sharp pain in Kakashi's shoulders swiftly dissipated, and the wound began to heal at an astonishing rate. Not only Kakashi and Obito, but even Rin, a medical ninja herself, was left dumbfounded. Chinyu, are you also a medical ninja? Rin asked, unable to contain her astonishment. As a medical ninja, she understood the complexities involved, and Chinyu's ability to expedite healing indicated he had reached at least the level of an advanced medical ninja. Sort of, he replied. Observing Kakashi's shoulder as the injury mended, Chinyu released the chakra from his hand and stated, Next, we are set to catch a big fish. 30 minutes later, the group ventured into the bamboo grove. Sensing the profound stillness around them, Kakashi suddenly raised his hand to halt the others. Earth release, earth spike. Sharp thorns erupted from beneath, piercing the ground with a dense formation capable of effortlessly transforming a person into a beehive. Scatter. Chinyu's lips tightened slightly, the scene mirroring the original narrative closely. This instilled in Chinyu an uncanny sense of foresight. The four individuals sprang into action, dispersing rapidly in all directions. However, all eyes, whether intentional or not, gravitated towards Noera Rin. As she stood firmly upon the water's surface, ripples immediately radiated outward from behind her. The rock ninja, having employed camouflage, emerged like a specter, swiftly seizing Noera Rin. Heh, Three naive fools, unable to protect even a woman. Rest assured, we shall take good care of her. After casting these words, Dashur hastily retreated. The firelight, utilizing earth-style concealment, followed suit. In an instant, the expansive bamboo grove fell into an eerie silence. Indeed, an ambush was in play. Qin Yu's assertions rang true. The rock ninja had not returned, and the opposition would undoubtedly devise a plan, especially upon perceiving their youth, compelling them to take action. No Era Rin emerged from the shadows. If they were to discover that it was merely Qin Yu's shadow clone they had captured, one could only speculate their reaction. At this juncture, even Kakashi cast a silent gaze towards Qin Yu, an uncharacteristic solemnity in his demeanor. Kakashi, a self-proclaimed genius of Konoha, prided himself on his astute intellect, believing that almost all of the younger generation could be deciphered. Yet, faced with Qin Yu, he felt an inexplicable perplexity. Qin Yu truly possesses an uncanny ability to foresee events. What shall we do now? Shall we pursue them immediately? Uchiha Obito expressed a hint of excitement. The mere thought of witnessing Kakashi falter was already gratifying enough. No, we must capture the leader first and ensnare them all, Qin Yu remarked with a sly smile. Meanwhile, the Firelight and Dashur, with Qin Yu's clone in tow, took refuge in a nearby rocky cavern. This girl is remarkably quiet. She seems aware that those three cannot rescue her from our grasp, Dashur jeered. Now, our task is to employ illusion techniques on her and extract intelligence swiftly. Once we ascertain the numbers and layout of Konoha's forces, we shall be the heroes of this battle. The Firelight positioned Qin Yu's clone before the wall, signaling Dashur to commence the illusion. As Dashur's hands formed seals with remarkable speed, he intoned coldly, illusion technique, hypnosis. A wave of mental energy emanated from Dashur. Soon, the once serene Qin Yu appeared to lapse into a dazed stupor. Dashur and the Firelight exchanged astonished glances. The hypnosis had proceeded too smoothly. Dashur, it seems fortune favors us. We should be able to extract the information before the main force arrives, the Firelight said, a glimmer of excitement illuminating his face. As he approached Qin Yu, he extended his right hand, gently tilting her chin. In the next moment, the smile he beheld rendered his expression rigid. What's wrong? Am I doing it right? A soft voice, akin to a tempest, swept through the air. The expressions of Dash and Huguang transformed instantaneously. Who are you? They inquired, facing the girl before them. No. It should be said that the male voice that emerged made them suddenly realize they were ensnared in a trap. Hiki, if you step outside, you will soon understand, Qin Yu remarked with a teasing smile. In the next moment, with a resounding crash, his form dissolved into a myriad of white mist, vanishing into the ether. The sudden turn of events caused Dash and Huguang's nerves to tighten to their utmost limits. Without a moment's hesitation, they swiftly retreated, hastening to escape. Yet, as soon as they set foot at the cave's entrance, they were met with the searing blaze rushing towards them. Chapter 58. The Crimson Azura Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique. Lightning Release. Chidori. Uchiha Obito's hands danced rapidly as the blazing chakra coalesced in his mouth, erupting forth instantaneously. A fireball, measuring 5 to 6 meters in diameter, surged forth with a crushing force toward the entrance of the cave. Earth Release. Earth Split Technique. The expression of Huguang changed dramatically. However, as elite Jonin of Awagakure, their strength was not to be underestimated. Moreover, their combat experience was unparalleled, far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. With swift hand movements, they formed a series of hand seals, then slammed their palms down onto the ground. Boom! The sturdy rocky surface shattered in response, and the earth heaved upward to form a protective earthen wall, colliding directly with the great fireball. The fireball shattered upon impact, sending forth a rain of fiery embers. As they witnessed the incoming assault being repelled, Huguang and the large stone quickly dispersed and fled. Yet, in comparison to the large stone's camouflage technique, Huguang's method of escape appeared somewhat lacking. Just as he leapt out of the cave, he saw lightning flash rapidly in his vision. Kakashi, in the form of Chidori, charged forth. You're seeking death, kid. Huguang's expression changed drastically as he roared in alarm. Drawing a hidden ninja blade from his sleeve, he aimed it at Kakashi. This offensive maneuver was undoubtedly a desperate gamble for survival. In Huguang's eyes, facing such a life-and-death struggle, The youthful figure before him seemed utterly unique. Yet, compared to these seasoned ninjas, such reckless combat was no match for their psychological fortitude. However, as this thought began to take root, he was suddenly confronted by two shadowy figures hurtling towards him. Lightning release, Chidori Shuriken. Two shuriken, entwined with violent arcs of electricity, tore through the air, striking the ninja blade into Huguang's hands. Clang! The sharp sound of metal colliding rang out, and the tremendous force caused Huguang's blade to fly from his grasp. As he processed this shocking turn of events, Huguang's expression shifted dramatically, while Kakashi's eyes gleamed with determination. In an instant, propelled by the enhanced speed of Chidori, Kakashi appeared directly before Huguang. Chidori. With no flourish, Kakashi's right hand, enveloped in lightning, pierced through Huguang's chest with the swiftness of a thunderbolt. Splatter! Blood erupted forth, creating a horrifying spectacle. Amidst the cascading crimson, a chilling sensation permeated the air. Observing the first kill with Chidori, a rare smile graced Kakashi's face. Yes, it's you. Huguang's fragmented voice echoed unexpectedly. He turned his gaze towards Chinyu, who stood at a distance, offering assistance, his expression now tinged with madness. Deshur, hurry and escape. Return to inform Lord Huang Tu that the Crimson Azura has arrived. They must flee at once. His frantic roar reverberated through the heavens and earth. Meanwhile, the large stone, having activated a secret technique to become invisible, had originally intended to let Huguang attract everyone's attention before seizing the opportunity to strike at Chinyu and the others. However, upon hearing that name, he displayed not a hint of hesitation and swiftly turned to flee. The Blood-Red Azura. This was a figure recounted by the next Raikage from the hidden Cloud Village. A tale of a fierce battle. The Blood-Red Azura, embodying a formidable amalgamation of offensive ninjutsu, defensive techniques, and illusions, posed a threat so great that anyone below the rank of a shadow must retreat upon encountering him. Initially, many ninja villages dismissed this intelligence as mere rumor. Yet, upon discovering that the Hidden Mist village had taken an interest in the crucial stronghold behind the Leaf village, they attempted a solo assault, paying dearly with the loss of two of their own, who were renowned as the Seven Ninja Swordsmen. The dreadful reputation of the Blood-Red Azura was thus firmly established within the ninja world. What transpired? Uchiha Obito had intended to intervene and protect Noera-rin. However, the sudden turn of events jolted their very nerves. What were you just saying? Who is the Blood-Red Azura? Kakashi's expression shifted as he grasped the collar of Hikari, urgently pressing for answers. Yet, before he could receive a response, a sound of something slicing through the air echoed from behind. Kakashi, be careful! Noera-rin shouted in alarm. Uchiha Obito hastily dashed forward. Unfortunately, against the backdrop of the hidden boulder, their efforts seemed utterly futile. Watching Kakashi, who was unaware of his assailant's location, a smirk of mockery crept across the boulder's surface. This was a technique he had employed with unwavering success, comparable to the silent assassination skills of the Mist Ninja. In his eyes, Kakashi's offensive power had just dissipated, and the prospect of mounting a defense was utterly unrealistic. The only fate awaiting him was to become a pawn in his hands. I see you. The words, though scarcely audible, surged forth like a tempest. The boulder's nerves tensed to their utmost. Glancing hurriedly over his shoulder, a figure, enveloped in crackling lightning, appeared behind him like a specter. Their gazes locked. And the crimson eyes, reminiscent of a blood moon, plunged him into a chilling despair. This is the Sharingan. The boulder's expression froze. He finally comprehended why his adversary could perceive him. Yet, at such a close distance, all seemed hopelessly futile. With a swift motion, Chinyu unleashed a torrent of lightning, the Chidori blossoming into a bolt that pierced through the boulder's chest. The sound of blood splattering filled the air, transforming into a vast cloud of crimson mist. The boulder stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. When they had entered the battlefield, they had contemplated the many forms of death they might encounter. However, they had never imagined falling to the hands of a mere child, barely 13 or 14 years of age. With a thud, the lifeless body crashed to the ground, blood splattering gruesomely. Chinyu wiped the blood from his hands onto the boulder's lifeless form and stated, "Well then, within the Rock Ninja Village, 3 individuals form a team. Now that we have eliminated all 3, the enemy should have contacted their main forces. What lies ahead will undoubtedly be a fierce confrontation. Uchiha Obito and his companions were expressions of rigid disbelief. They had just tasted victory. However, aside from Kakashi having slain an enemy, Rin Noera had only made slight use of her medical ninjutsu. Obito Uchiha had also employed a technique of fire release. If an overwhelming force were truly to descend upon them, it would likely result in a deadlock. Shinyu, it appears rain is imminent. Should we consider a temporary retreat? Kakashi inquired, his expression laden with hesitation. In comparison to Obito Uchiha and Rin Noera, what occupied Kakashi's mind most was the ominous presence of the blood-red Ashura emanating from the flames and the massive stone. Such a figure could instill terror even in seasoned jonin, surely on par with Minato Namikaze. Most crucially, only 6 individuals remained on the battlefield. Aside from the 2 deceased rock ninja, Kakashi and Obito were at odds, and Kakashi was well aware of the latter's capabilities. As for Rin Noera, her talents lay solely in medical ninjutsu. Her combat skills and techniques were inferior to those of an elite shunin, let alone someone who could instill fear in 2 rock ninja. Upon careful consideration, only Obito Shinyu remained. This individual, who had languished in obscurity for over a decade, had not only emerged as an elite jonin, but had also garnered the respect of Minato Namikaze, the illustrious Yellow Flash, who was hailed as the most likely candidate for the next Hokage. The dynamic between them felt akin to that of equals. This led Kakashi to firmly believe that the fearsome blood-red Ashura was undoubtedly linked to Shinyu. Chapter 59. The Hunt for the Explosive Ninja Shinyu. I am curious to know if you are indeed the blood-colored Ashura they speak of. Kakashi was the first to lose his composure. Uchiha Obito and Noera Rin were equally taken aback, turning their gazes towards Shinyu. The earlier exclamations had sparked a sense of doubt within them, and they were eager to ascertain whether Shinyu was the fearsome blood-colored Ashura that instilled terror in the hearts of 2 rock ninjas. Can I honestly claim otherwise? Shinyu felt a sense of helplessness. Reflecting on it now, he truly wished to confront Uchiha AI. Of all the names to choose from, why select such an absurd moniker as the blood-colored Ashura? Most troubling was the rapid spread of this title. In a mere span of 7 or 8 days, it had nearly permeated the entire ninja world, leading Shinyu to suspect that a paparazzi might be covertly trailing him. Kakashi and the others were momentarily stunned. Faced with Shinyu's ambiguous response, they found themselves at a loss for understanding. However, before they could press him further, a series of piercing sounds cut through the air from all directions. Be cautious, we are under attack. Kakashi shouted urgently, swiftly drawing the chakra dagger from his back. As chakra coursed through it, the dagger emitted a soft, ethereal glow, akin to a fluttering butterfly. Clang, clang. The crisp sound of metal clashing resonated through the air, accompanied by sparks flying off. The sudden turn of events threw Uchiha Obito into further disarray. Yet this time, amidst the chaos, he resolved to protect Noera Rin. With a quick shift of his form, he positioned himself in front of her. His hands moved swiftly, accompanied by a series of hand seals, and a searing fireball erupted forth, deflecting the incoming kunai with ease. As for Shinyu, he was the most composed among the 4. With arcs of lightning crackling around him, any kunai that dared to approach was sent flying by the surging energy. The initial wave of attacks soon subsided. As Kakashi and the others regained their footing, they observed a multitude of figures encircling the entire basin. 10, 50, 100, 200, 300. Uchiha Obito's complexion paled as he surveyed the densely packed figures surrounding them. Their numbers were at least 100 times greater than theirs. Kakashi, could this be the entire reinforcement force of the rock ninjas? So many of them. Uchiha Obito could not help but inch closer to Kakashi's side, with Noera Rin following suit. Faced with such an overwhelming and numerous adversary, the presence of the 3 felt utterly insignificant. Oh, I did not anticipate that you 4 could defeat the teams of Huaguang and Ashura. It seems you truly are the much-discussed blood-colored Ashura, Uchiha Shinyu. A masked ninja leaped down from a tree. As he landed, a wave of scorching steam rose from his body. Shinyu furrowed his brow, rapidly searching his mind for knowledge regarding the rock ninjas. In that moment, Kakashi and the others were momentarily frozen in place. If they had only been speculating before, they now received confirmation from their adversaries' words. What troubles you? Your expression suggests that even the recently renowned blood-red Ashura on the battlefield is unknown to you. The steam man chuckled mockingly. It is no surprise, as rumors abound regarding the newly emerged prodigy of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Chinyu, who has overshadowed the esteemed Uchiha Shursui. In the battle at the Northwestern Pass, his lightning techniques claimed the lives of countless foes, while his illusions instilled terror akin to tailed beasts. And his black flames stirred the hearts of many, culminating in the swift defeat of 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Such a record is indeed splendid and astonishing. At this point, the Steam-Man scoffed and declared, "Tell me, can you truly believe such tales? I do not buy it. This is merely a fabrication by you Leaf Ninja, conjured in desperation to salvage your losses on the battlefield." His frenzied words echoed with a hint of madness. At last, Chinyu recalled the origins of this rock ninja before him. Initially, he had expected the leader of this team to be the lesser son of the Yagura, the Tsuchikage. But instead, he encountered Sho, a ninja wielding the Kekkei Genkai of explosion release. This unique ability, upon contact with an enemy, triggers a massive explosion, the power of which is measured by the wielder as chakra. According to the original tales, Sho possessed strength rivaling that of a Kage. Otherwise, he would not have drawn the attention of the likes of Bei Lu Hu. "Boy, it seems you have discerned my true identity." Sho grinned menacingly. "You have not misjudged. I am indeed Sho, the explosion release ninja. I care not whether you are the blood-red Azura or the white Azura. If you wish to avoid suffering, I suggest you surrender without resistance and spare me the exertion." As soon as his words fell, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Hundreds of rock ninjas locked their gazes upon Chinyu, perceiving him merely as a fabricated genius conjured by a desperate leaf. Chinyu. Kakashi could no longer contain his anxiety. They did not trust Cho's proclamations. Yet among their ranks in the leaf, they had heard not of Uchiha Chinyu's deeds. In this critical moment, doubt inevitably arose. Among the total of 365 individuals, half were shadow clones. "I wonder, does your rock village enjoy playing the role of a grandiose fool?" Chinyu suddenly laughed. "Did you not claim to be unafraid? Why mobilize such a large force against me and 3 mere children?" His voice, though not loud, swept through the air like a tempest. The leader, Sho, was momentarily taken aback. This basin spanned thousands of meters, and the rock ninjas surrounded it, creating an impenetrable barrier. Furthermore, upon their arrival, Sho had commanded each member to produce at least 1 shadow clone. Although this would diminish their individual strength, it would enhance their numerical advantage, creating an imposing presence. Yet now, this dispersed formation had been effortlessly seen through by the enemy. Both in numbers and strategy, they had been laid bare. Any adversary would find it impossible to achieve this. "Is it the Sharingan?" The hunter met Chinyu's gaze. However, he quickly recalled something of great significance and hastily averted his eyes, his expression darkening as he remarked, "The Crimson Nine-Tomo Sharingan is entirely distinct from the eyes of an ordinary Uchiha. You are truly remarkable." Chapter 60. Take care of yourself. First, this chapter possesses a certain distinctiveness. Otherwise, how could it stand apart? Chinyu smiled warmly, his gaze suddenly shifting beyond the encirclement. Are they ready to make their move? It seems the time has come to commence. Commence? Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then burst into unrestrained laughter. Boy, are you suggesting the beginning of your demise? Even if you discern that half of us are merely shadow clones, we are the elite amongst the rock shinobi. Far beyond the likes of you, those infamous for your notoriety. As he spoke, Xiao raised his hand, mimicking a throat-cutting gesture. You boys should brace yourselves for death. Kakashi and the others turned pale, instinctively positioning themselves back to back while their peripheral vision remained fixated on Uchiha Chinyu. In the face of such a seemingly hopeless predicament, anyone would feel a lack of confidence. Yet Uchiha Chinyu alone maintained his composure. It is nearly time for this to conclude, Chinyu suddenly interjected. The expressions of everyone present froze momentarily. The leader, Xiao, laughed heartily. Boy, you truly jest. In this situation, what do you intend to do? Do you believe someone will come to your rescue? In response to these words, fleeting images of Minato Namikaze flashed through Kakashi and the others' minds, though they were unfamiliar with Chinyu and his companions. The legendary exploits and renown of the Golden Flash of Konoha were unmistakable. If they could secure his assistance, perhaps escaping this fate would not be insurmountable. I apologize. It seems I have been too low-key, easily overlooked, Chinyu remarked with a playful smile, raising his hand to point at the sky. Look closely, who is truly surrounded? The enigmatic statement prompted even Kakashi and the others to lose their composure, hastily looking up at the heavens. The moment their eyes met the sky, their pupils constricted sharply, their eyes nearly widening in disbelief. Thunder roared violently, a deafening sound that resonated through the air. Dark clouds loomed above, forming a colossal vortex, with arcs of lightning slithering like electric serpents. Within the swirling tempest, a phantasmal figure of a Kirin appeared, strikingly vivid. At that moment, all present were jolted into a stark realization. Xiao's earlier words were undeniably valid. The accumulated lightning in the sky exuded an aura of destruction. It was likely the legendary super lightning technique capable of annihilating hundreds of cloud shinobi in an instant. Boy, have you lost your mind? If that attack descends, you will perish as well. Xiao's countenance changed dramatically. From the onset, they had been captivated by Qin Yu's fearsome reputation, entirely neglecting the transformations above them. Kakashi and the others felt their nerves taut like finely tuned strings. The scene before them surpassed anything they could have anticipated. Should it truly fall, as Xiao had asserted, their demise would be inevitable. Our safety is not something you need to concern yourselves with. What you should focus on is how to survive this impending assault. Qin Yu chuckled playfully, flipping his right hand as the lightning blade was summoned forth. In a swift motion, the lightning blade, infused with Qin Yu's chakra, pierced through the void. The heavens rumbled as the amassed thunder erupted with a forceful pull. A roar akin to a primordial beast reverberated through the firmament. In the next instant, the Qilin, concealed within the lightning, burst through the clouds, descending with blinding speed, leaving no chance for escape. Kakashi and his companions turned pale, their expressions drained of color. In the moment the lightning struck, all that remained was an expanse of raging thunder, and their eardrums resonated with a deafening roar. The singular thought that occupied their minds was to close their eyes and await their fate. The thunder surged skyward, erupting like a chaotic tide. Its rampant fury swept across a radius of 10,000 meters, obliterating everything in its path, trees and the rock shinobi attempting to flee alike. Alas, against such a cataclysmic assault, all resistance seemed futile. The deluge of lightning engulfed everyone, shattering even the rugged mountains into fragments. When tranquility finally returned, 1 or 2 minutes had elapsed. The oppressive leaden clouds dispersed, and the wandering lightning faded away, leaving behind a charred basin and a ravaged forest. The center struck by the Qilin had sunk like a funnel into the earth. A colossal, ethereal figure loomed amidst the ruins. Alongside Qin Yu stood Kakashi and his companions. Very well, if you have not perished from fright, open your eyes, Qin Yu remarked nonchalantly. Kakashi and the others involuntarily twitched, only to realize that their bodies bore no trace of pain. We are not dead, Uchiha Obito exclaimed, hastily opening his eyes. Upon seeing the Susanoo enveloping them, his expression turned rigid, nearly bursting with disbelief. This scene was overwhelmingly shocking to him. Was it this entity that shielded us from annihilation at the brink of despair? Yahiko Rin's face paled as she gazed at the crimson Susanoo surrounding them. They finally comprehended why Qin Yu was dubbed the blood-colored Azura. The recent lightning attack had likely reached an unprecedented S-class level, yet this Azura remained unscathed, its defensive power unparalleled. Kakashi's countenance darkened as he recalled boasting about his so-called Chidori before Qin Yu not long ago, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. If there were a chasm nearby, he would gladly retreat into it. This is Susanoo, one of the ocular techniques belonging to the Meijiki Sharingan, Qin Yu stated calmly. However, his brow soon furrowed, revealing a look of surprise. Qin Yu, are you implying that if I activate my Sharingan, I too could wield such power? Uchiha Obito's expression brightened with excitement. Kakashi, did you hear that? Our Uchiha clan is destined for greatness. I will soon catch up to you. Kakashi's demeanor grew solemn as he could not help but gaze into Qin Yu's eyes. The moment their gazes met, it felt as if his very soul was being drawn by an invisible force. It seems that with merely a glance from Qin Yu, his very soul could be drawn in. Kakashi, are you all right? Is my potential overwhelming you? Uchiha Obito inquired, patting Kakashi on the shoulder, relishing this rare opportunity to assert his dominance. You should give it a rest, Kakashi replied, roused from his stupor. Casting a fleeting glance at Qin Yu, he continued. His Sharingan is not of the ordinary kind. If anyone could wield such power, your Uchiha clan would not have been the first to earn the title of Blood Azura. I believe that to reach such a level requires extraordinary means, and in your lifetime, you may never have the chance to attain it. You. Uchiha Obito was momentarily taken aback, left speechless. Yet, he could find no retort. He was not a fool, and with Kakashi's astute observation, he had come to grasp the essence of the matter. Chapter 61. The Lair of Uchiha Obito. Very well. You shall remain here and await the arrival of Minato Namikaze. I have other matters to attend to. With that, Shinyu dissipated Susanoo. Kakashi and the others were momentarily taken aback, their voices rising in urgency. Shinyu, what has transpired? Is there an enemy lurking? Shinyu had initially intended to concoct an excuse, but with Kakashi's prompt, he found it unnecessary. Indeed, there were other shinobi observing from a distance, though they did not venture into the combat range, he confirmed. However, it is likely they too were caught in the aftermath of the attack and sustained injuries. Shinyu, let us accompany you, urged Uchiha Obito, unable to contain his impatience. Observing his eager expression, Shinyu shot him an exasperated glance. Are you afraid? You have long sought to awaken your Sharingan, yet you continuously evade battle. Confronting challenges and your adversaries is the only path to your triumph. With a reassuring pat on Obito's shoulder, Shinyu turned to Kakashi. You shall take the lead from here on. This lightning blade, which I no longer require, I bestow upon you as a token of your promotion to J-Nin. Do not forget the legacy of the White Fang of Konoha, a figure who surpassed even the legendary Sannin. You should possess a discerning measure of right and wrong in your heart. Recall the swordsmanship of the White Fang. Should you choose not to learn from it, you may return it to me. With those parting words, the lightning enveloping Shinyu surged forth, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. He truly has departed. Obito murmured, unable to suppress his astonishment. Will Shinyu return? The gravity of his words left Kakashi and the others momentarily frozen in place. Shinyu's speech bore an ominous tone, reminiscent of one preparing for final farewells. Should we not provide assistance? Inuzuka Rin, unable to contain her anxiety, interjected. We are a team. Though we may not possess strength equal to Shinyu's, we cannot simply stand idly by. Rin is correct. We must support Shinyu. Obito quickly concurred. Yet, as he took a step forward, Kakashi halted him. Obito, do you truly believe we can handle an opponent that even Shinyu deems formidable? Remember, we were rendered entirely ineffective moments ago. Our only course of action now is to await the arrival of our teacher, Minato, and inform him of what has transpired here. Meanwhile, not far from the confrontation between Shinyu and the Rock Shinobi, a charred figure emerged from the earth, its face etched with fear. That was close. Far too close to death. Had I not engaged in spore propagation beforehand, I would have certainly perished beneath that Kirin. Black Zetsu's pallid visage revealed his dread. This time, he had inhabited the body of a rock shinobi, initially intending to seize an offspring of the Uchiha clan for Uchiha Obito's schemes. However, intelligence had revealed the presence of 2 Uchiha clan members on the battlefield. In his estimation, capturing these 2 among nearly 200 shinobi should have been a trivial endeavor. Thus, he had relentlessly incited his allies, willing to pay any price to ensnare the enemy. However, what Black Zetsu never anticipated was that this time, he would encounter not only the recently renowned Blood-Red Azura but also face an adversary of such formidable prowess that he could annihilate them all with a mere lightning release technique. Had Black Zetsu not taken precautions beforehand, he might have already met his demise. It was imperative that he inform Uchiha Obito about the emergence of a terrifying entity within the Uchiha clan. After surveying his surroundings, he swiftly chose a direction and fled. In his perception, Chinyu's peculiar eyes were likely akin to those of Uchiha Obito. Indeed, he was a resilient survivor. Chinyu emerged from the shadows, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he observed the receding figure. In the original narrative, after Uchiha Obito was buried by the earth-split palm technique unleashed by H-Sure, Kakashi executed a counterattack and subsequently encountered a large contingent of IWA shinobi, leading to the timely arrival of Minato and Namikaze via the Flying Thunder God technique to rescue him. Regrettably, when the battlefield was later surveyed, Obito's corpse was nowhere to be found. This led Shinyu to speculate that Black Zetsu had been lurking in the basin from the very beginning, perhaps even inhabiting the body of an IWA shinobi. Thus, Shinyu had been preparing from the outset, intending to present Black Zetsu with a grand gift by employing the lightning release. Kirin technique. Allowing him to retain his insignificant life was solely to facilitate a meeting with Uchiha Obito. According to the timeline of the original story, Uchiha Obito had long since transplanted the Rinnegan into Nagato. Moreover, due to his diminished lifespan and the lingering effects of his battle with the first Hokage, his power had significantly waned. Nonetheless, facing a legendary ninja like Chinyu compelled him to exercise caution. Otherwise, he risked capsizing in this treacherous situation, which was not characteristic of his usual demeanor. It was only at the last moment that he would divulge such sentiments to Kakashi and the others. After a brief period, Chinyu stood before the eerily silent Kusugakure, momentarily stunned. He finally comprehended why Kusugakure had made no effort to obstruct the passage of IWA shinobi. With Black Zetsu having fled to this location, it was likely that this was Uchiha Obito's hideout, which Kusugakure had also fallen under their control. Stay vigilant. This is a crucial moment, a small leader commanded at the village entrance. The village chief has ordered that no Leaf Shinobi or IWA Shinobi are to be allowed entry. Two concealed Kusugakure shinobi immediately heightened their alertness. However, in the next instant, their pupils constricted in shock as a figure enveloped in lightning appeared before the small leader. With a flash of his right hand, a massive head was sent flying. Enemy attack. The thought flashed through the minds of the two sentinels. Just as they were about to signal for immediate assistance, the lightning-clad figure materialized beside them like a specter. You should take a moment to rest, Chinyu declared, his hands morphing into knife-like strikes aimed at the napes of their necks. The two had no time to utter a cry before they succumbed to unconsciousness. After eliminating the outer ninjas, Chinyu did not linger for a moment. In a flicker, he stealthily infiltrated the grass ninja village like a wraith. Compared to the Konoha ninja village, the grass ninja village could easily be deemed a mere imitation. The village's population was likely just over 1,000, with only a little over 100 capable of calling themselves ninjas. Among them, the number of those who could stand independently as CH Nin was probably less than a third, and having 10 J Nin would be considered quite impressive. Thus, the Grass Ninja Village had always existed merely as a buffer zone between Konoha and Iwagakure. The recent audacity to allow Iwagakure's forces to penetrate so deeply was entirely beyond Konoha's comprehension. From the earlier hypnosis, Chinyu learned that the cave ahead was a forbidden area of the Grass Ninja Village, where it was likely that Uchiha Madara was concealed. Chinyu mused to himself. With his current strength, he could traverse not only the Grass Ninja Village, but also Konoha with ease. If it weren't for the concern of alerting the snake in the grass and allowing Uchiha Madara and Kurizetsu to escape, he would have charged straight in, demanding the village surrender its denizens. A sound caught his attention, reminiscent of Kurizetsu's voice. Chinyu raised an eyebrow, a hint of delight crossing his features. Chapter 62. I apologize. I am overly excited. Within the dimly lit cavern, an ancient figure sat resolutely upon a chair, his face lined with wrinkles akin to tree bark, evoking a sense of imminent demise. Trouble was brewing. Our plans had been thwarted. Black Zetsu hurriedly entered the cave. Uchiha Madara lifted his heavy eyelids, a frown creasing his brow. In his memory and design, Black Zetsu was a replica of his mental will, expected to remain composed. The current display of panic was beyond his control. What has transpired? Why did you not adhere to the plan and retrieve the subject? What use are you to me? Madara barked sternly. Black Zetsu faltered, realizing that after his brush with death, he had completely forgotten his identity. Observing the barely concealed ire of Uchiha Madara stirred discontent within him, yet the thought of resurrecting his mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki, caused him to clench his fist momentarily before calming his emotions. My lord, it was my lapse in composure. An unforeseen incident occurred. A young man from the Uchiha clan, possessing the same ocular prowess as you, emerged. Not only did he rescue our target, but he also unleashed a powerful lightning technique, annihilating the entirety of the Rock Village's forces. Had I not prepared a contingency, I might not have returned to see you. Same ocular prowess? Madara's expression shifted. The so-called ocular prowess was merely his designation for the Manjiki Sharingan, yet during this period of concealment, he had been surveilling the Uchiha clan. Aside from Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Fugaku, he had not discovered anyone else with potential for the Manjiki Sharingan. Moreover, the method to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan was known solely to Madara himself. Historically, he had been selfish in controlling his clan, never disclosing the method. Otherwise, should every member wield a Mangeki, his own value would diminish. My lord, I only know that this individual is referred to as Uchiha Chinyu. After infiltrating the rock village, I learned that he recently displayed his true power during a confrontation with the Cloud and Mist ninjas at the northwestern pass of Konoha. Black Zetsu paused before continuing. It appears he has awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, granting him such formidable strength. He even manifested Susanoo. Susanoo? Madara's countenance darkened. I did not anticipate he had attained such a level. What I believed would take considerable effort to cultivate has already matured into a formidable piece on the board. Black Zetsu, you must devise a way to capture him. Capture him? Black Zetsu's expression shifted uneasily. This diverged from our original plan. Possessing the Mangeki Sharingan and having activated Susanoo, he had already maximized the potential of the Mangeki Sharingan. To bend him to our will would be exceedingly difficult. In Black Zetsu's perspective, their initial target, Uchiha Obito, had yet to even awaken his Sharingan. Suddenly emerging, Uchiha Chinyu possesses the illustrious Mangeki Sharingan. Moreover, he is well versed in the profound art of Susanoo, demonstrating extraordinary prowess in battle. Given the circumstances surrounding Uchiha Madara, it seems that the outcome of a confrontation with Chinyu is quite uncertain. Black Zetsu, it appears you are increasingly estranged from your true self, Uchiha Madara remarked coldly. I have been the mastermind behind the scenes for many years, instigating wars, annihilating clans, and orchestrating slaughter. That matter has slipped from my grasp. If you bring Uchiha Chinyu back to me, I am entirely confident that I can compel him to kneel before me and serve my purposes. At this juncture, Uchiha Madara turned his gaze towards Black Zetsu, his Sharingan swirling ominously as he stated sternly, "Do you comprehend?" Black Zetsu's demeanor shifted. He understood that any further aberrant behavior could arouse Uchiha Madara's suspicion, given his inherently distrustful nature. Should Madara discover that he was not the so-called product of his psyche, the ensuing plans would undoubtedly be doomed to failure. With this thought in mind, Black Zetsu's expression altered as he nodded solemnly, "I shall depart at once." With that declaration, he turned to leave the cave. However, as he stepped forward, an astonishing sight jolted his senses. Fire style, great fireball technique. A searing blaze surged toward him. The fireball, measuring several dozen meters in diameter, unleashed a torrent of scorching heat, dramatically elevating the temperature of the air. This sudden eruption unsettled both Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara. In their eyes, only one individual could unleash a fireball of such magnitude, Uchiha Chinyu. Lord Madara. Black Zetsu's expression shifted alarmingly, and he could only manage a hurried exclamation as the colossal fireball rapidly expanded in his line of sight. The intense heat ignited his clothing. Just as he intended to retreat, a figure appeared before him. Although Uchiha Madara appeared aged, his movements remained swift as he wielded the Uchiha clan's fan, striking the blazing fireball head-on. Uchiha rebound. The fiery orb momentarily stalled before being propelled backward with incredible force, traveling faster than when it had originally approached and crashing into the distant rocky cliffside. Boom! Flames soared into the sky, causing the shadowy valley to tremble violently. The ground scorched in the fireball's wake, with some structures reduced to ashes. The acrid scent of charred earth permeated the air, and wisps of smoke rose into the atmosphere. Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu stood together, their expressions darkening as they gazed at the descending figure outside the cave. Apologies. I became a bit too excited. Upon hearing of your intent to capture me, I couldn't resist making an unsolicited entrance. Chinyu smiled warmly, though a hint of exhilaration colored his demeanor. I hope I didn't accidentally harm anyone. You. Black Zetsu's expression turned as dark as night. For this was the second occasion he had narrowly escaped death at the hands of Chinyu. The first time may have been an accident, yet the second time, without a doubt, was intentional. Had it not been for Uchiha Madara's timely intervention, even with the use of a substitute technique, he would likely have suffered grave injuries. What is the matter? Are you feeling indignant? Chinyu observed Kuro Zetsu with great interest and remarked, "You truly possess an extraordinary fate. In the basin, you managed to escape death, and now, as you face an onslaught, you have once again been rescued. Truly befitting of a creature that has lived for a millennium." Chapter 63. Would you rather be my little brother, the Millennium Monster? The expression of Uchiha Madara shifted subtly, an echo of surprise reflected in his demeanor. Korezetsu felt similarly perturbed. This was indeed his closely guarded secret. If Uchiha Madara was the clandestine architect behind the wars, genocides, and plunderings of these past decades, then he had been the puppeteer orchestrating the tumultuous transformations of the shinobi world for centuries. The historical rivalry between the Senju and Uchiha clans was but a manifestation of his machinations. Everything unfolded under his meticulous control, executed with unerring precision, concealed from all eyes. Yet now, as Chinyu spoke, he boldly unveiled this secret, leaving Korezetsu in a quandary. Was he genuinely aware of this truth, or was it mere pretense? Are you truly Uchiha Chinyu? Uchiha Madara's voice was frigid. The Korezetsu you mentioned is merely my clone. It brings me pleasure to see you approach me directly. This affirms that I have not erred in my judgment. My child, you must understand who I am. I am Uchiha Madara, the most illustrious and formidable of the Uchiha clan, your ancestor, possessing power that rivals even that of the god of shinobi. I have survived long after the death of Senju Hashirama. This signifies that I am the most potent being. No one in the shinobi world can aspire to my level. As he spoke, a cruel smile crept across Uchiha Madara's face. Had Senju Hashirama not perished long ago, my superior Sharingan would have utterly vanquished him, establishing me as the unequivocal might of the shinobi realm. My child, do you yearn for strength beyond your current capabilities? If you are willing to become my instrument of vengeance, I shall reveal to you the means. His words dripped with an insidious allure. Such a proposition might sway any Uchiha clan member. However, as a time traveler intimately familiar with the world of ninjas and equipped with an instant leveling system, the notion of becoming Uchiha Madara's subordinate was nothing short of ludicrous. What is holding you back? Uchiha Madara's eyes glinted with mockery, the power of the Rinnegan overshadowing even the Sharingan. Had he not fortuitously acquired the cells of Senju Hashirama, such revelations would have remained undiscovered. Now, wielding this knowledge as leverage, he sought to ensnare a younger generation. Apologies, but I have no interest in the Rinnegan, Chinyu interjected suddenly. The expressions of Uchiha Madara and Korezetsu stiffened, disbelief flickering in their gazes directed at Chinyu. The transformation of the Sharingan into the Rinnegan was a profound secret hidden within the Uchiha and Senju clans. Had Uchiha Madara not been fortunate, he might have met his demise in that fateful battle. Now, Chinyu had effortlessly exposed the very bargaining chip Madara relied upon. A revelation that was nothing short of astonishing. What are you saying, boy? Uchiha Madara's expression darkened, a hint of menace creeping into his tone. Where did you acquire knowledge of the Rinnegan? Was it information left behind by Senju Hashirama? In Uchiha Madara's eyes, the only individual worthy of his concern was Senju Hashirama. He would never believe that a mere descendant of the Uchiha clan could possess knowledge of the Rinnegan's existence. Can you guess? Chinyu chuckled with intrigue. Perhaps. If you were to become my subordinate, I might consider restoring you. The quiet words caused Uchiha Madara and Korezetsu to change countenance dramatically. From the very beginning, the youth before them had directly unveiled the secrets they harbored within. There was no hesitation or ambiguity. It was as if he possessed complete understanding of all that transpired. Had this young man been an ancient being, having lived for decades or even centuries, they might have believed he had long been monitoring them. Yet, judging by his youthful appearance, he was clearly only around 15 or 16 years of age, making any form of surveillance implausible. How could he know so much? What's wrong? Reluctant, are we? Chinyu's smile was laced with amusement. I come with sincerity, but if you refuse, I may find myself in a difficult position. The only option left is to kill you. As the words fell, the expressions of Uchiha Madara and Korezetsu darkened, and they shouted in unison, attack. Dozens of white Zetsu emerged behind Chinyu, their numbers reaching 30 or more. Upon appearing, they lunged directly at him. It seemed that the negotiations had failed. The sound of crackling lightning erupted around Chinyu. With a sudden stomp, the ground shattered beneath him. Under the onslaught of violent currents, the hidden white Zetsu underground were instantly obliterated. Simultaneously, Uchiha Chinyu vanished like a specter, reappearing right in front of Uchiha Madara. Recurrent strike. His fists came together with tremendous force, enveloped in lightning, unleashing a surge of voltage. Without any embellishments, he struck down towards Uchiha Madara. Such speed. Uchiha Madara's expression shifted dramatically. Had it not been for his Sharingan, he might have been unable to perceive Chinyu's movements at all. After handing the Rinnegan to Nagato, he had seized it back from a member of the Uchiha clan. Its power may not have matched its peak, but he could still wield ocular techniques. Susanoo. A torrent of blue chakra surged forth, instantly forming rib-like structures around Uchiha Madara, shielding him and Kurizetsu. Boom. The thunderous impact of lightning struck down. The immense force coupled with the splintering light, resonating like a thunderclap. The ground shattered in response, and the newly formed Susanoo sank several centimeters. Cough, cough. Violent coughing echoed amidst the swirling dust, and through the translucent Susanoo, it was evident that Uchiha Madara was spitting blood. Find him. Kurizetsu's expression turned grave. Uchiha Madara was on the brink of death, and merely managing to survive until now was a significant feat. Much of the credit for his continued existence lay with the cells of Shinja Hashirama, barely sustaining his life. Against an ordinary adversary, given Uchiha Madara's current condition, overwhelming the entire hidden grass village would pose no challenge. Before me stands a kaleidoscopic Sharingan, a mysterious entity seemingly capable of perceiving all. This signifies that the forthcoming battle is fraught with uncertainties. Kurizetsu, grant me power. Uchiha Madara exclaimed, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His expression contorted in a fierce roar. Amir Jr. dares to show such disrespect to an ancestor. I shall make you aware that even with the Sharingan, vast disparities remain. His frenzied roar sent a jolt of tension through Kurizetsu's nerves. In a certain sense, it indeed resonated with Uchiha Madara's cells, allowing for a potential sharing of power. However, resorting to such means would imply that Madara would be sacrificing his own life, jeopardizing even his ultimate plan. This could disrupt his meticulously crafted strategy. Chapter 64 now. Let us discuss the enigmatic figure of Kurizetsu. What are you contemplating? Hurry and bestow upon me your power. Only by eliminating him can the plan proceed. Uchiha Madara bellowed with fervor, as a being not even Shinja Hashirama dared to underestimate. It was a profound humiliation for Madara to be disregarded by Amir Jr. in this twilight of his years. Kurizetsu, should that old man take my life, I assure you, your end shall follow. Consider this carefully, Chinyu remarked with a playful smile. No, to clarify, regardless of whether he slays me, your demise is inevitable. The initial part of his words seemed to provide Kurizetsu with a flicker of hope, yet the latter portion twisted his expression into one of anguish. Having lived for countless years, Kurizetsu had never been so belittled. Most crucially, the secrets of his millennia-long existence, which even Uchiha Madara was oblivious to, were effortlessly unveiled by the youth before him. This revelation ignited a desire for murder within Kurizetsu. Glaring at the amused Chinyu, Kurizetsu's countenance grew ferocious. Very well. Since you seek death, Lord Madara shall demonstrate to you the depths of despair. Roots erupted from within Kurizetsu, plunging directly into Uchiha Madara. As the roots writhed, an overwhelming force surged into Madara's being like a tidal wave. Madara roared with a fierce intensity, his once withered form gradually rejuvenating. The skin, once lined with wrinkles, became taut and youthful. A tremendous aura radiated from him, engulfing everything in its vicinity. Now, in this final throes of life, Uchiha Madara was evidently tenfold stronger than moments before. While he may not have reached his prime, he could easily slay 10 of those of inferior caliber with a single hand. Power, this was the essence of power. As he felt the tempestuous energy coursing through him, Madara's murderous intent intensified. He understood this battle was a desperate gamble for his life, and a swift conclusion was imperative. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The scorching chakra coalesced within Madara's mouth. In an instant, it was expelled, forming a blazing fireball dozens of meters in diameter, hurtling towards Chinyu. Impressive momentum. Chinyu chuckled with intrigue. Yet your current strength is but a fraction, perhaps 1/10 or 1/20th of your former glory. I dare say such power is insufficient to vanquish me. His words, though softly spoken, nearly drove Uchiha Madara into a furious frenzy. With a visage contorted in rage, he beheld the whirling chakra sphere in Chinyu's hand. The piercing, resonant roar of the sphere assaulted the ears, causing discomfort. Is he mad? He has honed his form to perfection, infusing it with wind-release chakra, blending attribute and form into a chaotic whirl. The speed of that spiraling cut could surely rend mountains asunder. Kurizetsu's expression shifted drastically. Yet, as the vessel of Uchiha Madara's power, he found himself unable to extricate from the situation, left with no choice but to watch helplessly. Chinyu hurled the wind release, Rasengan with great force, and it collided instantaneously with the incoming fireball. The wind can indeed amplify the fire. However, in a scenario where the wind is potent and the fire is feeble, the balance of power clearly shifts. At the moment they made contact, the searing fireball was abruptly severed in two. The explosive flames were swiftly drawn up by the wind release, Rasengan. Fire thrives in the wind, and the wind nourishes the fire. The two elements, complementing each other, cause the blazing flames to surge skyward in an overwhelming torrent. Like a comet of fire descending from the heavens, it hurtled towards Uchiha Madara's Susanoo with tremendous force. Boom! The fiery tempest descended, and the violent shockwave, intermingled with flames and wind blades, obliterated everything in its vicinity. The cave collapsed under this onslaught, reduced to mere rubble. The surrounding cliffs of the valley bore deep, claw-like gashes, as if raked by a monstrous beast, leaving a harrowing sight. The trees in the entire valley were not spared, snapped in half with ease. The soaring shockwave even pierced through the clouds above. This cataclysmic scene reverberated throughout the entire village of grass ninjas. The few remaining elite ninjas hurried forth, led by an elderly elder. Upon witnessing the lone Susanoo emerging from the sea of flames, their expression shifted dramatically. "Elder, it is Lord Madara," exclaimed one of the elite ninjas, unable to contain his agitation. Who is fighting against Lord Madara? They had already been ensnared in the Jinjutsu wielded by Uchiha Madara's Sharingan. According to Madara's scheme, should he perish, the Jinjutsu would compel these grass ninjas to take their own lives. Thus, the plan was flawless, leaving no traces for Konoha or the Rock Village to investigate later. However, the emergence of Chinyu completely shattered his meticulous strategy. A mere youth, he was adeptly employing the same ocular techniques as Lord Madara. One of the grass ninjas' expressions shifted. Gazing at Chinyu, who stood defiantly against Uchiha Madara, their astonishment was mingled with fervor. In their eyes, Uchiha Madara was an omnipotent deity, the very source of their strength. Yet, in stark contrast to their fervor, Madara's pupils narrowed in silence. The recent resistance against the wind release, Rasengan had already drained a significant portion of his ocular power. Initially, he believed this was Chinyu's trump card. But seeing the distinctly different spheres in his hands now caused his cheeks to twitch slightly. Just as Chinyu had stated, he had temporarily regained a fraction of his power through the influence of Kagaya's will. At first, Uchiha Madara had thought that with his Susanoo, he could easily overpower this mere junior. Coupled with his profound battle experience and various techniques, eliminating this young one seemed a trivial matter. Yet, after witnessing the might of the wind release, Rasengan, and now observing the water release, Rasengan and lightning release, Rasengan in Chinyu's hands, he felt a shiver run down his spine. What has caused this sudden stillness? Chinyu chuckled with a hint of mischief. If one orb cannot resolve the matter, then let it be two. If that two fails, we shall employ three. My esteemed ancestor, do you not find this reasoning sound? His words, though softly spoken, imparted an inexplicable sense of impending doom to Uchiha Madara. Gazing at the warm smile upon Chinyu's face, Madara was struck by an uncanny illusion. In contrast to him, Chinyu appeared more akin to a creature that had lived for centuries. "Young man, perhaps we should engage in a discussion," Madara suddenly suggested. Black Zetsu was taken aback, utterly unprepared for such a proclamation from the formidable Uchiha Madara. Yet, in the next moment, the words that reached his ears resounded like thunder, jolting his senses. "What is there to discuss? I previously offered you the role of my subordinate, but now you shall accompany me to the realm of the afterlife." As the last syllable fell from his lips, Chinyu unleashed the water-style Rasengan and the wind-style Rasengan, hurling them forth with great precision. If wind and fire complement one another, then water and lightning are no exception. Two attacks, each derived from different elemental attributes, were launched instantaneously, their spiral nature serving as the foundation for the assault. The sheer force of their collision was beyond anything Chinyu could fathom. Chapter 65. The celestial barrier of the earthquake star in the desolate battlefield, two colossal ethereal figures stood opposed. under the astonished gazes of numerous grass, shinobi, and Uchiha Madara. The water-release spiral sphere and the lightning-release spiral sphere in Chinyu's hands were hurled with great force. The short distance of merely 100 meters was traversed in the blink of an eye. The two spirals collided fiercely against Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. Perhaps due to his state not being at its zenith, the Susanoo summoned by Madara, which in the original narrative appeared with 3 fearsome faces, now manifested only a solitary head. In the face of the incoming spiral spheres, Madara could merely raise his hands in a futile attempt to block the assault. Boom! The explosion erupted with the ferocity of thunder. At that moment, the combined powers of lightning and water reached their zenith, and the violent forces recoiled, transforming the water's might into countless high-pressure water blades. The lightning chakra morphed into innumerable needle-like strikes. The saturation of these dual forces enveloped Madara's Susanoo entirely. The explosive power unleashed by the amalgamation of lightning and water obliterated everything within a radius of 500 to 600 meters. The fierce winds that surged forward were laced with the lethal water blades. Some grass shinobi, who were watching from a distance, were caught unawares, letting out agonizing cries as blood erupted from their bodies. Some even suffered grievous injuries, losing entire arms in the onslaught. Witnessing this scene, the leading elder's expression shifted dramatically. All present were the elite of their grass shinobi village. Each death diminished their ranks. Fall back. Everyone, retreat. The elder commanded, glancing at Uchiha Madara. Still ensnared within the explosive tempest, his face momentarily etched with conflict. No sooner had the command been issued than the grass shinobi, regardless of their injuries, began to withdraw in haste. However, just as they retreated a few steps, their bodies trembled as if caught in a trance. Within the depths of their eyes flickered the markings of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Chinyu noticed this occurrence. Realizing that they had all succumbed to a deep hypnosis induced by Uchiha Madara. In this critical moment, he wielded them as mere puppets. Fire release, Great Fireball. Fire release, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Lightning release, Earth Walk. A succession of attacks erupted instantaneously. Even those grievously wounded among the grass shinobi were not exempt, disregarding their injuries entirely. In their minds, a singular voice incessantly urged them to attack, compelling them to persist, even at the cost of their lives. Boom! A torrent of attacks rained down upon the Susanoo. Regrettably, this assembly of so-called elite ninjas from the grass shinobi village lacked substantial prowess. They had been hastily promoted to serve as mere facades. Moreover, the village had not established a systematic approach to learning ninjutsu. All techniques were imitations learned from others, resulting in a half-baked understanding that paled in comparison to their original forms. Chinyu recalled that in the original narrative, there existed a group of wandering grass shinobi who specialized in pilfering techniques from others, then infused them with a hodgepodge of their own experiences. Ultimately, they were all vanquished by Kakashi's team, epitomizing the ineffectiveness of a makeshift army. As the explosive sounds dissipated and the fiery glow receded, the group of grass ninjas appeared eager to launch a second wave of assault. Under the swift motions of hand seals, Chinyu stirred. No, it would be more accurate to say, his eyelids fluttered. In the instant his eyes widened, the nine-tailed Sharingan began to whirl with fervor. The pitch-black flames, reminiscent of ghostly fires from the underworld, surged forth violently. Amaterasu. Dozens of grass ninjas, including the elder, were instantly consumed by the black flames. This sudden turn of events even caught Uchiha Madara, who was amidst the explosion, off guard. He had not anticipated such ruthless ferocity from one so young as Chinyu. Moreover, this activated Manjiki Sharingan not only possessed Susanoo but also wielded ominous black flames as a physical means of attack. Initially, Uchiha Madara intended to use this group to harass Chinyu. However, it was evident that this plan was futile. With his final trump card so easily dismantled by Chinyu, a hint of madness flickered across Uchiha Madara's face, and he let out a savage roar. "You forced my hand, boy. Since you seek my demise, let us meet our end together." Uchiha Madara clasped his hands together, channeling the scant chakra remaining within him into Susanoo. What had begun as a single-headed Susanoo suddenly expanded in power. Writhing in a frenzy, it sprouted 2 additional heads. A roar, akin to that of a beast, emanated from Susanoo's maw. The 6 arms spread wide, shattering the explosive force of the lightning water spiral ball. As Uchiha Madara's hands came together once more, Susanu's 6 arms began to move with equal haste. A flurry of hand seals ensued, prompting Chinyu to raise an eyebrow and offer a resigned smile. You old man, even in death, you refuse to grant me peace. Is this the heaven-shaking star? Uchiha Madara paused, surprise flickering in his gaze as he regarded Chinyu. He had not anticipated that Chinyu would know which jutsu he intended to employ. However, invoking this deadly technique had already drained Uchiha Madara of his last vestige of life force, rendering him incapable of further inquiry. As he forcefully clasped his hands together, the once exhausted man finally closed his eyes, succumbing to death. Boom! A deep sonic boom resonated through the sky. Gigantic boulders plummeted from above, imparting an inexplicable sense of oppression. As meteors clashed with the atmosphere, they ignited into searing flames, momentarily obscuring the sun. Even from tens of thousands of meters away, the spectacle was vividly visible. That damned Uchiha Madara. I must eliminate him the next time we meet. Chinyu mused, gazing at the descending heaven-shaking star, a multitude of thoughts racing through his mind. With his current ninjutsu, he was utterly incapable of shattering this rock. As for fleeing, considering the hundreds of grass ninjas surrounding him, coupled with the diameter of the heaven-shaking star and its shockwave radius, extricating himself unscathed would be exceedingly challenging. Shadow Clone Technique. Chinyu swiftly formed hand seals, instantly conjuring 10 shadow clones. It is not that Chinyu does not wish to, like Naruto Uzumaki, instantaneously create 2,000 shadow clones. Rather, it is the awkward reality of a critical deficiency in chakra that hinders him. According to Chinyu's estimations, with his current chakra reserves, he could produce approximately 200 to 300 clones. However, doing so would severely deplete his chakra, rendering him incapable of unleashing his subsequent devastating technique. Observing the descending celestial body, the heavenly obstruction star, along with the cacophony of fleeing villagers outside, Chinyu sprang into action. Chapter 66. The colossal wind-release spiraling sphere. With a swift motion, Chinyu opened his right hand, and the wind-release spiraling sphere rapidly coalesced. Simultaneously, 10 shadow clones mirrored his actions, fervently channeling wind-release chakra into the sphere nestled in Chinyu's palm. Initially, this technique existed only in Chinyu's theoretical musings, hindered by insufficient chakra and the absence of worthy adversaries, thus remaining undeveloped until the system elevated it to maximal potency in an instant. Yet now, confronted with Uchiha Madara's celestial assault, Chinyu resolved to risk his life alongside his noble opponent. As the wind-release chakra surged forth, the sphere's size swelled dramatically, expanding to a diameter of 7 to 8 meters in the blink of an eye. The frantic compression of chakra caused a stinging sensation to radiate through Chinyu's skin. A low hum resonated in the air, signaling that not only had the form reached its zenith, but his own chakra reserves were perilously close to depletion. Gazing at the flaming meteor, now less than 5,000 meters away, Chinyu hurled the colossal wind-release spiraling sphere with all his might. A sharp tearing sound echoed as the immense shuriken flew forth like a comet, bridging the distance in mere seconds under the meteor's descent. The two titanic forces collided with a thunderous roar, reminiscent of a cataclysmic explosion that rent the heavens asunder. The colossal wind-release spiraling sphere fragmented into billions of razor-sharp blades, piercing through the meteor. Flames and cyclones intertwined, debris scattered, and the entire expanse was engulfed in a blinding inferno. From afar, it resembled a sky ablaze. Amidst the onslaught, Chinyu found himself struggling to keep his eyes open, as the overwhelming shockwaves surged forth like relentless tidal waves. With the final echo of thunder resonating in the sky, the prolonged stalemate of over a minute was shattered. The massive extraterrestrial meteor crumbled into countless shards, raining down like shooting stars. In the aftermath, Chinyu exhaled a sigh of relief. The 10 shadow clones beside him had exhausted their chakra and dissipated into thin air. Even the last remnants of Susanoo, having withstood the barrage of debris, ultimately faded away. As tranquility returned, one could scarcely recognize the valley, now reduced to a barren wasteland. The surrounding village bore the scars of devastation, echoing with cries of despair. Though it could not be labeled a hell on earth, the indiscriminate assault had undeniably inflicted greater harm upon the hidden grass village than on Chinyu himself. A distance of 10,000 meters away, Korezetsu emerged from the shadows, observing in astonishment as the colossal meteor was obliterated by Chinyu, transforming into a cascade of meteoric fragments. He had not anticipated that the lethal blow unleashed by Uchiha Madara in his final moments would be so effortlessly dismantled. As Chinyu unleashed the lightning water spiraling sphere, Madara had already recognized that, in his current state, he was no match for Chinyu. Thus, he seized the opportunity to allow Korezetsu to escape underground, intending to unleash his most formidable attack with the aim of ensuring their mutual demise. In Madara's eyes, Chinyu exhibited commendable strength, yet he lacked the means for extensive, high-powered offensive capabilities. It was indeed improbable for reason to confront the celestial calamity of the Tenjin Zenshin. Alas, human calculations often fall short of the divine. In a moment of desperation, Chinyu ventured forth and devised an enormous wind release, spiraling shuriken. Uchiha Madara had once remarked that had that young lad not met his demise, he would hope to return and finish the job. Should he now consider revisiting that notion? Black Zetsu found himself musing aloud. Yet, after a brief moment of hesitation, he swiftly dismissed the thought. If even Uchiha Madara could not vanquish such an adversary, Black Zetsu would not be so audacious as to believe he could prevail. Casting a fleeting glance back at the basin where Chinyu resided, Black Zetsu turned and vanished swiftly into the earth. Amidst the ruins, Chinyu lingered momentarily, releasing a resigned sigh. It appeared that Black Zetsu possessed a rather timid disposition, fleeing without even glancing back at the outcome. From the outset, Chinyu had anticipated that Black Zetsu would never share the same fate as Uchiha Madara. Moreover, Uchiha Madara would certainly not squander an opportunity to ensure Black Zetsu's survival. He would undoubtedly seek to escape the battlefield. After vanquishing the Tenjin Zenshin, Chinyu dispelled the Susanoo, not because his ocular power was entirely exhausted, but rather to lure Black Zetsu out. Regrettably, this ploy ultimately proved unsuccessful. It seems that Black Zetsu had managed to survive for over a millennium, likely due to his inherent cowardice. Furthermore, it was imperative to recover Uchiha Madara's corpse. Chinyu arched an eyebrow. To obtain the Rinnegan, he would need to transplant cells from Hashirama Senju. If he could find such cells on Uchiha Madara as remains, it would save him considerable effort. However, despite Chinyu's diligent search, Uchiha Madara's body appeared to have vanished, leaving behind only a scattering of black ashes and a basin flattened by rock debris. It seemed that Uchiha Madara, even in death, had been concerned that his body might fall into Chinyu's hands, leading him to self-destruct prematurely. Truly a formidable figure, Chinyu abandoned the thought of searching further. Observing the fragments of everyday items strewn about, he swiftly conjured a massive great fireball using his dwindling chakra, igniting the entire ruin in flames. Since Uchiha Madara wished to prevent him from obtaining anything of value, Chinyu had no intention of leaving any cells for others. The remnants of what might be Uchiha Madara's incinerated ashes would suffice. In the event that an individual like Kabuto Yakushi or Orochimaru, known for their aberrations, attempted a resurrection through impure world reincarnation, it would be quite repugnant. After completing these tasks, Chinyu did not linger further and turned to depart. Moments later, a hurried figure descended before the roaring inferno, his once pallid visage now tinged with a shade of ashen blue. Damn it, I've arrived too late. Otherwise, I could have discerned what transpired here. Orochimaru had been tailing Chinyu, but had paused mid-journey to gather some intriguing human specimens. He had assumed that leaving Chinyu for merely a short time would allow him to track him perfectly with the aid of his serpents. Little did he anticipate that he had missed a monumental battle. Although he had arrived 10 minutes prior, the sight of the Tenjin Zenshin had robbed him of the courage to approach, prompting him instead to retreat. Only after the storm has settled does one dare to approach with trepidation. The recent meteorite could not have originated from Uchiha Chinyu, could it? If indeed it was his doing, then forthcoming actions must surely be altered. Orochimaru's countenance darkened considerably. Casting a furtive glance around, his expression grew even more grim. This young man leaves no trace of his adversaries, even going so far as to set fire to the remains before his departure. Could it be that he has caught wind of my presence? In truth, Chinyu is unaware of Orochimaru's whereabouts. He possesses the Manjiki Sharingan but is not a true sensory ninja, lacking to be a Kugen. Consequently, his perceptive abilities and range of awareness are far from extensive. Not to mention, he cannot detect the snakes dispatched by Orochimaru to track him. His actions were merely a precaution, yet unexpectedly, his suspicions were confirmed. Chapter 68. The doubts of Namikaze Minato ding. Congratulations, host, you have mastered the Super Wind Release, Spiral Shuriken. Would you like to level up to maximum with one click? The voice of the system resonated within Chinyu's mind, causing him to slow his pace involuntarily. This was his first attempt at unleashing the Super Wind Release, Spiral Shuriken, requiring the assistance of 10 shadow clones. Having accomplished this initial feat, he could now learn the technique's essence through the one-click leveling system, enabling him to perform it solo in the future. Level up immediately, Chinyu commanded decisively. Ding. Congratulations, host, the Super Wind Release, Spiral Shuriken is now at maximum level. As the system's voice faded, Chinyu withdrew from his consciousness space. After departing from the hidden grass village, he hastily made his way to the Kamikaze Bridge. Although he had defeated a significant portion of the enemy forces, the mission to destroy the Kamikaze Bridge remained unfulfilled. Based on his deductions, Kakashi and his team had already penetrated deep behind enemy lines and were working to demolish the bridge. Minato, what brings you here? Chinyu raised an eyebrow. Surprised by the sudden appearance of Namikaze Minato, Minato froze momentarily, glancing towards the direction of the hidden grass village and then at the seemingly weary Chinyu. His cheeks twitched as he could not help but exclaim, Chinyu, please don't tell me that the recent commotion from the direction of the hidden grass village was your doing. In response to Minato's suspicion, Chinyu inwardly cursed Uchiha Madara. What grand display was he avoiding, only to allow such an unmistakable celestial disturbance? The colossal size of the phenomenon could be observed clearly from several kilometers away. Now, with Minato involved, there was no escaping the ramifications. Can I honestly claim otherwise? Chinyu replied with a resigned touch to his nose. Minato shot him a skeptical glance, saying, your words only heighten my suspicions. In this desolate place, the only person capable of shattering such an enormous meteorite, aside from you, is inconceivable to me. I am merely curious. Who was your adversary? Given Minato's unwavering assertion, Chinyu found little motivation to argue. Additionally, he was intrigued to see how Minato would react. Playfully, he patted Minato's shoulder and remarked, I fear that if I disclose it, you may find it hard to believe. Hard to believe? Minato paused, saying, by indirectly acknowledging your involvement in that battle. What else could I possibly doubt? I am simply curious about the identity of the one who could wield such a colossal meteor. Upon witnessing the immense falling meteorite, Minato had contemplated whether he could withstand it if he were to face it directly. Ultimately, he concluded that unless employing the Flying Thunder God technique to redirect the meteor, no other method of attack would suffice to destroy it. Moreover, after deep contemplation about engaging such a formidable opponent, Minato surmised that, aside from the elusive shadows who would not readily enter the fray, only Uchiha Chinyu held the greatest possibility. Thus, Minato chose not to rendezvous with Kakashi and the others, opting instead to investigate the matter further. Upon encountering Chinyu, his suspicions were only solidified. This entire affair is undeniably intertwined with Uchiha Chinyu. However, one thing that Namikaze Minato did not anticipate was Chinyu's willingness to readily acknowledge his participation in the conflict. Uchiha Madara. Chinyu smiled warmly. Minato's nerves tightened, and a hint of pallor crept into his gaze as he regarded Chinyu. Chinyu, must you jest? In the annals kept by the first Hokage, Uchiha Madara was long since deceased. How could he possibly engage with you? Minato was certainly familiar with this legendary ninja. Even the second Hokage had repeatedly confirmed his demise, documenting it in the confidential archives of Konoha. Now, with Chinyu asserting that Uchiha Madara was not dead, it was wholly unacceptable. If he were indeed alive, Chinyu cast a glance and remarked, forget it, believe what you will. Besides him, who else could have nearly taken my life? However, let me inform you. That last attack, the Heavenly Star Map, was not even Madara at his peak. Otherwise, you would have been there to collect my remains. Minato felt as though his mind was reeling at Chinyu's seemingly nonsensical claims. Yet, he could not dismiss the possibility that if Uchiha Madara were alive, a confrontation with Chinyu was not out of the question. Nevertheless, considering that both Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Chinyu belonged to the same clan, why would they engage in such a fierce battle? A flurry of questions raced through Minato's mind, leaving him in a state of confusion. Finally, he let out a bitter laugh and said, Chinyu, if you assert that the opponent is Uchiha Madara, where is he now? In Minato's eyes, Should Uchiha Madara truly be alive, given his past grievances, he would pose a significant threat to Konoha. That old man has certainly been dispatched by me. Chinyu patted Minato's shoulder. Not a trace remains. You need not concern yourself with it. That old fox is quite cunning. Uchiha Madara is dead? Witnessing Chinyu's nonchalant demeanor, Minato's mind went blank. No. One might say that he was questioning the very fabric of his existence. Uchiha Madara, a figure capable of rivaling the first Hokage, instilled fear across the 5 great shinobi villages. Now, Chinyu casually informs him that the old man has perished without a remnant. This was exceedingly difficult to accept. Do you not believe me? Chinyu shot him a glance. Then forget it. Do not inquire further. After the arduous battle, my chakra is nearly depleted. I shall recuperate for a moment. As for your report upon returning, that is your concern. Whether they believe you or not will depend on your explanation. Minato felt helpless, with no tangible evidence to present. How could he report this matter? He glanced at Chinyu, who was engrossed in meditating to restore his chakra. As Minato sighed inwardly, his expression suddenly froze. It was Kakashi and the others who were in trouble. Minato swiftly launched a Flying Thunder God Kunai. The engraved Flying Thunder God technique gleamed a deep crimson, exuding a palpable warmth. This pair of unique kunai, crafted by Minato Namikaze, was designed to safeguard Kakashi and others. The technique would only activate when Kakashi drew the weapon, mingling with blood and chakra, attuning him to imminent peril. Now, this kunai, serving as a link, radiated such intense heat that it suggested a life-and-death crisis lay ahead. Chinyu raised an eyebrow and, with a hint of resignation, inquired, "Do you require my assistance?" "Indeed. I would rather expend a bit more chakra than to risk your safety, especially after you just informed me of your encounter with the first Hokage." "I would find myself questioning everything upon returning," Minato replied, gripping Chinyu's shoulder firmly. In the next instant, he formed the hand sign for the Flying Thunder God technique, and together they vanished from sight, perhaps due to the presence of another. The range of this technique was limited to a maximum of 20 kilometers. After executing several consecutive jumps, Minato and Chinyu materialized, immediately sensing something amiss. Chapter 68. An accidental collision resulting in the demise of 2 mist ninjas. Suddenly, Kakashi's voice echoed, and Chinyu swiftly absorbed the entirety of the unfolding situation. The surrounding ninjas, encircling them, included not only those from the Rock Village but also mist ninjas. Leading the latter was none other than the renowned Pippa Shirzong from the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. In contrast, the Rock ninjas, perhaps due to their deeper infiltration, were led by only a handful of lesser-known jonin. As Chinyu and the illustrious Minato Namikaze materialized before them, the countenance of the gathered ninjas shifted dramatically. Panic ensued. They were confronted by the legendary Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, and the recently infamous Crimson Azura, Uchiha Chinyu. How had they arrived? It was the fabled space-time ninjutsu, a skill Minato was said to master, enabling him to arrive just in time. Elders from the village had once warned that upon encountering the golden flash of Konoha, the foremost course of action during any mission was to flee. In an instant, the atmosphere became charged, the tension palpable as if an invisible hand was constricting their hearts. "Run!" A voice pierced the air, igniting a frantic exodus among the rock and mist ninjas, who darted away like cannonballs. As the leader, Pippa Shirzong, stole a final glance at Chinyu, he was already making his escape. Simultaneously, a dense mist enveloped the entire forest. "Minato-sensei, hurry and pursue the mist ninjas. They've taken Rin." Uchiha Obito's face was marred by blood, a grotesque wound cutting across his cheek. Yet, what captivated Chinyu's attention was that Obito had finally awakened his Sharingan. Although it was merely a single tomo, it was a significant achievement. "It seems that fate has turned in your favor, allowing you to awaken your Sharingan," Chinyu remarked, patting Obito's shoulder. "Rest assured, Rin is not in immediate danger. Her unique constitution suggests that the mist ninjas intend to abduct her to make her a Jinchuriki." Jinchuriki? Minato was familiar with this concept, having known Kushina Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. The audacity of the mist ninjas to target Noera Rin for such a purpose was indeed alarming. "Is this true, Chinyu? Please. You must save Rin," Obito urged, his desperation evident. In his eyes, Rin held even greater significance than Kakashi, explaining his sudden awakening of the Sharingan. Do not worry. I shall handle the Mist Village. Minato, you are tasked with demolishing the Canopy Bridge, Chinyu declared, his voice resolute. With that, arcs of electricity crackled around him. And in the next moment, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, vanishing into the mist in the blink of an eye. Chinyu. Minato's expression turned urgent. The absurdity of having just mentioned Uchiha Madara felt surreal. However, despite the knowledge that the Mist Ninja Village may indeed be a trap, why would Chinyu be aware of the adversary's intention to abduct Noera Rin? Furthermore, upon the mention of the Three Tails, a sudden pang gripped the heart of Minato Namikaze. A more absurd thought flickered through his mind. Could it be that Chinyu intends to target the tailed beasts? If Chinyu's opponent was truly Uchiha Obito, there exists a genuine possibility that he might indeed pursue the tailed beasts. With this thought, Minato became utterly agitated. Quickly, let us destroy the Kaminari Bridge and then pursue Chinyu. I fear he may act recklessly, he instructed urgently. Teacher Minato, isn't Chinyu merely going to rescue Rin? Kakashi couldn't help but inquire. Having witnessed Chinyu's prowess on multiple occasions, Kakashi was indeed impressed. It was precisely for this reason that he had felt assured in allowing Chinyu to chase after Noera Rin while he remained to fulfill his mission. Additionally, the memory of his father, Sakumo Hataki's death, continued to weigh heavily on his mind. If it were simply a rescue, I would not be concerned, Minato replied gravely. My current worry lies in the possibility of him targeting the tailed beast in the Mist Ninja Village. If that occurs, it would undoubtedly exacerbate the conflicts between our nations. Targeting the tailed beasts? Both Kakashi and Obito were taken aback. The tailed beasts and their Jinchuriki seemed far removed from their reality. Most significantly, to them, the tailed beast represented calamity, and the Jinchuriki had always been marginalized and scorned by outsiders. Yet now, the very thought of Chinyu contemplating an assault on the tailed beasts was nearly inconceivable. Enough with the speculation. We must destroy the bridge at once and immediately stop Chinyu, Minato commanded with urgency. Several kilometers away from the Kaminari Bridge, figures darted swiftly through the mist. Leading them was the imposing figure of Kiba Shizuku, wielding a large beheading sword, closely followed by a dozen or so mist ninjas. What should we do now, Lord Shizuku? One of the mist ninjas asked, unable to contain their anxiety. The third instructed us to eliminate all threats. Allowing the Leaf Shinobi to return alive could jeopardize our plans. Silence. Kiba Shizuka barked sharply. The foes we face are the Golden Flash and the Blood-Red Azura. Encountering even one of them warrants our unconditional retreat. If you wish to perish, feel free to remain behind. We shall continue to disperse. With that, Kiba Shizuka swiftly formed a series of hand seals. Mist concealment technique. The mist enveloped the forest once more. Hearing the hurried footsteps of his comrades dispersing around him, Kiba Shizuku let out a silent sigh of relief. Yet, in the next moment, a chilling presence of death swept over him, causing his muscles to tense involuntarily. With no time to ponder further, he swiftly evaded. Boom. A flash of lightning suddenly illuminated the sky, akin to thunder ripping through the air. Kiba Shizuka felt a stinging sensation on his cheek, followed by the distant sound of a great tree collapsing in response. Two piercing screams echoed through the heavens and the earth, only to be swiftly extinguished, causing the previously retreating mist ninjas to halt in their tracks, confronted by the pervasive fog enveloping the entire forest. It felt as though an unseen hand was gripping their hearts with an unyielding force. My apologies. I was a tad too swift earlier and inadvertently took the lives of two mist ninjas. I trust you do not mind. Chapter 69. Surrendering requires two blades of faint sound echoed through the fog-laden forest, instilling an inexplicable chill that surged from the soles of one's feet to the crown of the head. The expression on Pai Pashurzong's face darkened. Crimson Azura. Do not overstep your bounds, for even a cornered dog will leap over the wall. 10 days prior, when the news of the annihilation of the vanguard at the northwestern pass of Konoha reached the village of Mist Ninja, Pai Pashurzong was taken aback. He was acutely aware that the leaders of that expedition, the pufferfish demon Suigetsu and the Black Hoe Thunder Fong, were fully capable adversaries, rivaling his own strength. In certain aspects, they even surpassed him. After all, the historical wielders of the decapitating blade excelled in the art of silent assassination. In a direct confrontation, Shirzong acknowledged he could not match the prowess of Suigetsu and Thunderfang. Yet, even they had fallen to the blade of Crimson Azura. If it were not absolutely necessary, Paipa Shirzong would indeed prefer not to engage with Qinyu. Ah, my apologies, but I do rather enjoy closing the door on the dog. Qinyu replied with a warm smile. Moreover, I find myself in need of blue. If you don't mind, allow me to take a slice. Wind release, wind breakthrough. With a swift motion, Qinyu summoned the J-Nin blade, J-Nin, without any flourish, cleaving through the fog-enshrouded forest ahead. Boom, as the blade descended. An unending tempest erupted like a tidal wave, transforming into a multitude of slicing wind blades that surged forth violently. The thick fog enveloping the entire expanse dissipated rapidly, akin to a veil being lifted. Some trees were even cleaved in half by the wind blades. Disperse quickly, Paipa Shirzong roared in fury. Once, in the vast world of ninjas, the name of the silent killer, Paipa Ghost, had struck terror into the hearts of the 5 great nation shinobi, compelling them to flee at the mere whisper of his presence. However, the current situation had turned utterly on its head. As the fog receded, Shirzong had no time to ponder. He seized a mist ninja beside him and hurled him behind before making a swift escape. Apologies, but carelessly discarding refuse is quite unacceptable. A taunting voice rang out from behind. Qinyu, enveloped in crackling lightning, transformed into a streak of thunder. In his grasp, the J-Nin blade writhed grotesquely, propelling a massive head into the air. In the next moment, he caught the head with one hand, absorbing the majority of the chakra from the corpse before it dispersed into the ether. Hearing the anguished cries from behind, Paipa Shirzong's countenance shifted abruptly. He hastened his pace to flee, but his vision blurred. The figure he most dreaded appeared before him, holding the head of the very subordinate he had just discarded. Please take back your refuse. Qinyu tossed the severed head directly at Paipa Shirzong. Blood splattered across the landscape, causing Shirzong's face to twitch involuntarily. The next instant, his expression twisted into a snarl as he bellowed, "You insolent brat. Since you wish to force my hand, prepare to meet your end." Water release, water chaos waves. With the rapid fluttering of hands, Paipa Shirzong gathered chakra wildly in an instant. A figure entwined with lightning appeared before him like a wraith. I mentioned that when the stakes are high, let me take the first strike. Qinyu remarked with a playful smile, wielding the sword, Shark Skin, which he swung towards Paipa Shirzong. The sudden turn of events caused Paipa Shirzong's expression to shift dramatically. Without a moment to ponder, he hastily dispersed the gathered chakra and raised his executioner's blade to block the incoming attack. A resounding thud echoed as the two forces collided. The immense impact sent Paipa Shirzong flying backward, ultimately crashing against a tree several meters away, where he barely managed to halt his momentum. Such strength and exquisite swordsmanship. In that fleeting moment of collision, it was evident that Qinyu's strike with Shark Skin targeted the weakest point of the executioner's blade, near the hilt. The ability to shift the target of the attack in an instant surpassed Paipa Shirzong's understanding of Qinyu's prowess. In his eyes, Qinyu was undeniably formidable. However, mastering a weapon as large as Shark Skin seemed a daunting challenge. After all, in the original tale, only one individual could wield 7 ninja swords simultaneously, Kisame Hashigaki. Thus, even if Paipa Shirzong were to possess Shark Skin, he could never unleash its full potential as Qinyu did. "Thank you for your chakra," Qinyu said, unhurried in pursuing his opponent. The previous strike, executed with the aid of the Leaf Village's 3-day moon dance, not only exploited the executioner's blade's weaknesses to repel Paipa Shirzong, but also allowed Shark Skin sufficient time to siphon away half of the chakra Paipa Shirzong had gathered. Listening to Shark Skin's gnawing sound and the chakra being transmitted through the hilt, Qinyu felt the desiccated cells within him gradually filling with chakra, reminiscent of a long-awaited rain after a drought. Although the quantity was modest, its quality was remarkable. Paipa Shirzong's countenance darkened as he glared at Qinyu, gripping his executioner's blade tightly. The sensation of having his chakra depleted was acutely felt. Based on the previous strike, if he were to endure around 10 more blows, it was likely that his chakra would be entirely drained. "Lord Shirzong, what shall we do now?" asked a mist ninja standing behind, hesitant to move. As they witnessed the suppression of one of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen, their perceptions were entirely upended. Initially skeptical of the so-called blood-colored Azura, They were now wholly consumed by fear. Silence. Pai Pa Sherzong's face contorted with a trace of ferocity as he sensed the urgent gazes around him. In the next moment, he vanished from sight using the body flicker technique. Observing this, Qin Yu's nerves tightened momentarily, but he soon wore a curious smile. The vanishing Pai Pa Sherzong did not attempt a surprise attack. Instead, he reappeared before 3 mist ninjas behind him in a flash. With a sudden flourish, the beheading blade in his hand soared high, sending 3 severed heads soaring into the air, leaving expressions of disbelief etched upon their faces. This startling scene sent ripples through the nerves of all present. The remaining 7 or 8 mist ninjas, unable to contain their fear, swiftly turned to flee. However, it was evident that Pai Pa Sherzong had no intention of letting them escape. With a swift stride, he activated his body flicker technique, transforming into a mere afterimage as he pursued them relentlessly. Mere minutes later, Qin Yu beheld Pai Pa Sherzong returning, triumphantly carrying 7 heads. "I am willing to surrender," he uttered, his expression dark and foreboding. "Surrender?" Qin Yu replied with a warm smile. "You have slain all my men without uttering a word. Before you surrender, allow me the pleasure of delivering a few strikes." Chapter 70. The most mysterious third-generation water shadow, surrendering with a slash? The countenance of the Bijou Sherzong darkened considerably. As a distinguished member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, he had gone to great lengths to preserve his life, even going so far as to eliminate all his subordinates, thereby pledging his loyalty. Yet now, Qin Yu demanded that he endure 2 slashes, an affront to his dignity. However, recalling the fates of the pufferfish ghost, Suka Mountain, and the black hoe, Leia, who had perished at Qin Yu's hands, Bijou Sherzong's expression shifted as he gritted his teeth and acquiesced. "Very well. You may strike me twice, and I shall grant you some chakra. But you must adhere to your promise." As these words left his lips, a glimmer of resolve crossed Bijou Sherzong's face as he drove his decapitating blade into the ground, presenting himself as mere prey awaiting slaughter. I was merely jesting. Do not take it too seriously. Nevertheless, since you have chosen to surrender, I shall leave you with something," Qin Yu remarked with an amused smile. Crimson light rapidly spreading within his pupils. Bijou Sherzong froze, sensing an ominous shift as he met Qin Yu's gaze. Alas, before he could react, it felt as though his very soul was being drawn forth, directly pulled into the confines of the Sharingan's 9 Tomo. This bizarre sensation dissipated swiftly, and as the world spun around him, Bijou Sherzong gradually regained his senses, feeling as if he had plunged into water, his entire being drenched, including his back. Avoiding the blood-red gaze of Qin Yu, he instinctively lowered his head. "Do not worry, I have merely implanted a hypnotic suggestion within your subconscious. Unless you encounter someone whose illusionary abilities surpass mine, do not expect to break free from it," Qin Yu said with a smile, patting Bijou Sherzong on the shoulder. "However, I am a benevolent person. As long as you do not betray me, I shall not take your life." Listening to this proclamation, Bijou Sherzong's visage stiffened. Yet he remained silent. To impose such hypnotic illusions and still consider oneself a good person, surely, there could be no villains left in this world. Moreover, having personally experienced the near-fatal effects of Qin Yu's gaze, he finally comprehended why Suka Mountain, the pufferfish ghost, and Black Hoe, Leia, had met their demise. Such an entity was beyond their capacity to contend with. The realization that he was ensnared in a deep-seated hypnotic state instilled a bitter determination within Bijou Sherzong, leading him to relinquish even the last vestiges of his pride. "Master, Bijou Sherzong will never betray you. If you seek the girl who was taken, I can guide you to her." Observing Bijou Sherzong's sudden transformation into an obedient follower, Qin Yu remained unfazed. In a world governed by the law of the jungle, where might dictates right, one faced 2 choices when faced with defeat, death or subservience. Bijou Sherzong proved to be astute, understanding the gravity of the situation. Otherwise, Qin Yu would not have hesitated to incapacitate him further before demanding answers. "I seek to know the whereabouts of the 3 tails," Qin Yu stated, cutting directly to the heart of the matter. Bijou Sherzong's expression involuntarily shifted. Initially, it was presumed that Qin Yu's motivation was solely to rescue individuals. However, it became evident that he harbored intentions of confronting the 3 tails. Yet, considering Qin Yu's formidable illusion techniques and the rumored prowess he possessed. It is not entirely implausible that he would covet the existence of the tailed beasts. My lord, the 3 tails and 6 tails indeed exist within our hidden mist village, however. Aside from Yutaka, who frequently ventures beyond the village, the whereabouts of the 3 tails have never been disclosed, spoke Hibiya Shirzwa in a low tone. Never disclosed? Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. The timeline in which he existed diverged from the original narrative by over a decade. He was aware only that Noera Rin had been abducted and subsequently became the Jinchuriki of the 3 tails. Originally, the Hidden Mist Village intended to release the 3 tails upon Rin's return to Konoha, unleashing it to wreak havoc and thereby diverting the attention of the Leaf Village's rear forces, thereby inscribing a bold stroke in the annals of war. Unfortunately, Rin was slain by Kakashi midway, resulting in the failure of their scheme. Ultimately, the 3 tails was sealed within the body of the 4th Mizukage, Yagura. As for events preceding this, Qin Yu was in the dark. It was only upon Hibiya Shirzwa's mention that he discerned a subtle irregularity. In the original tale, the 1st, 2nd, and 4th Mizukage all made appearances. Yet the 3rd Mizukage merely flitted across the scene before vanishing without a trace, devoid of even a name. Qin Yu had previously speculated that the 3rd Mizukage might have been the Jinchuriki of the 3 tails. If this were indeed the case, for certain unique reasons, akin to Uzumaki Mido, he might have needed to transfer the vessel of the Jinchuriki, thereby shifting the target to Noera Rin to execute a rear assault plan. This process could have led to the demise of the 3rd Mizukage, allowing the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, to ascend to power seamlessly. It was precisely due to the absence of the 3rd Mizukage that the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, could be easily manipulated by Uchiha Bido, exacerbating the blood mist and enforcing tyranny unchallenged. Shirzwa, do you know the whereabouts of the 3rd Mizukage? Take me to see him, Qin Yu stated calmly. Hibiya Shirzwa was momentarily taken aback. My lord, the 3rd Mizukage is shrouded in mystery within the Hidden Mist Village, seldom making appearances. However, your words have led me to suspect that he might indeed be the Jinchuriki. He is currently located in the eastern lake within the village. I shall guide you there at once. Without a hint of hesitation, Hibiya Shirzwa was anxious that any delay might provoke Qin Yu to exact retribution upon him. Let us proceed. Qin Yu did not waver. If the 3rd Mizukage truly was the Jinchuriki of the 3 tails, then Noera Rin would undoubtedly manifest there as well. At that juncture, he could conveniently effect a rescue. At present, Qin Yu's primary concern was to resolve the issue of the lack of blue chakra. In the land of water, the eastern lake spread out before him, an immense body of water seemingly without end. A dozen figures burst forth from the thicket, swiftly alighting upon a rocky cliff resembling an altar. Gazing down, one could see the relentless waves crashing against the precipice. 3 colossal stone pillars loomed, towering 30 meters high. The surrounding rocky terrain was etched with enigmatic sealing techniques. A man clad in a cloak sat cross-legged at this sight. The 3rd Mizukage, we have brought him back. A man adorned with an ornate mask spoke in a deep, resonant voice. Bringing him back is sufficient, the 3rd Mizukage replied, his voice unusually hoarse, imparting an unsettling resonance. As he suddenly lifted his gaze, his terrifying scaled visage was revealed, causing the surrounding ninjas to instinctively retreat a step in trepidation. Fear not. This is merely a manifestation of the tailed beast's backlash. The seal within me is nearing its limit, the 3rd Mizukage's gravelly voice echoed once more. Initially, he had intended to transfer the tailed beast directly into the body of Yagura, but the unexpected battle at the northwestern pass had inflicted severe losses upon our mist village. The daimyo is seething with rage. Should our current plan falter, the trust of the daimyo towards our village will be irrevocably lost. The countenance of the ninjas present shifted, and the leader among the mist ninjas could no longer contain his anxiety, exclaiming, "Third Mizukage, is it true that the battle at the northwestern pass occurred? Has Konoha truly unleashed such a terrifying entity? If he appears on the battlefield, do we stand a chance? Even among the notorious 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, 2 have been slain. For those of us without titles, Shinyu embodies nothing less than a nightmare." Chapter 71. Borrowing your chakra humph. You have indeed tarnished the reputation of our mist ninja village. A masked ninja emerged from the shadows, none other than Lord Kirasame Kuranasuke, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The leading mist ninja's face lit up with joy. In the battle at the Northwestern Pass, Sugameshi and Hike Rega had been slain. However, the appearance of Kuranosuke as one of the 7 ninja swordsmen served as a significant morale booster for them. Among the 7 ninja swordsmen, there are varying levels of strength. Sugameshi and Rega can only be deemed inferior. How could they possibly compare to me? Kuranosuke coldly remarked. The one dispatched on this mission, Piwa is particularly skilled in silent assassination techniques. If I join forces with him, even if that person arrives, it will be a certain death, as Kuranosuke boasted. The others dared not speak out. Piwa, proficient in decapitation with his great sword, combined with the stealth of the mist-hidden technique, could eliminate foes without a trace. However, if this technique were to be paired with Kuranosuke's long sword, needle, its efficacy would ascend to new heights. One must ponder, in the midst of the fog. Who could detect the steel wire, as fine as a hair, unleashed by the needle's spider silk technique? If discovered, it would likely be too late, resulting in a severed head. Kuranosuke, you are once again boasting with my name. The voice of Piwa suddenly echoed. The mist ninjas, on high alert, soon caught sight of a figure dashing through the woods. It was Lord Juz. The leading Jonin's eyes gleamed with delight. Earlier, during the capture, Juz had been covering their retreat, and they were apprehensive about encountering danger. Now that he had returned alive to regroup, it signified a flawless conclusion to their mission. Juz, why are you dawdling? Are you not just dealing with a few brats from Konoha? Why take so much time? Kuranosuke said irritably. Did you leave no survivors? If you owe something, perhaps I can assist you in tidying up. To the outside world, the 7 ninja swordsmen appear to be a cohesive unit. However, within the Mist Ninja Village, where strength is venerated and blood is shed, the internal rivalries among the swordsmen are numerous. Indeed, something was owed. Juz landed beside Kuranosuke, his fingers tightening around the decapitation sword, and he swung it horizontally at Kuranosuke. I still owe you this head. The sudden outburst jolted everyone's nerves. At such close range, even Kuranosuke could not react promptly. He hastily raised his long sword, needle, to defend himself. However, against the overwhelming force of the decapitation sword, this defense was evidently inadequate. With a single strike, his neck would likely be severed. 3 tails. The third Mizuki bellowed. A crimson tail erupted from his body, colliding directly with the decapitation sword. The sharp clang of metal rang out suddenly. The immense power of the tailed beast nearly caused Juz to lose his grip on the sword. Realizing he had missed his strike, Juz wasted no time and swiftly activated the mist-hidden technique, retreating rapidly. Shirzong, who has given you the audacity to attempt my assassination. Now that you wish to escape, it is far too late. Kurasame Shiranmaru bellowed in indignation. Just moments before, he had boasted of effortlessly dispatching foes in collaboration with Pai Pa Shirzong, never anticipating such a swift turn of events that would leave him utterly humiliated. Ninjutsu, Earth Spider Needle. The long blade, known as the needle, was swiftly cast from Kurasame's grasp. Steel threads shot forth, ensnaring Pai Pa Shirzong like a spider's web. Wind release, wind breakthrough. The third Mizuki also sprang into action, performing a series of hand seals. The pervasive fog that enveloped the battlefield was instantly dispersed. As Pai Pa Shirzong dashed forward, a fleeting smile graced his face, yet his pupils suddenly contracted in alarm. A spectral figure materialized before Kurasame Shiranmaru, brandishing the menacing blade known as Samahata. Allow me to borrow your chakra, my friend. Chinyu grinned, his muscles tensing with newfound strength as he swung the Samahata towards Kurasame. With a sickening squelch, blood erupted as the massive head was severed and sent flying. Kurasame had just launched his needle, completely oblivious to the hidden threat lurking within the mist. Moreover, the figure wielding the formidable Samahata was none other than the fabled blood-red Azura, Uchiha Chinyu. Too young. This was the last thought that flashed through Kurasame's mind as he beheld the youthful visage before him. The world around him began to spin, and his head fell heavily to the ground. He was dead. The expression of shock swept across the faces of the mist shinobi present. Just moments before, Kurasame Shiranmaru, the audacious member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, had been boasting fearlessly, only to be slain in a single encounter. Such an occurrence was utterly astonishing. Chinyu, you have arrived. Noera Rin was jolted awake from her unconsciousness. Upon recognizing the figure before her, tears welled in her eyes. On the battlefield, she had resigned herself to the prospect of death. When captured, she had come to terms with her fate. Yet, at this critical juncture, being rescued was an emotion beyond words. In that moment, it felt as though an invisible hand stirred her heart. Is it truly the blood-red Azura, Uchiha Chinyu? My heavens, how has he come to be here? Is he the legendary Reaper of the Northwest Pass? Chaos erupted around them as the mist shinobi began to retreat in panic. In that instant, they found solace only in the presence of the third Mizukage. Crack, crack, the sound of crunching echoed from within the Samahata. Streams of chakra flowed into Chinyu, filling him with a sense of burgeoning power. Instead of pursuing further, he turned his gaze towards the third Mizukage, who stood not far away. In the village of Mist, the third Mizukage stands as the most enigmatic figure. Selected to become the third Mizukage after the mutual destruction of the second Mizukage and the second Suchikage, he undeniably ranks among the elite of the Kage. However, upon gazing at the face marred by scales and armor, Chinyu finally comprehended why the third Mizukage has always shrouded himself in mystery. It turns out you are a failed Jinchuriki, Chinyu remarked. As these words echoed in the air, tension rippled through the crowd, affecting even the stoic Hashigatsu. Chapter 72. Do you intend to make me the Mizukage? Boss, why do you say that? The anxious Zuki Shiz had surrendered to Chinyu, becoming his subordinate. Nevertheless, he remained one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. He was genuinely intrigued by the enigmatic third Mizukage, as strength was revered in the hidden mist village. And each member of the 7 possessed an indomitable spirit. They were equally dissatisfied with the perpetually mysterious presence of the third Mizukage. When Chinyu suddenly revealed that the third Mizukage was a failed Jinchuriki, it unmistakably piqued their interest. To think that even the notoriously defiant Zuki Shiz had capitulated, it seemed I had truly underestimated you. The raspy voice of the third Mizukage resonated, and as he abruptly raised his head, the wind swept his cloak aside, revealing a face covered in scales, reminiscent of a merman. Was this the true visage of the third Mizukage? The expressions of the mist ninjas shifted dramatically, with some retreating a step in trepidation. Even Zuki Shiz's pupils involuntarily contracted at this sight. Heh, no wonder you were so eager to abduct Noera Rin, risking so much to infiltrate the land of Earth. Chinyu remarked, unfazed. It appears the seal within you cannot hold out much longer. Soon, you will be devoured by the tailed beast. The presence of a small country between the land of water and the land of Earth, coupled with such a convoluted effort to capture someone, underscored the gravity of the situation. Furthermore, in the original narrative, after Noera Rin was deemed a failed weapon for the tailed beast, she was directly inherited by the fourth Mizukage, Yakura. This led Chinyu to suspect something amiss, and it now seemed his intuition was correct. Are you the hidden genius of Konoha, the bloodied Azura, Uchiha Chinyu? The third Mizukage seemed unfazed by his appearance, raising his luminescent green eyes and stating, Among the youth, you are indeed remarkable, able to discern the issues with my seal. How splendid it would be if we had someone like you in our hidden mist village. His inexplicable remarks left those present momentarily bewildered. Chinyu, with a playful smile, replied, Mizukage, do you intend to recruit me into the hidden mist village and relinquish the position of fourth Mizukage to me? That is indeed an enticing offer. Heh. You truly are astute, but you will never be one of our village's own. Moreover, your Uchiha clan carries quite the scandal and is a troublesome presence in Konoha. If I were to hand over the position of Mizukage to you, it would likely necessitate a renaming of our village. The third Mizukage shook his head. Although I cannot grant you the title of Mizukage, should you join our hidden mist village, I can assure you a position as the Grand Elder, wielding the greatest authority beneath the Mizukage, including the power of life and death. Upon these words, the expressions of the mist ninjas shifted once more. Among the 7 ninja swordsmen, the likes of Karatachi Kisame, Jinin Akabino, and Kiri's Raiga had already fallen to Chinyu's prowess. The once rebellious Zuki Shiz had willingly surrendered, leaving only 3 of the 7 ninja swordsmen remaining. Now, allowing Chinyu to become the Grand Elder of the Water Nation, wielding the power of life and death, is nothing short of a nightmare for them. Have you made your decision, young man? The third Mizukage spoke again. Chinyu chuckled with a hint of amusement. It seems I have been underestimated. A mere broken village cannot quench my ambition, My aspirations extend to the entire shinobi world. No, I should say, my ambitions are not confined to this realm. Madman! This thought flashed through the minds of the onlookers. To reject such a coveted position and openly utter such audacious words is to challenge the very authority of the shinobi world. The expression of the third Mizukage shifted slightly, his countenance darkening as he retorted, "You are far too arrogant. It appears we cannot come to an understanding. Indeed, an understanding cannot be reached. So perhaps it's time to take action," Chinyu replied with a playful tone. This provocative declaration darkened the third Mizukage's face to the utmost, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes as he roared, "Fine, since we cannot negotiate, you shall perish alongside me." A thunderous roar erupted from within the third Mizukage. In the next moment, three tails, resembling long whips, shot forth from his back, striking directly at Chinyu. This initial strike revealed a complete transformation into a tailed beast. No, it should be said that the third Mizukage had clearly decided to abandon the restraint on the beast, allowing it to rampage freely. The ferocity of the assault was tremendous, and during the attack, the tails grew increasingly formidable. "Boss, be careful." Hachiya Dekuza's expression changed drastically. Faced with the liberation of the three tails, he felt an urge to assist, yet it was evident that he could not contend with the ferocity of a tailed beast. "Step back. This tailed beast is intriguing. I wish to toy with it," Chinyu said with a wry smile, as the three tomo of his Sharingan spun wildly. The blood-red chakra surged forth like a tempest, instantly manifesting into Susanoo. Bang! The three massive tails struck against Susanoo's form as if they were iron whips. The colossal impact generated a violent wind, shaking the surrounding trees. However, in the face of this strike, neither Chinyu, sheltered within Susanoo, nor Susanoo itself was budged. Black Flame Blade, Garuda. With a mere thought, Chinyu activated his Sharingan, causing the right hand of Susanoo to erupt in black flames, swiftly forming a blade engulfed in fierce fire. Without a hint of flourish, he aimed directly at the three tails. The sudden onslaught caused a flicker of surprise in the third Mizukage's eyes. With no time to contemplate, he hastily retracted his tails. Simultaneously, he opened his mouth wide, channeling an immense amount of chakra, unleashing a torrent of water. Water release, great waterfall technique. Endless water surged forth like a furious tide, rushing toward the black flames. However, upon even the slightest contact, the boundless water was instantly vaporized, and the black flame blade pursued one of the tails relentlessly. With a sound akin to fabric tearing, the assault resounded in silence. The sharpness of the blade of black flame took even Chinyu by surprise. Although he had witnessed Uchiha Sasuke utilizing Amaterasu as an arrow in the original text, he had not anticipated its power to be so formidable. No, it would be more accurate to say that its current potency surpassed that of Uchiha Sasuke. The enormous tail was severed in half, while the black flames rapidly spread to the sides like maggots feasting on a corpse. The searing heat and excruciating pain compelled the three-tailed Aisabu to roar in a frenzy. Just moments ago, it had embodied the entirety of the third Mizukage's will. However, it merely revealed a state of half-tailed beast transformation. In the eyes of the three-tailed Aisabu, facing a mere child, this was more than sufficient. It had never anticipated such a swift retribution. Chapter 73. Disregarding the tail beast upon the precipice. 2.5 tails writhed in a wild frenzy, relentlessly battered by the ceaseless waves of the ocean. The leaping black flames showed no signs of extinguishing. Although the force of the waves diminished the spread of the flames, if this continued, it was likely that not only the tails would be at risk, but even life itself. Cough. I advise you to sever your tail like a gecko. As a tail beast, you will swiftly recover. Chinyu coughed lightly, adopting the role of a well-meaning mediator. Of course, if the two-tailed cat does not mind, you could also make a guest appearance. His soft words reverberated through the atmosphere as if infused with enchantment. The hurriedly retreating mist ninjas and even Paija Shirzong were left in a state of disbelief. In their understanding, every tailed beast's rampage was cataclysmic, often costing the lives of numerous elders and elite ninjas in the village to merely suppress. Yet, Chinyu now dared to mock the tail beast before the gathered crowd. His nonchalant demeanor gave them a surreal sense, as if they were trapped in a dream. Were it not for the gravity of the situation, they might have been tempted to pinch themselves to confirm their reality. "You seek death," the three-tailed Aisabu roared. its voice akin to thunder, sending ripples cascading across the lake's surface, causing pain to resonate in the ears of those present. However, this defiance lasted but 3 seconds. Under the infusion of chakra, a high-pressure water blade erupted from Isabu's mouth, instantly severing the tail engulfed in black flames. Blood gushed forth, staining the entire lake red. Witnessing the three-tailed Isabu's choice to sever its tail left the onlookers dumbfounded. Was this still a tail beast? Where had the dignity of the tail beasts gone? No. One must ask, where had the ferocity of the tail beast vanished to? As the gazes around shifted, Isabu's cheeks twitched in agitation. Upon seeing Chinyu so close, it erupted in fury. Roar. A frenzied roar echoed suddenly. The three tails expanded rapidly, and the form of the third Mizukage was crushed, dissolving into a mist of blood across the heavens. A massive, menacing body, dozens of meters in size, swiftly appeared before the crowd. Blood-red eyes fixated intently on Chinyu. With a gaping maw, Isabu unleashed a formidable attack, expressing its deep-seated resentment. Boom, boom, boom. 3 water projectiles shot forth in an instant. At such close range, the speed was so swift that evasion was impossible. Come at me. Chinyu smirked, and behind him, the Susanoo unfurled a pair of wings, swiftly shielding him. Boom. The resounding explosions reverberated, sending torrents of water crashing through the sky as if a tempest had unleashed its fury upon the world. The distant mist ninjas and Paijia Shirzong bore the brunt of the onslaught, deploying their ninjutsu in a desperate attempt to defend themselves. Yet, even in the face of such life-threatening peril, they remained unwilling to divert their gaze from the battlefield, fearing they might miss this breathtaking confrontation. They were eager to witness what audacity Chinyu possessed to utter such taunting words in the face of the legendary tailed beast. Torrential waves cascaded from above, once again revealing the form of Susanoo. In the midst of such relentless bombardment, Susanoo's defenses were evidently not so easily breached. However, having just engaged in battle with Uchiha Madara, Chinyu had expended considerable chakra and ocular power. Continuing a protracted conflict would undoubtedly be disadvantageous. If one were not mentally impaired, they would never challenge a tailed beast in a battle of chakra. Child, if you possess any courage, do not hide within your shell, roared the three tails Isabu. Ah, do you have a cognitive impairment? It seems you are the one resembling a turtle, Chinyu retorted with a dry cough. But do not say I am bullying you. If you manage to defeat my subordinate, I will stand still and allow you to strike me. His inexplicable words sent a chill down the spine of Paijia Shirzong. The mist ninjas standing nearby also took a step back. In their eyes, it was evident that only Paijia Shirzong was Chinyu's subordinate. While the 7 ninja swordsmen may hold some renown in the ninja world, they were but mere trifles before the three tails. Being pushed into battle now could only lead to one outcome, becoming cannon fodder. Shirzong, do not wear such a mournful expression. This is not a place for your despair, Chinyu remarked with a glance. He bit his right index finger, and his blood welled forth. He swiftly formed seals with his hands like the wheels of a cart. Is that the summoning technique? Paijia Shirzong exhaled in relief, yet was inwardly astonished. In his view, many could perform summoning techniques, but the number of those capable of summoning beasts to contend with tailed beasts was likely exceedingly rare. The three tails Isabu was initially taken aback, but then erupted into boisterous laughter. Boy, do you intend to employ such trivial tricks against me? That is rather disrespectful. If you truly manage to summon something, I shall allow you both of your hands. The resounding voice echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Chinyu smiled with intrigue. I fear you may soon find your tails insufficient. Summoning technique. With that declaration, Chinyu slammed his right hand onto the ground. Boom. The profound summoning seals rapidly spread outward, and in the next moment, a towering plume of smoke erupted. 3 massive figures, resembling iron towers, astounded all who beheld them. The sight of the summoned beasts, whose size rivaled that of the three tails, caused Paijia Shirzong's decapitating blade to clatter to the ground in shock. Even the three tails nearly bit its own tongue in astonishment. Child, to summon us so quickly is no trivial matter. If there is not something of great importance, do not blame us for turning against you. Fukasaku, the toad sage, exhaled a cloud of smoke, narrowing his eyes at Chinyu. However, in contrast to him, the eyes of Fukasaku-kin and Fukasaku-hero narrowed in sudden apprehension. Oh, Fukasaku, I quite enjoy your words. To dismiss even the tailed beasts is a commendable bravery. worthy of the great sage of MT Mayaboku. As for the remaining matters, you three shall resolve them. But do not go too far. Leave me some breath. I wish to capture them alive. Chinyu coughed lightly, chuckling as he spoke. The toad Wenta was momentarily bewildered, only now sensing the palpable silence that had enveloped the air moments ago. Hastily glancing back, following the gazes of Toad Kin and Toad Hiroshi, he was met with the perplexed expression of the Three Tails Isabu, the first sight to greet him. In that instant, they shared an inexplicable sense of camaraderie in their predicament. They had both been deceived. At that moment, Isabu wished fervently to retract his earlier words, as the slap of reality had come far too swiftly. The grotesque toad before him might not have intimidated him in a one-on-one confrontation. Yet, summoned alongside two others, such formidable power could not be underestimated. Moreover, the leading toad, Wenta, had a history in the original narrative of having faced the one-tail Shikaku head-on. Upon their appearance, both sides had recognized each other. It seemed that Wenta had not been unfamiliar with tailed beasts in the original story. Perhaps during the Second Shinobi War, Jiraiya had commanded him to confront the tailed beasts. However, compared to the past, Wenta now felt a tinge of sympathy for the Three Tails Isabu. For an ordinary individual, successfully summoning even one of them at once was already quite an achievement. Now, with a single call, Chinyu had summoned the three great powers of Mount Mayaboku to his aid, inevitably leading to a scene of coordinated dominance against the solitary foe. Chapter 74. The tailed beast fears being overwhelmed upon the vast, towering cliffs. Three colossal forms, no less impressive than the Three Tails, fixated their gaze upon the pitiful creature before them. In the distance, the mist ninjas, Watanabe and Bijou Shizuku, were equally bewildered. At that moment, they finally grasped a crucial truth. It is better to offend the golden luminary than the crimson Azura. When confronted with a tailed beast, the flying thunder god technique of Minato Namikaze may prove inadequate. Yet, facing the incessant stratagems of Chinyu, who could summon the three great spirit beasts, one must ponder the survival of the tailed beast. Are you leading us into a trap, young man? Watanabe, without the heart to indulge in his usual tobacco, found himself humbled after boasting only to be met with overwhelming might. Observing the bewilderment on the Three Tails' face, he felt a weight in his heart. After all, this was a legitimate tailed beast. Watanabe, you have boasted. You must carry the burden even if it means kneeling, lest you lose face for the esteemed masters. Shinzaku and Jigen, Chinyu remarked with a smile. The expressions of the three great toads shifted, their gazes towards Chinyu now tinged with astonishment. You are aware of the existence of our two masters? Watanabe exclaimed. In Myobo-Kuzan, the three sages were enigmatic figures, their existence known only to a select few. Among the numerous spirit contractors, only Jiraiya was privy to this knowledge. This rendered Jiraiya, upon his demise, oblivious to the sages until Shinzaku personally sought him out. How dare you ignore me? The Three Tails, Isabu, bellowed furiously. As a formidable tailed beast, it had always instilled fear. Never before had it been disregarded. With an overwhelming surge of chakra, Isabu opened its vast maw. Tailed beast bomb. An inexhaustible torrent of chakra surged forth, releasing an indescribable aura of peril that permeated the air. Enough of this chatter. We shall discuss it later. First, eliminate it, Chinyu stated calmly. Watanabe hesitated, then snorted. Ken, Hiroshi, do not delay. We shall execute a special tactic. Understood. Ken and Hiroshi replied in unison, appearing more steadfast compared to Watanabe. Seeking death, Isabu roared repeatedly, humiliated by the disdain shown by the three spirit beasts. The tailed beast bomb, accumulated within its mouth, erupted with a violent force. With a resounding blast, a massive water sphere, measuring 7 or 8 meters in diameter, tore through the air, hurtling towards the three great toads with an overwhelming momentum. Now, Watanabe commanded sharply. Renowned for their incredible leaping ability, the three great toads, under immense pressure, propelled themselves upward. The cliff, already strained, crumbled beneath their might. As the three figures soared skyward, Isabu unleashed its tailed beast bomb, its massive form plunging towards the lake below. Boom! The tailed beast bomb struck the distant mountains, unleashing an unending cascade of water, akin to a torrential downpour. The resulting waves and winds rendered Watanabe, and the mist ninjas unable to maintain their footing. Some towering trees, which only adults can embrace, could not withstand such a shock and were cleaved in two. The rainwater surged forth, akin to a momentary destruction of a mountain. This is akin to a celestial battle, with mere mortals suffering the consequences. Not everyone possesses the ability to shield themselves like Chinyu, enveloped in Susanoo, remaining unaffected. With a swift motion, the frog wielded its blade, striking down with precision. The dual blades sang in unity. The frog launched its trident, and three thunderous roars erupted, causing the three-tailed beast, which had just plummeted into the lake, to tense up instantly. However, suspended in midair, its immense form was unable to maneuver with agility. In a flash, the frog, went high, propelled himself off the cliff, his massive body hurtling forward like a cannonball. As he swung his dagger downward, he aimed for the beast's chest. "You wretched toad, seeking your demise." The three-tailed creature bellowed in fury. Its two tails, resembling dragon tendrils, whipped about, prepared to lash out at Wenta. Alas, just as the beast moved, Wenta's dual colossal blades struck down upon its back, forcing the tails to the ground. Simultaneously, the gigantic trident in the hands of the frog, Jian, was hurled with great force, striking the beast's neck before it could evade. The combined might of the three frogs unleashed a power akin to a thunderclap. The three-tailed beast's enormous form was sent flying, akin to a sandbag, landing upon the shallow banks of the lake. With a resounding crash, the ground beneath shattered. The massive trident pinned it firmly to the earth. Roaring in confusion, the three-tailed beast shook its head, its anger manifesting in furious howls. Yet, upon opening its eyes, it beheld the three frogs positioned around it like horns, their hands flying in intricate sequences, forming a series of seals. A vast reservoir of chakra surged within them, culminating in a combined jutsu, frog, three-water annihilation. The final seal was completed with a forceful clap of their hands. The swirling waters around them transformed into serpentine dragons, racing towards the three-tailed beast with breathtaking speed, ensnaring its limbs and even its mouth within moments. In that instant, the three frogs executed their technique, turning the surrounding waters into their most effective means of sealing and suppression. "Young one, we have complied with your request and subdued the turtle. Whether you choose to seal it or eliminate it lies in your hands," Wena urged urgently. The three frogs appeared to easily restrain the tailed beast, largely due to their cunning. Moreover, the three-tailed beast had suffered backlash from its Jinchuriki had it collaborated seamlessly. They could have unleashed even more formidable techniques. Unfortunately, two hands cannot contend against four fists. The tailed beast, fearing a thrashing, could only glare defiantly, letting out a reluctant wail. "I am coming." As Chinyu's nine-tailed Sharingan abruptly shifted, the wings of the Susanoo behind him trembled violently, transforming into a stream of light that cascaded down towards the battlefield below. Pai Ba Shirzong and a multitude of mist ninjas, seemingly oblivious to their current opposing positions, hurriedly approached the precipice, their eyes wide with anticipation as they gazed downward. They were eager to witness how Chinyu would muster the courage to subdue the tailed beast, which was so ferocious that even the third Mizukage could not successfully contain it. This very thought also echoed in the minds of the three great toads, with Frosh's gaze towards Qin Feng now tinged with a hint of intrigue. Chapter 75. The dignity of the tailed beast is lost humans. You cannot suppress me for long with merely three frogs. Once I break free, I shall surely take your life. Although the three tails cannot open its mouth, it is evidently capable of communicating through other means. Its booming voice reverberates through the cosmos, causing pain to the ears of those who hear it. Observing the frog's apparent lack of effort, Chinyu resignedly dissipated his Susanoo and declared, "I now offer you an opportunity. Surrender obediently, or I shall be compelled to take action." "An opportunity for me?" The three tails burst into laughter, retorting, "You can't even maintain your defense, yet you think to intimidate me? I, the three tails, have grown up being feared. Is that so?" Chinyu shook his head in resignation. "Since you are unwilling to accept kindness and choose punishment instead, I shall resort to force." With that peculiar declaration, Chinyu suddenly lifted his gaze. As the nine-tomo Sharingan spun wildly, the world around him began to whirl. "Don't look at his eyes." The frog one-eye quickly bit his tongue. He had previously suffered from Qin Yu's illusionary arts and was thus able to react in time. Unfortunately, the experiences of the frogs Qin and Hero were evidently lacking, leaving them no chance to respond. They lost consciousness, ensnared within the realm of illusion. This scene caused a drastic change in Wantai's expression. The sealing technique was synchronously suppressing the three frogs. With Qin and Hero now unconscious, it meant the seal would be lifted. Should the enraged tailed beast escape, it would spell disaster for them. However, as the seal was released, the rampaging three tails merely lay on the ground, motionless. Its eyes, however, bore the crimson markings of the nine-tomo Sharingan. This shocking development sent a tremor through Wantai's heart. Even the tailed beast was trapped in an illusion. Wantai, what is happening? Qin and Hero awoke within the illusion, their faces still pale with fear. The very thought that their brief moment of distraction could have allowed the tailed beast to launch a successful ambush was terrifying. It's an illusion. Whatever you do not look into that boy's eyes, or you will fall victim. One Eye urged urgently. Qin and Hero's expression shifted abruptly as they suppressed their curiosity, narrowly avoiding Qin Yu's gaze. Witnessing the once mighty-tailed beast ensnared in an illusion, still unable to break free, sent chills coursing through their bodies. Within the realm of consciousness, Qin Yu observed the trapped three tails. Drawing the three tails deeper into the layers of illusion, using his flawless kaleidoscope Sharingan to cast Tsukuyomi was not particularly challenging. Moreover, the absence of a Jinchuriki meant the three tails could not utilize two distinct chakra types to disrupt the illusion from within. This represented one of the significant vulnerabilities of the tailed beast lacking a Jinchuriki. Crimson tendrils intertwined within the realm of consciousness, as ethereal forms of the tailed beast began to manifest rapidly. The ensnared three tails, its limbs and three tails pinned to the ground, was relentlessly torn apart. The anguish stemming from the spiritual realm mirrors the essence of genuine pain. On that fateful day, Kakashi fell victim to Tsukuyomi in but a fleeting moment. He felt as though he had been pierced by a multitude of blades for 3 relentless days and nights. Consequently, he languished in the infirmary for over a week, barely managing to recover. This torment was inflicted by Uchiha Itachi, who, despite being gravely ill and wielding an incomplete Manjiki Sharingan, had not yet attained the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. In the original narrative, Madara could effortlessly exert control over the Nine Tails with a mere glare, and Obito Uchiha was no exception. This indicates that the external might of the nine-tailed beasts is manifest in chakra, yet pales in comparison when confronted with the mental prowess of the Uchiha clan, who possessed the Manjiki Sharingan. Now, Qin Yu, through a system that elevates powers instantaneously, has enhanced his Manjiki Sharingan to its zenith, achieving the level of 9 Tomo. With the assistance of the 3 great toads, who initially subdued the 3 tails, it would be a trivial matter for Qin Yu to ensnare the 3 tails within Tsukuyomi's grasp. Release me at once, and let us engage in a proper battle. The 3 tails bellowed in sheer desperation, despite its awareness of the illusion. The pain inflicted by Tsukuyomi resonated painfully within, making the 3 tails feel as though it were a fish laid bare upon a chopping board, mercilessly torn apart. Observing its massive form being devoured only to regenerate, it found itself ensnared in a ceaseless cycle of torment, sending shivers down its spine. Clearly, you have no intention of surrendering, Qin Yu remarked, resting his head upon his hands, before abruptly turning to depart. With my current ocular power, you shall remain here for another 3 to 5 days. Should someone come to your aid, you may be fortunate. Otherwise, savor your predicament. Watching Qin Yu truly take his leave, the 3 tails, despite having endured for millennia, found the unbearable agony overwhelming. What do you truly desire from me? It implored, a note of concern for a human it had never felt before creeping into its voice. Qin Yu halted, turning back to regard the 3 tails, which was valiantly suppressing its pain, trembling uncontrollably, yearning to scream. With a dry chuckle, he replied, in truth, it is nothing of great consequence. I am naturally low on chakra, thus, my abilities are limited. If you would choose to remain by my side and expend some of your chakra when I am in need, that would suffice. His words echoed softly within the confines of this mental realm. The 3 tails was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, You have orchestrated such elaborate measures merely for this? Is it not necessary for you to forcibly control me to engage in battle? Is it worth it? Chinyu scoffed, casting a disparaging glance. You are weaker than I. During my prime, a mere 10 of your kind could be vanquished effortlessly. Were it not for your considerable chakra, I would hardly bother to intervene. Such humiliation. The three tails trembled with rage. A formidable tailed beast, feared and revered, was reduced to being labeled a burden, stripping away its dignity. Had it been anyone else, the three tails would have surely retaliated with fury. Regrettably, the current circumstances have rendered others more formidable, and I find myself effortlessly ensnared within the illusionary realm crafted by Chinyu. This surge of indignation is evidently futile. Moreover, if what Chinyu posits is indeed as straightforward as he claims, then this transaction is not entirely unacceptable. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your terms. However, you must not restrict my personal freedom nor impose arbitrary seals upon me. The three-tailed creature, unable to contain its agitation any longer, felt an overwhelming urge for an immediate response from Chinyu, as a profound ache coursed through its being. Rest assured, Chinyu retorted with a sidelong glance. However, I caution you not to speak out of turn. Otherwise, do not blame me for turning you into a braised delicacy. Chapter 76. The tailed beasts were quite adorable in their youth. The demeanor of the three tails suddenly shifted, while the words may have sounded like jest. Having personally experienced Chinyu's capabilities, it was acutely aware that the other party could indeed accomplish such feats. From the onset of this battle until now, apart from the initial skirmish, the ensuing encounters had solely involved the summoned three great toads. Although the three tails had been sealed and its strength significantly diminished, Chinyu had effortlessly drawn it into the illusionary realm with merely a glance. This served as a testament to the vast disparity between them. Very well. Let us depart now. The crimson hue in Chinyu's eyes receded like a tide. The phantoms within the consciousness of the three tails disintegrated across the cosmos. And in the next moment, Chinyu vanished into thin air. To the outside world, the events unfolding within the consciousness space appeared cumbersome and prolonged. However, to the three great toads, it transpired in the blink of an eye. Their nerves tensed as they beheld the sudden disappearance of the nine-tomo Sharingan reflection within the pupil of the three tails. That lad has likely failed. We must hasten to reinitiate the sealing technique. The toad winner exclaimed urgently. Though reluctant to heed Chinyu's command, the gravity of the situation left no room for hesitation. Should the three tails enter a rampage, they would all suffer the consequences. What a fuss! Why the tension? Chinyu's voice resonated unexpectedly. The three great toads halted their hand signs abruptly, gazing at Chinyu's relaxed demeanor. Overwhelmed with curiosity, they hurriedly turned their attention back to the three tails. Upon witnessing the now lucid three tails, who meekly called out, Lord Uchiha, the toads were left petrified in place. Is this brainwashing? No. If it were brainwashing, the speed would be astonishingly swift. The mere thought sent chills down their spines. All right, calling me Lord Uchiha feels rather awkward, Chinyu remarked with a sidelong glance. Surprised by the three tails' lack of decorum in changing its address so quickly. From now on, refer to me as Lord Chin. Also, your physique is rather oversized. You should be able to transform into a size akin to a plush doll. Chinyu gestured as he spoke, clearly intending to carry the three tails with him. Young man, addressing you as Lord Uchiha is already a significant honor. How can you expect me to become a mere doll? Where is the dignity of my tailed beast? The chakra within the three tails surged, exuding an aura of indignation, compelling the three great toads to instinctively retreat a step. Chinyu shot a glance and said, Do you wish to continue as a mere subject for reflection or be sealed within a chamber pot? The choice is yours. Feeling a shiver run through its body under Chinyu's scrutinizing gaze, the three tails hastily donned a fawning expression, saying, Lord Chin, I was only jesting. Please do not take it to heart. In truth, we tailed beasts were quite charming in our youth. You have no idea, the raccoon and the fox, such antics. They were always getting into scuffles. At that time, I was still the peacemaker. Otherwise, they would not have grown up at all. Watching the three-tailed beast babble endlessly. Both the three great toads and the spectators, including the loquat Tenzo and a group of mist ninjas, were utterly petrified. The beast's adept flattery left them feeling utterly inadequate. In the next moment, seeing it transform into an exceptionally cute mascot, Loquat Tenzo could not help but slap the mist ninja beside him, exclaiming, "Tell me. You don't feel pain now. This is merely a dream." The mist ninja, with a mournful expression, covered his cheek and replied, "Can I say it hurts? And why do you not strike yourself? Why must I be the one injured?" Despite the astonishment of the crowd, Chinyu remained unfazed. He gestured for the three-tailed beast to rest on his shoulder, adjusting its size several times before finally looking at the three great toads with satisfaction. "Wentai, I must thank you this time. Otherwise, I would not have been able to handle it." The toad Wentai's cheeks twitched as he witnessed Chinyu petting the proud-tailed beast as one would a cat. He could hardly believe Chinyu's words. "Enough of your rambling. With your strength, you are more than capable of dealing with the three tails." Wentai exhaled deeply and said solemnly, "Are you planning to use this incident with the three tails to intimidate us? Since you are aware of the existence of the esteemed Deep Zhuan Shijin, do you intend to learn sage techniques like Jiraiya?" Observing Wentai's imaginative thinking, Chinyu smiled warmly and replied, "You are partially correct. However, I am determined to master sage techniques. I know you might suspect my intentions, but this matter is not solely for you to decide. Return and discuss it with the two esteemed ones. Perhaps they will acquiesce." At this point, Chinyu paused and continued, "Moreover, inform them that this world is on the brink of change." Wentai's expression shifted, as did those of the two great toads behind him. Though his words were vague, having lived for so long, they understood the gravity of Chinyu's statement. After exchanging glances, the three great toads nodded, and Wentai grunted, "Rest assured. I will relay this message. We shall consider this incident settled, but do not summon us recklessly again." With that, the three great toads dispelled the summoning technique. The three clumsy toads wondered what their expressions would be like when summoned next time, encountering other tailed beasts. The three tails, reveling in their misfortune, remarked. Chinyu rolled his eyes and said, "I am hungry. Go catch me a couple of fish." Having the tailed beast catch fish? Loquat Tenzo, who had just arrived after the battle, watched as the three tails scampered off eagerly. He nearly stumbled and fell flat on his face. As one of the elite 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist Village, he knew that typically, this tailed beast was revered like a deity. Now, however, the roles and status were entirely reversed before Chinyu. If he had not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would undoubtedly have been unwilling to believe it. "My lord, may I inquire if you have any further instructions?" Pai Pa Shirzong regained his composure. Even the formidable tailed beast displayed such humility, making him even less inclined to act recklessly. "For the moment, there is nothing pressing." Chinyu waved his hand and sat down upon the rock, then raised an eyebrow and said, "By the way, it seems that your village of Mist has a newcomer named Kisame Hashigaki. Find him for me. If you can bring him to me, that would be most excellent. If not, contact me, and I shall make the journey myself." Kisame Hashigaki. Pai Pa Shirzong could not help but be taken aback, then replied, "My lord speaks of the shark face under the command of the pufferfish demon? That fellow is rather simple-minded, often being deceived by the pufferfish demon, yet he possesses formidable strength. It is said he is qualified to compete for a position among the 7 ninja swordsmen. As one of the few super S-class rogue ninjas in the village of Mist, Kisame Hashigaki, both in the original narrative and here, is characterized by his distinctive appearance and exceptional prowess. Like gold, he cannot help but shine." "Shirzong, you are mistaken." Chinyu shook his head and said, "His strength surpasses yours. Someone is approaching. You should leave now." Chapter 77. This is utterly preposterous. How could his strength surpass ours? The expression on Pai Pa Shirzong's face shifted slightly. However, in response to Chinyu's words, he dared not voice any doubts. With a heart full of confusion, he turned and fled. As for the possibility of betrayal, whether Pai Pa Shirzong would vanish without a trace, Chinyu paid it no mind. If one were not afraid of death, perhaps it was worth a try. "Chinyu, are you all right?" 3 figures emerged from the woods, appearing travel-worn and fatigued. Since Bo Feng Shui Min had never traversed this vicinity, he had left no marks of the Flying Thunder God technique and had to hastily make his way here. After nearly a day of frantic travel, Kakashi and Uchiha Obito could scarcely catch their breath. They had arrived at the battlefield without a shred of strength left to fight. "Rest assured, it has all been resolved. They are over there." Chinyu glanced at Kakashi and the others before leaping towards the shattered cliff. during the earlier confrontation with the three great toads and the three tails. Shin Yu had seized the opportunity to secretly conceal Noera Rin with Susanoo and set up a barrier. Considering the time that had passed, she should be waking up soon. Wait for us, Teacher Watergate. After a few hurried breaths, Uchiha Obito took a few shaky steps. Unfortunately, like Kakashi, he collapsed to the ground after just a few paces, utterly drained of energy. Sai, you all stay here. I will go take a look. Bofeng Shui Min sighed in resignation. Although Shin Yu was merely 2 years older than Kakashi and Uchiha Obito, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. Thank you, Shin Yu, for saving me. Just as Bofeng Shui Min steadied himself, he witnessed Noera Rin sprinting into Shin Yu's embrace. The softness of her form caused Shin Yu to momentarily freeze. It appeared that this was the unexpected reward for rescuing a damsel in distress. Ahem. How long do you intend to hold on? If those two fellows see this, I fear they would not withstand the shock. Bofeng Shui Min coughed awkwardly. As a teacher, he could certainly discern the affection among his 3 students. If they were to learn that the woman they had rushed miles to save was now in another man's arms, the emotional turmoil would likely be more unbearable than death. Teacher Watergate, what nonsense are you talking about? There is nothing between Shin Yu and me, Noera Rin said, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. Indeed. There was nothing, just a couple of rescues without any promises of devotion. Shin Yu, you. Noera Rin's blush deepened, her head nearly buried in her hands. Bofeng Shui Min shot a helpless glance at them and said, It seems those 2 boys are utterly no match for you. Let us return to the matter at hand. What caused that massive explosion earlier? On their way, they had seen the impact of the tailed beast bomb from afar, which had uprooted mountains. Such a large-scale attack could hardly be missed by anyone not blind. I only know that as soon as Shin Yu appeared, I inexplicably lost consciousness, Noera Rin said, her face a portrait of embarrassment. However, one cannot blame her. Throughout this journey, she has been held captive and incessantly subjected to illusions and hypnosis, all in preparation for becoming a Jinchuriki. For Noera Rin, her mental strength has been entirely depleted, and merely regaining consciousness for a fleeting moment is already quite commendable. Here, I encountered the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist and the 3rd Mizukichi. Shin Yu did not conceal his intentions. He understood well that the relationship between the 3 great toads and Jiraiya would inevitably lead to the discreet leakage of these matters. Rather than being exposed, it is more prudent to take the initiative to disclose the facts. Shin Yu was also curious to observe how Konoha would respond to him next. Are you referring to the 3rd Mizukichi of the Hidden Mist Village, the most enigmatic of them all? The expression of Minato Namikaze changed dramatically. In his eyes, shadow-level warriors do not casually appear on the battlefield. Their roles are to stabilize the rear and orchestrate the entire situation, as well as to avoid ambushes from other ninja villages that might lead to unfavorable conditions on the battlefield. Now, Shin Yu has informed him that he not only encountered the 7 ninja swordsmen, but also the Mizukichi of the Hidden Mist Village, the most mysterious 3rd Mizukichi. If it weren't for the first-hand account, who would dare believe such a tale? However, in the next moment, Minato became bewildered. If Noera Rin had been captured by the forces of the 3rd Mizukichi, then Shin Yu's opponent should indeed be the Mizukichi. Given that Shin Yu stood here unscathed, there could only be one conclusion. Shin Yu, did you repel the 3rd Mizukichi? Minato Namikaze queried in astonishment. No. Shin Yu shook his head and replied, I inadvertently killed him. This quiet declaration swept through the gathering like a tempest. The first part of his statement had allowed Minato to breathe a sigh of relief, while the latter part felt as if it had shattered his heart. Noera Rin stood beside them, utterly stunned, unable to process the information. The 5 Kage. As the mightiest leaders among the 5 great ninja villages, each shadow-level warrior possesses extraordinary strength, capable of altering the course of battle upon their arrival. Now, Shin Yu audaciously claimed to have accidentally slain the 3rd Mizukichi. This was indeed astonishing beyond belief. Shin Yu, this jest is far from amusing. Minato Namikaze forced a smile. His expression stiffened. Why did the 3rd Mizukichi retreat? Observing Minato's incredulous demeanor, Shin Yu rolled his eyes helplessly and replied, Am I jesting with you? The 3rd Mizukichi is a Jinchuriki. I have severed the connection to the 3 tails, and he is still over there trying to catch fish. Dumbfounded, Both Noira Rin and Minato Namikaze wore expressions of utter disbelief, gazing at Chinyu, who appeared so serious while spouting nonsense. Minato attempted to pat him on the shoulder with a smile. In the next moment, a roar erupted that dramatically altered Minato's expression. "Damn it! Who told you to look at me with such foolish eyes? I am your lord, the Three Tails." The furious roar of Isabu was unmistakably that of a beast in a rage. Minato swiftly turned his gaze toward the source of the sound, his tension palpable as it almost snapped. Observing Kakashi and Obito Uchiha confronting a tortoise adorned with three tails, its mouth clenching two fish, sent shivers down his spine. As a senior figure within the Hidden Leaf Village and a likely candidate for the next Hokage, he was well acquainted with the images of the various tailed beasts. Yet, the scene before him was utterly surreal. Chapter 78. So delicious that even the tailed beast is enraged. Kakashi, Obito, silence at once. The voice of Minato Namikaze erupted with urgency. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Kakashi and Obito like a wraith, a scene that left them momentarily stunned. To their dismay, the transformation technique was swiftly undone, revealing a massive, fearsome tortoise of several dozen meters in size. The two felt their legs tremble beneath them. Damn it! They had just been toying with a tailed beast. This was truly a case of living too long. You dare to insult the majesty of a tailed beast? Prepare to bear the brunt of my wrath. The Three Tails roared, its thunderous voice sending leaves flying and leaving an almost unbearable pressure on their eardrums. Faced with the rampaging beast, Kakashi and Obito, already drained of energy, could barely keep their footing. The gusts of wind sent them crashing to the ground. Like the last straw on a camel's back, Minato, clutching his kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique, felt a wave of despair wash over him. His expertise lay in that very technique, yet without sealing the Nine Tails, he could not access its mode. There was no time to learn Sage Mode. Without a means of significant destruction, facing such a colossal tailed beast seemed impossible. Little 3, stop frightening them. You can use fire release, right? Make a fire for me. I want to grill some fish, Chinyu said, utilizing the body flicker technique to appear beside the Three Tails, giving it a gentle pat. The once ferocious beast, filled with murderous intent, immediately deflated. Lord Chin, just a moment. I'll gather some firewood, the Three Tails replied. Shrinking to the size of a mascot and bouncing off to collect sticks, much to the astonishment of the onlookers. They could hardly believe their eyes. This was the legendary, fearsome tailed beast, now behaving like a playful puppy. Chinyu, may I inquire if this is your genjutsu? Minato asked, his expression stiff with disbelief. Chinyu rolled his eyes and replied, if you wish to test it, I could have little 3 give you a slap. After a long day of travel, their stomachs must be growling. Tonight, we feast on specialty grilled fish. With that, Chinyu turned and ventured into the woods in search of ingredients. Teacher Minato, do you have an extra pair of pants? I think I got drenched in the Three Tails saliva, Obito said, shivering uncontrollably, still in shock. Minato, regaining his composure, shot him a sidelong glance and replied, if the Three Tails finds out you described its saliva as smelling like urine, you might find yourself in quite a predicament. Go wash up properly. Don't embarrass yourself further. Kakashi, also recovering, chimed in, coward. What did you say, Kakashi? Who was it that fell over? Whose legs were shaking? I'm not any worse than you just because I got my pants wet. Obito retorted, glaring at Kakashi as he caught the backpack Minato tossed him. If you're so brave, go find a tailed beast to cook with like Chinyu. I'll call you father. With that declaration, Uchiha Obito dashed out, feeling not only the discomfort of wet trousers but also the unpleasant sensation of something sticky clinging to him. Half an hour later, a fire was kindled. For sizable fish, each nearly half a meter long, were meticulously cleaned and placed over the flames to grill. Beside them simmered a large iron pot filled with an enticing broth, containing wild mushrooms, vegetables, and red chili peppers foraged from the woods. With each bubbling movement, a tantalizing spiciness wafted through the air. The 4 succulent fish had already developed a crispy, golden-brown skin, complemented by the secret blend of spices brought by Chinyu from the Hidden Leaf Village, ingredients like grass fruit and star anise, occasionally drizzled with sesame oil, creating an aroma that tantalized the taste buds. Teacher Minato, surely Chinyu doesn't intend to place those fish into that spicy broth, does he? That might be too overwhelming, Obito thought as he returned, freshly cleaned. Navi, Minato scoffed. If it weren't for the distractions of a ninja's training, Shinyu would have already revolutionized the ramen scene in Konoha. It was evident that Minato had savored authentic Chinese cuisine in the northwestern frontier, with lingering memories of lamb dumplings and tender meat still fresh in his mind, especially when he noticed the gluttonous gaze of the three-tailed beast, mouth watering and eyes gleaming with anticipation. Minato knew a fierce culinary battle was on the horizon. Is that true, sensei? Noera Rin could no longer contain her curiosity. As frequent patrons of the famed Ichiraka ramen in Konoha, they found it hard to accept Minato as high praise for the spicy broth before them. During missions, they would simply catch a fish and roast it over a fire or munch on whatever rations they had. They had never indulged in the elaborate culinary creations that Shinyu seemed to conjure even amidst the chaos of battle. All right, Shinyu said, examining the 4 fish before him. In front of the eager eyes of his companions, he placed the fish into the prepared broth. He then adjusted the heat slightly, allowing the spicy soup to bubble before sprinkling in a handful of herbs and generous amounts of green onions. The myriad of flavors mingled beautifully as they swirled in the pot. The three-tailed beast, now resembling a small child of 3 or 4 years, deftly grasped a piece of fish with chopsticks, its forked tail moving like lightning. A large chunk of the crispy skin, tender fish meat, was swiftly extracted from the bubbling broth. Dipped in the spicy sauce, adorned with herbs and fresh green onions, it was promptly sent to the beast's mouth. The moment it entered, the explosion of spiciness intertwined with the medley of herbal flavors ignited the taste buds, and the combination of the crunchy exterior and the delicate fish flesh compelled the three-tailed beast to swallow it whole in delight. Delicious, I assent it? Rin couldn't help but inquire. Observing the majestic beast sharing a meal with them felt utterly surreal. Upon returning to the village, they would undoubtedly have tales to boast about for a lifetime. Grandfather, in my youth, I once competed with the tailed beast for a meal. It was truly unappetizing. I assure you, the three tails was so spicy that tears streamed down its face. Yet, despite such protestations, the remaining 2 tails, evidently well-trained, deftly picked up 3 pairs of chopsticks. In an instant, they devoured the dish. How audacious of you, even as a tailed beast, to feign innocence. I would never believe you. Suddenly, Minato Namikaze was jolted awake. Unappetizing, yet they devoured it. Who would believe such a tale? As he seized a piece of fish with his chopsticks and tasted it, Minato finally understood what it meant for something to be so delectable that even the tailed beasts could not resist. This, indeed, was a culinary delight of earthly proportions. Chapter 79, You Have Overlooked Someone Madness. Witnessing the formidable tailed beast alongside the esteemed Minato Namikaze, heralded as the most likely successor to the position of the 4th Hokage, completely disregarding their dignity while snatching food from the beast's maw, Kakashi, Rin Noera, and the others could no longer contain themselves. Upon savoring the first bite, they realized that the tailed beast was not merely ferocious, but also cunning. They understood why Minato had remarked that Ichiraku ramen was nothing compared to Chinyu. Before them, the 4 individuals and 1 beast were drenched in sweat, desperately shoving food into their mouths while wiping their brows, an utterly undignified spectacle. Chinyu finally grasped the essence of an online romance paired with hot pot. 1 taste, and it all fell apart. Their ravenous consumption, coupled with their sweaty visages, rendered the art of makeup, one of the 3 great sorceries of Southeast Asia, utterly futile. If they were to realize that this was merely the tip of the culinary iceberg of Huaxia cuisine, they might very well end up paying Chinyu for meals for the rest of their lives. After a hearty feast, the Three Tails and Uchiha Obito sneakily procured a large haul of river fish, intending to prepare a meal. Unfortunately, despite several attempts, they could only capture the essence of the fish without achieving the spirit of grilled fish. In the end, they were left gazing longingly at Chinyu, like a jilted lover. 4 fish for 5 individuals, not to mention a tailed beast. This was certainly insufficient. Well, the time has come for us to depart. We are at the border of the land of water, and the assassination of the 3rd Mizukage will soon be discovered. Remaining here will only make us targets, Minato declared, brushing off the dust and rising to his feet. After a lengthy night of rest, they had regained considerable strength and chakra. Moreover, Minato wished to avoid prematurely exposing Chinyu's capture of the Three Tails to the outside world. After all, the only individuals capable of such feats, aside from Chinyu, were the first Hokage. However, while the first Hokage subdued the tailed beasts, each one remained fiercely independent. Yet here was Chinyu, who had managed to train the Three Tails like a domesticated pet, an incomparable feat indeed. Boss, get me something to eat. If you provide me with grilled fish, I'll take down 10 people, each blow a fatal strike. The Three Tails, with its three tails swaying, squatted on Chinyu's shoulder, thumping its chest as it spoke. Chinyu shot a disapproving glance. You glutton. With your size, how am I to satiate you? If you keep talking, you'll only get to eat raw fish from now on. We're setting off now, so conserve your energy. Oh, faced with this reprimand, the Three Tails instantly shrank back. As a tailed beast, it thrived on chakra and did not actually require sustenance. However, after experiencing the distinctive grilled fish, it had developed a distinct craving. Observing the Three Tails lounging on Chinyu's shoulder, engaging in idle chatter, Minato could only chuckle wryly, feeling the weight of his challenges. In Konoha's hidden leaf village, within the Hokage's office, what was once a dimly lit room was now illuminated. The hurried footsteps of several individuals echoed as they hurried into the office. Aside from the third Hokage, there were also Mito K-Rin, Tsunade, and even Danzo Shimura had not been left behind. Sarutobi, why have you urgently summoned us in the middle of the night? Jimu Tuanzong let out a dissatisfied grunt and remarked, could it be that your failure on the battlefield has led to some unforeseen circumstances? Such a blunder could jeopardize your position as Hokage. Observing Tuanzang's incessant references to the Hokage title, the third Hokage cast a resigned glance his way and replied, indeed, a significant event has transpired on the battlefield. However, it does not concern our Konoha village. Rather, the third Mizukage of the Mist Village has been slain. The gravity of his words resonated through the room like an ominous echo, causing the three esteemed advisors present to change countenance. A shadow-level warrior embodies the leadership of an entire village and serves as the paramount pillar of strength on the battlefield. Yet, the third Hokage had just divulged that the most enigmatic of the Mizukage had met his demise. This development signified the impending conclusion of hostilities between the Land of Water and the Land of Fire. Yamato, your intelligence cannot be mistaken. How could I have failed to uncover this? Tuanzong pressed urgently. Could this be a ruse orchestrated by the Mist Village to ensnare us, ultimately leading to our defeat on the battlefield? Mito Gate Han and Tsuji Natsukawa nodded in agreement. Yamato, Tuanzong raises a valid point. Such a claim lacks substantiation. And should we misjudge the situation, it could spell a catastrophic blow for Konoha, Mito Gate Han stated gravely. No. The third Mizukage has indeed fallen at the hands of our Konoha shinobi. The third Hokage's tone turned somber. The expressions of the three advisors shifted dramatically. Tuanzong, unable to contain his disbelief, retorted, Yamato, do you comprehend the implications of your words? According to my intelligence, the third Mizukage is a Jinchuriki. Only someone of shadow-level prowess could have slain him. In Konoha, aside from the legendary three shinobi, only you and I possess such capabilities. And even Minato would not be able to achieve this. Tuanzang's remarks disregarded the others completely. Mito Gate Han and Tsuji Natsukawa paid little heed, for they were markedly different from Tuanzong. The former was relentlessly striving to enhance his own strength in pursuit of the Hokage title, while they merely occupied the role of advisors, a clear distinction in their ambitions. You are mistaken. You have underestimated an individual, Jiraiya interjected, stepping forth. The one who killed the third Mizukage is Uchiha Chinyu. He has also captured the Three Tails. His words swept through the assembly like a tempest. Tuanzong and the others were taken aback. Just moments prior, Tuanzong had boasted that to slay the third Mizukage would require strength at least on par with the third Hokage himself. Now, Jiraiya had revealed that a mere 14 or 15-year-old youth had reached heights that had eluded them for a lifetime. This revelation was exceedingly difficult to comprehend. Jiraiya, is what you say truly accurate? Tuanzong inquired, visibly agitated. In his eyes, Chinyu belonged to the illustrious Uchiha clan. No. He should view anyone who posed a threat to his ascendance as Hokage as a stumbling block. This is the intelligence that Minato had his toad relay to me, Jiraiya stated, producing 2 scrolls. One of these scrolls was from the three great toads of Mount Myaboku, detailing Chinyu's confrontation with the third Mizukage. The third Mizukage was struck by the tailed beast's backlash. After Chinyu summoned the three great toads to suppress the three tails, he employed the Mangeki Sharingan to subdue it. Summoning three great toads simultaneously, those present were left in disbelief. It was utterly inconceivable to them. The simultaneous summoning of three legendary beasts not only demanded an immense reservoir of chakra, but also required a profound comprehension of the summoning technique. In Danzo's and his companions' understanding, aside from the god of ninjas, the first Hokage, and Uchiha Madara, it seemed improbable for anyone else to achieve such a feat. They could not fathom a third individual capable of this. Now, Jiraiya astonishingly informed them that Chinyu had indeed accomplished it, far exceeding their expectations. Jiraiya, you mentioned that Uchiha Chinyu has also succeeded in capturing a tailed beast. Could it be that he has mastered formidable sealing techniques? Danzo inquired urgently. As formidable weaponry of the ninja villages, they were acutely aware of the challenges involved in sealing a tailed beast. If it were not for individuals possessing the Uzumaki clan's lineage to serve as Jinchuriki, it would likely demand the sacrifice of numerous sealing-class ninjas, akin to other villages. The fact that Chinyu had captured a tailed beast single-handedly was nothing short of miraculous. No, the intelligence conveyed by Minato is peculiar. It appears that the three tails was not sealed, but rather lured successfully by Chinyu with exquisite cuisine, Jiraiya remarked, scratching the back of his head with a wry smile. Chapter 80. It is no longer your era. Have you been successfully lured by the allure of food? The third Hokage and his companions were momentarily stunned. Jiraiya, are you jesting? Danzo's voice was cold and measured. The tailed beasts are notoriously malevolent entities. Have you not witnessed the chaos unleashed by the Nine Tails? To subdue the three tails with mere culinary delights is nothing short of a delusion. His somewhat hysterical words echoed within the office. In response to this declaration, the third Hokage and others nodded in unison. I too find it hard to believe. Take a look at this photograph. Jiraiya produced an image of an outdoor feast, instantly captivating the attention of the third Hokage and his retinue. However, upon witnessing the three tails, now reduced to the size of a large dog, wielding chopsticks with its tail while engaging humans over food, their cheeks involuntarily twitched. This is utterly devoid of the dignity expected of a tailed beast. You must believe it now, Jiraiya remarked with a wry smile. When I first received this intelligence, I suspected that Minato was joking. I contemplated whether to report it. But after later communicating with Master Shinsaku from Mount Myaboku, I resolved to convene an emergency meeting. To tame a tailed beast to such an extent is not an achievement for an ordinary person. Listening to these words, both the third Hokage and the advisors, including Danzo, fell into a contemplative silence. The information presented indeed surpassed their wildest imaginations. Who would believe, without first-hand evidence, that a proud tailed beast would submit to humanity, its long-standing adversary? Jiraiya, you must have your own thoughts on this matter, the third Hokage suddenly interjected. If just moments ago, Chinyu was merely a distinguished genius among the Uchiha clan, now, having slain the third Mizukage and captured the three tails, it signifies that his power has ascended to their level. This is a force that cannot be underestimated. Teacher, you should be well aware of my perspective. Jiraiya's expression was unusually grave. How should we, Konoha, approach him? Mito Minyin and Tru Kinomoto exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. As advisors, they were far from foolish, rather. They understood the delicate balance of weighing pros and cons. The strength displayed by Uchiha Chinyu was sufficient to threaten the safety of a ninja village. An immediate decision was imperative. He has slain the third Mizukage and unlawfully seized the three tails. If this information were to leak, it would be a grave sin. Danzo scoffed. Let us not forget that the Third Shinobi World War was ignited by the disappearance of the third Kazekage, which led to the Sand Village's rampage and suspicion directed at us. Now, with the battlefront in the Sand Village having stabilized, should they learn that Uchiha Chinyu killed the third Mizukage, the blame for the third Kazekage's fate would fall squarely upon us. At that point, the Mist Village and the Sand Village might unite against us, leading to a catastrophic conclusion. The somewhat prolonged discourse reverberated through the office, casting a shadow of gravity over the expressions of all present. Danzo's words, although seemingly laced with bitterness, undeniably conveyed a fundamental truth. Hiruzen, Danzo makes a valid point. Mito Gate Inazuma concurred. Beside him, TK Rin nodded in agreement, prompting a subtle, cold smile to grace Danzo's face. As a formidable figure, the fundamental prerequisite for steering any affair is to master the prevailing circumstances, and it was evident that he had accomplished this. The third Hokage's expression darkened, as he refrained from immediate response. Jiraiya, what are your thoughts? This inquiry instantly placed Jiraiya in the spotlight. Jiraiya, I urge you to consider the larger picture. Every word you utter now could influence the fate of Konoha. As one of the legendary three, you must understand the balance of sacrifice and gain, Danzo coldly reminded him. However, anyone could discern the underlying thread of menace in his tone. I believe we must treat Uchiha Kiyu with kindness. He possesses extraordinary talent, Jiraiya replied, seemingly unfazed by Danzo's warning. If the first Hokage established Konoha, then Uchiha Kiyu will play a pivotal role in its resurgence. The notion of Konoha's resurgence visibly altered the third Hokage's countenance. As the current Hokage, he had seldom received such commendation, particularly from the typically irreverent Jiraiya, who rarely spoke with such earnestness. This revelation challenged their preconceived notions. Preposterous! Danzo bellowed in anger. Jiraiya, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Were it not for Uchiha Madara, would Lord Hashirama have succumbed to illness? Now, we have unified the 5 great shinobi villages. How dare you compare the progeny of a Konoha traitor to Lord Hashirama? That is a grave offense. As his words echoed, Danzo stepped forward, appearing like a specter before Jiraiya. His right hand, akin to a venomous serpent, lunged towards Jiraiya's shoulder. Bang! A swirling mist enveloped the room as Jiraiya executed the body replacement technique, vanishing into thin air. What Danzo grasped was merely a fragment of withered wood. The failed strike visibly discomposed Danzo, prompting him to whirl around in haste. Jiraiya, you have tarnished Lord Hashirama's esteemed name. Do you still remain oblivious to this? Danzo exclaimed furiously. Yet, witnessing the scene unfold, Jiraiya remained unfazed, responding, Danzo, you couldn't even perceive my body replacement technique. You have grown old. The future of Konoha will be upheld by the younger generation, not by obstinate individuals like you. It is precisely your mindset that has perpetuated internal discord within the village. At this juncture, a sound of slicing air emerged from behind Danzo. The wooden substitute he had grasped suddenly transformed into a second Jiraiya with a resounding bang. With both hands forming seals, his silver hair, akin to a serpent, swiftly coiled towards Danzo. Danzo's expression shifted abruptly. He had not anticipated Jiraiya employing such a stratagem. In such an unexpected turn of events, and at such a close distance, resistance was utterly futile. In an instant, the formidable tendrils of the binding technique ensnared him. Danzo, if you cannot even defeat me, you are in no position to challenge him. Jiraiya swiftly dispelled the ninjutsu and spoke in a chilling tone. This is no longer your era. His words, though softly uttered, reverberated throughout the office, causing both Mito Minin and Tsurugi Komatsu to change their expressions. Chapter 81. The world is about to change. A vast office lay enveloped in an oppressive silence. The third Hokage, with hands intertwined, remained unyieldingly quiet. To Danzo, however, this was nothing short of a disgrace, akin to a stinging slap across the face. Just moments before, he had vehemently proclaimed his intent to dictate Chinyu's fate, only to be effortlessly countered by Jiraiya. Most humiliating of all, Jiraiya had the audacity to assert that Chinyu surpassed him, labeling him a relic of a bygone era. For Danzo, this was an immense affront. Very well, Jiraiya, you have truly become arrogant, Danzo sneered, repeating the words very well twice. Do not forget, I am an advisor to Konoha, while you are nothing. And that boy is no one either. With this, he crushed the cane in his grasp and declared with a fierce tone, everything I do is for the safety of Konoha. You should understand the dire consequences should the matter of the third Mizuki's demise be revealed. Your only option is to heed my counsel. Otherwise, you will face the wrath of the Mist and Sand Ninja villages. His frantic roar even stirred the third Hokage. Danzo, have you lost your mind? You cannot possibly intend to leverage this incident to coerce us into a decision. The third Hokage was well aware of Danzo's nature. He would employ any means necessary to achieve his ends, even resorting to treachery against him. The Hokage, let alone Chinyu. Humph. Danzo scoffed, his visage twisted with malice. I am acting in the interest of Konoha. Immediately summon Chinyu and Minato back. If he is unwilling, it will indicate treasonous intent. Once he returns to Konoha, we must detain him and secure the three tails. We cannot allow the news of the third Mizuki's assassination to leak. If necessary, we must extract the sealing techniques for tailed beasts from Chinyu. Jiraiya's expression shifted, hesitating to speak, but the third Hokage intervened. Danzo, have you forgotten who the Hokage is? The assassination of the third Mizuki was beyond our control, but we cannot imprison him or treat him differently. Otherwise, do not blame me for resurrecting past grievances. As he spoke, the aura of the third Hokage transformed dramatically. If he was typically the embodiment of peace and benevolence, now he emanated a resolute and decisive vigor. This was the true essence of a Hokage. Danzo's face turned pale, his cheeks twitching with suppressed fury. Yet, confronted with the resolute Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo appeared to deflate. He was acutely aware of the vulnerabilities that the third Hokage could exploit. His collusion with outsiders to assassinate the third Hokage had failed, as had his clandestine efforts to eliminate Konoha's rivals. These misdeeds stemmed from his own selfish motives. Danzo had even harbored suspicions that the third Hokage might possess incriminating evidence regarding his dealings with Orochimaru. Faced with the current situation, Danzo's expression darkened momentarily before he abruptly turned and strode out, his robes sweeping behind him. I can concur with your approach, yet the individuals tasked with surveillance are dispatched by me. Watching Danzo vanish down the corridor in an instant, the third Hokage let out a silent sigh of relief. Turning his gaze towards Jiraiya, you acted impulsively this time, offending Danzo, who is known for his grudges. Midogate and Tino Komatsu couldn't help but twitch their cheeks. In their eyes, it was quite normal for the two mentors to speak ill of others behind closed doors. However, before them, it felt as though they were being dragged into a predicament. Considering the third Hokage's assessment of Danzo, both of them cleared their throats, and Midogate spoke up. Since the matter has reached a conclusion, we should take our leave. With that remark, Midogate and Tino Komatsu hurriedly departed. In an instant, the spacious office was left with only Jiraiya and the third Hokage. Now that they have left, I am aware you have more to discuss. The third Hokage remarked once more. Jiraiya pulled up a chair, sitting down without a shred of hesitation. In addition to the information from earlier, Lord Shinsaku has conveyed a crucial message to me. The shinobi world is on the brink of transformation. What? The third Hokage's expression shifted dramatically. The weight of this statement was immense. Were it uttered by an ordinary individual, it would hardly warrant his attention. Yet, the prowess and extraordinary talent displayed by Uchiha Chinyu had already stirred his emotions. Now, with such a thought-provoking declaration, how could it not command his respect? Master, I suspect Chinyu is aware that the three great toads will relay this information to me, which is why he uttered those words, Jiraiya said solemnly. When I was imparting the summoning technique to him, I too was as superficial as Danzo, believing I could easily suppress this young boy. Alas, I was mistaken. He mastered the summoning technique in an instant, not only succeeding in the summons but also bringing forth the three great toads simultaneously, an accomplishment that even I find challenging. As the representative of Mayaboko Mountain, Jiraiya possessed certain privileges, such as summoning the two great sages and employing the combined sage technique, freely entering Mayaboko Mountain, and more. However, all of this was predicated on his recognition by the great sage of the toads. Yet now, Chinyu, having never even set foot in Mayaboko Mountain, managed to break precedent by summoning all three great toads at once. This alone underscored Chinyu's uniqueness. Are you suggesting that even the two great sages of Mayaboko Mountain have taken notice of Chinyu? The third Hokage inquired solemnly. Jiraiya nodded. The great sage of toads had previously prophesied that the shinobi world would be tumultuous. Initially, I believe this referred to the Third Shinobi World War, but now I suspect this matter may relate to Chinyu. Furthermore, Lord Shinsaku conveyed that the great sage of toads intends to allow Chinyu to enter Mayaboko Mountain to cultivate sage techniques, hoping to find a breakthrough through him. Allow him to cultivate sage techniques? The third Hokage's expression changed. Jiraiya, are you saying that Lord Shinsaku plans to test Chinyu's learning aptitude through the practice of sage techniques? The prowess he now exhibits has transcended our understanding. Should he master the Sage Mode, we might find ourselves in a rather passive position. After 15 years of seclusion, he has emerged as a prodigious figure. With the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, formidable lightning release, and an extraordinary aptitude for learning, he has even slain the third Mizukage and effortlessly tamed the three tails. Such feats would be daunting even for the third Hokage. If Chinyu were to acquire the Sage Mode that Jiraiya painstakingly mastered, his strength would likely ascend to a terrifying new echelon. Chapter 82. I have only slain the third Mizukage, observing the furrowed brow of the third Hokage. Jiraiya let out a resigned sigh and remarked, I have pondered this matter as well. However, given the prodigious talent that Chinyu has displayed, he need not study the Sage Mode at Mayaboka Mountain. He could equally venture to the Wetbone Forest or the Dragon Cave. Let us not forget how insatiable that group of snakes can be. If Chinyu presents sufficient incentives, acquiring the opportunity to learn Sage Mode is hardly an insurmountable task. At this juncture, Jiraiya produced the token bestowed upon him by Fukasaku, adding, moreover, the great sage frog has endured through many ages, with him keeping watch over Chinyu. We should be able to garner more intelligence. The third Hokage fell silent. He found himself unable to contest Jiraiya's assertions. As Jiraiya articulated, everything Chinyu had exhibited had transcended their control. Furthermore, allowing him to depart for a spell to cultivate Sage Mode and assess the depth of his learning aptitude might not be such a detrimental course of action after all. Very well, since you have formulated a plan, I entrust this matter to you, the third Hokage sighed. However, exercise caution regarding Danzo until we comprehend Chinyu's stance. Additionally, I hope you can devise a means to enhance Minato's strength. Otherwise, in the face of Chinyu's ascendance, his chances of victory will diminish. The third Hokage placed considerable weight on the question of Chinyu's presence and allegiance. Yet, when it came to the selection of the next Hokage, he still leaned towards the familiar and dependable Minato Namikaze. Gazing at Jiraiya, who was rubbing his nose, the third Hokage remarked with a hint of exasperation, if you were willing to assume this position, I would be spared considerable distress. The once great Sannin had been a source of pride for him. Yet now they had either departed or retreated into obscurity, with even Jiraiya seemingly hiding away. Had you all remained, Konoha would not find itself in such dire straits. Upon hearing these words, Jiraiya momentarily paused, then quickly regained his composure, shooting a look at the third Hokage, you old man. Do not attempt to tug at my heartstrings here. Let us not forget, I have trained a successor in Minato to take my place. Rest assured, when Fukasaku departed, I secured for Minato an opportunity to learn Sage Mode. Once he masters it, his prowess will undoubtedly surpass that of his teacher. In the face of Chinyu's formidable rise, Jiraiya would be lying if he claimed not to be concerned, especially witnessing his once proud disciple being gradually outstripped by another. This reality weighed heavily on his heart. Thus, driven by his personal inclinations and leveraging a slight connection, Jiraiya acted with a touch of selfishness. You are still the same, indulging in your little schemes behind the scenes, the third Hokage chuckled lightly. I truly hope that under the tutelage of Sage Mode, Minato can eclipse Chinyu. Pfft, you old man, do you not have faith in your own disciple? Jiraiya retorted with a roll of his eyes. Do not forget, Minato is Konoha's golden flash. Among all the students I have mentored, his talent is unparalleled. With him taking the lead, I am confident he will surpass Uchiha Chinyu. Just wait for the news. Leaving those words behind, Jiraiya turned and disappeared from the office without a glance back, watching the silhouette fade away. The third Hokage let out a deep sigh and stood to gaze out at the hidden leaf village. Has the ninja world truly changed because of one youth? 3 days later, Chinyu and his companions traversed the borders of the leaf, skillfully evading numerous battle zones before finally reaching the Great Sealing Gate of Konoha. During these days, Chinyu learned from Minato Namikaze that the Kamizuki Bridge had been destroyed, resulting in the Rock Ninja's loss of supplies. The vanguard forces had been entirely annihilated by Chinyu and Minato, leading to a significant decline in morale. Simultaneously, another crucial event unfolded. The Third Raikage personally led a contingent to stealthily assault the tailed beast Jinchuriki of the Rock Village, igniting an even larger-scale conflict. Although the final outcome remains uncertain for now, the actions of the Cloud Ninja provided Konoha with a brief respite, halting the frontline warfare against the Rock Village. It is worth noting that in the face of the four great nations, the military strength and numbers of the Rock Village were second only to Konoha, and slightly superior to that of the Cloud Village. Clearly, the Cloud was taking advantage of the Rock's misfortunes on the battlefield to suppress them further. Upon learning that the target of the Rakich's assault was the tailed beasts, Shinyu understood that the Rakich's intent was to seize this opportunity to enhance the Cloud Village's power by capturing the tailed beasts, especially given that Killer Bee had mastered a method to perfectly merge with them. Shinyu, you finally returned. A voice resonated from Uchiha Fugaku. Three figures appeared before the group like phantoms. Brother. Uchiha Itachi glanced at Shinyu, his expression revealing a hesitance to speak. Beside Itachi stood a slightly older youth, bearing a short sword on his back, whom Shinyu instantly recognized. Very well, save your words for your uncle, Shinyu said, ruffling Itachi's hair. Shursui, it has been a long time. In the previous memories of Uchiha Shinyu, there were indeed recollections of Uchiha Shursui, whose gentle nature made him quite caring towards Shinyu, the underachiever in the village. In those hazy memories, Shursui had even guided him in the art of shuriken jutsu. Shinyu, it has been quite some time. I didn't expect you to conceal yourself so deeply. The last time I shamelessly offered to teach you shuriken jutsu, Shursui chuckled wryly. Observing this scene, Shinyu helplessly touched the tip of his nose. He certainly could not reveal that the previous underachiever had been usurped by his genius. This delightful misunderstanding would have to persist. Now, let's set aside the reminiscences for later. The three of you coming here personally must mean something significant has transpired, Uchiha Shinyu remarked. As those words fell, even Minato's expression stiffened. He had passed on the intelligence concerning Shinyu to Jiraiya. However, regarding the subsequent events and decisions, Jiraiya had consistently chosen to remain silent. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku awaits here in person, underscoring the gravity of the situation. It took considerable effort for me to use Itachi and Shursui as excuses to evade surveillance and venture out here in hopes of fortuity. And I never anticipated encountering you all. Uchiha Fugaku activated his Sharingan, surveying the surroundings before stating, recently, the family's dwelling has been under the watchful eyes of numerous Umbu, particularly those affiliated with Danzo's route. This change made you the first person to come to my mind. I wish to know what has transpired. Regarding the presence of Minato Namikaze, Uchiha Fugaku remained unfazed. In his heart, Minato was the only high-ranking official in Konoha with whom he had forged a genuine connection. And he was also the sole candidate he hoped could ascend to Hokage. However, with the emergence of Shinyu as an unforeseen variable, his composure began to wane. Have they all set their plans into motion? Their efficiency is indeed remarkable, Shinyu remarked, stroking the tip of his nose. It's nothing of great consequence. I merely eliminated the third Mizukage and subsequently acquired the three tails. It appears that Danzo has grown old. Even such minor matters cannot escape his notice. The casualness of his words left Uchiha Fugaku and his companions in a state of bewilderment. Looking at Shinyu, their gazes shifted to one of disbelief. Eliminating the third Mizukage and seizing the three tails, can that truly be considered a trivial matter? Chapter 83. Indeed, everything is true, Shinyu. You just about having slain the third Mizukage, do you not? Uchiha Fugaku grasped Shinyu's shoulder, urgency thick in his voice. Indeed, it's true. And we can attest to it, Minato Namikaze remarked with a wry smile, gesturing towards Shinyu's unzipped backpack, within which the three tails rested. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku and his companions were immediately stirred into action, hastily approaching. Who dares disturb my slumber? The three tails stretched languidly, emerging from the confines of the backpack. Is that a tailed beast? Uchiha Itachi appeared visibly startled, instinctively taking a step back, nearly losing his balance. Fortunately, Shinyu's quick reflexes allowed him to catch Itachi by the shoulder. It is indeed Isabu, the Three Tails. As the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku had seen depictions of tailed beasts before, yet the scene before him felt surreal. Hey, you there, lad. I hear your Konoha boasts a delightful Ichiraka ramen. Shall you escort me there? I assure you, I shall not be a burden. The Three Tails suddenly interjected. Me? Uchiha Itachi pointed to himself, questioning. Is that truly acceptable? Fear not. As long as I am well fed, I shall not rampage. Otherwise, well, I might just have to give you a beating, the Three Tails replied with a mischievous glint. Such a rascal. With a day without discipline, your bones must be itching, Qin Feng retorted, delivering a playful slap to the back of the three-tails head. The formidable tailed beast seemed to cower. Indeed, Uchiha Fugaku and the others could hardly believe their eyes. The once feared tailed beast now appeared as docile as a playful pup under Chinyu's influence. Was this truly the same entity capable of devastating mountains and forests in anger? Brother, may I take it to enjoy Ichiraku ramen? Uchiha Itachi inquired hesitantly. However, just as those words left his lips, four shadowy figures emerged from the darkness, encircling Chinyu and his companions. Uchiha Chinyu, esteemed third Hokage, we request your presence at the Hokage residence, the lead Umbu stated coldly. Yet, their awareness of the mission's objective was evident, as their pupils dilated upon sighting the three tails. Chinyu. Uchiha Fugaku's expression shifted dramatically. Quickly, he was restrained by Minato Namikaze, who reassured him, do not worry. With Jiraiya-sensei present, there is nothing to fear. Chinyu, do not take this to heart. Rest assured, if I wish to depart, they shall not hinder me, Chinyu replied with a smile. However, his flippant words caused the four Umbu operatives to tense up, for they had been thoroughly cautioned by the three advisors prior to their mission. Exchanging glances, the four Umbu soon realized that Chinyu had seemingly vanished into thin air. Stay alert. The leader of the Umbu shouted urgently. The four Umbu ninjas immediately took defensive stances. I am right here. Do not dawdle. Time is of the essence, and I shall not be held accountable for delays, came a voice from before the ceiling gate. Everyone present, except for the ever-composed Minato, witnessed a drastic change in the expressions of Uchiha Fugaku and the four Umbu. This body flicker technique is remarkably swift, Uchiha Shursui thought, his expression shifting slightly. He is renowned for his instant body technique within the ninja world. In that fleeting moment, the speed displayed by Chinyu was no less impressive. You may go. This is my kunai. Should anything arise, inform me, said Minato Namikaze as he handed the Flying Thunder God kunai to the leading Umbu ninja. Proceed with caution. As long as you do not provoke him, he will not act recklessly. During their time together, Minato had gleaned a fair understanding of Chinyu's character, approachable yet resolute in his capacity for violence. He adhered to his principles but possessed an unapproachable boundary. The leading Umbu ninja nodded in gratitude before hastily following Chinyu. Watching the four depart, Fugaku Uchiha could no longer contain his anxiety. Minato, did you not promise to keep an eye on Chinyu? How could he have killed the third Mizukage and even brought back the three tails? I fear that Danzo will not let this matter rest. Minato chuckled wryly. Chinyu's methods surpass my expectations. However, if we delve deeper, the third Mizukage perished due to the backlash of the tailed beast. Chinyu merely subdued the three tails, and the blame does not lie with him. Still, I worry that Danzo may not see it this way. If this situation is mishandled, it could complicate matters further. Fugaku's expression shifted. The Uchiha clan standing in Konoha had already become precarious. Should any further incidents arise, it would only exacerbate their plight. Uncle, allow me to investigate, suggested Shursui Uchiha, his demeanor darkening as he swiftly utilized the instant body technique to vanish. Before the Hokage's residence, the atmosphere appeared tranquil. Yet it was laced with tension as numerous sentinels were strategically positioned, numbering over 100. Jiraiya leaned against the entrance, awaiting Chinyu's arrival. Pervy Sage, did you forego your usual peeping today? Chinyu greeted with a smile, causing the Umbu present to twitch in discomfort. Jiraiya regained his composure, his eyes twitching. Had it been anyone else, such a revelation would have earned them a punch. You little rascal, truly restless, Jiraiya suppressed his exasperation. Let's go. They are all waiting for you. Rest assured, I will assist you with this matter. Additionally, Lord Fukasaku has agreed to grant you the opportunity to learn sage techniques. Once this affair concludes, you may head to Mount Myaboku. Jiraiya had thoroughly confirmed Chinyu's character traits with Minato. Hence his initial approach was to offer enticing prospects to ensure smooth proceedings. Very well, we shall discuss the benefits afterward. For now, let us prioritize the task at hand. Chinyu remarked, patting Jiraiya on the shoulder. Otherwise, if the main objective were to be botched, any enticing offers would hold little value. Observing Chinyu stride towards the Hokage building, Jiraiya found him increasingly inscrutable. He pondered how, in the presence of Konoha's upper echelons and surrounded by vigilant Umbu, Chinyu could exude such confidence. Teacher, we have arrived. Jiraiya knocked on the door and, upon receiving a response, pushed it open. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to Chinyu. No, it would be more accurate to say that the majority were focused on Sanbai Isabu. They were eager to verify the authenticity of the intelligence. Indeed, everything was true. The third Hokage spoke with a grave expression. Chapter 84. The thoughts of Danzo. The expansive office was enveloped in an eerie silence. Upon witnessing the sight of the Three Tails, now diminished to a fraction of its original size and resembling a mere doll as it slumbered atop Chinyu's backpack, the three esteemed advisors, including Danzo, felt their pupils constrict in shock. The scene before them was undeniably astonishing. In their understanding, tailed beasts were meant to be sealed within vessels or human hosts. The ability to move freely and exhibit such an innocuous demeanor was entirely beyond their comprehension. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, who would have believed it? Chinyu, welcome back. The third Hokage was the first to break the silence. I have been informed of your exploits on the front lines through reports from Minato Namikaze. I am also aware of the incident involving the abduction of Naira Rin by the Land of Water, who intends to succeed the third Mizukage and become the host for the Three Tails. However, this time, the deceased is the third Mizukage, an affair that has escalated to the highest echelons of politics. Thus, for your sake and that of Konoha, we have convened and reached a few decisions. The third Hokage delved straight into the matter, his gaze fixed on Chinyu, searching for any flicker of emotion on his face. Indeed, the third Hokage was direct, a quality I admire. What decisions have you made? If they are reasonable, I shall not object, Chinyu replied with a warm smile. You impudent brat, Danzo interjected sharply. The nonchalant demeanor displayed by Chinyu caused their expressions to shift noticeably. Typically, when those younger than them encountered any one of the three high-ranking officials of Konoha, they were filled with reverence. It was remarkable that Chinyu could maintain such composure when facing all three, including the Hokage. This inevitably led to speculations about what trump cards he might hold. How have I been impudent? Chinyu chuckled playfully. Is it impudence to allow you to manipulate me? Let us not forget, I have returned bearing achievements and thus deserve commendation rather than reprimand. His soft-spoken words momentarily halted Danzo's expression. Yet before Danzo could respond, the third Hokage raised a hand to intervene. Enough. Chinyu is correct, he remarked, his eyes glimmering. This time, Chinyu is only indirectly connected to the death of the third Mizukage. He has also made considerable contributions on the battlefield. However, the ramifications of this incident are too significant. I hope you can remain in Konoha during this period, awaiting the conclusion of the war. I will arrange for the Umbu to protect you. As the lengthy discourse concluded, all eyes turned to Chinyu. Even Jiraiya appeared tense. He had been entrusted by Minato to resolve this matter flawlessly. Any misstep would fall squarely on his shoulders. Is that all you require? Chinyu replied nonchalantly. As long as you do not obstruct my enjoyment of food, leisure, and romance, I see no issue. I am more than willing to indulge in tranquility, which would also be a favor to you. Upon hearing this lightly teasing remark, Jiraiya secretly exhaled in relief. As long as Chinyu was amenable to this condition, the subsequent matters would be much easier to handle. He also wanted to provide an explanation to Minato Namikaze. Since Chinyu agreed to this request, the subsequent matters would be entrusted to Minato. A faint smile appeared on the face of the third Hokage. Chinyu, if you have no other matters to attend to, you may take your leave. During this time, he had contemplated various candidates to monitor Chinyu. However, after much deliberation, he ultimately decided to employ Minato. In terms of both camaraderie and strength, Minato possessed the Flying Thunder God technique, which endowed him with exceptional mobility, making him particularly suited for this task. I shall take my leave then. Chinyu glanced at the sullen face of Danzo, offered a warm smile, and turned to depart. Jiraiya chuckled wryly. Facing Danzo, he felt a sense of apprehension, fearing complications might arise. The fact that Chinyu dared to provoke him publicly was indeed audacious. Teacher, I shall also take my leave. Jiraiya hastily followed suit. Yet, just as he turned around, his expression drastically changed. Secret technique. Body flicker technique. 5 figures suddenly appeared from all directions, simultaneously executing the secret technique of the Yamashiro clan. Concurrently, 5 root ninjas surged forth, each employing sealing techniques. The 5 elements great binding technique. The sudden turn of events jolted everyone's nerves, including the third Hokage and Jiraiya, who were equally astonished. Danzo's lips curled into a slight, enigmatic smile as he sprang into action. In a fleeting moment, he materialized behind Chinyu, his left hand extending with numerous curse seals aimed directly at the three tails. Sealing technique. Self-inflicted curse seal technique. As he made his move, the 5 members of the Yamashiro clan, led by Yamashiro Kaze, executed the body flicker technique. They then prompted the oil girl, Takaru, to initiate the sealing technique, thereby restraining Chinyu's movements. Ultimately, it was Danzo who targeted the three tails. To the third Hokage and others, this plan appeared impeccably orchestrated. However, the individual they faced this time was unfathomable. Renowned for lying in wait for 15 years before making a stunning revelation, Chinyu. Under the current circumstances, such tactics might prove inadequate. Danzo, your methods truly disappoint, Chinyu remarked with a gentle smile. In the instant he turned, he had already activated his Manjiki Sharingan. If one were to assess whose mental fortitude was superior, the combined strength of Yamashiro Kaze and his 5 companions would likely pale in comparison to a fraction of Chinyu's power, who possessed Tsukuyomi. The moment the secret technique was executed, the 5 individuals entered Chinyu's consciousness space, where they were first met by the enormous Sharingan suspended within. The hand signs they had been forming abruptly ceased, their expressions falling into a state of stupor, as they beheld the approaching figures of Takaru and others. Chinyu's Manjiki Sharingan suddenly shifted, and Susanoo rapidly coalesced. Its colossal form and the wave of energy it emitted sent Danzo, Takaru, and the others hurtling away. The once confined Hokage office was utterly breached. The sudden scene shook the very nerves of all present. Before them stood a colossal figure, towering at several meters high, evoking a sense of awe even in the heart of Danzo. This monstrous entity was reminiscent of the one he had previously encountered on the formidable Uchiha Madara. It was this very battle that ultimately led to the grave injuries and demise of the first Hokage. Undoubtedly, the Susanoo before them could be deemed an embodiment of calamity, its crimson exterior exuding an aura of ferocity. Chapter 85. I also prefer to have more people to practice with as the colossal Susanoo emerged. The Hokage residence was instantaneously breached. Amidst the tempestuous winds, debris from the structure scattered like confetti in a storm. Is this truly the legendary Manjiki Sharingan possessed by Uchiha Madara, the mightiest of ocular jutsu? The third Hokage surged forth from the ruins, casting a furious glance at the massive figure before him. Danzo, have you lost your mind? Why do you not execute the plan we agreed upon? His frantic roar startled both Jiraiya and Midogate as they witnessed the usually composed third Hokage erupt in such rage for the first time. However, before they could fully comprehend the situation, Susanoo's right hand darted forward with astonishing speed, seizing the airborne oil woman, Suino. The sudden turn of events sent shockwaves through everyone present. Emerging from the rubble, Danzo's face turned ashen as he urgently shouted, "Chinyu, release her at once. How dare you destroy the Hokage's residence? If you continue to harm comrades within the village, it is tantamount to treason. Danzo, you are insane." The third Hokage's countenance shifted drastically as he retorted, "You have no authority to make such decisions. Silence yourself. Chinyu, do not act impulsively. This matter is mine to resolve." The urgency of their voices reverberated through the air. Even Jiraiya and Midogate, along with the assembled Umbu ninja, had never witnessed the third Hokage in such a state of desperation. Alas, some matters cannot be resolved merely through words, at least not in Chinyu's perspective. A warm smile blossomed on Chinyu's face. As the three-tomo Sharingan swiftly rotated, Susanoo's right hand tightened significantly. "No," Suino cried out in agony. Her most formidable technique, the parasitic insect jutsu, boasted an unparalleled offensive capability. Yet, faced with the absolute defense of Susanoo, which bore not a single opening, it was rendered utterly ineffective. Confronted by the chilling grin of Chinyu, a wave of excruciating pain surged through her body, overwhelming her mind. With a sound reminiscent of a watermelon bursting, a sudden noise echoed throughout the area. All eyes widened in shock, particularly those of the Umbu ninja, who recognized the vast chasm between their abilities and that of Suino. Even those who could be deemed elite jonin were powerless against the crushing grip that reduced her to mere pulp. In that moment, They felt a flicker of relief that they had refrained from acting recklessly. Chinyu, you were courting death, Danzo bellowed. Suino was a loyal subordinate he had painstakingly nurtured. A pillar within his faction. Chinyu's public execution of her was the utmost affront to him. Controlling the Susanoo is still quite new to me. It was an unfortunate accident that I crushed her. I trust you will understand, Danzo, Chinyu replied with a playful smirk. However, this smile, in that moment, undoubtedly became a blatant provocation. Kill him. Danzo's expression twisted with malice. As a high-ranking advisor of Konoha and a leader of Root, it was the first time he had been so openly disdained. Just as his command echoed, two figures, like phantoms, encircled Danzo from both the front and back. Enough, Danzo. Jiraiya firmly grasped Danzo's left shoulder, while his right shoulder was seized by Minato Namikaze. Following closely behind were Fugaku Uchiha and Shursui Uchiha, their faces paling as they beheld the ethereal figure standing amidst the ruins. Their greatest fears had come to pass. Minato, Jiraiya. Chinyu was recklessly slaughtering comrades in the village. This is treason. Danzo barked. Do not obstruct me. I will make this junior understand that Konoha is not a place for him to act wantonly. Enough, Danzo. Minato and I are not stopping you, Jiraiya said gravely. Glancing at Chinyu, who was ensconced within Susanoo. We are merely concerned for your safety. The hushed tone swept through the gathering like a tempest. The esteemed leader of Root and the three high-ranking officials of Konoha. Danzo's strength could undoubtedly be deemed on par with that of a Kage. It was precisely because of this power that Danzo had repeatedly aspired to become Hokage. Yet now, Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, offered such a stark evaluation. Whether or not it was true, it rang in the ears of those present like a resounding slap. Nonsense. Jiraiya, what are you babbling about? If you have the guts, step aside, and I will show you why I am the leader of Root. Danzo retorted angrily. However, the one who stepped up before Danzo this time was none other than the third Hokage. Danzo, enough. Return at once. Without my command, you shall not leave this compound, or I shall show no mercy. The third Hokage spoke coldly. In the past, you would weigh the pros and cons and understand fear. But now you are blinded by greed. Even now, you fail to see that the boy, causing such a ruckus in the village, stands unfazed among so many, exuding confidence to escape. If you act recklessly, you may meet a fate similar to that of oil woman Torian. Danzo faltered, momentarily at a loss for words as he locked eyes with Chinyu. It was the first time he had witnessed Sarutobi Hiruzen, his old rival, speak with such uncertainty. Moreover, this was Konoha, their stronghold. Given the favorable circumstances, the third Hokage's assessment was beyond Danzo's expectations. Chinyu has been dealt with. Your anger should have dissipated. Why not let this matter rest? Fugaku Uchiha, unable to contain himself, urged. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, if he did not break the stalemate now, the situation was likely to deteriorate further. Furthermore, he felt a responsibility to set an example in such circumstances. Observing the beaming face of Uchiha Chinyu, Uchiha Fugaku felt an unprecedented tension coursing through him. His understanding of Chinyu's prowess had always been derived from hearsay. However, after witnessing it firsthand, Fugaku realized that Chinyu's abilities far exceeded his expectations. Should Chinyu remain obstinate and resort to violence, his hidden cards would inevitably be revealed. Such a scenario would render the situation for the Uchiha clan even more precarious. Fugaku spoke the truth. The matter concerning Chinyu would conclude here, and a resolution would be provided subsequently. The third Hokage concurred, remarking that this time, Danzo had indeed acted with excessive recklessness. As the third Hokage's voice joined in the persuasion, the expressions of those present shifted noticeably. Their gazes towards Chinyu grew tinged with urgency. Just moments ago, the high praises from Jiraiya and others had made it abundantly clear that should the youth before them decline, a fierce battle awaited them. Since my uncle and the third Hokage have spoken, it seems I would be remiss not to show some deference. Chinyu chuckled lightly. However, I do enjoy the challenge. Danzo, do send more individuals my way for practice. Chapter 86. This joke is not amusing, you insolent brat. Danzo roared, his expression twisted with fury. As a high-ranking official of Konoha and the leader of Root, he had never been so disdained. Moreover, Chinyu's strength indeed surpassed his control. However, he still possessed hidden cards. Danzo, silence yourself. The third Hokage admonished coldly. Mito, escort Danzo back. He is not to leave route without my command. You. Danzo's rage was palpable. Yet, under the unwavering gaze of the third Hokage, the words he nearly uttered were swiftly swallowed back. With a sudden flourish of his sleeves, he turned and declared icily, I shall return on my own. However, I will not let this matter rest easily, regardless of who supports you from behind. Having delivered this harsh statement, Danzo indeed chose not to linger further. As he departed, Uchiha Fugaku's mood did not lighten. Rather, it grew even heavier. A rift had undeniably formed. Master? Jiraiya could not help but glance over. The third Hokage sighed deeply, saying, Minato, please escort Shinyu back. I will handle the ensuing matters. Befittingly, Minato did not refuse. From the very beginning, an unsettling feeling had gripped him. Regrettably, he had not anticipated that the situation would escalate to such an extent entirely beyond his control. Had he foreseen this, he would never have allowed Shinyu to venture alone to the Hokage's residence. Now, the only course of action was to mend the rift between the parties involved. His chaotic thoughts flickered through his mind. With a swift motion, Minato found himself beside Shinyu. Uchiha Fugaku, clearly unable to set his mind at ease, hastily followed suit. Shinyu, let us depart, Minato initiated. Yes, I appreciate the trouble, Shinyu replied with a dry chuckle. Minato, his face etched with bitterness, remarked, Fortunately, you were restrained. Had you slain more than one, I would have struggled to bear the consequences. I do not know whether to commend your restraint or to view it as a favor to me. Do not forget, I expect a delightful meal from you later. And as for me, I did not cause any disturbances. At that moment, Sanbai emerged from Chinyu's backpack. Observing the duo, Uchiha Fugaku felt a weightier gloom settle upon him, as even in such a critical moment, they had not forgotten about food. With the departure of Chinyu and his companions, only Jiraiya and the third Hokage remained amidst the vast ruins. The other Umbu members had evidently gone to help evacuate the startled villagers and shinobi. Jiraiya, if you were to employ your hidden cards, do you believe you could defeat Chinyu? The third Hokage suddenly inquired. As a mentor, he was acutely aware of Jiraiya's capabilities. If one were to consider the Sannin, Orochimaru was wholly devoted to the development of forbidden techniques, and Tsunade concentrated on medical ninjutsu. Thus, Jiraiya was the one most adept in combat, based solely on my strength. I would estimate a 50% chance of victory, provided Chinyu has not concealed any further abilities, Jiraiya stated gravely. If he possesses any hidden cards, I find myself lacking in confidence. Should there be others present who hear Jiraiya's evaluation, they would undoubtedly gasp in astonishment. The Sannin are figures that rival the Kage in stature. When one enters Sage mode, reaching a level beyond even that of the Kage is not an insurmountable feat yet. To offer such a high valuation for a junior is indeed hard to fathom. The third Hokage remained silent for a considerable span of 7 or 8 seconds before finally speaking, in your eyes. The most daunting aspect of him is likely not his current self. Rather, it is his formidable talent for learning, is it not? Indeed, Jiraiya nodded gravely. Hence, I agreed to Lord Shinzo's request to allow him to pursue the study of Sage Mode, to ultimately assess its potential dangers. Upon Jiraiya's return after mastering Sage techniques, the third Hokage had been regaled with his feats and thus understood well the challenges inherent in mastering Sage Mode. Throughout the ages, hundreds or even thousands of challengers have attempted, yet only one has ever succeeded, if any at all. Additionally, failure in this training could result in transformation into a frog or, worse, into a stone statue resembling a frog. It is fair to say that the path to Sage Mode is akin to wielding a double-edged sword. After witnessing Chinyu's terrifying prowess firsthand, an absurd thought flickered through the third Hokage's mind. Would it be better for the entire situation if Chinyu were to fail? However, this notion was swiftly suppressed by his so-called sense of justice. When do you intend to send him? The third Hokage sighed deeply and replied, this time. Danzo has disrupted the original agreement and engaged in a fierce confrontation with Chinyu, thus creating a lasting enmity. Although he did not slay the third Mizukichi, there are indirect ties to him, and I hope you can address this matter swiftly. Jiraiya nodded in affirmation. Rest assured, I will arrange for him to accompany Minato tomorrow. Mastering Sage Mode will take several months, and by that time, the third great ninja war will likely have concluded. Meanwhile, Chinyu, under the escort of Uchiha Fugaku and Minato Namikaze, returned to the Uchiha clan's compound. Due to the tragic circumstances of his youth, having lost both parents, his residence was situated next to that of Uchiha Fugaku. Close behind them were Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. "At last, you have returned," Uchiha Makoto exclaimed, pulling open the door upon hearing their footsteps. A gentle smile graced her face upon seeing Chinyu. "Chinyu, welcome home safely. Aunt, you remain as sweet-tongued as ever. I have no gifts for you, but perhaps this will suffice," Chinyu said, revealing the 3 tails he had summoned. This sudden action left everyone in a state of bewilderment, Uchiha Makoto included. "Boss, this isn't ethical. You just made me your subordinate, and now you're giving me away. Other tail beasts won't be so easily fooled." The 3 tails protested urgently. "What is this thing?" Uchiha Makoto asked, momentarily taken aback. The 3 tails Isabu, akin to the 9 tails, is a weapon of the tailed beasts. Uchiha Fugaku was the first to speak. "Chinyu, this just is far from amusing. Moreover, do you intend to meddle with other tailed beast weapons as well?" Chapter 87. The Forbidden Grounds of the Uchiha Clan. Fugaku, do not be so stern. What if you frighten the child? Uchiha Makoto chided, casting a disapproving glance. "Chinyu, your aunt has prepared a delightful feast for you. I have something of great importance to announce." "Something important?" Uchiha Fugaku and the others were momentarily taken aback. Chinyu was no exception, though his gaze soon shifted to the slight bulge of Uchiha Makoto's belly. "Aunt, are you expecting?" The unexpected inquiry rendered Uchiha Fugaku momentarily speechless, and he exclaimed, "Makoto, is what Chinyu said true?" Uchiha Makoto appeared bewildered, replying, "Chinyu, I only just returned from the doctor and found out." "How did you discern it?" At that moment, even Uchiha Fugaku and the others sensed something amiss. Could it be the power of the Sharingan? Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow and cautioned, "Makoto, be careful in the days to come. Itachi, Shisui, assist with the meal preparations. Minato, you should stay and enjoy a special dinner. It has been over a year since we last shared a drink." "Ha. Fugaku, you are indeed courteous. It has been ages since I savored your wife's culinary skills," Uchiha Minato remarked, not oblivious to Fugaku's intention to speak with Chinyu privately. Were it anyone else, Uchiha Minato would never allow Chinyu to leave his sight. However, as a good friend, he understood that Uchiha Fugaku would not gamble with the fate of the clan. Otherwise, he would not have entrusted the family's destiny to Chinyu. "Thank you, Minato." Uchiha Fugaku expressed his gratitude before turning to Chinyu. "Come with me. I wish to discuss something privately." "All right." Chinyu did not decline. At least out of respect for the past, he held the Uchiha family in high regard. He casually tossed the 3 tails to a stunned Uchiha Itachi. "A meal is all that matters. I won't cause any trouble." "Indeed, the boss is right. Just feed me until I'm half full." The 3 tails, Isabu, took no offense at Chinyu's irreverence, finding satisfaction in merely being fed. This immense disparity left Uchiha Minato feeling somewhat helpless, yet he was more astonished by Chinyu's capabilities. If he were to encounter other tailed beasts, would they too be tamed like Isabu? Should that time come, the entire ninja world would surely tremble. Chinyu followed Uchiha Fugaku down to the basement. Observing the arcane sealing techniques along the way being meticulously undone by Uchiha Fugaku, Chinyu realized that their destination was likely the Uchiha clan's forbidden grounds. After traversing the final corridor, the two finally arrived before the great sealing door. This door, forged from a unique chakra-infused iron, possessed the ability to absorb chakra and could withstand a certain degree of attacks. Coupled with sealing techniques, only S-rank ninjutsu or higher could hope to breach it. Chinyu, you should have guessed that this is the forbidden ground of our Uchiha clan. Only the clan leader of each generation and those who have unlocked the Manjiki Sharingan are permitted to enter, Uchiha Fugaku stated solemnly. This time, it is your turn to unlock it. Chinyu did not refuse. He took a step forward. As the Nine-Tomo Sharingan spun, the intricate sealing technique inscribed on the door began to rotate rapidly. In the next moment, it transformed into a blood-red eye. A formidable surge of mental energy surged toward Chinyu's mind. Uchiha Madara, get out of my way. Chinyu scoffed, unleashing his overwhelming mental power like a raging tide. This was a sealing technique left by Uchiha Madara, activated through the Manjiki Sharingan, designed to trigger the illusion he had left behind to test the strength of his successor. Observing Chinyu snap back to consciousness almost instantly, Uchiha Fugaku's expression shifted. When he had first entered, despite having also activated his Mangeki Sharingan, he had been unable to achieve the level of mastery that Chinyu displayed. At that time, it had taken him a full minute to regain clarity, a feat that had earned him the praise of the previous clan leader, his father, as a genius. Now, Chinyu had accomplished the same in merely a breath's time. The vast disparity left even the mentally prepared Uchiha Fugaku astonished. If he was a genius, then the Chinyu before him was nothing short of a prodigy. Let us proceed, Chinyu declared, stepping into the hidden chamber. Inside, numerous scrolls were arranged, alongside a rough stone tablet inscribed with a Mangeki Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku, regaining his composure, hurriedly followed. This is where our Uchiha clan stores its ninjutsu scrolls and family relics. However, many were taken when Madara departed, leaving only a few behind. You may peruse them, Uchiha Fugaku remarked as he scanned the surroundings. As for that stone tablet, you can activate it with your Mangeki. Perhaps it holds some special legacy. However, before that, I wish to know your thoughts. Are you planning to follow in Uchiha Madara's footsteps? At this juncture, Uchiha Fugaku's gaze grew sharper, seeking a change in Chinyu's expression. What if I told you that I encountered Uchiha Madara on the battlefield? Would you believe me? Chinyu replied, meeting his gaze with a smile. His words were not loud, yet they struck Uchiha Fugaku's ears like thunder, jolting his nerves. You truly encountered him. Were your actions directed by him? Uchiha Fugaku's countenance shifted dramatically. From the change in his demeanor, Chinyu became increasingly convinced that Uchiha Madara had never relinquished his efforts to win over Uchiha Fugaku, who had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. After all, he represented a ready-made force. Moreover, as long as he could sway the current leader of the Uchiha clan, a resurgence would not be difficult. Uncle, you underestimate me, Chinyu chuckled, shaking his head. He indeed wished for me to inherit his will. However, if I told you that I killed him, would you believe it? You killed him? Uchiha Fugaku's expression changed dramatically. In their eyes, Uchiha Madara is akin to a divine being. After awakening the Mangeki Sharingan, Uchiha Fugaku had once encountered him and was well aware of his terrifying prowess. Yes, he's already deceased. There is no need for me to weave falsehoods to deceive you, Chinyu said calmly. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku fell into a contemplative silence. And after a long pause, he remarked, a decade ago, I too crossed paths with him. Though he was similarly aged at that time, he remained superior to me. In the interest of the Uchiha clan's continuation, I engaged him in battle, yet alas, I did not reach your level. Over the years, you must have witnessed the decline of the Uchiha clan. In truth, had he not taken away all the forbidden techniques and resources from our clan, we would not have descended into such ruin. Chapter 88. The Legacy of Uchiha Madara. At this juncture, Uchiha Fugaku paused momentarily and remarked, I once believed that the Uchiha clan would continue its decline. I never anticipated the emergence of prodigies such as you and Shursui. However, I implore you not to tread the path of Uchiha Madara, for even he could not evade the fate of annihilation. I do not wish to witness our clan face extinction once more. In response to these words, Chinyu refrained from offering any rebuttal. Had Uchiha Madara, upon his departure, not concealed his prowess and instead shared the methods for unlocking the Mangeki Sharingan, as well as the scrolls pertaining to ninjutsu and forbidden techniques, it is likely that the Uchiha clan would not be left with so few formidable warriors. One must ponder, in a lineage where 7 or 8 individuals possess the Mangeki Sharingan, who in the entirety of the shinobi world could rival them. Chinyu, I hope you can provide me with an answer, Uchiha Fugaku reiterated. Uncle, fret not. My aspiration is to live a life of leisure, akin to a salted fish. As long as they do not overstep their bounds, I shall remain content and compliant, Chinyu replied with a faint smile. As his words faded, an oppressive silence enveloped the atmosphere. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Fugaku sighed deeply. Since you have expressed your stance, I shall refrain from further inquiry. Now that you have awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, it would be prudent to examine the stone tablet for any legacies that may suit you. Gaining additional strength for self-preservation is certainly advantageous. I shall return to see Mikoto and the children. I am growing old, and it seems that the mantle of clan leader may soon fall upon you. With this statement, Uchiha Fugaku turned and departed. Chinyu cast a glance feeling a sense of resignation. After all the preparations, it appeared he was merely being left to shoulder the responsibilities. Nevertheless, his primary interest lay with the legacy of the Uchiha clan. After casually sifting through the scrolls surrounding him, Chinyu finally comprehended Uchiha Fugaku's deep-seated resentment towards Uchiha Madara. Aside from a few records extolling Uchiha Madara's illustrious achievements during the Warring States period and celebrating his might, there were only 3 techniques that bore relevance to ninjutsu. Fire Release, Technique of Fiery Song. Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique. Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation. Except for the latter, which could unleash S-rank power given sufficient chakra. The others were rather lackluster. At that moment, Chinyu grasped the essence of the selfishness that stems from greatness. However, one could not entirely fault Uchiha Madara. As a figure venerated by his clan, the thought of his descendants surpassing him would be troubling. If he were deceased, it would be bearable. Yet, if he were alive and aware that the title of the foremost Uchiha had been usurped, the emotional turmoil would be unbearable. Yet, even the most meager of mosquito legs are still meat. For others, training requires time, but for Chinyu, there are no thresholds for any ninjutsu. Ding! Congratulations, host. For achieving maximum level in Fire Release, Technique of Fiery Song. Ding! Congratulations, host, for achieving maximum level in Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique. Ding! Congratulations, host. For achieving maximum level in Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation. Upon hearing the 3 system prompt sounds, Chinyu set the scroll aside and gazed at the rough stone tablet before him. His attention was drawn to the indistinct Sharingan etched upon it, awakening his own kaleidoscopic Sharingan. In the next moment, without any forewarning, it began to spin rapidly. A resonating hum echoed in his mind, and his consciousness swiftly entered the illusionary realm of the stone tablet. A colossal crimson Sharingan stood out in the pitch-black surroundings, its brilliance almost blinding. My heir. This is a fragment of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan's ocular technique that I have inscribed upon the tablet. Should you acquire it, you may dare to attempt this invincible art. The ethereal voice of Uchiha Madara resonated, imparting an air of grandeur. Once his words faded, the rotation of Chinyu's 9-tomo Sharingan abruptly ceased. Upon exiting the realm of consciousness, he found within his mind a rather cumbersome method for activating the ocular technique. Ding! Host has acquired the kaleidoscopic amplification eye. Would you like to upgrade it to maximum level with one click? The system's voice suddenly echoed. Chinyu raised an eyebrow, visibly surprised. He had merely begun to speculate on the nature of this so-called invincible technique when the system presented him with delightful news. In the original narrative, Uchiha Madara's kaleidoscopic Sharingan possessed an unknown ocular technique in addition to the Reaper's death seal. However, according to Chinyu's conjecture, this enigmatic technique was, in fact, the amplification ability. It could enhance ninjutsu, ocular techniques, and all forms of attacks into powerful auxiliary means. For instance, techniques like the Great Fireball, Heaven-S Obstruction Star, and the formidable 3-headed Susanoo. All of these were likely unleashed with the potency of forbidden arts through the amplification eye. Otherwise, in the original story, Uchiha Sasuke would have long reached the same pinnacle as Uchiha Madara, yet the ninjutsu he employed lacked the same formidable presence. It appeared that Uchiha Madara had departed from the Uchiha clan, taking with him the majority of ninjutsu scrolls, yet he left behind one of the most powerful ocular techniques. This was not entirely incomprehensible, as Madara had always harbored a mindset of strength, dismissing the weak, including his own kin. Rather than leaving behind a collection of ninjutsu and forbidden scrolls to cultivate mediocrity, he preferred to bestow the mightiest ocular technique upon the most formidable of his clan, thus nurturing a stronger piece on his chessboard. However, if Madara were to discover that the most powerful ocular technique he had deliberately bequeathed was seized by the very individual who would ultimately bring about his demise, it is likely he would be overcome with a multitude of emotions. System, initiate one-click maximum upgrade, Chinyu commanded, reclaiming his focus. Please hold, host. Congratulations, host. The kaleidoscopic amplification eye has been successfully upgraded to maximum level. The system's voice reverberated in his mind. A smirk of anticipation graced Chinyu's lips, igniting an irresistible urge to test his newfound ability. In the next instant, the stone tablet before him cracked with a resounding snap. revealing a fissure that traversed the entirety of the Sharingan engraving. It seemed that this most potent ocular technique was intended solely for one individual. In line with his domineering mindset, a single pawn sufficed. Retrieving his thoughts, Qin Yu decided not to linger any longer, having acquired the most formidable artifact. He had no desire to delve into or extol the other trivial matters, particularly when one had been slain by his own hand. As Qin Yu departed, the ceiling door automatically opened and then closed. In the reception hall, Uchiha Fugaku hastily returned. Upon seeing the gathered individuals awaiting their meal, the solemnity on his face was replaced by a warm smile. Everyone, please begin your meal. Qin Yu will need some time before he returns, Uchiha Fugaku remarked cheerfully. Makoto, you have worked hard this time. When the children arrive, Itachi, you must cherish them. Father, you need not worry. I shall take good care of my younger siblings. Uchiha Itachi readily promised. However, in the next moment, his gaze shifted towards the corridor, his pupils narrowing in surprise. Brother, you returned so soon? Father mentioned you would require more time. Uchiha Fugaku was momentarily taken aback, hastily turning to look back and inquiring, did you not gather anything of significance? As the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku had been verbally entrusted with the secrets of the stone tablet. Regrettably, despite having awakened his Manjiki Sharingan, he found himself lacking in comparison to Qin Feng, who possessed a system and the formidable mental prowess accrued over 2 lifetimes. I have made some gains, and my strength has surged, Qin Yu replied with a playful smile, turning to Minato Namikaze. How about we engage in a friendly spar? It would be a good opportunity to hone our skills. Chapter 89. Are you teasing me? Have you made any gains? Uchiha Fugaku's expression shifted slightly, and even Minato Namikaze, who stood nearby, could not hide his surprise. The strength that Qin Yu now possessed had far exceeded their comprehension. If he had made further gains, it would suggest that his power had escalated yet again. Perhaps a modest gain, Qin Yu replied with a smile. Well then, let us finish our meal before discussing further. If we delay any longer, the food will grow cold, urged Uchiha Makoto. Minato and the others, filled with eagerness, subdued their impatience and focused on their meal. In the blink of an eye, the meal was over. As Uchiha Makoto tidied up the dishes, everyone except Qin Yu stood up in unison. Qin Yu, I wish to spar with you. The 3 declared in unison. Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shursui, and Minato exchanged glances, their faces betraying a hint of urgency at the prospect of Qin Yu's newfound abilities. Dad, my brother has made some progress, but in such a short span. I doubt he has fully grasped it yet. Are you not being a bit too hasty? Uchiha Itachi interjected. Fugaku and Shursui paused, clearly agreeing with Itachi's perspective. In their view, whether it was a ninjutsu or a dojutsu, mastering it required a certain process. No, Qin Yu, I believe you have already learned it. Minato asserted with conviction. Your Uchiha clan is renowned for its dojutsu. If your gains pertain to that, your learning speed must be astonishing. Fugaku and Shursui's expressions faltered momentarily as they observed Qin Yu nodding with a smile, their countenances shifting abruptly. It could be said that the time Fugaku and Qin Yu spent away from the living room was merely a minute or 2. Such a brief interval was hardly sufficient for even a dojutsu to be comprehended. You have not spent enough time with Qin Yu. His learning ability is nothing short of prodigious, Minato remarked lightly, though a serious undertone crept into his demeanor. So, shall we engage in battle? Within the village? Qin Yu replied with a playful smile. There are at least 30 or 40 guards outside. Should we accidentally break something, Danzo would surely seize the opportunity to pounce. Fugaku and Shursui's expressions grew grave at the reminder. Just recently, Qin Yu had destroyed the Hokage building and killed Yamanaka Inoichi. Although the primary blame lay with Danzo, Qin Yu was currently under surveillance. If any disturbances arose, Danzo would undoubtedly take notice. Fear not. We shall leave our clones here and practice just outside the village, Minato said with a knowing smile. In a swift motion, he produced a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique. The next moment, Qin Yu and the others vanished from the estate, leaving only a clone to mislead any onlookers. Boom. 30 kilometers away from the Hidden Leaf Village, 5 figures descended upon the earth within a vast basin like phantoms. Watergate, your Flying Thunder God technique has become increasingly proficient. Uchiha Fugaku glanced around and remarked. If you truly intend to flee in the future, it seems no one will be able to capture you. Listening to these words, which could be interpreted as either praise or derision, Minato Namikaze helplessly touched the tip of his nose and said, "All right, let us settle this swiftly. We all wish to engage with Chinyu. Who shall make the first move?" The recent, unspoken agreement among the three in the hall revealed their intentions. After all, the strength Chinyu displayed had instilled a sense of caution in them. Any further gains would undoubtedly be a nightmare for them. "Come at me together," Chinyu said with a smile. His voice, though soft, swept through the room like a tempest. Minato's expression shifted as he responded, "Chinyu, are you jesting?" "Jesting?" Chinyu shook his head with a smile. "I am always serious. Allow me to remind you, be fully alert. My attacks are exceedingly formidable." Observing Chinyu's unwavering confidence, Minato's demeanor darkened. After exchanging glances with one another, they reached a silent consensus. "Let us attack," Uchiha Fugaku shouted urgently. With a swift motion of his hands, dozens of shuriken flew forth at an angle toward Chinyu. Simultaneously, a series of hand seals were formed, and intense chakra surged forth from his mouth. Fire release, great fireball technique. The massive fireball, spanning 7 to 8 meters, hurtled toward Chinyu. Concurrently, two figures appeared behind him with lightning speed. Rasengan, Water Blade. The powerful chakra surged to its peak, one utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, while the other executed a formidable body flicker technique. As the golden flash of Konoha and the renowned Shursui of the body flicker technique pushed the limits of speed, Chinyu was already mentally prepared. In an instant, his blood-red eyes shifted, and the three-tomo Sharingan transformed abruptly. The overwhelming ocular power erupted like a tempest. The scarlet energy morphed into a colossal Susanoo, towering at dozens of meters. The three attacks struck the Susanoo as if colliding against an invisible wall. The great fireball technique detonated instantly, while the Rasengan and Water Blade were utterly obliterated. However, what truly caused their pupils to constrict was the manifestation of Chinyu's Susanoo, which had taken on a fearsome three-headed, six-armed Azura form. With fierce eyes and a benevolent smile, it radiated an imposing aura. This was utterly disconcerting. His ocular technique had transformed, exuding a power severalfold greater. Uchiha Fugaku's face turned pale. Minato and Shursui hastily retreated, their expressions now tinged with gravity as they beheld the colossal figure resembling a small mountain. "Are you merely toying with me?" Chinyu smiled warmly. "If they cannot even breach the defenses, then this battle seems unnecessary to continue." The soft utterance momentarily froze the expressions of the three individuals, Namikaze, Minato, and his companions. In the entire shinobi world, they were paragons of excellence. When had they ever been so underestimated? A glance exchanged among them revealed a flicker of resolute determination in their eyes. Chapter 90. The Challenge of the Mighty Defensive Beast. Give it your all. Do not hold back, Uchiha Fugaku exclaimed sharply. His eyes suddenly began to rotate, and the three-tomo Sharingan unfolded in an instant. A surge of violet ocular power emanated from him, transforming into a Susanoo towering several meters high. Uchiha Shursui also made his move, the crimson hue spread across his eyes, morphing into a sickle-shaped double vision, and the green ocular energy erupted like a frenzied tide, manifesting a Susanoo that rivaled Uchiha Fugaku's. As the three joined forces, they unleashed their ultimate techniques. Although Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui's Susanoo paled in comparison to Chinyu's, Minato Namikaze seemed rather meager in contrast. In a moment of desperation, he bit his finger, and as blood spilled forth, he swiftly made a cut in his palm. Summoning technique. Boom. A cloud of smoke erupted skyward, revealing a massive form akin to a small mountain within it. Minato, you little rascal, you seldom summon me. However, it is certainly preferable to that troublesome Uchiha. Every time he calls me forth, it feels like an arduous task. Next time I encounter him, I shall teach him a lesson. Upon the appearance of Gamabunta, who held a pipe in his mouth, he froze midair, gazing at the colossal creature before him, alongside the warm smile of Chinyu. His heart seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand. Bunta, it appears this is an excellent opportunity for you to teach me a lesson. Came a voice laced with playful intrigue, causing Gamabunta's nerves to tense. Minato, what are you doing? Why did you engage with him without notifying me in advance? I could have been better prepared. Gamabunta could not help but exclaim. With a resigned pat on Gamabunta's head, Minato replied, Boss, We are merely sparring. But I must caution you, do not view Chinyu through the lens of 5 days ago, or you may find yourself at a disadvantage. Is it just sparring? Gamabunta silently sighed in relief. However, as he glanced towards the blood-red Susanoo exuding a sin of calamity, a trace of seriousness crept into his expression. This lad, 5 days ago, had either been concealing his true strength or had grown significantly stronger. The aura he radiated had multiplied several times. I'm not sure. Perhaps he has been hiding his strength, or perhaps he has indeed become stronger, Minato stated, casting a glance at Chinyu. But one thing I can say for certain, if we do not take this seriously, we may very well meet our demise. Upon hearing these words, even Uchiha Fugaku and Shirsue's expressions grew solemn. Let us engage. The three reached a consensus in an instant. Blazing spear. Uchiha Fugaku commanded, as his Susanoo sprang into action. Its fingers grasped the void, flames intertwining to form a long spear. Without the slightest flourish, it was thrust towards Chinyu with fierce intent. The spear sliced through the air as if tearing through fabric. Flames rolled back, transforming into a fire dragon hundreds of meters long, roaring forth with immense power. Uncle, I come to assist you. Uchiha Shirsue shouted resolutely. His Susanoo, a formidable entity, was adorned with swirling winds around its right hand, instantly transforming into a spiraling, sharp spear. Accompanied by the piercing sound of the winds rending, the dark green tempest surged forth like a raging tide, crashing into Uchiha Fugaku's 1,000-meter fire dragon. The flames, propelled by the wind, ignited with renewed vigor. The moment the two forces intertwined, the fire dragon expanded dramatically to 1,000 meters, while the tempest roared, unleashing a thunderous dragon's cry into the heavens. Minato, you wield fire release, while I employ toad oil. Together we shall shatter Chinyu's defenses and show that brat the seriousness of our intent, Toad Winta exclaimed urgently. Indeed, Minato Namikaze quickly agreed, his hands flying in a rapid sequence, causing Toad Winta's abdomen to swell dramatically. In the next instant, their attacks synchronized and erupted forth. Fire release, Toad Oil Bullet. As the trio unleashed their assault, flames soared skyward, illuminating the entire expanse above. Standing resolute amidst the onslaught, Chinyu's smile broadened. In a moment when the Nine-Tomo Sharingan spun wildly, his ocular power was drawn forth in a tumultuous surge. Boom! The searing flames engulfed Chinyu in an overwhelming deluge. The retreating waves of the fiery sea scorched the surrounding rocky basin, causing it to crackle and hiss. After successfully landing their strike, the three quickly distanced themselves. Their eyes fixed intently on the battlefield, their expressions tinged with urgency. Do not be overly anxious, even with such a potent fire release, should you be struck. No matter the Susanoo, you will be consumed, Toad Winta urged, his grip tightening around the smoke gun. Yet, as he gazed into the inferno, a grimace of dread crossed his face. Is that the beast's trial recorded within the clan's annals? Uchiha Fugaku exclaimed in shock. Before them, amidst the flames, stood a Susanoo with 3 heads and 6 arms, clad in a menacing armor reminiscent of a warrior, nearly causing their eyes to bulge in disbelief. Fugaku, what kind of technique is this? It seems that Chinyu's Susanoo has once again intensified, Minato inquired breathlessly. Even Uchiha Shirsue, who was typically composed, found himself unable to contain his anxiety. His own prowess lay in ocular techniques, and the previous strike could be deemed his ultimate move. Paired with Uchiha Fugaku's fire release, its power should have multiplied several times. Yet, against Chinyu's current layer of defense, it appeared feeble and ineffective. It is the amplification Uchiha Fugaku stated gravely. I have seen it mentioned in Uchiha Madara's records. Upon activating his Manjiki Sharingan, one of his ocular techniques grants a significant enhancement to the potency of ninjutsu and ocular techniques. The beast trial that Chinyu is executing utilizes this amplification augmenting the defense of his Susanoo and transforming it into this formidable armor. His defensive capabilities have now increased by at least 3 to 5 times. What? Minato's expression shifted abruptly. The previous defense had already left them at an impasse. Now enhanced to 3 to 5 times, it could undoubtedly be classified as absolute defense. A sense of powerlessness swiftly burgeoned within Minato Namikaze's heart. In the next moment, an absurd thought flashed through his mind. Fujiwara, what would happen if the amplification were employed offensively? Wavewind Minato spoke up hastily. Simultaneously, a thunderous sound resonated within Chinyu's mind. As the amplification eye operated swiftly, the legacy from Uchiha Madara re-emerged in his consciousness. The methods of utilizing a ninja technique surged through Chinyu's mind like a tidal wave. A notification chimed, indicating that the host had mastered the Heavenly Obstruction Tremor Star. Should it be instantly upgraded to the maximum level? Chapter 91. This is merely an appetizer. The ethereal voice of the system echoed within Chinyu's mind, momentarily halting his expression. It can be said that in the original narrative, what left Chinyu most astounded was not Uchiha Madara's deployment of the Six Paths mode or the use of the Limbo border jail. Rather, it was the manifestation of the Heavenly Obstruction, Celestial Star in the face of the ninja allied forces in the confrontation with the Five Kage. Like a meteor descending from the heavens, with a diameter reaching 10,000 meters, that apocalyptic assault evoked an inexplicable sense of suffocation. Initially, having acquired the amplification eye and the great fire extinguishment techniques within the forbidden grounds of the Uchiha clan, Chinyu felt a sense of satisfaction. However, compared to the Celestial Star, a small knot of unease lingered in his heart. Now, the sudden inheritance undoubtedly brought him joy. System, level up immediately. Ding. Please hold on. Host. Congratulations, host. The Heavenly Obstruction, Celestial Star has been successfully leveled up to the maximum. The system's voice gradually faded from his mind as Chinyu exited the realm of consciousness. At the moment when the blood-red, nine-tomo Sharingan spun wildly, the three-headed, six-armed Susanoo stirred its hands. Are you implying that the amplification eye can be utilized for attacks? Uchiha Fugaku was momentarily taken aback. A flash of memory surged through his mind, recalling the chronicles of Uchiha Madara's exploits, and in the next instant, his expression shifted dramatically. Hastily glancing at Chinyu engulfed in flames, as he beheld the 6 hands of Susanoo flailing rapidly, his pupils constricted, and he roared urgently, "Hurry!" According to the records, if the amplification eye is applied to an attack, it can instantly obliterate an entire ninja village. His frantic roar resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. Yet, before they could fully comprehend the situation, a colossal shadow descended from the sky. An inexplicable sense of oppressive force surged forth, tightening everyone's nerves as they hurriedly looked up. The sight that met their eyes left them utterly stunned. Like a lightning strike, they stood frozen in disbelief. A massive meteorite with a diameter of 5,000 meters descended from above, its crushing momentum tearing through the air and clouds in its wake. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the enormous meteorite plummeted towards the ground. "Run! We must escape!" Uchiha Fugaku bellowed frantically. Faced with such an assault, thoughts of battle never crossed his mind. The only thought that consumed him was to flee. Madness. This is sheer madness. The voice of Gamabunta became hoarse, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes as he said, "Minato, you warned that taking this lightly could lead to death. I now doubt that even taking it seriously would prevent it. In this situation, I am of no use. I must retreat." With that, Gamabunta vanished into thin air. Wolfgang Minato landed firmly on the ground, observing Uchiha Fugaku and Shursui fleeing in terror, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. In a mere instant, he disappeared as well. "Shursui, Fugaku, infuse your chakra into me. We ventured too far this time. And if that meteorite strikes, the surrounding kilometers will suffer devastation. I must avert it." The figure of Minato Namikaze materialized before the two men with remarkable swiftness. Initially startled, Fugaku Uchiha and Shursui Uchiha exchanged a fleeting glance, their expressions momentarily frozen. "Minato, do you possess the confidence to handle this?" Fugaku inquired, unable to suppress his unease. Although a sense of helplessness gnawed at him, he recognized, as Minato had articulated, that this predicament was a consequence of their own reckless endeavors. "I estimate about a 30% chance," Minato replied, his lips parched. "However, with the support of your chakra, I might elevate that to 50%. We have little time. We must commence immediately." He gazed up at the colossal meteor hurtling toward them, its size magnifying in his pupils. Without the slightest hesitation, Minato hurled the 3 kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique. Simultaneously, Fugaku and Shursui placed their hands firmly on Minato's shoulders. The chakra dormant within them surged forth like a tempest, unreservedly flooding into Minato's being. With a resounding boom, the three kunai collided with the meteor. The impact sent sparks flying, embedding the kunai into the meteor in a triangular formation. In the next instant, as a powerful shockwave rippled through the air, Minato's hands flew into action, a series of hand seals forming as cold sweat beaded on his forehead, determination flashing in his eyes. Flying Thunder God Barrier. A resonating hum of vibrating air suddenly filled the atmosphere, as Fugaku and Shursui felt their chakra being violently siphoned away, as if pulled by an invisible hand. This location was evidently familiar to Minato, who had already inscribed the seals of the Flying Thunder God technique within a radius of several dozen miles. As the final seal was completed, a barrier enveloping the sky above them, stretching for thousands of meters, materialized instantaneously. The inky black rift collided with the descending meteor. The immense shockwave and force caused the fissure to buckle under the strain, producing a sharp cracking sound that echoed through the space. Cracks resembling spider webs rapidly spread at a visible pace. Minato, what if you cannot transfer it? Fugaku questioned anxiously. The meteor loomed ominously just hundreds of meters overhead, exuding an inexplicable aura of death. Should Minato fail, they would likely face a grim fate. Have faith, it will work. Minato's veins stood out on his neck as he clasped his hands together fiercely. The scant chakra remaining within him was swiftly drained. The barrier of the Flying Thunder God technique, which had reached its limit, experienced a momentary expansion. In the next instant, the situation, previously at an impasse, began to shift. The falling meteor was engulfed by the pitch-black rift, and mere seconds later, the 5,000-meter diameter meteor was completely relocated. Gazing at the now clear sky and the gradually vanishing spatial rift, Minato Namikaze lay on the ground, panting heavily. The beads of sweat on his forehead and the rapidly depleting strength rendered him unable to rise for even a moment. His entire body ached, the veins pulsating with a tearing pain from the frenzied extraction of chakra. However, before they could revel in their temporary relief, a voice pierced the air, as crushing as the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. You performed admirably, but this is merely an appetizer. The main course lies ahead. Are you capable of withstanding an even greater second impact? Shinyu smiled warmly, yet in that instant, he exuded an aura reminiscent of a demon. Minato and his companions had no time to ponder. They hastily looked up at the sky. A dark shadow loomed, expanding rapidly, its descent akin to a meteor plummeting from the heavens. This is madness. No, they felt as though they had truly lost their sanity. Just moments prior, they had exerted immense effort and chakra to barely redirect a single celestial body. Now, Shinyu was implying that this was merely the prelude. There was yet a larger threat to come. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. Are we playing with fire? Effectively sealing our own fate? Minato couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. At this moment, even moving a finger felt insurmountable. His chakra reserves had been completely exhausted, rendering him incapable of employing the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. All he could do now was await his demise. Chapter 92, he killed Uchiha Madara, a colossal meteor. With the might of 1,000 forces descended from the heavens. In their pupils, it expanded rapidly, as if an invisible hand had gripped their hearts tightly. That reckless boy. Surely he must have a way to dispel this jutsu, right? Uchiha Fugaku managed a bitter smile. Is he, like us, simply exhausting his chakra? If we do not act swiftly, we may very well be awaiting our demise. Listening to these words, the exhausted Minato Namikaze, sprawled on the ground, could not help but lift his gaze to the sky. The moment he did, the enormous meteor plummeting from above twisted rapidly like ripples on a lake. In the next instant, it erupted violently in the sky. No, one might say that in their eyes. The entire expanse of the heavens shifted as if the stars were rearranging themselves. Once everything settled, there was no trace of the massive rock left in the sky. Only the remnants of destruction from the initial onslaught. Stop looking. The second meteor was merely an illusion. I do not wish to be drained like you all. Chinyu's voice suddenly resonated. The three of them jolted awake, glancing at Chinyu who had appeared behind them. They exchanged dry smiles, realizing that the outcome of this battle had indeed been determined. You nearly frightened me to death, you rascal, Uchiha Fugaku said, patting Chinyu's shoulder with resignation. However, we concede our defeat with grace. Yet, That last move of yours, you wouldn't actually possess the ability to summon a second meteor, would you? Were you simply concealing your true capabilities here? At this inquiry, both Minato and Uchiha Shursui turned their eager gazes toward Chinyu, a hint of urgency gracing their expressions. In the expanse of the ninja world, they were among the most formidable warriors at the pinnacle of strength. Yet, faced with Chinyu's onslaught, they had narrowly escaped death, casting a shadow over their confidence. No, I assure you, Chinyu replied with a smile. Yet, there is a kernel of truth in what I say. Given my current chakra reserves, without the support of the three tails, even summoning the first celestial meteor was a considerable strain, let alone the second. Very well. I shall take your word for it, Uchiha Fugaku remarked with a roll of his eyes. Time is of the essence. We should return swiftly. If we are discovered, it could lead to unfortunate consequences. Meanwhile, within the depths of the hidden leaf village, Danzo's countenance was as dark as a stormy sky, his grip on his cane tightening. Veins bulging. Danzo, I did not expect you to seek me out so urgently, Orochimaru's voice suddenly echoed. Shortly thereafter, a ninja clad in umbu attire entered through the main gate. After removing his ornate mask, a pallid visage was revealed. My visit to see you was no easy feat. I encountered numerous umbu along the way. You haven't been ousted by my teacher, have you? Orochimaru remarked, flicking his crimson tongue playfully. In his eyes, only the third Hokage could match wits with a cunning old fox like Danzo. It is Uchiha Chinyu, Danzo replied, turning with a grim expression. I have prepared 10 elite shinobi at the Hokage residence, and even I had to intervene personally. Yet, we could not subdue him. He had also unleashed the Susanoo that killed my subordinate, Oil Girl Torian. The faint sound at that moment seemed to resonate with an enchanting melody. Danzo, could it be true what you say? Orochimaru's expression momentarily faltered as he replied, if what you say is indeed accurate. I suspect that the great battle in the Hidden Grass Village is related to Chinyu. Did that brat destroy the Hidden Grass Village? Danzo's expression shifted as well. As the leader of Root, his intelligence network was extensive. By the second day after the destruction of the Hidden Grass Village, he had already received reports and was speculating on who was responsible. Yes, you must be quite curious about who fought against him. A look of seriousness appeared on Orochimaru's face. If my deductions are correct, he may have killed Uchiha Madara. Bang! The cane in Danzo's hand was crushed once again. His gaze fixed on Orochimaru. Filled with astonishment, he exclaimed, Orochimaru, do you realize what you are saying? The Uchiha Madara, who could only be defeated by the god of shinobi, is said to have been killed by that brat. Are you jesting? It was well known that in the battle at the Valley of the End, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, had barely triumphed over Uchiha Madara. It was this very battle that solidified Hashirama's title as the strongest in the shinobi world. Now, Orochimaru was telling him that not only had Madara not perished, but he had also been slain by Chinyu. This monumental discrepancy was difficult for him to accept. I was as reluctant to believe it as you were from the outset, which is why I delayed my investigation. Orochimaru chuckled dryly, a flicker of fervor crossing his face. However, Uchiha Chinyu is still too inexperienced. He failed to eliminate all the inhabitants of the Hidden Grass Village, leaving me traces to pursue. He must have killed the aged Uchiha Madara. Although I was quite distant during that battle, the traces of their conflict are vividly etched in my mind. Truly worthy of the bloodline limit I so value. Danzo's expression darkened to the extreme. He had no doubt about Orochimaru. They were akin in their dark tendencies. Moreover, after witnessing Chinyu's prowess, Danzo believed it was not impossible for Chinyu to emerge victorious against the elderly Uchiha Madara. Orochimaru, I wish to know what means you possess to eliminate that brat. Danzo spoke once more. Orochimaru's smile faded as he said, Are you concerned that he poses a threat to your position? I certainly cannot overlook those rare eyes. Moreover, I have recently succeeded in improving that technique. But I hope you will take me to the Senju clan's stronghold. I need to retrieve something. Danzo's expression suddenly shifted, his voice low. I never expected that which even the second Hokage could not achieve has truly come to fruition for you. I wonder what expression Sarutobi would wear if he were to find out. I must thank my teacher, Sarutobi. If he had not callously exiled me from Konoha, I would not have so easily torn off my mask and conducted my research without restraint. Once I acquire that object, I firmly believe that erasing Uchiha Chinyu will become an effortless task. Chapter 93. A special welcoming ceremony. How splendid. A sinister glint flickered across Danzo's face as he remarked. That old fool Sarutobi, fully aware that Uchiha Chinyu is a wild dog unfit for taming, still entrusted Jiraiya to send that boy to Mount Mayaboku to learn Sage Mode. His current strength is unfathomable, hence I shall escort you to the Senju clan's stronghold to eliminate him before he masters Sage Mode. Sage Mode? Orochimaru's expression darkened. Recalling his fierce battle with Jiraiya, he spoke sternly. Rest assured, mastering Sage Mode is no simple feat. Jiraiya spent 3 months on it. And I couldn't even locate the entrance to the dragon's cave. Regardless of his talent, he will require time. Death is already looming closely over him. As his words fell, Danzo glanced at the confidently assured Orochimaru, a smirk of amusement playing at the corners of his lips. Then let us hasten our departure. The next steps rest upon you. I want that boy to understand that not everyone can be trifled with. At Uchiha Fugaku's residence, Qin Feng and his 3 companions returned to the main hall. However, the scene that unfolded before them elicited wry smiles from Minato and the others. Bang! Jiraiya raised his hand and struck the future 4th Hokage on the head. You reckless brat. If I hadn't come to check for myself and discovered these were mere shadow clones, you might have fled. And I would have been none the wiser, he scolded. You must remember, as a guardian, your sole duty is to ensure that Danzo does not find an excuse to turn against Chinyu. Now look at you, bringing him along instead. Observing Jiraiya, who had surprisingly refrained from eavesdropping on the bathroom, Chinyu chuckled and sat down. Lord Jiraiya, rest assured, Danzo would wish for my demise. However, he will undoubtedly choose to act covertly. If I am not mistaken, he may already be conspiring with someone to procure my head. Your visit today likely uncovers some clues, prompting you to send us to Mount Mayaboku ahead of time. The gravity of his words shifted the atmosphere in the room. Jiraiya's expression froze. Casting a glance at him. Indeed, I cannot conceal anything from you. I have pressing matters to attend to, and thus plan to send you and Minato to Mount Mayaboku to learn Sage Mode. I have also brought the scroll. As he spoke, Jiraiya unfastened the scroll from his waist and unfurled it. The swiftest method to enter Mount Mayaboku is through the reverse summoning technique performed within its confines. With the sealing scroll of the Toad clan, Jiraiya possesses the authority to conduct a directed summoning, transferring Chinyu and Minato to Mount Mayaboku. Teacher, may I join as well? Minato inquired, his expression momentarily faltering. Given the current uncertainty in the Leaf Village's situation, can I postpone my departure? Presently, the Hidden Stone Village is at war with the Hidden Cloud. The 3rd Mizukage of the Water Country was indirectly slain by Chinyu, and the battle at Kaiki Mountain in the Hidden Sand Village is facing adversity. The battlefield is a realm of rapid and unpredictable change. Should any issues arise, Minato Namikaze can swiftly employ the Flying Thunder God technique for immediate support. Judging by your expression, it seems you were not spared from the recent ordeal, were you? Jiraiya remarked with a sidelong glance. Lacking in strength, are we feeling somewhat powerless? Such opportunities are indeed rare. While the battlefield may shift incessantly, only by enhancing one's own capabilities can one adeptly respond to unforeseen circumstances. Minato's expression faltered as he exchanged a glance with Chinyu, recalling the recent humiliation, and he managed a wry smile in agreement. Very well, to prevent future instances of defeat, I must indeed elevate my strength. Ah, now you sound like my student. However, I hope you won't be disheartened, Jiraiya said, patting Minato on the shoulder before adding, farewell. Reverse summoning technique. The enigmatic utterance caused Minato to momentarily freeze. But before he could fully comprehend the situation, Jiraiya had activated the summoning technique, transporting them away. Within Mayaboku Mountain, in the vast plaza, aside from Shinsaku and Jiken, Fukasaku and Shima, along with a host of small toads, were present. I did not expect one to be unexpectedly summoned away by Minato. Do you all concur with the proposal he suggested? Shinsaku inquired, leaning on his staff. Since the boss has proposed it, I am in favor. Fukasaku nodded in agreement. Similarly, Shima expressed, last time, he summoned us to confront the 3 tails, displaying a certain disregard for our trio. A proper show of strength is indeed warranted. Yes, we are in agreement. That young lad, since he intends to train here for a while, must be kept in line. The atmosphere suddenly ignited with excitement. for this gathering of toads thrived on such liveliness. When even the three formidable toads endorsed the matter, it assured that a splendid spectacle was to unfold. Is this truly wise, father? That boy seems remarkably capable, and the great sage has urged us to treat him well. With one absent, this may not bode well. Jiken expressed, unable to contain his concerns. Shinsaka chuckled and shook his head. This is Miyaboka Mountain, our domain. How could that boy run amok here? Besides, if the child suffers, it would be quite embarrassing for the father to remain idle. Observing Shinsaku's obstinacy, Jiken sighed in resignation, only to suddenly tense as he sensed an approaching presence. They are coming. Excitement flickered across the faces of Shinsaku and the gathered toads. Prepare yourselves. Unleash the water bullet technique in unison. Do not fret about that boy's safety. We shall go all out. Shinsaku commanded loudly, with a resounding boom. As the vast plaza's space shifted, intricate seals emerged amidst swirling white mist, and two figures materialized. Despite Minato being prepared for such a spatial leap, he experienced a fleeting disorientation as he regained his bearings and sought to assess the situation in Miyaboka Mountain. The sound of slicing air from all directions caused his pupils to constrict. Water bullet technique. Water bullets shot forth like artillery shells, their numbers exceeding 100. However, what truly unsettled Namikaze Minato was that the water cannon would enlarge in accordance with the size of the toad. Particularly, the water cannons unleashed by Toad Sage and Toad Wide each had a diameter of at least 10 meters. The sheer volume of water, if it were to strike a person, would undoubtedly result in a gruesome demise. This welcome ceremony was rather unexpected. A chuckle escaped Chinyu's lips, prompting a shiver down Namikaze Minato's spine as he recalled a recent incident, his heart tightening in trepidation. Chapter 94. Caught in the crossfire, the crimson hue of Chinyu's eyes surged forth like a tidal wave as the nine tails began to whirl violently, unleashing an overwhelming force of ocular prowess. The colossal Susanoo rapidly took shape, manifesting in a three-headed, six-armed stance that rivaled the height of the likes of Gamabunta and others. With a thunderous roar, hundreds of water bombs cascaded down upon Chinyu. The immense impact sent tremors through Susanoo, causing it to sway slightly. The deluge of water erupted like a torrential downpour, drenching the entire expanse. This was the Susanoo of the Uchiha clan, its form diverging from the descriptions that had been provided. Shinsaku's expression shifted subtly, yet this was merely their initial wave of assault. They had long anticipated the emergence of Susanoo. Gamabunta and Gamakin sprang into action, launching themselves towards the ground with the force of a mountain, hurtling towards Susanoo. Their dual blades and long fork descended with a heavy chop, slicing through the air and creating a series of sonic booms. Witnessing this explosive scene, the eyes of the gathered toads lit up, their pupils reflecting a newfound urgency. Stop! Two urgent cries rang out, one from Minato Namikaze and the other from the hastily returning Gamawintai. The sudden turn of events caused the assaults from the two great toads to momentarily falter. Even Shinsaku, who was observing, was momentarily taken aback. After all, this welcoming ceremony had been proposed by Gamawintai, primarily aimed at quelling Chinyu's audacity. Yet now, Gamawintai was urging for restraint. The disparity was striking. Wintai, what is happening? Sage Jiken could no longer contain her composure. It was the first time she had witnessed her fearless son display such a frantic demeanor. However, before Gamawintai could respond, Chinyu's voice, laced with mirth, echoed through the air. Well then, your gift has arrived. Please come forth to receive it. Enclosed within Susanoo, the three-headed, six-armed entity sprang into action, swiftly forming a series of hand seals. As his hands came together in a forceful clap, Gamawintai was left in a state of bewilderment, howling in a panic, "Run! We must escape this place." The unfolding scene rattled the spirits of all present as they followed Gamawintai's gaze skyward. What they beheld left even the two attacking toads in shock. This was beyond any playful jest. A meteor, 5,000 meters in diameter, descended from the heavens, the sheer magnitude of which was beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk. If one were to encapsulate the experience in a single phrase, it would be a natural disaster. Madman! You absolute lunatic! We were merely joking. There was no need to unleash such a formidable attack. Sage Shinsaku's composure shattered completely, though endowed with sage arts. Facing such a colossal threat, as the meteor was clearly beyond his capabilities. In the face of such widespread devastation, unless one possessed formidable defensive measures akin to Gaara's in the original tale, or perhaps even greater offensive power than the meteor itself, they could only await the grim trial of death. Chinyu, can this assault be retracted? Frog Winter was unable to contain his anxiety. Moments ago, he had fled from the battlefield, but due to the temporal and spatial distortions, without specific coordinates for his technique, he found himself back at home. The absurd welcome ceremony he had just proposed, along with the apocalyptic assault methods he had encountered after being summoned by Minato Namikaze to join the battle, left him no time to ponder. Regrettably, it was all too late. I apologize, but while I can unleash this attack, I am unable to withstand it, Chinyu remarked with a smile. However, you might beseech Minato to utilize the Flying Thunder God barrier. That should allow for another transfer. Me again? Minato Namikaze was taken aback, feeling the urgent gazes of those around him, and he forced a wry smile as he stepped forward. Why is it that in the end, I am the one who gets hurt for your actions? Enough with the complaints, Chinyu replied, patting Minato on the shoulder. I am merely playing the role of the villain, leaving the hero's part for you. It is all worthwhile for the sage mode, isn't it? As they gazed at the meteors plummeting from the sky, the two sages could no longer remain calm and rushed to the scene. You little rascal. I will settle the score with you later, Sage Fukasaku said, his teeth clenched in anger. However, before he could finish his reprimand, Sage Shima delivered a swift slap to the back of his head. If you hadn't indulged these children, this situation wouldn't have arisen. You will be punished tonight. Minato, this is where you come in. By infusing our Sage Chakra into your Flying Thunder God technique, we should be able to transfer the meteor. As one of Jiraiya's mentors, the two sages were well aware of the ninjutsu Minato possessed. Moreover, they had heard many tales of the legendary yellow flash of Konoha. Go ahead and begin. I will take a moment to rest as my chakra is somewhat depleted. Chinyu yawned, but his spirited demeanor provoked a sense of frustration among the frogs. Yet, at such a critical juncture, no one dared to express any dissatisfaction toward Chinyu. A meteor from the heavens had already put them on high alert. A second would spell disaster. Move. Minato shouted urgently, eyes fixed on the rapidly approaching rock, and he swiftly unleashed 3 Flying Thunder God kunai. Simultaneously, the 3 frogs hurled their kunai in 3 different directions. After all, this was Minato's first visit to Mount Myaboku, and he had not established any Flying Thunder God techniques here, preventing him from executing the barrier from the outset. 5,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 1,000 meters. Now, the 3 frogs, leveraging their powerful leaping abilities, finally broke through the 5,000-meter mark. In that split second, Minato's hands flew through a series of intricate seals. Flying Thunder God barrier technique. The 3 kunai collided with the meteor in an instant. The transfer barrier materialized, rapidly tearing open around the 3 frogs, resembling a vast, ink-black maw. Feeling the chakra within him gradually recovering, Namikaze Minato's face turned ashen in an instant. Utilize our Sage Art Chakra, exclaimed the 2 sages, Jiraiya and Fukasaku, in unison. A wave of warmth surged as the toad's paw pressed against his back, infusing Minato's body with immense Sage Chakra. The spatial barrier, which had been slowly tearing apart, suddenly expanded as if ignited by a catalyst, transforming into a vast expanse of 6 to 7 kilometers, resembling a dark galaxy that devoured the falling meteorite whole. This awe-inspiring spectacle lasted for a considerable half-minute. And when the onlookers finally regained their senses, the 5,000-meter meteorite had completely vanished from the sky. The inky black fissure also began to heal rapidly. Gasping for breath, Minato collapsed onto the ground. Despite the enhancement from the 2 sages, the exhaustion from his physical exertion and depleted chakra posed a significant burden. However, the next words he heard sent a jolt of alarm through him, nearly fraying his nerves. This is bad. That madman has vanished, exclaimed Fukasaku urgently. As the words echoed in the air, a chilling dread washed over the assembled toads and the beleaguered Minato, sparking fears of yet another impending calamity. Chapter 95. He claimed to have mastered it. Are you Uchiha Chinyu? Indeed, you are not to be underestimated. The formidable ninjutsu you wield places you in a league few can aspire to within the ninja realm. Upon reaching the summit of Myaboka Mountain, Chinyu beheld a grand pavilion. a testament to the existence of the sage who had thrived here for over a millennium. The great toad sage resided in this very place. Observing the sage before him, whose size had evidently increased several-fold since the era of Yue, Qin Feng greeted him with a smile. My apologies for the intrusion, great toad sage. Haha, young man, you are indeed quite amusing, the great toad sage chuckled warmly. You are extraordinary. I cannot perceive a hint of your future. This predicament can only be attributed to two circumstances. Either you are on the brink of death, or your strength surpasses mine, rendering you unfathomable to me. In my eyes, you belong to the latter. In response to this assertion, Qin Yu chuckled nonchalantly. Great toad sage. You flatter me. You must be aware of the purpose of my visit. I understand. You seek the toad sage techniques of Mayaboka Mountain, the great toad sage replied, maintaining his languid demeanor without further pressing the matter. However, given the recent upheaval, persuading Shinsaku and Jiken to impart sage techniques to you may prove burdensome. I hope you can appreciate this. The great toad sage vividly recalled the earlier celestial disturbance. While he remained unconcerned, the emergence of another star or two could be overwhelming. Rest assured, great toad sage, once I master the sage mode, I shall take my leave, Qin Yu responded, grinning. Moreover, I would not dare impose upon the esteemed sages Shinsaku and Jiken. I am confident in my ability to learn independently. Independently? The great toad sage furrowed his brow, gazing at the youthful visage of Qin Yu, adorned with a gentle smile. The path to mastering the toad sage techniques is intricate. Failure may lead to one becoming a petrified statue. Furthermore, should you fail to adapt to the chakra of sage techniques, you risk transforming partially into a toad. Should you lose control, you would be doomed to become a wretched frog. Are you truly resolute in pursuing this path alone? At this juncture, the great toad sage scrutinized Qin Yu, whose cheeks bore the creases of age-worn bark, revealing a flicker of urgency. He had elucidated the intricacies and dangers of mastering the toad sage techniques. A sensible individual, upon first encountering such profound arts, would undoubtedly seek a guiding stone. Thank you for your counsel, great toad sage. I possess a modicum of confidence in my aptitude, and if I have the scrolls, self-study shall suffice, Qin Yu replied, beaming. The great toad sage was taken aback, confirming multiple times, you truly intend to learn on your own? Should something go awry, I shall not be held accountable. Faced with his well-meaning advice being disregarded, the great toad sage displayed a hint of irritation. Nonetheless, Qin Yu continued to nod with a smile. Thank you, great toad sage. The great toad sage fell silent for a moment before gently waving his right index finger. The scroll resting atop the back of the chair seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, soaring directly towards Qin Yu. Bang! Qin Yu extended his hand to catch it, the immense force causing his body to tremble. Observing the still-closed eyes of the great toad sage, he found himself devoid of any desire to speak. It appeared that this old toad could indeed display temper. However, Qin Yu dismissed the thought. He could hardly shout. I am a divine being endowed with a system, capable of elevating any ninjutsu or taijutsu to its maximum level with a mere touch. If he uttered such words, others would surely deem him a fool. Unperturbed, Qin Yu unfurled the scroll in his hand. Aside from depicting a toad sitting cross-legged, it contained descriptions of how to operate sage mode and absorb natural energy for one's own use. At first glance, the content appeared quite esoteric. Ding. The system has detected that the host has acquired sage mode. Would you like to instantly elevate it to maximum level? The crisp voice of the system echoed in his mind. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his lips as he issued the command. The previously silent great toad sage, upon noticing the smile on Qin Yu's face, was momentarily taken aback. Initially, it had intended for Qin Yu to perceive the scroll's profound intricacies and subsequently seek further guidance and confusion. Yet, this unexpected turn of events exceeded its anticipations yet again. Was he grinning foolishly? The great toad sage struggled to contain itself, hesitating to speak. However, before it could utter a word, it observed Qin Yu stowing the scroll away. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully achieving maximum level in sage mode. The ethereal voice of the system resonated once more. A hint of joy appeared on Qin Yu's face as he returned the scroll to the great toad sage. Thank you, great toad sage, for your assistance. I have now mastered the sage arts and shall not linger here any longer. You have already mastered it? The great toad sage, taking the scroll, was left utterly bewildered. In its memory, even the most gifted Yui took 7 days to learn sage mode. Now, Qin Yu claimed mastery after merely a glance, which seemed utterly implausible. Grandfather, are you all right? That fellow did not disrespect you in any way, did he? Sage Shinzaku leaped down, followed closely by Jizian and Minato Namikaze, along with a throng of toads. After Minato had relocated the meteorite, he discovered Qin Yu had vanished. Shinzaku and Jizian collaborated to employ sage perception, swiftly tracking Qin Yu's whereabouts, ultimately arriving at this location. Qin Yu, are you all right? I heard this is a forbidden area of Mayaboka Mountain. If you trespass casually, it might cause them to hinder your learning of sage mode, Minato advised in a lowered voice as he landed beside Qin Yu. Humph. It seems this kid Minato is quite perceptive, Sage Shinzaku snorted. Kid, I can overlook what transpired earlier, but you have invaded the forbidden grounds of Mayaboka Mountain. If you do not offer an apology, even if we have agreed to teach you sage mode as per little Jiraiya's request, we shall not guide you properly. In truth, this decision by Sage Shinzaku to instruct Qin Yu in sage mode was a result of the Great Toad Sage's foresight. However, as the Great Toad Sage remarked, this prophetic ability appears quite nebulous when attributed to Qin Yu. Moments ago, the celestial obstruction and star-shaking technique wielded by Qin Yu nearly instilled terror in the hearts of those present. Now, in a bid to reclaim his dignity, the esteemed Master Shinzo has distorted the truth, evidently intending to quell Qin Yu's burgeoning confidence. Yet, the very next utterance left everyone in attendance utterly bewildered. He proclaimed that he had mastered it,